How you doing? I don't think I'm quite there yet. Okay, there is no volume. So, Rabbit, how are you doing? Squad Bob, what's happening? I don't know where I am. I really don't. It's one of those days. My delusions of grandeur about sleeping were delusions of grandeur. Oh boy. I mean, I don't even have my disorganized organized. Anyway, guys, you ready for this? Gotta take the Mega Man. Gotta take your Mega Man. Anybody seen a Mega Man around here? I ain't. Holy cow. Maybe I should get a mirror in here or something. Let's see how bad I look. Suzanne, how are you doing? Welcome to the crazy, crazy world we've got here. Crazy world. So this is the closing arguments. Gonna wrap this sucker up. What is? Hey, Cool Frog, what's happening? Miami Spice. Miami Spice. How are you doing? So, where am I? What am I doing right now? I need to keep my notes up. I need to go to Twitter. Oh, sweet. Okay. Awesome. Okay. So, today, this case is going to wrap up. Okay. That's one thing here. I want you guys to see my fingers because I count fingers. Case is going to wrap up. And two, we're going to go to the penalty phase if there is a conviction. So I guess three things. Penalty phase would be for life or for what's the thing called? Death. So as of right now, we're still waiting. 9 o'clock is when everything happens. Um, Watchdogs, how are you doing? Glad to see you back. Really dig your channel. It's cool. I'd like to. I hope you stick around after this trial, and you do more than just this one thing, and we're able to hang out some stuff. Daisy girl, how are you doing? Oh boy, guys, man, I am. I'm running on empty. Speaking of empty, I bought gasoline yesterday. Then what? Rabbit bought gasoline, and it was 60 cents more per gallon. Like not like probably 4 miles away. Couldn't believe it. Could not believe it. Um, so bring everybody up. This is Ozone Wallace. Okay, the guy. You want? Let's talk a little cultural bias, maybe cultural, political atmosphere. So this guy is part of the new Black Panthers. That's cool, man. You got a right to associate with anybody you want to associate with in this country. I respect that. Caitlin, holy cow. Caitlin, are you feeling better? Boy, I just sound like, oh, jeez. I sound like somebody. Anyway, um, so that's cool, right? You can associate with anybody you want to associate with. But there are also a group of guys that go out in the woods, run around with paramilitary outfits, tactics, stuff like that, preaching ideas of military style attacking over a group of people that are not them, that are easily identifiable by a skin pigmentation. That's awesome, Caitlin. Um, I don't know if it's over with yet or not, but the same group of dudes, much less intellectual fortitude, were arrested and just in a way I like. I don't like any of these. Um, did you guys wish you had my problems? How do you look, expert? How do you look? Oh, you gotta get your looks just right. Um, recently were put on trial in Michigan for the cockamamie idea that they were going to somehow kidnap the governor of Michigan, hold her for a ransom or something. That is a high profile case that has come about with people saying things like, "Hey, Eris, how are you?" But they don't. People aren't saying that in that case. They aren't saying hi to Eris. Okay, at least I hope they aren't. I hope they don't know who she is. But anyway, the facts and everything else. It's a very common. It's very similar group of people. There's no difference in what the prosecution says about the people in Michigan versus the people down here in Florida/Georgia. However, for this trial, there hasn't been an issue. Matter of fact, they even said stuff like, um, they objected to Instagram posts being seen because it would be prejudicial to show that there was an alliance with the new Black Panthers, the NFAC groups. Um, I think I think that sucks. I think that's driven by a narrative, and I hate narratives. So, but I respect how in this case that hasn't been an issue because it shouldn't be. You should not be judged by the color of your skin, but by the values you hold within your heart. That's something else. I forgot it. That's great. Oh yes, no, I do remember now. You guys can tell I'm starting to lose my voice a little bit. Big days, going to bigger nights for me right now. Sleep be damned. Do it when I'm dead. You got some complaints yesterday about YouTube's new money making scheme. Guys, I've always said I'm very transparent with you, and I want you to know. Okay, when you see these ads, okay, you see ads, right? That is, YouTube has taken to the advertisers, and they're not doing this specifically like this, but this is the idea behind it. They say, "Hey, we've got this guy over here, me, who has a contract with YouTube," and they say, "Would you like to run an ad on his show?" Whatever ad it is you're watching says, "Yeah, we would." I think somebody got one for cremation the other day. So, yeah, that's who we want to represent us. So then YouTube says, okay, we will run an ad on his show. We say he is worth $5.91 for every 1,000 views. Imagine saying that to your grandparents. Hey, Grandpa, I'm worth $5.91 for 1,000 views. Anyway, so they're implementing a new program where they take over control of when ads run. They're more aggressive with the type of advertisements you see and everything else. They're going to run ads anyway. So I'm trying to work with them. So today, I redid my whole thing with them. Went through all the stuff. Changed everything. You should be seeing less ads. So I may not be worth as much, but I don't care. I'm letting you guys know. $5.91 for 1,000 views. I think that would mean out of... Well, let's see if I can find that out. It should be... I should have made, in the last 3 days, working 8-9 hours a day, I should have made $5. Okay? Man, I'd be thrilled if I made $5. And we are going to go, check this out. We're going to go here to studio. And, oh, rock and roll. Guys, please hit that subscribe. I'm at 2753 subscribers. That's exciting to me. You know what? Let me tell you why that's exciting to me. Because that scallywag rascal Michigan Law Show, who hasn't been doing this, well, I mean, he's had a channel longer, but he hasn't been doing the streaming thing daily, has 300 more subs than I do. I don't know why, but I decided that's going to be a competition. Competitions are good. They make you strive to be better. So anyway, he doesn't even know that it is a competition. It's not. Dude, he has no competition. That guy is absolutely magic. I admire him. I'm on his side. Eris, yeah, ad blockers. They said they were going to start limiting people that use ad blockers. So you can only use your ad blocker so many times, and they're going to say, hey, if you don't turn this ad blocker off, you're not going to be able to watch any more content. Here's what I wish they would do. Offer creators like myself like a code or something like that to promote YouTube Premium.
All rise for the jury.
All right, here we go, guys. Jury is coming in. Good times getting ready to happen.
I think this goes to your IT guy.
Chris Mullins, how are you doing?
That's his notes up.
Oh, hey, Bob Johnson, how are you?
The jury is present. You may be seated. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I begin every day by asking you the same questions. Did you become aware of any of the facts about this case outside of the courtroom, or you become aware of any information relating to the case while you were away from the courtroom?
This guy's
Thank
really
you. State,
fair.
call your next witness.
He's really
Yes, Judge. The statement called Roy Bedard.
Roy Bedard.
This way, sir. Stand here, face the clerk, raise your right hand to be sworn.
You swear to tell the truth in this proceedings, so help you God?
I do.
You do the other deputy, he'll show you where it's at. Speak loud and clear into the microphone so everyone can hear what you have to say.
Yes.
Counsel, feel free to move about. All right, you may proceed.
Thank you, Judge. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury, spell your last name?
Yes, my name is Roy Bedard. Spelling of my last name is Bedard.
Well, they've
What do you
moved
do
it
for work,
around
sir?
here, haven't they?
I am a police trainer.
Can you tell the jury about your educational background, sir?
Sure. I have a bachelor's degree in criminology and criminal justice from Florida State University, a master's
for
degree
you.
and a PhD in educational psychology, also from Florida State.
When you were taking your master's and PhD educational programs, did you do any specialized, educational experience in movement, action, that sort of thing?
Yes. So my major is in sport psychology. It's sport, exercise, and performance. I focus mostly on the performance side because for most of my life, I've worked with law enforcement officers, military soldiers, so I didn't spend a lot of time discussing volleyball and baseball like my cohort did, but rather law enforcement officers and the way that they behave mostly under pressure.
I've got a
Can you tell us
book
about your
that.
experience, if you were a law enforcement officer and for how long?
Jude, what's
for where?
up?
Sure. I started in law enforcement. I went to the academy in 1986. I had my first job with Florida State University Police
Joe, no
Department in
filter.
1987.
Hey, babe.
I stayed there until 1990 and then transitioned to the Tallahassee Police Department without missing a day, and stayed full-time with the Tallahassee Police Department until 1996. At that time, I left full-time service and went to the reserve status, and in Tallahassee, the reserve program is a paid position. It's a fully authorized law enforcement officer, so I continued to do that until about 2015 when I retired. I left because I started my own police training company and started to train internationally.
Let's talk about your experience.
Can you do me a favor? You see the microphone there?
Yes.
Can you pick it up and put your book underneath it?
Yes, sir.
I think that's the microphone that's making noise. Yeah, thank you. You may proceed.
Yes, sir. If you can, sir, can you tell us about your experience with teaching? We'll talk about nationally first, and then we'll go internationally.
So I've taught around the world, as I said. I've trained in over 5 continents. I made a living doing that. That's what I did most of the time. For about 25 years, I was traveling around the United States and outside the United States. I think my most extreme year was about 300 days, 1 year outside of the U.S., training internationally.
What would you do when you trained internationally?
So I focus on use of force in defensive tactics. This goes to an earlier background that I had even as a child participating in the martial arts. So I've always been involved in teaching law enforcement officers tactics. So my niche area was to teach law enforcement officers, corrections officers, military soldiers, how to tactically deal with situations in the environment that was unique to them.
Were you also a professor at the Pat Thomas Law Enforcement Academy in Tallahassee?
I still am.
Can you tell us what the Pat Thomas
Love you,
Academy
man.
is and what they did?
So I think the Pat Thomas, first of all, there's many academies in the state of Florida that train law enforcement officers locally and regionally. I think the Pat Thomas Law Enforcement Academy, which is under the guidance of the Tallahassee Community College, is the closest thing we have to a state law enforcement academy. It's where all the state agencies essentially headquarter. And so I've started there in 1987 as a defensive tactics instructor, and I've continued on without pause to this day.
At the Pat Thomas Training Academy, did you also teach multiple classes in police tactics and police procedure?
I did. So those are all certification courses, what we call the high liabilities. I do teach firearms. I do teach defensive tactics. Of course, I teach general topics. And most recently, perhaps due to the amount of time I spend in court these days as an expert, they have me teaching the legal block to law enforcement officers.
From the Pat Thomas Academy, are you, an adjunct professor at any other colleges in Florida?
I am. So a few years ago, after being in Tallahassee for about 37 years, I moved to Sanford, Florida. And Tallahassee, I still teach at, as I said, I still have a residence there, but I am also now teaching at the Seminole State College as a adjunct professor.
We have somebody from IT to come look. I don't know. It's not him, I don't think. It is? Oh, is that what it is? All right, okay. Go ahead.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Make sure you just speak up, okay?
Let's transition back, and then we'll go forward again. But when you were a law enforcement officer, can you describe some of your
Elizabeth, how are you
duties you
doing?
had when you were with the Tallahassee Police Department and with Florida State Police Department?
Yeah, I was a patrol officer, which meant that I worked the streets.
Guys, we're getting
I
ready
was
to
answering
watch
calls for
today
service.
a man
I was taking reports.
fate
I was
and the
dealing
rest
with
of his life
suspicious
is gonna
incidents,
come to
domestic violence, the kind of things you would
to
expect a
fruition.
on-call law enforcement officer to be dealing with. I did all of that. But in addition to that, I was a
I'm just
field
trying to
training
stay awake
officer.
in
That's
the
always been
strength.
my passion and my
This
interest.
guy
And
getting ready to find
I don't
out
know
about his life.
if I should describe what a field training officer is. But a field training officer is a sort of a transitional trainer. When you leave the academy, of course, you come to a police department. And for example, at Pat Thomas, there were many different agencies that would
Chris
be
Mullins has been a
represented
member for 6 months.
inside
Awesome.
the academy. So you might have people there from the Tallahassee Police Department, some from the Leon County Sheriff's Office. You might have some from the Quincy Police Department. And when they break out
Chris,
of
time
the
does
academy
fly.
and go in service with their respective agencies, there is a transition that has to be done so that they can function in accord with that particular community. So policies are different from place to place. So field training officers are employed to help them transition, to take them from their earliest basic recruit learning to being fully functional on the street. And that's about a 4-month process or 3.5-month process that involves different phases in which they are not only placed in a patrol car, but they're observed. They have what are called daily observation reports that are written for the purpose of establishing their competencies. In some cases, they're incompetencies. Sometimes we wash them out. They don't make it through that phase. But if they are successful, then they are graduated to full law enforcement officer.
During the course of your career, just in the law enforcement portion, how many times do you think that you've been at FTO mentoring other officers and teaching them?
I don't know. I did it for 10 years as I was a full-time law enforcement officer. I would say maybe 100.
When you were as a professor and teaching at the Pat Thomas Academy and also in Seminole County at the college there, how many police officers do you think you've instructed over your career?
Thousands. I mean, that's what I've done for the last almost 40 years.
Have you been called on by FDLE to participate in, designing the curriculum for law enforcement?
I have. FDLE is the Florida Department of Law Enforcement. That's officially our state agency. And we have what is known as a post. We don't call it that. We call it the CJSTC, the Criminal Justice Standards and Training
Chris Mullins,
Commission,
how
which
does
is
it
our
sound
equivalent of any
now?
other state's police officer standards and training, thereby
Wellstorm, what's
the
up?
acronym POST. So CJSTC, which is governed by FDLE, is responsible for writing curriculum. And the curriculum is administered to every academy in the state. So I was sourced as a subject matter expert by
Thank you, Chris
the
Mullins.
CJSTC for now probably 25 years.
Mullins.
And I've been responsible for several iterations
By the
of
way, I'll dig your
curriculum.
pirate flag.
And those iterations have and continue to be used by well over 50,000 police officers and corrections officers in the state of Florida.
And just backtracking to when you were a law enforcement officer, besides being a field training officer, have you responded, how many calls do you think you responded to as a police officer when you're on the road?
It's hard to say. I mean, every day is different, of course, but I mean, if you take 10 years and, I don't know, look at the number of calls 4 days a week, again, it would have to be thousands.
Have you investigated drug cases before?
Yes,
Have you investigated stolen vehicle cases before?
I have.
Have you just patrolled areas, high crime areas in doing proactive policing?
Yes.
In reference to marijuana, are officers trained on the smell of marijuana when they go to the academy?
They are.
Is there two different sides of it, like the smell when it's burning and the smell when it's raw?
Yeah, it's a very pungent substance. I mean, when you smell it even in its raw form, you usually can identify it as marijuana. It has a more pronounced and probably a farther reaching scent when you burn it, of course. But still, you would be able to tell it was marijuana. It doesn't change the scent that much.
Were you, when you were with Tallahassee Police Department, were you a trainer at the police department?
Yes.
What were you a trainer in, sir?
I was a trainer in use of force and defensive tactics, mostly, and as I said, a field training officer. So I spent a lot of time doing
Ballstorm,
what we
8
call
months,
general patrol
greatest chat on the
procedures for
tubes.
newbies out of the academy.
And then can you tell us the name of your company that you transitioned to, I believe, in 97 or 98?
96. My corporation started as Rapid Rotation Baton Incorporated. It was the name of my flagship
because
brand. It
of
was a
the
police
beautiful and
baton
talented
with a
moderators.
holster. Later, I expanded to developing and patenting other law enforcement equipment and doing consulting work. And so I created a DBA called RRB Systems International, which is the corporation that I put out front now when I do the kind of work that I do.
Part of being part of the, I guess it's RRB Systems, are you called upon to testify in court?
I am.
Have you been hired by defense attorneys and state attorneys in the past?
Yes.
Are you also hired in civil cases?
Yes.
When you're hired in a criminal context, what do you think the percentage of defense attorneys are who hire you to the percentage of state attorneys?
I would think it's probably in the neighborhood of around 80-20. Most defense attorneys hire me. I get hired a lot for stand your ground cases where subjects may be, for example,
here we
accused of
go.
aggravated battery or murder, and trying to bifurcate the rules of law versus the incident itself. I offer testimony in the area of stress performance and things like that.
Have you testified in court before in reference to the use of force?
Yes.
Have you testified in reference in court for defensive tactics?
Yes,
Have you testified in court as an expert in stand your ground?
I have.
Have you testified in court to police tactics before?
Yes.
In police procedure
Yes.
and perception and reaction times?
Yes.
How many times do you think you've testified in court, sir?
I think latest count, it's over 50. I don't know if it's 53, 54, or something like that.
And in respect to that, that doesn't include all the depositions you've conducted?
No, I don't know. I've probably done 2 or 3 times as many depositions.
Judge, this time I'd ask to be allowed to have the witness offer an opinion.
Yes, the witness will be entitled to express an opinion.
If you can, sir, were you asked to consult in May of 2023 in this case?
I was.
What were you provided to review in order for your consultation, sir?
Well, I don't have a list of everything, but I was given what I'm typically given, which is sort of what I'll call the case file on a particular incident. That would involve police reports, depositions, photographs, videos, sort of satellite data. In this case, I think I had some emails that were sent to me. I had lots of video, some body-worn camera video from a variety of different officers. I had an edited video, a slowed-down version of the incident itself. I think that covers it.
Based on reviewing those items, were you able to make observations and be able to offer some opinion about police procedure and police tactics in reference to this case?
I was.
Before we get into that, if you can, have you ever heard the word, in your experience, the word pigs?
I have.
Can you tell us if that's a reference to a police officer?
I mean, it can be, for sure. If it's directed at a police officer, it is typically a derogatory term. I've frankly been called that before, so it's definitely not an endearing term.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Can I get you to get closer to the microphone over here? Yeah.
Yes, sir. If you can, sir, can you tell us what proactive policing is?
Yes,
Oh, that's
proactive
good.
policing is sort of an
getting to
evolution
some
of
stuff,
the earliest policing, what we like to call the peeling method. We sort of adopted the policing system here in America from our earlier ancestors, the English, and Robert Peel is often cited as being the father of policing. Peel's idea of policing was a police officer should sort of not be seen, not be heard until there was a problem. And that's known as reactive policing. In other words, a crime occurs, and then the police show up and they help you out. We discovered over the years that crime control was better than response to crime, trying to prevent crime. So the idea of proactive policing evolved. For example, Firefighters are reactive. They stay essentially in the fire station until a fire happens and they respond to it. Law enforcement officers used to do that as well. But of course, what was happening, crime was going undetected, unlike fires. So what we had to do is put officers into the field to get into the wrinkles of society, to examine whether everything was baseline, in other words, stable. And as a consequence, there have been many programs that have been very well funded by the federal government and by various state entities to encourage more proactive policing. Things, for example, like community-oriented policing, various types of bicycle units that you might see out there where officers are not limited to the roadways so that they can get into the recesses. Foot patrols, something that you may see, for example, in the bigger cities, like in New England cities, started to appear in the South, where officers would be concentrated into what are known as problem areas. And these problem-oriented policing, for which there are grants for that as well, became proactive to try to not only discover crime, but to forge or perhaps reforge after the 1960s a relationship with the community, so that the first time you saw a police officer wasn't when there was a tragedy. It was you got to know them personally, and we formed a partnership with the community so that we could get valuable information that could help us fight crime through this collaboration of community members, law enforcement officers, people that had special interests in the community, and that type of thing.
If you could you give some examples or describe how proactive policing is utilized in the times today?
Sure. I gave you a couple examples. I mean, getting out on foot is one thing. As vehicles advanced throughout the ages, of course, it was much easier for law enforcement officers to roll up their windows, turn on their air conditioner, and be in a bubble as they patrolled. And what it effectively did is it separated law enforcement officers from their community. Proactive policing is certainly as a matter of policy and as a matter of academic study, encourages officers and their agencies to open their windows, to park their cars, to get out of their cars, to talk to people. And that's one form of it. Like I said, the bicycle units, you perhaps have seen police officers wearing shorts. That would have been considered very unprofessional 30, 40 years ago. But the advent of bicycle officers was to, once again, I think, humanize law enforcement, to put them into clothing that didn't look so authoritative, you know, with the polyester and the bobbles that hang off of it, but to make them look more relaxed and to put them onto vehicles that didn't have windows and didn't have air conditioning so that they could penetrate different areas of the community. And as I mentioned previously, these bicycle officers are oftentimes capable of getting into places where crime happens. Criminals tend to not commit crime.
But where his constitutional protections
where law enforcement vehicles would be
beforehand.
noticed perhaps blocks away. They come in with lights, they come in with engines
And
that
will
you can
this
hear.
be
So they became
death penalty
very
or
stealthy.
life?
But I think there was a sense of security that the community feels when they see officers out who they can talk to, they can ask questions to. Sometimes they just like to make small talk, you know, and say, how's everything going, that kind of thing, without being so concerned that perhaps something has happened in the community, just because they're now used to seeing officers that are in their environment.
Are officers trained at the academy in the use of proactive policing and that theory of policing?
Yes, they are.
Have you trained officers yourself in proactive policing?
I have, especially as a field training officer.
United Auto Workers are getting ready to get on strike.
As a law
That'd be great.
enforcement officer during that training, are they trained in baselines for proactive policing? Maybe if you can explain what that might mean.
Yeah, so communities function differently, right? So I think it's fair to say if you've traveled the state of Florida, you probably know that things are a little different in Miami than they would be, for example, in Tallahassee. So each community has a baseline, and officers who work areas come to know that baseline. And sometimes they can either be further segregated into this part of the community sort of behaves a certain way versus that part of the community behaves a certain way. So when you're on patrol and you're trying to consider what to get involved in or to investigate further, you're looking for these sort of aberrations in the baseline. So I'll give you an example. If you went into a church on Sunday and it was very quiet, that would be pretty normal. But if you went into a club on a Friday night and it was silent, that would be kind of abnormal. If you walked into a church on a Sunday and everyone was screaming, you would think that's outside of the baseline. But if you went into the club on a Friday and everyone was screaming, you might think that that's just part
Put
of
your
the
hands up.
environment.
Yeah.
So law enforcement officers are trained to recognize baselines and to respond to
I can
changes in
hear you.
baselines, to be sensitive to aberrations, to look for things
your
that are
hands up in the
unusual.
club.
Sometimes they're easily explained, other
need
times
sleep.
they might be criminal, but nonetheless to be curious. So law enforcement officers, I think the first, when they get hired, probably from the selection process, the first quality that we're really interested in is, are they curious? Because that's what communities anticipate they will have in their law enforcement staff.
Now, in reference to on a daily basis with proactive policing, when an officer comes on shift, can you describe what procedures they're taught normally that would lead to proactive policing?
Sure. I mean, bearing in mind that law enforcement officers are humans, they take their boots off and they take their uniform off and they hopefully go back to a fun and meaningful life. And so what happens is during those periods, they miss a lot. They end up going home and hopefully not thinking about anything until shift starts again. So there's some catching up to do. When a law enforcement officer arrives for work, they usually begin with some form of check-on. Now that has evolved in agencies throughout the state and the United States because we're able to do digital check-ons. We're able to check on from laptops, for example. It used to be we'd all assemble in the squad room. Some agencies still do that. And there would be information that was imparted to those officers with respect to things that have happened, mostly during the time that they were absent. Sometimes it might be information that perhaps they were looking for something yesterday and that person still hasn't been found, so we'll be reminded of that. So the check-on procedure is really a catching up period. It's an opportunity for officers to become more vigilant in the field, to know what they're looking for, not just to look for these aberrations, these unusual and suspicious circumstances, but to look for specific things. You know, for example, missing persons would be something that a law enforcement officer would have front and center, right, on their console of their car. They'd have a description of that individual. And of course, they would be very concerned about their safety. So they would prioritize looking for that person. Stolen cars, stolen bicycles, anything that might make the check-on list would be something that a law enforcement officer would take notice of and be mindful of throughout their shift.
So officers are trained when they come on shift to review the previous information or the present information so that they can utilize that in their proactive.
Yeah, it makes them more effective.
Objection, leading.
Well, sustained.
Was looking for stolen vehicles something proactive policing that officers would be trained to do?
Yes,
Overall.
absolutely.
In reference to that, would basically any sort of crimes that occur, would they be, if they were notified, is that part of proactive policing to be looking into those?
Yes. I mean, anything that's happened in the community, like I said, that they weren't privy to because they weren't working when it happened, it's just sort of due diligence to give the oncoming shift officers the information that the last shift had as they take their boots and uniforms off and go back to their lives.
Do law enforcement officers, as part of proactive policing training, are they taught to just sort of mingle with the community or to interact with people?
Sure.
Why is that, sir?
Like I said, I think it humanizes law enforcement. I think, you know, years ago when law enforcement showed up, everyone would clamor to the windows and wonder what's going on. I think today, because they've become integral to the community and they are out of their cars, talking to people, intermingling
There's
as
going on a run.
as partners in
This
this
is
in this
obviously
crime
wrong,
prevention.
Chat for her.
The communities have grown accustomed to them and tend to be less reactive to tragedies that happen in law enforcement. Sometimes tragedies do happen. And I think less judgmental and more understanding because they actually know the officers that are involved in these different episodes. So I think it's important as an investment in the community to create policies and to encourage programs that keep officers interacting with the community all the time, not just when crime occurs, but, you know, throughout the day and throughout the night.
When an officer, is proactive and interacts with a community member, can that sometimes transition into them doing an investigation when they see unlawful activity?
Sure. So, I mean, not every interaction is without suspicion. There are some times when officers will get a hunch, for example, that something is wrong. Maybe nothing is terribly overt, but, we develop sort of these interesting senses that I think can't be explained in science, but law enforcement officers notice things about people. They notice, furtive movements. They notice perhaps expressions. They might notice how one person seems to drift away from the group or other people don't assemble around them. Little things that I think people who aren't trained and don't work this kind of job don't typically notice. The law enforcement officers notice it. And so they speak with people to clear things up sometimes. If they have a hunch, if they think something may perhaps be wrong, they'll engage them in conversation. They'll watch not only what they say, but how they behave, how they act, and try to develop an understanding of what's really going on. And so I think that these interactions with the community can be very innocent, if you will, meaning that they're nothing more than to develop rapport. And other times they are investigative, in an attempt to figure out if there may be a crime afoot.
Why is it important for law enforcement officers to look for behaviors and actions?
Because this is about crime control. It's about criminals not being overt. They don't walk around with a sign saying criminals. So you have to identify these individuals from amongst a much larger population. And you do that through behavioral cues. You do this through conversation. You do it through observation. Most of the sense that we use when we deal with people is going to be a visual sense, things that we see. And so we tend to attend to things that are speaking to the law enforcement officer as, once again, a violation of the baseline. And even if it's a small violation, it doesn't have to be a gross violation, but even a small violation, that will capture an officer's attention and draw them to you.
In reference to behavior officers are looking for, can you tell the jury, when an officer is talking to an individual, is that person's response or lack of response something an officer should be looking for? Why?
It is. I mean, most of communication is interpretation, right? It's not what you say, but necessarily how you say it. Or there may be some indication of nervousness. There may be some indication of deception in the way that somebody says something,
awful.
even though the answer that they've given you is a perfectly fine answer. So law enforcement officers are trying to interpret the real meaning of things. And so subsequently, I think a large part of the communication is not the question itself. It is actually the behavior of the individual, the cues, if you will, that trigger an officer to think something isn't right here.
So hypothetically, if an officer engages an individual and they're not responding to the questions or, being evasive, that's something law enforcement officers are trained to take into account when they're in that interaction?
It is. It would inform an officer that perhaps something isn't what it appears to be.
Can you tell us what the duties of a law enforcement officer are?
Well, they're vast and they've expanded. I mean, the original duty of a law enforcement officer is in the title. It was to enforce laws. But I probably don't need to remind anybody in this room that we just went through a couple of years of re-examining the role of law enforcement officers, and even to the point where we have talked about bringing other people to the police function, like, for example, social workers. Those are skills that law enforcement officers are expected to have. Sometimes they're enforcing laws, other times they're counseling, sometimes they're providing emergency services, sometimes they're providing first responder medical services. They wear a lot of different hats. So the duties of a law enforcement are very vast, but I think generally public safety is primary when it comes to a general overarching theme of policing. It's public safety. And officers are inclined to do a lot of things that may not even be spelled out in policy in an attempt to keep the community safe.
Can you give us some specifics, like on a normal shift, what an officer duties would be? Focus mainly on the law enforcement portion.
So I think I covered a lot of that. I mean, law enforcement is trying to identify people who are breaking the law. And of course, law enforcement officers are not lawyers, they're not legal technicians. They are working off of their understanding of the statute as it came to them in the academy and in service training and through their FTO programs and things like that. And so their identification of somebody that appears to be doing something that is inconsistent with what the statute requires would draw their attention and cause greater interest.
Would being on patrol in a police car, driving in a neighborhood be part of the duty of a police officer?
Oh, absolutely.
Would getting out of your vehicle and making contact with citizens be part of the duty of a police officer?
Oh, for sure.
Would investigating or following punches of something that they think could be criminal, or could be related to criminal activity, is that part of being a police officer?
Very much so.
Is a drug enforcement or identification of drug enforcement part of the duties of a law enforcement officer?
It is. I mean, it's a specialized area as well. There are narcotics officers that go to classes and form teams and sometimes task forces for the control of narcotics in a community. But every law enforcement officer is trained in being able to identify narcotics. That's usually where most cases start, at the street level by the patrol officer. And then often that information is turned over to, for example, the narcotics unit for further follow-up. So patrol officers are keen observers of the drug culture and what constitutes use, sale, distribution, things like that as they go about their patrol procedures.
May I approach the witness, Judge?
You may.
I'm going to show you what's marked as states YY. You can take a moment and look at those. See if you recognize them, sir.
Mama, whoops. I hit the wrong button.
What are those, sir?
These are still shots from the video that was sent to me on the encounter between Officer Rayner and the defendant.
Are they fair and accurate depictions of...
Mama Source Rex, welcome.
Still shots?
Yes.
Anything seem to be changed or altered?
No.
But at this time, the state would move in states YY.
Any objection? Without objection, admitted as evidence.
What are you talking about, squad?
Just looking for a pointer.
Thanks. Judge, may I have the witness step down?
You may. Be sure to keep your voice up
Okay.
when you're down there, okay?
And Judge, I'm going to publish States 12, which is Officer Rayner's video with this witness. It's already in
This
evidence.
side,
Yes.
as close as you can to the TV there,
Okay.
where you can still see.
Uh-oh. What are you doing over there?
Good boy.
Oh, Xbox Gaming.
And I just want to play this all the way through and then
All right, here you go, guys.
ask you some questions.
How's it going? Do you live here?
What's going on?
Do you live here? What's going on? Sit down. Sit.
Sir.
Can you sit down? I'll talk to you. Stop.
Come on now.
Sit.
Come on now. Don't do this.
Sit down.
Why are you asking me, do I
Sit
live
down.
here?
Do you live here? Yes or no?
What's going on though?
Who? Charlie 777.
Nah, back up.
Stop. Stop, man.
And if, we'll just pause it there. So first off, I want to start out with, have you had an opportunity to review this video multiple times?
I have.
Based on your observations, is there anything missing from this video? Can you explain why based on your opinion, your expert opinion, why you believe this is the initial starting point of the interaction?
When I first saw this, it appeared to me that when the officer first approaches, that Mr. Wallace is somewhat startled, that this is a sudden interaction, not as if something had happened previous to this that would have been ongoing when the camera came on. So it looks like the beginning of an encounter, not the middle of one.
Now I'm going to show you what came in as, is it 52, ma'am? 51.
The witness is entitled to render an opinion as to what he's watching. The ultimate conclusions as to what the video shows is up to you. You do not abandon that role as a fact finder in this case. You may proceed.
Thank you, sir. I'm going to hand you this pointer. If you can, when an officer has an interaction with somebody, where is their focus initially, or where do you guys train officers to focus?
We train them to focus on the hands. We do that for a couple of reasons. Obviously, as we talked about earlier, narcotics is actually very well-established criminal enterprise. There are certain techniques and tricks, if you will, that people who sell drugs on the side of the road.
I'm going to object as the non-responsive to the question.
I know the law enforcement officers may be watching because that's part of that proactive patrolling. They tend to watch the hands. That's where hand transactions are made. But probably more important than that, which is something that is, for lack of a better word, pounded into officers from the time that they're in the academy, through their in-service training, well into the FTO program, is it's the hands that kill you. So law enforcement officers, not knowing who somebody is, perceive everyone with vigilance for their own safety. And so they direct their attention to the hands. It's the hands that they're looking at.
In this case, is Officer Rayner's flashlight illuminating the hands?
It is. That is exactly what I would expect an officer to be looking at. And I think from a social perspective, most of us look at the face. When we approach people, we try to gather data from the face. Law enforcement officers, again, look at the hands, and this is where we can see the light is being focused.
Now, in observation of states 51A, initially when you look at this, do you see an item in the hand? Not what the item is, but do you see any item in the hand, sir?
I don't know what it is, but I definitely see an item there that's more than just the hand.
And if we go to 51B, just a little bit better shot of it, can you see that item in the hand still?
Yes.
And then if we look at 51C, if I can point right there, is that still in the hand?
It is.
In 51D, are you able to see it still in the hand there?
Yes.
And if we can start with 51B, based on your observation, where is Mr. Wallace's phone initially?
Initially, I think when I see him, it's on his lap, and then he goes into his right hand.
Can you guys see it?
And here in 51B, I'm sorry, 51A, is it in his left hand at this point when you're making the observation?
No, still on his right hand.
And if we can look at 51D, does it appear that the phone is transitioning to the left hand?
It is. It's conscious intent of the left hand opens to receive the phone.
Oh, is that a blunt right there between his fingers?
And then are we able to see, this is 51E, are you able to see his right hand devoid of the phone at that point?
Yes.
Is the phone and, when you watched the video and were able to observe it, is the phone and that white object in the same hand at that time?
They are.
Now, let's talk about if we can go back to what it states 12. When Officer Rayner, can you just talk about the procedure, about how his approach is? And if he was investigating or if any officer was investigating a stolen vehicle, how would they go about identifying that specific vehicle?
Really two ways. You have to look at the identifying features. You can get them off the rear license plate, or you can get them off the VIN plate, which is usually positioned at least in the front of the vehicle, if not alongside the door.
Looking at the way that this vehicle is backed in, would it be safe or tactically appropriate for an officer to go to the back of that vehicle to look at the license plate?
Immediately?
Yes, sir. Why not? And explain what the proper procedure would be.
Well, any officer that saw somebody sitting in a car that perhaps was a stolen vehicle would recognize that the real threat is not the vehicle. The threat is the stolen object. The threat is the driver. So officers would learn, they would be trained to control and stabilize the driver first before conducting any further investigation. Not to mention, this is still a fact-finding investigation. You want to get a read of who the driver is. Is this likely a stolen vehicle? Are they acting nervous? Does it seem as if I should be more concerned with this than just a encounter where that could be easily dismissed with its proper explanation?
Why would it be dangerous for, hypothetically, for an officer to go behind a vehicle at night with someone in the driver's seat and like bend under the car? Why is that dangerous for an officer?
You can infer from my last statement that I said that officers watch their hands. So whenever you attend to something that isn't going to protect you, for example, a license plate, you are not capable of attending to something that can actually hurt you, like, for example, the person's hands, their relative position, access to weaponry, all the kind of different things that can happen inside of the vehicle.
The way you've seen it, let me play it and then we'll talk through it.
How's it going? Do you live here?
The way that Officer Rayner is approaching Mr. Wallace, is that consistent with the way officers are trained in these kind of situations?
It is.
And why?
So I think with invigilation, where you have a community that wants some monitoring, it's this sort of balancing act between infringing on someone's right to be left alone and officers trying to figure out what's going on in the community. So they've learned kind ways of doing that. It usually starts with a greeting, sometimes an introduction. My name is Officer so-and-so. What's going on? What's happening? Just sort of open questions. It's not authoritative. It's not intended to be frightening, even though for some people it may be. Anytime I think they see a law enforcement officer, perhaps they think the worst. But it's sort of a greeting. It's a greeting by an individual who society accepts is a vigilant protector of the community.
Now, if we watch Officer Rayner's, just taking care.
Do you live here? What's going on?
Where Officer Rayner positions himself, can you explain tactically why he would position himself there and what the benefit is and why he'd be doing that?
Yeah, so I can't get in his head. I don't know what he's thinking, but I would say if I were writing a textbook on this case, I would talk about three major concerns that an officer would be interested in. One of them would be their safety, first and foremost. The second thing would be escape. If this is an individual that's committing a crime, right behind him, you can see on the photos, there's a fence there, and it's a crushed fence. It has barbed wire that's been pushed down by multiple trespassers. It's easy to come over it's easy to get back. So escape's important. And then thirdly is going to be the investigation itself. That's probably the least important thing. But to make sure that you can contain or stabilize the individual, you would position yourself in the best way possible to be able to quickly put hands on in the event that you were in a sudden fight, or to be able to put hands on if they were to escape. If you could determine that they were stabilized, if they didn't seem to be a threat, you could take your chances, and you could perhaps start your investigation.
Would an officer's approach maybe be different at night as during the daytime, depending on the lighting?
I think so. I think, as I said to you previously, that most of the information gathers through our eyes, and we're all disadvantaged at night. Of course, that's why we give officers flashlights, because it allows us to see better, even though it is still a beam, typically. So we're still unable to see many things around that beam. That creates a little bit of anxiety for law enforcement officers. There may be things in their environment that they're not seeing that in the day perhaps they would.
Now we noticed that Officer
Man, you
Rayner
better not
initially,
leave.
when he gets out of his vehicle, he doesn't call dispatch and say, "I'm out of my vehicle." Can you describe if that's consistent with law enforcement procedure and why?
It is. As I said to you previously, law enforcement officers are engaged in a lot of citizen contacts. Most of them go nowhere, I might add. You don't want to be the officer that cries wolf every time you get out of your car. You notify, hey, I need backup, I need help, here's what I'm doing. So a great part of law enforcement is this communicative feature of talking to people and trying to determine if something is wrong. And if there is something wrong, then you advance into what I'll call police procedures, which is the idea that you would call for backup, the idea that perhaps you would change your position, maybe you go back to your car and run some things like that. But the initial step is really just trying to find out who this person is, what they're doing there, and whether or not they are a threat to the community.
Now an encounter like this with a citizen, can it transform into a situation where an officer then feels like they have to radio for dispatch?
Sure.
Is that common for it to take a little bit of time for an officer to gather that information?
Yeah, I would say it's not as common as I said, the majority of people we talk to, nothing happens. But when it happens fast. And so law enforcement officers have to be vigilant to that fact.
And I think we see later on in the video, do you observe Officer Rayner queuing up his radio?
I do.
Would that be consistent with the training of law enforcement officers?
Yes.
Let me just play this for a moment. Now we see Officer Rayner putting his right hand out to Mr. Wallace's shoulder. I guess it's his left shoulder. Can you explain what Officer Rayner, what that is and why he'd be doing that?
Sure. So we teach something called reactionary gap in use of force and defensive tactics. And the reactionary gap is in part based on your environment. There's only so much space that you might have. For example, over here, there's a car. You can't really back up. But we try to keep a reactionary gap because of what's
Also,
known
talked
as
about
the
this
reactionary
yesterday.
time principle. Things happen before they even register on your mind in about 0.25 seconds. The idea, for example, if you're driving down the street and the car in front of you hits their brakes, it'll be about 0.25 seconds before that registers and you hit your brakes to stop. That's an important thing to know. That's why you keep car lengths between the car in
Chick
front
chat,
of you
how are y'all doing?
yourself, so that it gives you reactionary time. So this is similar to that. When you have an individual who could strike you, for example, and we're not talking about a shooting or even a stabbing, but just a knockout punch where the hand can reach you. Officers are trained to put a hand out to create that reactionary gap where they can't step back, and in this case, he's not able to step back. So it seems to me, again, not knowing what's going on in his head, not pretending to know that this is consistent with the tactic of establishing distance so that the eyes can perceive what's going on. In the close quarters, of course, you lose most of your visual acuity.
So just to clarify, Officer Rayner is just, once Mr. Wallace is approaching him, he's trying to create distance so that he can react?
I think he's trying to maximize distance. There's two ways of doing that. One is for you to step back, and two is to push the other person back. So it looks to me he's almost doing both of those things when he puts his hand on him. Oftentimes, we teach officers to put a hand up and say, get back, without actually touching. But if you're in that close quarters, there's a very good
Ball's
chance you're going to make contact. You may have to create distance by pushing.
And we talked before, I just want to listen, if we can listen specifically to the words that are spoken, then I'll ask you some questions about those, sir.
Clear, what's up?
Do you live here? Why you asking what's going on?
Let me just back it up a little more, sorry.
How's it going? Do you live here?
What's going on?
Do you live here?
Why you asking what's going on?
Sit down. Sit.
Sir.
Can you sit down? I'll talk to you. Stop.
Okay, come
Sit.
on now.
Sit.
Come on now. Don't do this.
Sit down.
Why you asking me do I
Sit
live
down.
here?
Do you live here? Yes or no?
What's going on though?
It doesn't help that Ozone seems to
Is
be a
Mr.
sovereign
Wallace
citizen.
being compliant and answering the questions of Officer Rayner?
Objection based premise.
I can ask it a different way, Judge. Based on your observations as an expert, what are law enforcement officers trained in when people don't answer the questions? What does it cause them concern and what is the problem there?
So you can see that this evolves from questions to commands. It starts with, what are you doing? Do you live here? To sit down. So there's an evolution here in control of the officer, or by control of the officer. Officers are generally trained that if somebody's not compliant, certainly with commands, that it's oftentimes a distraction. The distraction, frankly, is quite psychological. It has to do with the fact that we're not able to focus on two things at one time. So if somebody asks you a question, you're not able to think about other things because you're thinking about the answer to the question. And I think we all understand this intuitively. You don't have to be taught this. I was taught this in my programs. But we kind of know that if you continue talking when someone's trying to do something, they're quite distracted from it. Perhaps people can relate to the fact that they try to do homework or they try to work from the office and somebody's making noise in the living room that they have to go somewhere else or tell them to shut up. And so this distractive feature is commonly used by folks in the community who are trying to prevent officers from making contemplative decisions about what to do next.
Oh, back up.
Stop, man.
Now, is Mr. Wallace being compliant with the officer's commands?
Objection is sustained, promise and jury. Sustained.
Are officers trained in a situation like this to ask someone to get back in the vehicle? Why would an officer in this situation want the person that they're talking to sit back in the vehicle?
Those are the first 2 points I made. The primary point is not to get hurt. Secondly, it's not to lose them because they fled. When you're in a vehicle, you're contained and you're somewhat stabilized. Now there may be weapons in the vehicle, but at least you can see them. At least you're aware of it. So you have the reactionary
Discord to put up
timing
the
to your
maps from
favor,
yesterday's,
because you're placing them in an area you're going to be watching
cell
your
phone
hands.
towers.
But what you've eliminated is mobility. The ability to quickly run, to fight, to do the kind of things that the officers are also afraid of. So when you can contain them inside of a vehicle for questioning, it gives the officer a little bit of a relief in anxiety so that they can move on to the next part of the investigation, which is the investigation itself.
Based on your expert opinion, based on what you watched in this interaction, did Officer Rayner use any unlawful use of force?
Objection based promise and jury. Sustained.
Did Officer Rayner follow proper police procedure from what you observed in the interaction?
Objection lack of predicate and based promise.
Any objection, you can ask a hypothetical.
Hypothetically, if an officer stops a vehicle and makes contact with that individual before, being able to investigate or follow up on what they're doing, would it be appropriate for the law enforcement officer to ask that person to sit down in the vehicle?
Yes.
And if that individual failed to comply, would it be appropriate for the law enforcement officer to use a level of compliance appropriate for that situation?
Yes.
May I have just a moment, Judge?
Yes, sir.
No further questions, Judge.
See the TV? Yes, please. Could you leave the video?
It's right up here. Thank you, sir.
You need to witness down here?
No, Your Honor. Or it might be more effective that way.
I'm sorry?
Could you please stay there?
Make sure you use your voice.
Okay.
Mr. Bedard, you discussed a little bit about the information that you viewed in connection with you being paid by the state to be here today. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. How much have you been paid by the state to be here today?
4,500. Well, today, I haven't been paid nothing so far.
Okay.
But I've been paid $4,500 to review cases.
And is that a running bill? Could it be more after today, depending on how long it takes?
I hate this. I hate this. I hate this.
And you talked a little bit about receiving numerous materials to review in connection with your testimony. Do you recall that testimony?
I hate it
And
so
among the
much.
materials that you reviewed, you would have to
Oh,
agree that
you're an
there
expert
was no
witness.
911
You're being
call
paid for this.
that a member of the
That is
community placed
such-
alleging
It should be an
Othal Wallace
objection
was
every
engaged in
time.
any
I don't know
criminal
what you're
activity.
objecting over, but it should be an
You would also
objection.
agree with me that you
Yeah,
received no
yeah, everybody
information,
does it.
any
It's a
report that a
well-accepted
member of the
practice.
community
Ask-
flagged down Officer Rayner and accused Mr. Wallace of committing a crime. There's no information to suggest that Mr. Rayner was dispatched to 133 Kingston as a result of any complaint. We're watching, I think this is the beginning of the video, right?
Yes.
If we had 30 seconds more video, we would be able to see exactly Officer Rayner's vantage point when he comes around the apartment, correct?
I assume so. I don't know what the EWC would have shown in the dark, but, I mean, he doesn't have his light on. I would think.
You mentioned the dark. This is June 23rd, right?
Yes.
Are you familiar with, you're familiar with the summer solstice?
I know what it is, sure.
It's the longest day of the year, right?
Yes.
It's not completely dark out in this parking lot. Do you agree with that?
No, it's not opaque dark, it's certainly dark.
You mentioned before, officers are trained to detect, I think, non-compliance with the statute or something that's incompliant with the statute. Do you recall that testimony?
When it comes to elements of a crime, law enforcement officers are looking for things that are consistent with those elements and inconsistent with a baseline community standard.
Okay. And you would agree that in looking at this video here, there is nothing apparent that is inconsistent with any statute?
Well, that's not the only reason that officers talk to people. I
Okay.
mean,
Sir, did you understand my question?
I did.
Okay, the question was, based upon an observation of this frame at this moment in time, do you observe anything that's inconsistent with the statute?
Observe something that could be inconsistent with the statute.
So the answer is no, you do not see anything inconsistent with the statute.
I don't think at this point we can see anything except somebody sitting in a car in the dark.
Okay.
They're kicking in.
Okay. Please describe to the jury what information one could glean from this observation that suggests that Othal Wallace is not in possession of a vehicle that he has a right to possess.
There isn't. That's why the officer got out and asked questions.
Okay. And what do you see in this video which makes Othal Wallace deserving of some suspicion that he potentially doesn't possess this vehicle?
Objection, Judge. Speculation.
Can y'all hear that?
Deserving.
I'll sustain the objection. You want to ask a hypothetical?
Okay. Please point out specific observations in this particular frame which would suggest to a reasonable officer that Othal Wallace is unlawfully in possession of that vehicle.
You're framing this as a reactive response. I'm framing it as a proactive one. So there is nothing that the officer knows at this point except that
Thank you.
he is patrolling a high crime area.
Thank
and
you.
there's somebody in the dark in a car.
Okay, and is it, my apologies, Your Honor. Is it your testimony to this jury that a person's
There you
mere
go.
presence in a
400%.
high crime area allows them to be subjected to immediate inquiries about their activities?
This is really good.
At any time.
Okay. And if the question that's posed by the officer is not based upon some particularized suspicion and they're performing a lawful duty, the person can end that encounter at any time they want. Isn't that true?
It depends. It happens very rapidly where an officer
I've been waiting
may
for
go
this.
from mere hunch to thinking that a crime is occurring. And the person on the receiving end of that wouldn't know that, so they're not entitled to just walk away. No.
Okay. So if an officer does not have probable cause or reasonable suspicion to detain a citizen,
No one object as to these standards. They weren't brought up in direct, they're not relevant.
Your Honor, they've come in the case, he's a use of force expert on police tactics about what he trains officers in terms of discerning and not discerning. I understand, Your Honor. Is it your testimony that any person at any time, for any reason that an officer believes is justified, has to subject
seen it.
himself to being detained by a law enforcement officer?
Yes. If a law enforcement officer believes that a crime has been committed, the other person may not be aware of it. And as part of the social contract, though it may be an inconvenience for someone, they have to stay there with the officer until they are properly dismissed. Their recourse is in court, not on the street.
So your
That's true.
testimony is that upon an officer's just belief that a person is committing a crime, that an individual, a citizen, has to subject themselves to detention and inquiries?
Yes.
Your Honor, may we approach?
All rise, the jury. Jury's out, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor. Respectfully to what Mr. Bedard just testified to, I think he misstated the law. I think that I should either be entitled to some latitude or a curative instruction. What Mr. Bedard said was that only upon an officer's belief that they're doing something, a person is doing something wrong, that a person has to be subjected to a detention. That is not what the law allows, Your Honor. What the law says is that if a officer
Told you guys this
is
the day.
not possessed with a reasonable, articulable suspicion or probable cause, then a citizen can terminate the encounter at any time. That's a consensual encounter. And what Mr. Bedard has just said is inconsistent with that. I'm not saying he was being nefarious or anything other than giving his well-founded belief on that, but that's not what the law says. This is germane to the case. He's been called in to testify under some cloud of expertise that he is all-knowing in terms of this encounter, and we believe that the jury should be able to have a full vetting of the appropriateness of this encounter. And what a better way for us to be able to either instruct them on the law, which is POPL 9151, about the encounters between police and citizens, that you can walk away. If there's no probable cause or reasonable suspicion, you can walk away. That is the law. If there's probable cause, you can't. And if you do so,
Oh, come on.
that
Come on,
Officer
man.
Rayner was involved in a lawful execution of his duty. And in furtherance of our self-defense claim, we are allowed to undermine the good faith and lawfulness of his actions. And if he's overextending the parameters of a police-citizen encounter, we should be entitled to fully confront that and subject the witness to cross-examination. And furthermore, we believe that the jury should be instructed on the parameters of the law.
Judge, Mr. Ferguson asked a question, it was a totally loaded question for the answer. And the witness answered as best as knowledge could be. The defense thinks it's an issue of reasonable suspicion and probable cause in this case. The state doesn't agree with that, Judge. I believe the jury instructions are sufficient, and it was Mr. Wisco's question that solicited it. He shouldn't have asked a question that he didn't know the answer for. And we asked the court to deny that. We didn't bring any of that out in our direct, purposely and carefully to make sure that we didn't cross the barrier the judge said.
Come on.
All I'm asking for,
I'm trying to keep this objective and not subjective. I don't want him to testify to what was in the defendant's mind or what was in Officer Rainer's mind. He can look at this video all day long and have his opinion about, what was going on in that video. But at the end of the day, the viewers will have to decide, they can subjectively look at what's going on and look at it. At this point in time, he never felt like get into the shoes of either party either, and then said, no, he shouldn't have, he said, hypothetically speaking, this is a textbook, but what not to do, or what to do, or, how we see reactions of individual defendants, what's consistent with what I expect, or inconsistent with what I expect, and what reaction that will garner, generally speaking, not necessarily in this scenario, but, you see what you want, they can think what they want, if you think what they want. So I'm gonna go ahead and overrule the objection, not give a curative instruction. I don't think the jurors, I already said it once to them, but I'll tell them again, this officer, this witness here is not instructing them on the law. I get to do that. So that'll be my ruling.
may I ask for some clarification here?
Yes, of course.
Here's what I'm struggling with, is that may I ask the court a question in terms of, I believe that Roy Bedard's answer to the question was inconsistent with the law on consensual encounters.
I already told the jurors, he's not here constructing the law.
I understand that, Your Honor, but I feel as though we are being hamstrung in presenting this information which we believe is relevant to the jury, that a citizen does have the opportunity to walk away from an encounter. And that's all that I'm asking of Roy Bedard. Roy Bedard has said there's no situation, only an officer's belief subjects a person to detention. And that's not what the law is, Judge.
So you're asking him to opine on the law?
No, I'm not asking him to opine on the law. I'm asking him to use his expertise in when he trains an officer. It would be inappropriate to train an officer that just upon a whim and belief, you can go up to a person and detain them and subject them to inquisitions. That's not what the law says. The law says you have to have a founded suspicion. And now he has testified to the jury that upon just my mere belief and hunch that I can detain you. Why can we not present a cross-examination on the fact that you have the ability to walk away?
Okay, my ruling, I think, is clear. What the president, when he trains people to do or not to do. At the end of the day, we're going to argue the law, we're going to charge conference, and we're going to argue those things to the jury based upon the instructions that I give. That'll be my ruling. We'll take a 15-minute break. All right.
I'm sorry about the sound. So they're going to do their morning break. Looks like. So what do you guys think? I think from reading the chat that Iris needs to take over because she knows more about it than I do. Look at this. Absolutely awesome. Awesome stuff. This is a weird break here. There's that. State of Florida. Okay, let me see. We're going to go to share this type of stead. This is where we are right now. No volume. This is the judge's feed, the feed that he's in control of. So that way you guys get an idea of when it's going to be back. I have opinions, nothing more. Try to be fair to both sides. Well, you know what, Eris, I try to be fair too. And if you're not doing anything this afternoon, you're more than welcome to come up here and be fair to both sides. Yeah, this is okay. So, sorry, trying to get my thoughts back together on where we are. So, remember the keyword I was talking about at the beginning of this trial? We had crime mapping. There's a article in all this is in Discord. There's an article in Discord about the crime maps, okay, and whether or not they're constitutional, whether they should be. What we're going to look at is whether or not Ozone's rights were violated before he violated the rights of Officer Rayner. Fourth Amendment, right to be safe in your persons, your papers, your person's papers. Like how I say that, I can't think of a good, clear way of saying unreasonable search and seizure. Gosh, man, the problem with saying unreasonable search and seizure for me is that I have a traditional thought of it, where you're talking about like that TV show where it's like, oh no, you can't come in. You have to have a warrant first. All that stuff. True. However, seizure is also your right to be able to walk away, like they're just discussing. So the defense is really picking this up all of a sudden. So we went from a defense that had no, I mean, there's very little objecting to anything. There's no cross examination. I mean, I had people asking me, is the prosecution running this for? I mean, like when the prosecution make a mistake, and you don't see the defense capitalizing on it. I had it kind of was like, is the prosecution running the defense on this too? And what you're seeing now is you're finally seeing that those law degrees come out. Okay, and I like this. I like this defense attorney. He's gonna. I think he's. I'm not too impressed with the prosecutor down there in Florida. He's aw shucks. He's like. I really expect him to start stuttering like Foghorn Leghorn. And I say, Doc. That's what he sounds like. He got his southern drawl from watching Foghorn Leghorn and Bugs Bunny cartoons. What's up, Doc? So anyway, I don't know. This guy is pretty cool so far. What we need is, how this kind of reminds me. Also, it's like you have like a sports game, any game, pick your magic, your flavor, and they have the stats and they have the player stats, and it's like, who is this person? What is their background? It's like, geez, I can't even think of anybody right now off the top of my head. Kamala Harris. Like Kamala Harris, University of Tennessee. It's so he'll say like what school he went to, as like they do is like running back or quarterback. It's oh, by the way, gosh, I forgot to. No, I'm already, my brain's already gone by Tennessee football now. I forgot to see how Dobbs did on his first NFL outing. But it's like quarterback for, was he with the Browns or did they trade him? We'll say the Browns. Quarterback for Cleveland Browns, Josh Dobbs, University of Tennessee. And it's like, you'll show him, he's standing there doing the little, like, whatever skit. He's got the ball and all that stuff. Like, we need that for the attorneys. If you guys can't hear Blue Dog, she is shaking her head. And she's doing that to aggravate me. She says she's not, but I know she is. Because she needs to have her ears cleaned out. By the way, dude, if you go to the store, you can find Q-tip brand Q-tips, and they're not $17. Kid you not, $17. Buy them. You can't find them at Sam's, and try to order them from Amazon, and they're $17 for a 3-pack. Anyway, now that I got that pointless rant out of the way, what do you guys think about today? I've got 2 screens of chaos going here. So I've got one here is of comments. Where's my finger? There it is. One here of comments, and one over here of comments. So that's why I'm going back and forth. On the right, I can pull one up. On the left, I can't, but I can see things better. At least me and the little ones yesterday to enjoy the very last day. What's the very last day? Oh, pool is closing today. Yeah, that's very sad. It's very sad. I love summertime. I hate the cold. I hate the winter. Hey, real quick here, so I didn't get to some of these. So Maggie Best, here is for your ad. Eat Pop Tarts to live long and prosper. Maggie Best still have the cutest avatar on the tubes.
Nice.
Thank you so much. And for everybody. Chris Mullin's been a member for 6 months. Volstorm's been a member for 8 months. And then Chris Mullins. So here's court funds. Pay your tickets, dummy. Chris Mullins, thank you so much. And you know what? Hang on a second. Let me line this sucker up right. Got it lined up right. You know you got this. But you got Chris Mullins, sexy and knows it. Guys, hang on a second. I'm going to have to do something with this dog. Coonhounds. They're cute. They're fun. You love them. Let me pull this back up. Let me take this down. Let me go over here and make sure I've got volume in case they come back. We do have volume. And there's movement in the courtroom. Let me go deal with the coonhound, and I'll be back, guys.
Bring the jury in. All rise for the jury. The jury is present and seated. You may be seated. You may be seated.
Thank you. Mr. Bedard, you testified before. You're a pretty busy guy, right? Traveling around the world testifying?
Yes.
Okay. And in connection with your job, have you ever had a moment to sit in your car and take a phone call?
Yes.
And you do a lot of training of police officers, is that correct? Right. Let me give you, and when you're training them, part of the training is you're giving them hypothetical scenarios, correct?
Yes.
And you're instructing them on how to deal with these potential scenarios that they'll come across in the real world, correct?
Yes.
So in the hypothetical training model, you're essentially defining the facts upon which the officer is being trained. Do you agree with that? I mean, you're setting a hypothetical. You're saying, here are the facts.
Yep.
How would you react to this
Yes.
fact? Okay. Would you agree with me, or let me ask you this, would you train your officers that if they saw a person sitting in their car, talking on the phone, that it would be appropriate to then go up and detain that person?
Detain.
Okay. It would be appropriate to go up and have a conversation with them, right?
Yes.
And when we talk about detention, we're talking about acting in such a way or doing something that makes a person feel as though they're not free to leave.
Yes.
And similarly, what you would also instruct your students in that scenario would be, if the only facts that you possess are a person sitting in their car, that person's free to walk away at any point in time.
If the officer commands them that they can't leave. So the person is not entitled to walk away if the officer says stop or forces them to sit down. They are only entitled to deal with that in court where they will find justly held by the lawgiver. That is not a street side decision. The person is entitled to make.
Okay. However, what you just testified to rests upon the qualification of if the officer has a well-founded suspicion. You agree with that?
So I think once again, I have to be careful because I'm not here to instruct the theory of law. I can tell you what we train law enforcement officers. Reasonableness is always part of the inquiry. So making a reasonable inference or reasonable belief, these kind of things which I don't think you included in this question, those are determined in the hindsight. An officer just needs to believe and to assume that it's reasonable. Now, he may be found later to be unreasonable because of the objective reasonable standard. But the subjective reasonable standard, if an officer does something, it's assumed that that belief to him at that moment is reasonable. And it can't be contested at the street level.
And you're instructing your students, obviously, to act reasonably towards members of the public, right?
Well, we instruct them in the criteria of what should be considered reasonable if they continue to follow the instructions of their training, they conform to training. But again, that's why we have courts, because we're not always correct about it. Sometimes an officer's actions are deemed unreasonable in court, but that doesn't invalidate necessarily the street contact.
Sure, and I appreciate that. I'm asking you from a training module perspective. You would agree with me that you would not instruct your students to make a command upon someone unless they had a reasonable suspicion that that person was engaged in a crime, about to be engaged in a crime,
Judge,
or
objection.
possessing some criminal contraband.
Judge, objection as to legal standard.
You would agree with me that you would not train your students to command someone to do something, whether it be sit down, stand up, or otherwise, unless they had a reasonable belief that that person was doing something wrong.
So we have to bifurcate that. For example, the crime of obstruction means you're not letting me do my job. And that happens suddenly. For example, if I'm investigating and you decide to stand up, push past me, run away, that's a separate crime. So that happens instantaneously. So the officer who first might be interviewed, so they might say something like, what's going on here? What's happening? Do you live here? Those kind of things. That's just inclusive. But if the person, not knowing what the officer has on his mind, decides to suddenly leave, and the officer says, stop, sit down, and the person refuses, we now have another crime. So there's probably cause for that crime.
Correct. But in order to get to that point, in order to make the command, you have to have a reasonable suspicion that somebody is doing
Judge,
something.
I'm gonna object as to legal standard again.
You know, he's now talked about the crime of obstruction that has elements to it that is germane to the collective. Sure, the issue is this, and respectfully, I think that you're overcomplicating. If an officer makes a command.
Object is argumentative and disrespectful to the witness.
Sure. If you're making a command on a citizen, you can't just do that for any reason that you desire, right?
That's correct.
Okay, so the reason that you would command a citizen is because you are, let's agree on this baseline, about to do some investigation, right?
Yes.
Okay. And if you're going to do some investigation, then you would possess some knowledge that the subject of your investigation is potentially engaged in some wrongdoing.
Potentially engaged, yes.
Okay. And I think that we can agree that the standard of potentially engaged is a good faith basis to believe that. Can we agree with that?
Yes, sir.
All right. And when we're talking about a good faith basis to believe something, let's advance the video forward just a little bit here. Okay. I think before in your testimony, we'd agreed that, at least in this portion of the video, from what you using your expertise, we don't see anything criminal going on right here in this story, correct?
No, not overtly.
And I'm just going to advance it for a few seconds.
How's it going? Do you live here?
And now I've advanced it just a second or so. Okay. Same situation. Same question to you. You would agree that there is no, we're just talking about just what you see using your expertise in the video. There's no discernible criminal activity going on in this picture right here.
There could be, but I can't see it.
Okay. And you are seeing, just as everybody is seeing, a very good representation of Jason Rayner's vantage point when he's walking up to this vehicle.
Well, I'm only seeing, I'm not smelling, I'm not hearing, I mean, there are things that Jason Rayner would have to his advantage, like there's on a two-dimensional, impoverished video for his body camera.
Sure, and I appreciate that response. There's audio on this video as well, is there not?
Yes.
Okay. Do you agree with me that in the contents of the video that we've played thus far, there's nothing that is audibly apparent that is criminal in nature?
I would agree with that.
And just while we're on this car here, you would agree that Mr. Rayner doesn't shine his flashlight or go over to the side of the passenger side of the vehicle, right?
He does not.
Okay. And in training your law enforcement students, I'm sure that you encourage them to hone their powers of observation, correct?
Yes.
Because just as it's important to use those to, I guess, apply your proactivity to those deserving of suspicion, you don't want to capture people that are undeserving of suspicion. Would you agree with that?
You have to operationalize capture. You mean
Okay.
see somebody or to?
I think that was poorly worded, but to the extent that's reasonable, you do not want to apply suspicion to someone who is undeserving of suspicion.
I think that's correct.
So, in doing so, an officer is relying on things like BOLOs, correct?
Yes.
Okay. I'm sorry, Your Honor. And in a BOLO, it can come over the dispatch, right?
Yes.
It can come through the email.
Yes.
It can come from another officer just telling you something.
Yes.
If an officer has a BOLO that contains a picture of a vehicle, you would agree that you would instruct your students to pay careful attention to the way that that vehicle appears.
No. Yes, I mean, I think
more broadly speaking, there are so many different types of vehicles that I wouldn't expect them to be expert in all of the nuances between, for example, models or of a make, or a particular make. So, I mean, there would be a degree of reasonableness and time. I mean, there's actually a way of training people to be expert in birds and cars and things like that, but it involves mind-numbing hours of observing a certain vehicle, perhaps hundreds of times, to be able to identify those nuances. So law enforcement officers are trained to look, for example, in this case, silver Honda.
May I just get back to a much more simpler issue, which is that,
Can you just ask that the witness be allowed to answer the question?
sorry, I apologize, were you finished with your
So
answer?
that would be the starting point, silver Honda, right? So then we have to figure out, perhaps with the make, is that would be the next thing. If you have time to do it. In this situation, I think it would be very difficult for an officer to see the makes okay.
I don't mean to interject, but I think that going a little
All
bit
that and I
beyond
didn't get a
the
refill.
scope of the question. The question was just a general one in terms of powers of observation, so it,
Yeah, well, that's where I was heading with this. The powers of observation.
Thanks, Rabbit. When I'm gone,
broad
I do
terms.
great.
So the first thing is silver Honda. Then we're gonna look for make. Then we're gonna look
again,
at.
I don't mean to be rude, I'm not asking anything specific, I was just asking about a training model in general. Can we agree that
Is the
you're
witness
training
being
an officer
outside
to
of
use
the
their best
witness?
reason, their best observations to distinguish between a vehicle identified in a bolo and a vehicle that they see on the street?
Yes.
Okay. And with respect to the evidence in this particular case,
Is this
you agree with me
prejudicial?
that among the items that you reviewed were states of the cause, correct? And when a reasonable officer, in looking at this vehicle, would be able to see. This is State's Exhibit 5, the bolo that we spent all day Monday talking about, okay? And would you agree with me that there is
I thought we talked about
a
Ebola.
feature on the roof of the vehicle?
Yes.
Okay. Would you agree with me that upon a rear look at this vehicle, one can observe the taillights in the vehicle?
Yes.
Okay. And those taillights extend all the way from probably the midsection of the hatch all the way up to the top?
Yes.
Okay. Similarly, there are observable on both sides of the vehicle door handles, correct?
Yes.
Okay. You would agree with me that a vantage point as exists here would allow a person in the same position to see portions of the back lights?
I don't know. I don't know what the officer will see. Again, because of the darkness and the angle that he's coming in. And what he's looking at, remember, he's attending to the driver. He hasn't quite gotten to the vehicle yet.
And you would agree with me that what you're seeing in the video is inconsistent with the way that an officer would approach a high-risk vehicle?
If the officer knew this was a stolen vehicle, they would have probably stayed back and conducted what we call a high-risk stop or a felony stop.
So we can agree that the actions that we see in this vehicle are inconsistent with Rayner acting upon suspicion that this is a high-risk vehicle?
No, I wouldn't agree with that. I think there's an entry point to figuring that out, and that is immersive. And that's what we're saying.
Okay. Would you agree that it appears to you that he's not sure if this is a stolen vehicle or not, because that's not how we train officers to deal with stolen vehicles and high-risk stops?
Objection, Judge. Speculation as to what Officer Rayner's thinking.
Okay. Have you had an opportunity to view this video extensively? And in connection with your view of this extensive view of the video,
Still
you
dealing
have
with
rendered
dogs.
certain opinions about the police
Tell me what I
tactics
missed.
that are observed in the video. All right. And you have provided prior testimony concerning your observations of the tactics employed in this video.
Yes.
And you've, on a previous occasion, given testimony specifically on the procedure utilized to approach this vehicle.
Yes.
Okay. And in connection with that, you would agree, you said, it appears that he is not sure if this vehicle is a stolen vehicle or not. That's not how we train officers to deal with stolen vehicles, high-risk stops.
That's right.
Okay. So, what we're seeing in the video is inconsistent with how you would train an officer to deal with a high-risk vehicle, correct?
No.
Okay. Do you remember having your deposition taken?
22.
And that was on August 24th of 2023. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. And for the record, I'm looking at page 27, line 24, over to page 28, line 3. Would you agree with me that I'm handing you the deposition of Roy Bedard taken on August 24, 2023?
Yes.
Okay. Can you please read from lines 24 on page 27 to page 28, line 4, and to yourself, and please let me know when I'm done. Okay. Now, previously, before I handed you the deposition transcript, you disagreed with this question, which was, it appears to me that he's not sure if this is a stolen vehicle or not. That's not how we train officers to deal with stolen vehicles, high-risk stops. Do you agree that the words that I just recited were the exact words that you stated under oath on August 24, 2023?
Yes.
Thank you. In the video, you don't see a flashlight directed to the passenger side of the vehicle, correct?
No.
Advancing the video a few more seconds.
Do you live here?
What's going on?
Okay. You would agree that when Officer Rayner approaches the open driver's side door of Othal Wallace that he does not introduce himself. He doesn't say, "Hi, my name is Officer Rayner."
That's correct.
You'd agree that as we advance the video further, Mr. Wallace asks several questions of Mr. Rayner as to why he's being inquired upon.
Yes.
Okay. And you would further agree that at no point in time does Officer Rayner indulge Mr. Wallace in the questions that he is asking.
I'm going to object.
Is the court ruling that I can't ask him what's going on in the video?
I ruled that the video is best evidence.
Okay. Do you ever hear Jason Rayner respond to Othal Wallace's questions in the videos?
Objection, Judge.
You know what I mean? So we've been asking about what's been observed in the video. I guess I'm just confused as to the difference between that and whether he shined a light.
If you can rephrase the question,
Okay. Do you ever hear in the video Jason Rayner respond to Othal Wallace's questions?
Objection, Judge.
the video is best evidence.
Thank you. Mr. Bedard, you would agree with me that in the best evidence of the video, Mr. Rayner does not reply to Othal Wallace.
Son of a gun.
He does reply, but he replies with a question, which is inappropriate.
And you would agree in this particular, this is not the best frame, maybe advance it for a second, but
How's it going?
you would agree that the video also depicts Mr. Rayner making no stops from the exit of his vehicle directly to the side of Othal Wallace's vehicle.
Makes no stops. I mean, he doesn't pause at the outside of the door before he goes to the inside. No, it looks like he is positioning himself for the unexpected.
And just in a few moments, we've seen the video a lot of times, this is probably a good depiction of it, but in just a few moments, you would agree the video shows Mr. Wallace go and approach the small gap between the door and this red car, correct?
Judge, I'm going to object. That's an improper statement. It's not a few moments, it's a few seconds.
Okay. In instructing your students in police training, if you were going to discuss a manner in which an officer could detain an individual, would you agree that one of those circumstances would be to position the officer's body in between the only means that the citizen can freely move?
If you're detaining them, yes, that would be one way of doing it.
Okay. And you would agree that what we see in the video is a red car here?
Yes.
Okay. A door that's open here, and a very short window between the opening of the door and the red car.
Yes.
And then you see Mr. Rayner position himself in that only small opening there, correct?
Yes.
And you've been in several parking lots in connection with your law enforcement duties.
Yes.
Okay. You would agree with me that what's depicted here is consistent with a very small space between an open door and this car here, the red car.
Yes.
Unable for a human being to get through without either the person moving or the door being closed.
That's right.
Additionally, in this video, we have a large amount of shrubbery from the back.
Yes.
It would not be reasonable to assume that a person in the same situation could leave through the back.
Not sure that's true.
Okay,
There's a lot of evidence of people going over that fence.
sure. Certainly, you'd get cut up and it would be difficult.
I don't know if you get cut up or not. I mean, it seems to be a popular way to get into this complex.
Have you ever been around?
Clumsy, we're gonna have a
Have you ever
break
been
here in a
around
second.
Palmettos in Florida? You ever walk through the woods?
Yeah.
You can get pretty cut up with those, can't you?
Can, sure.
All right. So when Mr. Rayner walks up to this point of the open car door, he has blocked Mr. Wallace's ability to freely leave from his vehicle.
I would think that that's true.
Okay.
Yes.
And now we've kind of gone, I think we're 4 seconds into the video right now. In the previous 3 seconds, you've agreed with me that there were no observable items of criminal activity in the video, correct?
In the video, no, but I don't know what's going on in Rayner's head, I guess. But I can't see anything, none of us can.
I don't understand this at all. I've
And
never
I'm
seen
sorry,
the
I didn't
witness
mean to
outside of
interrupt
the
you.
witness
As we
box
are
with the
here
attorney going
now,
face to
4
face
seconds
like
into the
this.
video, right before
If I
Mr.
was a
Rayner
witness, I'd be like, I'm not
first
an
decided to agree that
attorney.
there's still
Why am I
no-
out here? Why are you questioning like this? I'm
I'm
uncomfortable.
not sure. You talking about before he gets to the door?
No, sir, I'm asking you, let's just start with 4 seconds into the video.
You'd have to probably put me there. I'm afraid I
Okay,
don't.
we're at sure thing, we're at 4 seconds of the video. You agree that I'm pointing at 4 seconds? Okay, and you would also agree with me that if you're using your 40 years of expertise, you can't see any observable violation of the statute in this frame.
I can see what his hand can see. I can't see what he can see. So he may, for example, have seen something in his hand that he thought was narcotics. I don't know. And he's not here to ask, obviously, so I can't tell you what his thoughts were. I would like to ask him that. But to your question, on an impoverished two-dimensional video, I can't see any sign of criminality.
And you mentioned before that you can't see Othal Wallace's hands in this video, correct?
I can't see that.
Okay, and the vantage point of this video is from a camera that's mounted on Jason Rayner's chest.
Yes.
Okay, so if you can't see his hands in the video, right?
I cannot.
Okay, so if you can't see the hands in the video, it would be unreasonable, if you were using this as a training module, to then say to your students, based upon what you can see in this video, you can make an assumption about what is in someone's hands?
Well, the video is not what Rainer's operating from. He's operating from his eyes, which are all the time. And he's seeing into that vehicle? I don't know. You should be able to tell us that, but I don't know that answer. I have to only gather what I get from the testimony.
We'll advance it forward just a second.
Do you live here? What's going on? Sit down, sit.
This is
Wrong. I just would like to show you what's been, I believe it's a composite exhibit. 31 people say there were some photographs taken. You looked at some photographs that were taken of the interior of my client's vehicle? Okay. You reviewed those in consideration of your testimony here, did you not? Okay. And as a law enforcement officer, as an expert who travels all around the world, you're probably familiar with what a switcher suit is, correct?
Yes.
Okay. In connection with your direct testimony to the jury, were you provided that picture of a switcher suit in my client's video?
Judge, can I object in the sidebar?
Yeah.
Yeah, let's have another sidebar. I hate that. So, okay. Where do we go? Where do we go? There it is. Hey, there's Ozone. Yo, Ozone, give me 5. Give me 5, Ozone. Come on, brother. Give me 5. Get out of my way, bailiff. Ozone! Ozone! Well, Ozone didn't give me 5. I realized that it's the other way. I'm so stupid. You know what? I'm going to unflip my mirrors. That's the key there. Watch that. Boom. Boom. Boy, that looks weird. Well, that's not Ozone. Yo, Ozone. Ozone. Ozone, give me 5. Ozone. Hey, Ozone. Come on, man. Give me 5. Man. Ozone doesn't care. He's thinking about what he's going to be doing later on. Anyway, guys. Oh, yeah. Hey, Clumsy. Welcome to the chat.
I think we got a super chat. I think we got a super chat.
Okay. And my question is simply this.
Clumsy, is this a throb cop?
Previously, during your direct examination, were you asked about the It is an address. I believe it's part of Exhibit 30. Exhibit 30. Were you asked about this photograph in your direct examination?
Can somebody please put Clumsy's stuff up? You guys, if you don't know about Clumsy, please go over check out her channel. Love Clumsy.
We see, you would agree that Mr. Rayner's hand is upon Mr. Wallace's shoulder, or at least approaching it in this particular frame.
Yeah, it was.
I don't know if he's touched it, but it is.
Yes, sir. Can you sit down on?
Do you have a good recollection of the video, how it transpires from here to its conclusion?
Pretty good, yeah.
Do you agree that there is not a time, as we move forward in the video, where Mr. Rayner ever releases his grasp from Mr. Wallace's?
So that's where they are on the photo, on the video. Give you guys an idea.
That's the problem with two-dimensional videos, is they lack depth, so I can't tell you this
Not a throb cop. So I gotta get my, I don't know.
Do you live here, yes or no?
What's going on, though?
What about this guy?
Charlie 777.
Nah,
Is
back
he a
up.
throb cop?
Stop.
In this particular video, in this particular still shot of the video at 2050, you would agree with me that you see Jason Rayner's arm? Yes. You see his hand?
I want to point out
You see
that
his hand grasped around Mr. Wallace's
not a throb
shirt.
cop was followed by trigger warning. Somebody wants to keep her cop to herself.
I would object as to.
Do you agree that Mr. Rayner has not let his grasp go of Mr. Wallace's shirt?
Objection, Judge.
Clumsy babe, I love you. You know that. You're pinned at the top of the thing.
Is there a method
Chat.
of training that you can point to which involves grabbing a citizen by the back of their clothing such that it restricts their breathing into their neck?
Oh, we're going back to we're heading back to where's that place? Minnesota. Minnesota.
I appreciate that response, sir.
I don't
My
like this
question
at
to you
all, the way
very
it looks.
specifically was, can you think of, in your line of expertise in training your police students, is there a procedure that involves grabbing a citizen by the back of their clothes, restricting their ability to breathe?
You're making that part of the procedure. The difficulty in breathing would be incidental to the.
Sorry, I didn't mean to play that.
In many
Yeah, there we go. Now I can watch it.
procedures where we are doing control holds involve grabbing oftentimes clothing.
And we talked a little bit before about commands to a citizen. And let's talk about the other side of that in terms of compliance. So you would,
There we
you
are.
would teach your officers that if they are, acting upon some reasonable, belief, that a person has to obey the commands. They have to comply.
Oh, that messes me up.
I mean, there are some considerations. For example, if an officer is unreasonably using deadly force, a person does not have to comply and be killed. But short of that, yes, individuals are required by statute and officers are taught that, to comply with their commands, right or wrong. And as I said, the rightness and wrongness is usually determined in a tribunal setting.
Sure. And a component to your training of police officers is kind of how to manage the human factor of stress in the moment, right?
Yes.
Okay. And stress has a physical manifestation. Do you agree with that?
I do.
Heightened breathing,
Yes.
inability to concentrate,
Yes.
inability to articulate oneself.
Sometimes.
Decision-making can be impaired in many regards.
Yes, I mean, if I can just break.
Yeah, this is the defense's
There are many
witness,
levels of
isn't it?
stress Where none of this is impaired.
I forgot about that.
The arousal is, those things can happen. It doesn't happen to everyone at the same time. Those are certainly artifacts of stress. When you see somebody experience the fact that
Thank you. And I think what we can both agree upon is the reason why you need to train law enforcement officers to manage those emotions is because
I don't think I have
without
the
training,
throb cop
human
up
beings
here.
are going to be susceptible to have those emotions overcome them in a stressful situation.
it's possible. I mean, some of it's
Whoops.
personality oriented, but yes, we assume that we're training officers to a standard, and that standard applies to all of them.
Sorry,
So if a citizen
Clumsy,
doesn't
I don't have throb cop up
such
there.
training, they're potentially not equipped with the tools to deal with the stressful environment.
Doesn't.
And before you had mentioned that I think as society, we universally accept that police officers are vigilant protectors of the community. Did I accurately characterize your testimony before?
I don't know, but I'd agree with that statement.
Okay. So it's your testimony before the jury that every single person in the community except
Just for
law
clumsy.
enforcement officers are vigilant protectors of the community?
Judge, I'm going to object. That's the speculation. That's not what was said.
Would you train your officers when they're going into, let's say, for instance, a high crime area, that the officer should have an expectation that the citizens that they may encounter will view them as vigilant protectors of society?
Do I think that the community at large, and I don't like to speak in extremes, I mean, I'm a scientist, so there are always outliers and there's always.
I'm a scientist.
Wouldn't be something, but I think collectively, the community does agree that proactive policing is important.
I'm a scientist.
I'm a lawyer.
Yeah, and proactive policing is often applied to the most impoverished areas of our communities. Would you agree with that? Right.
This is the big one, guys. This is the article you need to read. It's in the Discord chat.
Your Honor, I think you can sit down. Thank you for pointing that out. No, Your Honor.
Crime mapping and the Fourth Amendment.
I'm sorry?
I'm happy to move it back now if you'd like to. You want to move it back now? Crime happens in affluent communities.
Yes.
Crime is committed by all peoples of all races, of all creeds, of all beliefs.
Yes.
And you talked a lot about your instruction of your police students that the proactive policing model is the appropriate one, correct?
Appropriate to what?
It's a very important part of policing.
Yes, I agree with that.
Right. Yet we are applying this proactivity in a way which we both agree is only targeting a certain portion of the population.
I don't agree with that.
Okay. Well, before, a few moments ago, I think we agreed that rich people commit crimes.
Yes.
Black people commit crimes.
Yes.
White people commit crimes.
Yes.
Gay people, straight people.
The relevance of this?
Sustained.
What's the relevance?
There's a limit to proactivity, though, correct?
Yes.
Just because an officer wants to be proactive doesn't give them the ability to go and make a command upon someone.
No, the ability to be proactive is sort of a general theme. The commands would come from specific information that's derived from being proactive.
And you would agree with me that one's mere presence in a high crime area does not subject them to commands and required compliance with the law enforcement.
I'm going to object, Judge, just a legal conclusion.
Overrule, answer it if you can.
I can tell you what we train officers to do. Hypothetically, mere presence is not sufficient for a person to be stopped just because they happen to be in some particular location.
In terms of location, you gave an example before about kind of where there are aberrations of the baseline. Do you recall that bit of testimony?
I do, yes.
Okay. And I think the example that you gave was the church on Sunday morning, right?
Yes.
In the church on Sunday morning, the baseline for that, you know, assuming that they hold services on Sunday morning, would be a room full of people, right?
Yes.
Perhaps a message going on or a song going on.
Yes.
Okay. And you can apply that baseline to other places like a parking lot, right?
I'd apply the baseline everywhere, yes.
Sure. So,
Guys, check out the
things
link
that
I
you'd
just put in there if
expect
you
to
want
see in a
to
parking
learn a little bit
lot
more about the Fourth Amendment.
to a apartment building would be cars, correct?
Yes.
You're going to leave this as the most intelligent people on
Sometimes.
YouTube today when it
depends
comes
on-
to Fourth
we
Amendment.
get into the
and-
hour, we get into if it's a high
crime
crime
mapping.
area, things like that. So I think there are other factors that go in besides just the fact that there are cars and there are people who typically drive them.
Okay. And I think
There are people that typically drive cars.
you have characterized Mr. Othal Wallace as being suspicious just because he was in that vehicle.
I'm not sure I did that.
You're not characterizing just Othal Wallace's mere presence in that vehicle as being suspicious.
So again, I'm not privy to all the information that the officer had. I think the officer thought he was suspicious because he decided to exit his vehicle. Now, he could have been there.
You need to stop there. We need to remain objective.
It's assumptions.
That's objective. Right.
I'm just asking for your objective opinion. I mean, you've been called here to render an opinion by the state of Florida. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you would agree with me that you believe that that individual in the vehicle would cause a minor amount of suspicion. What are you doing there? It's dark. You're all alone. What's happening?
Judge, I'm going to object as to specifics in this case.
Might I ask for a legal basis beyond specifics to the case?
Oh, sidebar. So, Andrew Ferguson is the one that has that article. I put the link. The last link should go to a copy of that law journal. If not, it's in the Discord. Y'all, please read over it. Get an idea about it. Read over and we'll have a discussion about it. You know what? I just thought about something. We need more discussions. We need more understanding of things. And I ought to I'd like to get somebody on that is smarter than me to talk about this stuff. That'd be a good one with MLS and MG Law. Oh, that'd be a really good one. Pick a topic, pick a day, and then we stream it.
May I proceed?
You testified before that Mr. Wallace was startled.
He appeared to be startled to me.
And certainly, you would advise your criminal law enforcement students to take into account the way in which a citizen
Rabbit, I think you'll
would
really be impressed.
react to
Really
their
good.
actions, right?
No, it's not true.
You're not.
Speak on.
That's not true.
Well, maybe I probably asked a poor question. Maybe let me ask it this way. Wouldn't you agree that in connection with your lectures, you would tell your officers you need to be observant of the people that you're dealing with, right? You would observe their behavioral cues.
Yes.
Okay. And certain cues that you're looking for could potentially suggest involvement in criminal behavior.
It's possible.
Okay. And you have things that people can do with their hands that might suggest criminal behavior.
Yes.
Things that people can do with the way that they're speaking that might be consistent with criminal behavior.
Yes.
Okay. And there are ways that a person would act if they are being falsely suspected of something. Do you agree with that?
Object, it's just speculation outside the scope of the direct.
I'll let him answer. Answer the question.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think an officer would know if they're being falsely accused of something. I mean, for example, if it's a approach to Mr. Wallace because maybe Rayner has in his head that maybe this is a medical emergency, or maybe he's operating behind the wheel of a car because he's intoxicated. I mean, I don't know what he's thinking. But approaching him is not inconsistent with police training. Approaching him, talking to him, finding out what's going on, trying to develop a baseline for the parking lot at that moment, I think was appropriate. That's exactly what we would train officers to do.
But certainly you would agree with me when you're teaching your students, you would never tell them, officers in training, it is completely reasonable for you to think that if you go up to someone and falsely accuse them of something that they will have no negative interaction towards you at all. They wouldn't be startled, they wouldn't be scared, they wouldn't be frustrated.
Does someone object as to speculation of someone reacting?
Overruled. You can answer if you can.
So again, I take some exception with the idea of reasonable because I think that is a judgment call after the fact. That being said, it is appropriate for officers to approach people, and we do tell them that sometimes their behavior is unpredictable, particularly when we pull cars over. Sometimes people get all panicked when they're behind the wheel of a car. They may not go to the side of the road like we expect. They may cut across lanes, who knows? So I think officers are cued in on the idea that an approach to somebody will have some consequence in their reaction. What that consequence is unpredictable until it happens. But if it's consistent with criminality, law enforcement officers are also trained to recognize that.
So confronting someone who's doing nothing wrong might result in an unpredictable response.
Yeah, I would say that's true.
Nothing further.
Thank you. Redirect. Say it again. Oh, yeah, that's fine. It's okay.
I don't have any questions at all.
All right, can you
Yes, sir.
fix the screen? All right. May the witness be excused. State.
Yes, sir.
Defense.
No,
Okay, you're released from the subpoena. Thank you very much.
Boy,
All right,
he's
State, call your
gonna
next witness.
he's gonna get in his car and he's
Yes.
gonna haul ass out of town, and he's not gonna stop till he's out of the county. Then he's gonna start taking back roads. He's gonna be like, I don't want the police to find me. He's gonna turn his cell phone off. He's like, I'm not coming back. That sucked. That was the worst. What did he get? $4,500 for that? I could handle it for $4,500. I would sit there and be like, yeah, dude. Oh, we lost volume. What happened?
This is a procedural stop that I have to take at this moment. I'm going to ask you to step into the jury room, please. All rise in the jury.
Procedural stop.
Be 5 minutes, okay? Be back here in 5 minutes.
A procedural stop. That's what, when you're a judge, that means you have to use the bathroom. It's called procedure. They teach you that in law school. Not right away. It's like the, I don't know, about 9-10 weeks into it. After they have the first mixer, and you come to class kind of dehydrated. You're like, I gotta go to the restroom. I don't know if I'm allowed to or not, because you're back in kindergarten, and you have a procedural issue. Sounds good, doesn't it? All right, let's see what you guys say. This judge kind of looks familiar. He's Italian, first of all. And so when I see him, you know, and I hear him and don't pay attention, you know what I hear? Leave the gun. Take the cannolis. Dragon Man's in the chat. What's happening, my bud? Good morning. I really don't like the defense attorney. Is it his hair? Is it that swooping, the seagull hair? I don't think the witness helped the defense much. It was a setup. It was a bold bold move. He knew what he's getting into. He wanted him up there to be like, well, I don't know. It looks like the prosecution should have objected to a bunch of stuff. Because they were like, they're sitting there going, I say. Oh man, I need to get some good Foghorn Leghorn jokes. Sweet Misery True Crime. Hey babe, how you doing? Boy, I'll tell you what, this right here, say the Michael Malloy show is so impressed with her. So, guys, check out Sweet Misery True Crime. That's a mouthful. That name is a mouthful. And, but when you get it said, it's like, oh, this is like a pretty cool thing. Sweet Misery True Crime. Hey, Sweet Misery, question. What is your latest topic? Just waking up. Man, you lucky kids. I don't think I've really gone to sleep yet. I blame T-Rex. He better be listening to me in his truck somewhere. I need that view, T-Rex. Hit that thumbs up. Sweet Misery, what are you going to be doing next? What topics are you covering over on your channel? Hang loose. I don't know what MP stands for on this. Person. Yeah, there's a lot of that. They try to make it, but the facts are the facts, man. You know what? Don't politicize life and death cases. Don't politicize our existence. We walk down, you know what? I'm a minority in my neighborhood. You know what? Doesn't bother me any. Doesn't bother me any. My best neighbors. Oh man, it is so cool. There's this one dude. He reminds me of James Earl Jones in Coming to America. You know, where like you had the flower girls, like as he walked. It just kind of reminds me that he is so proud to be American. He loves it. You can just tell he walks his chest. It sticks out. He loves. He's got his American cheeseburger stomach, but he walks so straight and tall, and he's got that real good English thick accent, you know, and he's smiling all the time. And one time, White Rabbit's like, "Man, he sure is happy. I like seeing him." I was like, "Well, wouldn't you be happy too if you didn't have to worry about lions jumping out and eating you?" You've put things in perspective. But yeah, you're just trying to be a person, a human being. That's why it's called common law. We all share this. These are rights given to us by our Creator. Doesn't have to be controversial. I didn't come in. I'm sorry. You're going 20 miles an hour with the speed limit. I must have pulled you over because you were XYZ chromosome, whatever. Who knows? No, it's not, man. It's written down on a piece of paper because men, women got together. They stood up as a collective voice for the communities. They went to buildings designated by taxpayers to come together and say, this is what we need as a collective voice. We control all the money. We're going to give the money to the power of the executive branch to make sure that the needs and the wants of the citizens are fulfilled. We like utilities. We like jails. We like walls around those jails, big walls, big, beautiful walls. It's not always a thing about just because of how you were born. My gosh, man. I mean, what are we? The 1776 did not happen because that was all about who you were born as. Oh, you could never be this because you weren't born to that Duke over there. Yeah, well, you saw what happened there. We got our own Dukes. It's called Bo and Luke.
All right, do we have a motion from the defense?
Yes, Your Honor.
Scoot on out of their way.
The defense will make a motion for judgment of acquittal.
8 p.m. Central, you are with...
As you know, it's more than a mere intent to kill. It must be a fully formed conscious purpose to kill. The purpose to kill must exist for a sufficient length of time to permit reflection as to the nature
No,
of
you're
the
not.
act
You're standing
to
here
be
watching
committed
this.
and the probable
I
result
need
of
that sassy mouth.
Based on the video, we can see that there was no premeditation. Mr. Wallace, all he did was react to a situation he was thrust into by the illegal activity of Mr. Rayner, and so therefore there was no premeditation. They're trying to get it in through some posts that were done almost a month prior to this incident. Those posts had absolutely nothing to do, nor were they any indication of Mr. Wallace's state of mind as to the time of the incident. As for the felony murder, it's evident from the video that Mr. Rayner was not acting in good faith, thereby making his actions unlawful. Based on Rayner's actions, Mr. Wallace had the authority to resist and defend himself because he felt that he was reasonably in danger, and therefore a JOA should be granted on that one as well.
Okay, a brief response.
Your Honor, as far as premeditation, the post before and after, as well as the video and what happened in that video, all established premeditation. The state has done that. Of course, in the light most favorable at this point as well. And as far as the right to use force, there's been no testimony at this point regarding that. I would say that there's excessive force. The video speaks for itself. The best evidence, and therefore the motion should be done.
All right, the standard of a review at this point in time is the court to view the evidence in the light most favorable to the state. Based upon that standard, I'm going to find that there's sufficient evidence for the jury to consider the case and render a verdict in this case, and then the state has proven a prima facie case at this point in time. The motion for judgment of acquittal is denied. Did you say you have something you're going to present or no?
Yes, Your Honor. Honor, we do, and just more for the record, not anticipating it being granted, but we would assert.
This
the
judge
record
has
motion
decided
to
we're
trial
gonna
based upon the court's denial.
vet everything.
At this time, in reference to the testimony of Mr. Ballard on our special hearing.
Okay, the motion for mistrial will be denied. The court's ruling stands.
In terms of the scheduling of things, yes, Your Honor, we do have some exhibits that we're going to present, and we may have some testimony as well.
Okay,
In terms of the timing, I would suspect maybe,
well, I'm going to keep going right now.
okay.
But because I may not get a chance, Mr. Wallace, we've had conversations about taking the stand or not taking the stands for 2 days now. And now comes the time where I have to ask you those questions, whether or not you've had the opportunity to discuss the decision as to whether or not you want to testify or you don't want to testify with your lawyers. Have you done that? And have you given thought to whether or not you want to testify or you don't want to testify? And have you made a decision whether or not you want to testify or you don't want to testify? And what is your decision? You want to testify. Now, you remember, we had this discussion that
Oh,
previously
boy.
you had been,
Get your popcorn.
I told you that you'll be able to tell the jurors, you know, what you want to say, but that you'll be vigorously cross-examined. You understand that?
Holy cow.
Okay, and then you made that decision freely and voluntarily, correct? Did anybody threaten you or force you or coerce into making that decision? Did anybody promise you anything for making that decision? Okay. I'm obviously, you're not under the influence of any alcoholic beverages or
Gotta be
controlled
after
substances.
lunch, man. Don't start it
Okay,
now.
then I respect your decision. Oh,
Dogs
it's
open the
okay.
door.
The court reporter took down the answers. So that microphone you have to push down to talk in order to pick up the PA. That's okay, that's fine. The court reporter took the answers. All right, so we ready for the jury?
Your Honor, just maybe proceed.
Guys, I'm putting into the chat a link to the Department of Justice premeditated murder. You know, first degree and second degree. Try to give you an idea of what the mens rea is.
I don't know. Is there objections?
I don't know what they're referring to, if I just tell them.
Yeah.
And two photographs. And all the still. No, we didn't. Your Honor, just for the court's edification here, we have the body worn camera audit trail, which we've talked about. We certified that. There's been something else authenticated through Mr. Kyle's. I believe there's some objection to that. We have two photographs that we believe were authenticated. We can move those in. I don't believe there's an objection. We also have still shots, frame-by-frame stills, which by stipulation we're agreeing to admit. And I think the only matter of contention is our desire to introduce body-worn camera footage from Amanda Dickens, essentially 30 minutes, an hour before the interaction on video with Othal and Jason Rayner. And in that video, she has a with Mr. Rayner. They don't talk at all. The purpose of providing some more information on the bias and credibility of the testimony of Ms. Dickens, where she said at a prior time she was very certain that it happened at this trespass location, and the video shows otherwise. As in terms of the relevance, that would be the relevance ground. In terms of the admissibility, we believe that she has not only authenticated it when she was testifying, but also we have it under this concern.
Okay.
Judge, two things. First off, Officer Dickinson, she already admitted that she didn't make that statement at that time. So there's no extrinsic evidence is admissible. Once a witness admits on the stand that they made a mistake or they lied or they were inconsistent, you can't put any evidence in. So that's the first hurdle you can't get past. Secondly, it's all hearsay, Judge. It's just conversation with her and Officer Rayner. But Officer Dickinson already admitted it.
Okay. Well, it's not hearsay. It's not offered to prove the truth of the matter asserted. So that doesn't fly.
And there's no statements on the video, Your Honor. There's no, that's the point
Okay, well, I mean, are we going to play 30 minutes of nothing?
It's 30 seconds to a minute of video.
Oh, okay. I'll overrule the objection if you want to.
I'm sorry, Judge, even though the witness has already admitted she didn't say it at that point?
I think they're entitled to show proof that, they're consistent with their position. That she didn't say it, at least on that one instance. I don't know what other instances there are. You're free to argue. There might have been another instance, another communication, whatever it might be. That's argument for the jury. But I think they're entitled to put whatever they want to do to demonstrate that at least in that one instance, there was no communication regarding the stolen vehicle. I think that's what it shows, right?
She's already admitted that on stand, though. So you can't put in extrinsic evidence once a witness admits it. Unless the case that states differently, all the case law is clear. Once a witness admits on the stand to it, you can't put extrinsic evidence to prove it.
Okay.
So that's exactly what they're doing.
I'll allow it. Thank you. Anything else?
Just,
So that's the only objection, correct?
Yes, sir.
The rest of it is stipulated too?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
yeah, just procedurally, Judge, I don't think we have a desire at this point in time to actually publish that to the jury. We just wanted to see if the court had any issue with that. We go on the record, admit those, and then we take it.
Out of fairness to the jurors, at least say, admit this item and then stipulate to, what it may depict. So they know what to look for. Otherwise, I don't know how many items of evidence are we up to now? But,
That's exactly what I was asking, Judge.
okay, well, but there's an agreement as far as what it might be in there. I mean, sometimes the description becomes objectionable too.
And I know this is exactly why I brought it up, because I don't think it would ever be appropriate for an attorney in this context to argue to the jury. All that I wanted to say was, the defense at this point in time, by virtue of stipulation, admits this piece of evidence, which is the Axon audit trail.
That's fine.
Something to that effect. I just wanted to make sure that was okay.
That'll be fine, okay? Obviously, the description is something that is inconsistent with what you believe it is. You're welcome to stand up and I'll allow you to say it, okay? Anything else? We're ready for the jury?
Hold on.
Hold on.
We need to set up our computer. The state's taking away the one that was up here.
Set up your computer?
Yeah,
Okay,
We have a moment.
yeah.
Oh, the state took the computer. Oh, hang on a second here. LOL, my sassy mouth will be here a little while. My sassy brain may not. Yeah, you don't need a brain. Mike. Let me tell you how it's going. I'm ready for tomorrow night. I'm ready for Friday night. I'm ready to take my pants off. Mike, man, you know what I'm saying?
Judge, can we back on the
I'm ready
record
for
for a
some
moment while they're
dumb jokes.
Yeah.
I do have Mr.
Pretty
Vergara here.
girls,
I'd like to sit into the
cold
testimony for use of
drinks.
force expert and possibly call him rebuttal in reference to.
Tomorrow night, guys.
Okay.
9 p.m.
Thank you, sir.
Friday Night Live.
Defense, you have an objection to that?
No, I think
Thank
it's
you, Mike.
on.
Okay.
It's one. This is two. This is three. You want to do that first? Do we have these?
Let me know when you're ready.
Yeah, sure, if I could just get one.
Oh, crap. Where's something? I have to go close the door. The outside door. Blue dog knows how to open it up. Brown dog's laying here. That means the door downstairs is wide
Yes, sir.
open. The air conditioner's going right here.
Oh, take him. Bill, I'm sorry, Bill. Wait. They have to take, go ahead. He needs to go to the restroom, take him.
It's just his, Jay.
Wait, don't move the TV yet. Let him go to the restroom.
Hey, let him go to the restroom. Who's going to the restroom, by the way?
Just and then you just hit share the meeting, and then it'll just share your screen.
Oh, hey, what's on the screen?
Do you want to, in terms of playing the fast video, do you want me to show you? Because I mean, the version is in CD. I would just play the.
As long as you have the 15.
Well, let me finish.
The one you didn't, Andy send it to you?
Yeah, just okay.
Oh, the experts here, Pandy.
Oops. Sorry,
Wait,
my
don't move
bad.
the TV yet.
I will tell you all, the expert is the biggest freaking asshole ever.
Wait.
From Rabbit, the first
Wait.
installment toward my legal education
Well, it's
fund.
not that.
Thank you for the
Wait.
links. I'm trying to read and listen.
You just wait.
Joe is much better to learn from.
It's that until somebody trips and then there's a lawsuit.
I'm a lawyer.
Thank you, Rabbit. You know what, Rabbit? Thank you for coming over here and hanging out. That's what I do with my thing. Oh, you never want to hear that. Besides letting me give you a job to moderate.
You ready?
To go to the bathroom, I just need a
Go ahead,
moment to
look
find
at
this one video.
Ears, I really thought I ran you off. I was going to say something about it earlier.
I'm trying to find the proceedings clip.
Don't run away.
Do you I can make a copy of it for you if you need
Of
it.
a song if you do.
You need me to make a copy for you?
Yeah, that'd be the easiest thing.
You got this extra?
But I don't want to use it.
Okay.
Get out of there.
All right, and now you may move the TV.
Don't go away. Oh my gosh, I'm having way too much fun. Watchdog's back. How are you doing? The docket revealed that Othal had attended special education classes that his own lawyers presented. The process
Thank you.
would be intriguing.
Yes, sir.
Are we ready for the jury?
Not yet, Mr. Verbisco. I'm trying to get him a file, Judge.
Yeah, they are doing a lot of setting up, aren't they? So, oh man, this isn't even. Check this out. Is that live? Yeah. So check out this. I'm gonna share it with you guys real quick.
I don't have an extra.
Look what they're doing. TV's getting that. This judge is awesome. This judge put this up on his own website. Have you seen the judge's website?
It's not your porn stash.
Did he say it's not your porn stash? Did we just hear that? Oh, please tell me somebody clipped that.
Anything weird in there?
No, I don't think there's anything on here.
It's not your porn stash?
Make sure it's on
How's it going? Do you like it?
there. It's called Ozone on there.
All right. Thanks, man.
You're good?
Believe so, Your Honor. Let me just make sure that it transferred appropriately on here.
Here is the link to the judge's website.
Believe it did, Judge. Thank you.
Oh, I didn't see this. Oh, that'd be awesome. There may not be a tomorrow morning. I think there will be, but today's what they're calling for closing arguments. So if I have it right, and Florida's different, every state's different.
We're ready, Your Honor.
It
Okay,
should
bring the
be
jury in.
Ozone. And
Wait,
then
hold
they go
on.
Closing arguments.
Mr. Wallace,
Closing
when you
arguments, I'm gonna
step
get
up
pen-
here,
I'm gonna get pencils. I have an eraser.
Did you have any restriction, any? You don't have anything? Okay, thank you. Bring the jury in.
Both are equally as awesome.
All rise for the jury.
And we're going to get this one out of the way, too. Dennis Heaton. Tomorrow, Hispanic Heritage Month starts. I told my Hispanic wife that I'm taking her to Taco Bell.
The jury is present. You may be
She was not
seated.
amused.
The state has rested. Defense?
Base!
This happened-
That is hilarious. That is awesome. And she loves you. You know it,
Raise your right
man.
hand, please.
Do you swear to tell the truth in this proceeding, so help you God?
Yes.
You'll come around here, please.
Awesome. Holy cow.
Witness is seated, Your Honor. Make sure you speak loud and clear so the jurors hear what you have to say. You may proceed.
Good morning. Would you introduce yourself to the jury?
Yeah.
My name is Othal Wallace.
Here it is. Right down.
A-L-W-A-C-E.
And
Microphone just a little bit up. Sometimes it picks up your breathing, but
I'm good right here.
get close. Thank you.
Othal, where did you grow up?
I was born in Gainesville. Later, I moved to Daytona Beach, Volusia County. Then I stayed in the land for a while and moved to Broward County. Then I moved back to Daytona.
All right. And back on June 23rd of 2021, where were you living?
I was living in Daytona Beach,
And what was the address?
133 Kingston.
Okay. Now, were you working at that time?
Yes, I was.
Where were you working?
At the McDonald's off of Bevel Road in Daytona Beach.
All right. And back on June 23rd of 2021, did you work that day?
Yes, I did.
And what were your hours that day?
I was to open, so I went in about a little after 4:30 in the morning, 4:30 in the morning, and I got off shortly after 3:30, between 3 and 4.
All right. And after you got off work, what did you do?
I drove home as I always do.
And then did you stay at home the rest of the night, or what did you do?
Well, when I got home, I took a shower. I had to go see my other kids. I have 4 kids that reside in the Volusia County area, 2 that were where I was living, and 2 lived with them. My other kid's mom lived over in Daytona, so I had to go to see them in Daytona, and I was trying to split the time and share my time with all my kids.
And I probably should ask you, who all lived with you at 133 Kingston Ave?
My 2 daughters, should I say their name? Or?
You don't have to.
My 2 daughters and my girlfriend at the time, Taisha.
All right. And how long were you out seeing your other children?
I had left after I took a shower, so it was after like 4:30 or 5 maybe, and then I didn't come back until like a little after 8:30.
Okay. All right. And you've seen everything that, the video and everything. And obviously you were there, but, when you got home back to your apartment, what were you doing in your vehicle?
I was just sitting in my vehicle. I was listening to music. I'd taken a phone call, and I just went back to listening to music and just relaxing and smoking my cigar.
Were you ever aware of a vehicle pulling into the parking lot area?
I noticed lights because I was just sitting there, and it was fairly dim in the parking lot in the back at that time. So I was just sitting there, and I noticed the lights, and I didn't notice the vehicle just about until it was in front of me, like in front of my car.
Would it be safe to say you were preoccupied with what you were doing?
Yeah, I was just
getting
minding
high.
my business. I was
And at some point, did you notice Jason Rayner walking towards your vehicle?
I noticed the individual with a flashlight. I didn't know if it was Jason Rayner, but I did notice the flashlight, and it startled me a bit, and I was kind of like nervous and just caught off guard. So I was looked up to see what was going on.
And when you noticed the flashlight, where was it shining?
It was directly in my face. I was just about blinded from it.
From the time that you noticed the flashlight in your face to the time that Jason Rayner was
T-Rex.
at your vehicle, approximately how long did that take?
It was quick, like within seconds, almost I would say just about immediately.
And as Jason Rayner approached, what were you doing in your vehicle?
I had already
Smoking a
opened my
blunt?
door because I was prepared to get out the car as I usually do to go in the house. So I was just gathering all my things that I basically had stuff on my lap, and I was just kind of collecting and overseeing the car before I get out and just getting ready to go in the house. I already had the door open. So I had my leg out.
And so you had one leg out and you were starting to stand up, is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I was in the motion of getting out of the car.
All right, and as you were getting out, did you see Jason Rayner in close proximity to you at that time?
As I was getting out, by the time I made it to stand up, he was like just about he was like in the car door, in the area of the car door, and making
all
his
in my
way in
business.
between like the opening of the car and like me. You know what I mean?
At that point, how did you feel when he was standing in that area, I guess?
Like I said, I was already
I felt
like
warm
nervous and kind of
and
surprised,
tingly.
a little shaken up because I didn't know who it was, and I'm not, used to nobody approaching me back there. So I was nervous and confused a little, like
He snuck up behind me and wasn't used
caught
to
off guard.
anybody reaching up behind me like that.
And how tall are you?
5'7",
And was Jason Rayner taller than you?
about 4 or 5 inches. Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, when Jason Rayner was standing, I guess, between the car door and the car, did you feel at that time you were free to leave?
No, sir. It wasn't even space for me to leave at all.
But is that the only reason you didn't feel like you could leave is because of the space, or
No, I
is there
mean,
anything else?
I was shocked, and I realized like, he's right there, so I couldn't move. I was locked in, and I was kind of like, going off and what's going on with this situation.
Did you ever try to leave?
I did. When I stood up, I attempted to like, kind of move around, but he was right there so close, I couldn't go anywhere. So that's at that point. Can I go back a little bit, kind of in the past? Okay, I went to I'm a licensed security guard in the state of Florida, so I had taken.
As non-responsive to
Sustained.
Just why, I'd asked you about whether or not you felt you could leave or why you tried to leave.
Is it
Okay, well,
easy?
I couldn't leave. He was standing in the doorway.
Okay. And how many times did you try to leave during this incident?
I made 3 efforts to walk away, and it happens very fast. But and I'll try to explain. But I made 3 efforts, and that I can remember.
And did you ever find out as to why you were put in between your car door and your car and unable to leave?
Now, I never got an answer as to why I wasn't able to leave.
And as far as Jason Rayner's actions, was he asking you questions or what was going on?
I recall him saying something to the effect of, "Hey, how's it going? Do you live here?" And I was just like, "What's going on?"
Was it really dark at that time, or was it just becoming dark?
It was newly becoming dark.
Newly becoming dark.
While you're put in between your car and the door, what was going through your mind?
Like I said, I was already confused and caught off guard by the unsuspected presence of him in between my door, way like all of a sudden. So I was beginning to get scared, and it like immediately he began to like put his arms on me and stuff. So I didn't know what was going on. I didn't have an answer to my question, so I was confused as to like what's taking place in this situation here.
Why didn't you just sit down as you were instructed?
I didn't know what was going on, and I wanted to know what was going on, but I also do know my rights, so I felt that I had the freedom to leave.
And why didn't you just tell him that you live there?
I asked him a question to try to figure out what was try to get some insight of the context of what's going on, and I thought that it was a fair question being he's the law enforcement officer, so upon approach, I just asked what's going on. I never got an answer, but I just asked what's going on. I mean,
Was there ever any conversation between the two of you?
not besides my question and his demands. That was it.
And at what point did everything escalate?
It began to escalate at the point of when he started to put he had his hand on my shoulder, as you can see in the video, and when I made like an effort to kind of like shimmy my way between the space that I had to move and like where he had his hand, he put his other hand on my hand. That's when, like I say, I don't want to go into it, but I want to be able to explain why I held my forearm out. And that's something I learned in security school is when you want to make distance with somebody or create a space to move, if like anybody have ever seen like celebrities walking through a crowd of people, they have bodyguards and they kind of walk through with their forearm out, not in like a way to like hit anybody or cause force, but if you bump into the forearm, it's a safe barrier to kind of create that space. So that's what I attempted to do when I just kind of like held my forearm out to get, if you look on the video, the door is open and he's standing there. So if I can hold my forearm out, I can create a space where I can maneuver because I don't want to become physical with him. I'm just trying to kind of make my way out of this small space that was like, that I found myself in.
And at that point, were you fearful at all?
I was most definitely fearful because I didn't know what was going on. I hadn't had answers to my questions, and I was just trying to see like what's going to happen here. I never ever in my life been in that situation, and that was kind of like one of my worst fears is being in a situation like that in the dark with no witnesses, nobody to see what's going on, and nothing to like really bring any awareness to the situation.
And, Your Honor, we're going to play the video, and then I was going to ask if the court would allow for Mr. Wallace to come down here. And
Okay, we know what the exhibit is you're playing?
it's 12, I think. 12.
It's the real-time video, Your Honor.
Okay. You may step down.
Oh,
State's
what's
Exhibit
that one?
12.
How's it going? Do you live here?
Farther down here.
Do you live here?
What's going on?
Sit down. Sit.
Sir.
Can you sit down? I'll talk to you. Stop.
Come on now.
Sit.
Come on now. Don't do this.
Sit down.
Why are you asking me, do I
Sit
live
down.
here?
Do you live here? Yes or no?
What's going on though?
Who? Charlie 77.
Nah, back up.
Stop, man.
If we could back it up. Okay, right here's a good spot. At this point here, you testified earlier that the light was in your eye.
Yes.
What's going on right here?
All right, in this particular situation is when I noticed the light, and I'm a little confused. Like I said, I'm not used to people coming up to me at this time of night, and I was kind of just like caught off guard and a bit like shaken up. So I'm starting to become aware of this presence and is like garnering some type of emotion that would make me feel kind of scared. Like I was like.
Can we go to the point where the door is open and standing in front of it? Okay, at this point right here, explain, I guess, where you are in relation to Mr. Rayner, because obviously we can't see him.
Okay, well, just imagine like the hood of the car and the door and the driver's seat. At this point, I had just stood up. So when you get out of the car, you automatically turn side.
That's not, this guy did nothing.
Normal motion. So
Did
I'm
anything.
getting up, I'm turned sideways, face right here. And that's when you can see his arm on my shoulder and my hand, like, when I'm getting out of the car, my phone was on my lap, so it's kind of sliding down. I'm always aware of that. I cracked many phones by just standing up, so I always like kind of grab whatever's in my lap, and that's what I was doing. And in the picture, that's how, I shift my phone over.
And you said that his hand was on it. Was that just a soft touch, or was it a forceful touch, or what was going on?
This initial touch is what stopped my first effort to walk away. This is the first. If you see right, okay, I can't really see, the screen is big. Can I take this up?
Yeah.
Okay, so the screen is kind of big, so at this point, you can see, if you go back, you can see where my shoulders shifts. So I can't, now I realize I don't have my freedom to walk away right here.
And
Can you sit down?
that's what I was going to ask you. At that point, did you feel as though you were free to walk away?
No, I knew I wasn't, because the only way to walk away was to basically like go through him or go some way around him.
Can you go a little further?
Come on now. Come on now. Don't do this.
Sit down.
There.
Why you asking me to do all that?
All right.
Okay, wait, we can't talk if the video is playing, and we can't both talk at the same time, okay? Only one thing at a time.
Let me ask the question. Go back just a little ways. Okay, right there. All right. And if you were unable to, in your mind, leave when there was one hand on your shoulder, how did you feel when the second hand was placed on your other shoulder?
If further my fear of what might take place between me and
I was scared.
the individual at the time. If you look, that he's holding my shoulder, like pushing me, basically pushing me, and then he shifted me back towards the way, which would kind of, if I took a seat, I would sit directly on the driver's seat. So that's kind of what's taking place in this,
Move forward.
in this frame specifically.
Can you do all that for?
Do you live here, yes or no?
What's going on though?
Tell the radios.
777.
Nah, back up.
Okay, so now at that point, you hear him radio, you go to his
The
radio,
radio's
takes his
got
left arm off you, and that's when you bring up your left forearm. And why at that point did you make a more concerted effort to leave?
Because for various amount of reasons, I hadn't had any answers to any of my questions. I'm scared as I can possibly be. There's no witnesses, so now I'm thinking that he's gonna call somebody else. So I don't know. I didn't do anything. I wasn't, breaking the laws. I had just been sitting there minding my business. So now it seemed like.
How do you know you weren't breaking the law?
About to be more people to come assist him with whatever he's finna do to me, and I don't know what's going on. Nobody has
when they are there to investigate crime.
I'm 10 feet away
Caitlin,
from
I
going
can't hear
into
you.
my apartment. I don't know what's going on, so that was my
And I
effort.
cranked your
to,
volume
like,
up a little bit.
Now I have to
I messed with your
become
settings.
a little more assertive in my effort to walk away, and that's when I
Might have the wrong
have my
mic.
forearm out. Just kind of try to make more
All right,
space.
go up till it gets dark,
Can you hear me now?
so you can't
A
see.
little bit better.
There's good. Okay, now at this point, you really can't see what's going on from the video, right? How close were you and Jason Rayner at that point?
We was just about chest to chest, because he was pulling me towards him.
Yeah. I cranked you up to
He
150.
was kind of shifting and like kind of spinning around. It was basically if you grab somebody and you have a lot. Grab somebody and you have a lot grip on you, and you kind of shifting around. The space is so small, like there's nowhere really for us to go. So we just about chest to chest.
All right. Did you continue to try to get away from him?
I was pulling away as I'm like trying. I'm not in like.
Thank you.
I'm not trying to get any closer. I'm pulling away the whole time. I'm trying to like pull away, but he got me by both hands just about, and that's how I'm like so close to him.
And that was going to ask, did he still have you with both of his hands?
Yeah, at some point, but then
And then at some point, were you able to get away from would be his right hand?
yes, I was.
And how did that happen?
Well, he like either lost. I'm not sure if he lost grip or just moved his hand. But when his hand did move, so like imagine this is my shoulder, and like it's a pulling motion. So when his hand did move, he started to like make movements towards his waistband, and I was starting to look and try to like
Well, let's go back a little. As you were trying to walk away just before it gets dark, where did he have a hold of you?
On my shoulder and my arm.
And when you say shoulder, is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, but now at this point, his hand is on my shoulder, but his grip is on my shirt, at the shoulder portion of my shirt. That's what
Was he pulling on your shirt?
Yes. Now in this frame, if I would have been able to walk away, it would have been like a motion like this. Like, I can't really do it because I got a suit on, but it would have been more of a yoking type of motion. It would have been more, my head would have like been taken back by that motion.
Now, when we get forward again where it's dark, once he was released, when his right arm let go of you, what maneuver or what motion did you make at that point to try to get away?
So his right arm came off of me, but this is my shoulder. So if you reverse this position, it would, like, if you reverse it, it would be like this. So when he dropped his right arm, I kind of like tried to make an effort to duck under it, because if I could have got his right arm to go over my head, I would have been able to put him behind me, and then I would have created like that space of freedom to get away from him or whatever was going on.
And then, did you notice anything when you ducked down to go under his arm?
Right. When I ducked down, he kind of like shimmied his elbow.
Do we know why he was at that apartment complex?
Motion towards his waistband, and that's at that point I was like, you know, something. This is not gonna go right for me, and I started like basically like there was a deep sense of fear that my most, you know what I mean, the thing that I feared the most is probably gonna happen to me right there.
So how, you said you saw his hand go towards his waistband?
Yes.
All right, and in response to that and your fear, what did you do?
That's when I like made an effort to get around, but when he moved, he still had.
Oh, to see his kids?
Really do it without extra body, but it's hard to. So his arm is on me, right? And I'm trying to get under it. Imagine this arm is on me. I'm trying to get under it. But his elbow goes like this, so I can't. But when I'm doing it, his right arm is making that motion. When he makes that motion, that's when I drew my firearm, and I couldn't get under his arm, and I kind of ducked. When I ducked and I fired, it gun went off at like right at my ear, and that's when like he was in like a moving type of motion, and he fell backwards, and I like stumbled back as he lost his grip on my shoulder.
All right, and then.
Stop, man.
Okay, and you hear you say something at the end. You recall what you said?
I was in like a.
It's way too much talking here.
I was basically, like, I think I said something. I get the fuck back.
I don't think. I was in fear of my life.
Right.
I was in fear of my life. I don't remember anything. This guy knows more about what happened moment by moment than anybody. But he was coach, supposedly, to see his other kids. What were his kids' names? Tidal wave, mudslide, volcano, and Katrina. Because he's Ozone.
Now, we've all seen those Instagram posts that came out in early June. Were they a part of your Instagram account?
Yes, it was.
And there's the one that references pig's blood. And you make reference to Minnie. What was that in response to?
The pig's blood statement was this probably the stupidest decision I ever could have made when it comes to me venting to the things I was frustrated about. But at the time, there was a lot going on in our country. People, was getting killed, and it was unfortunate. Lots of unfortunate situations taking place. And I'm not sure if many of the jurors are familiar with social media, but I'm kind of one of those people that wear my hard on my
Fifth
feet
kid
when
was
it comes to
stratosphere.
expressing myself on the internet. So a lot of times I get on there and just say stuff like meaninglessly, or just, I'm one of those people that's quick to make comments about things, whether it's true or not. I just cast my opinion. So that was kind of basically
He's
what was
quick
going
to
on.
thought,
But
quick to action.
it was just a reflection of, what I was feeling and going through at the moment about what was taking place all over the country with these unfortunate incidents.
Can I just get you to stop there? Disengage the computer from the screens.
All right, there you go.
Yeah, push the button.
So glad because I can't stand that typing.
What was this
anymore.
about?
The situation with Johnny Bolton is
so
a
much
guy
better
that
in it without the
was
typing.
killed by a SWAT team in
I thought the
Powell
typing was
County,
you.
Georgia, no not warrant. And
Yeah, I can type.
I felt really bad for the incident that took place. And again, like I say, I made a bunch of comments online about things taking place in the country, and that was one of those comments that I had made just out of frustration for what took place. I was feeling, much compassion and sentiment that his family was expressing online, and I was just saying stuff, just making my frustrations known in whatever way.
Were these posts in any way a
Kingston Street?
manifesto for you? Like, this is what I'm going to carry out, this is what I'm going to do?
Apartments over on Kingston Street.
It was just things I said out of frustration because I'm just overly expressive sometimes.
If you could, would you have deleted those posts?
Yeah, but unfortunately I couldn't. I wasn't able to delete them. I do that often when I regret saying things or realize how stupid it
No,
was.
because I was answering people.
Just delete it. It happens.
Was it ever your desire to have a
So he
run-in with
does a
law
lot of
enforcement?
things really
No, sir.
quickly that he
No, sir.
regrets and wishes he could take back is what I'm
What,
getting from
and
this.
again, you kind of explained, but what were these posts? Why were they there?
Yeah.
Like I say, there's a lot of content on my IG page, and I'm one of those people. Like I said, I'm very expressive or overly expressive, and I get upset or whatever. So sometimes I vent about things online, go to Instagram. I'm one of those people that make
He's just
comments
like me.
on YouTube, and
It's not my fault.
whether you could call it trolling or not, or just an
Just trolling.
overly expressive person. But I'm kind of one of those people. So you'll find if you knew me or was on Instagram, it's my life, somebody else's life, or neighbors. I'm always just kind of just talking about things and just expressing my opinion. Just whether it's relevant or whether anybody can connect with it, I just do it. That's just something I do when I'm in my leisure time on social media. So I noticed that I have a few young jurors, but I'm not sure if y'all use social media, understand the use of it. But a lot of people tend to get online and just freely express themselves, whether it's relevant, whether people can connect. It's just something.
The narrative.
Sustained.
Sorry.
You're good. You're good.
Is this guy an expert in what people
Later
do?
on, after this incident, there was an audio post. When was that posted?
Later on, as in,
On June 23rd of 2021?
the post after the situation?
Yes.
Well, there was an audio recording, and I was just, again, being overly expressive about my frustration at the situation I had just found myself in, and I was just frustrated, and I was really in a state of panic, and I was kind of still in that adrenaline state where I thought that this is over with. There's no way in the world that I'm gonna get my last message out, because I was driving and I was expecting something to happen, like a pit maneuver, or my car to be, stopped and shot up or something like that. So it was kind of a last ditch effort to get the message to anybody that was on my social media.
Okay. That night, were you hoping, or were you trying to make those posts a reality?
No, I was just sitting in my car, relaxing, minding my business.
And why did you pull your firearm?
Because in the moment, I felt in that moment, there was no other way I can get out of this situation. I'm in a situation where I don't know what's going on. And I tried my hardest, and I gave a genuine effort to try to gain an understanding. I said, what's going on? And after I realized there's a situation outside of my control, I just did what I could to survive the encounter, because I didn't know, how it was going to end for me after I realized, him going for his waistband.
And why was the firearm in your pocket?
Well, when I leave in the morning for work, I get up early, so I always get up and put my firearm. It has a sleeve holster, and I put it in the glove compartment of my car. So as I said before, I was already getting out of my car, and that's one of the first things I grabbed to make sure that I don't forget it in the vehicle. So I grabbed it and I put it in my pocket, and as I was getting ready to get out the car, it was already in my pocket.
And I guess in your mind, how certain were you that you had to react the way you did?
There was nothing else I could do. I was backed in the corner. I tried to leave. I tried my hardest to get an understanding. I seen him reaching for his, waistband where I know that there's, multiple amounts of weapons that could be used to cause, me harm or death. And being in this situation, I'm not sure how people, how other people would react. But in my perception, I felt that this was the only option I have after I had tried everything else. There was no other effort that I could have put into walking away safely. And that was the best
Be
thing I
safe,
could have
Rabbit.
did to preserve, my being.
1 second, Your Honor.
Yes.
Your Honor, I don't have anything else at this time.
Folks, I understand this is a lunch hour, but I think I'd like to keep going. Does anyone need to eat a snack before we keep going or use the restroom? State cross-examination.
Yeah, I'd like some Chex Mix. You got any Chex Mix, anybody? What's a very obscure snack? I want some Bugles. I like some Bugle
Goldfish.
chips.
Bugles. That is pretty
Can I
obscure.
have counsel sidebar just very quickly?
Caitlin. Everybody, welcome.
Hi.
Caitlin comments to the show. The best looking Corona 19. I think I just deleted my stream, didn't I? Survivor we've ever had on to grace the presence of whatever this place is called. Caitlin, how are you doing?
Oh, I'm feeling great. I'm doing really good. So we're rocking and rolling. I had a whole week off work that I just get to enjoy because of some sniffles. So
Did you sleep a lot?
not really. No, I haven't been sleeping that much. I've taken a couple naps.
So I had it twice. First time, they put me in a hospital for like 9 hours while I waited for ivermectin. Is that the name of that stuff?
Okay.
Yeah, I had to sit there. It was my blood pressure was too high, and they kept bringing me pills to try to lower it. I was like, maybe if you gave me the shot, my blood pressure would go down. And I came home. We got home. It was getting daylight, and got home. Went to sleep at like 6 a.m. Woke up at like 10 a.m., 10:30, 10:45. I was like, I gotta get up. So I was like, I'm not gonna jinx it, but man, I feel pretty good. But that night, White Rabbit starts getting sick. And by the next morning, I wake up, man, I'm ready to rock and roll. I've never felt so good. And she says, I think I've got to go get tested. And she did not qualify for ivermectin because she's not, she's healthier than me. And so she's a little thin mint. She's like this, and I'm a big old gummy bear. So she did like 2 weeks. She lost her
State,
taste.
I already ruled on the marijuana issue,
So
so
mad
there's
at
no
me
need to
the whole
repeat that. But what is the next proffer that you had at the sidebar?
Yes, Judge.
You may be seated, thank you.
Mr. Wallace indicated he's never been in this position before, never been in a situation late at night with an officer by himself. There's 17, I said 14, it's 17 other interactions with law enforcement where he either received a notice to appear or was
Daytona
arrested,
Beach.
Judge.
I gave her the address of where
Yes, sir.
Ozone.
He's not a convicted felon. As far as impeachment, they can ask him, have you ever been convicted of a felony or a crime, misdemeanor involving dishonesty? When he's talking about, I've never been in this situation, he's talking about, I've never been in a situation where I'm doing nothing wrong, getting out of my car, and I'm backed into a corner. Not that he's never had any interaction with law enforcement in the past. It's all about that night. He never had an incident or something like that had happened when he felt that his life was in danger. And like I said, they can impeach him on if he's ever been, if he's a convicted felon, how many, and whether or not he's any crimes of dishonesty. But to go into all these other acts is improper character evidence, and we're filing a motion for Williams rule and attempted.
Judge, the state normally wouldn't file Williams rule. We don't know if the defendant's going to testify. And once they open the door, it's fair game for us to address that situation.
His answer gives the inference that he's never had any sort of interaction with law enforcement.
I agree.
That is misleading to the jury. However, to get into 17 specific instances would be overly prejudicial. So unless you can call
17?
back your question, I'm not really
That
sure.
aren't traffic stops.
I can ask if he's had interaction with law enforcement and he knows how to behave with law enforcement. He's had times where he's been with them and he's behaved appropriately.
Well, that's an open-ended question, which I know he probably doesn't know how to answer that based upon what the limitations are for impeachment. The standard rule for impeachment is, have you ever been convicted of a felony? Have you been convicted of a crime involving the making a false statement or dishonesty? That's normal impeachment. His state of mind is at issue, and he claims that at the time, he'd never been in that situation. So what would your question, proffer your question to me if I was Mr. Wallace?
Yes, sir.
Oh, that's a good one. Judge gonna say I'm waiting.
Judge, he made a specific statement. He's never been at night in a parking lot or somewhere dark where no one else has been around, where law enforcement has interacted him. There's at least 2 or 3 incidences where I would go into where it was late at night, he was arrested by law enforcement, and everything was fine. And there was no issue. It was one officer who arrested him in that instance. He knows the facts better than I do, Judge. So I would just go into certain instances where you say that you've never been in a situation before with an officer late at night. That's incorrect, isn't that, sir? In fact, on this date at 1:30 in the morning, you were arrested by a law enforcement officer. It was dark at night.
Okay, no, I don't want to let you get into the arrest part, that he had interaction with law enforcement, that the interaction resulted in an amicable or a resolution to the case without resorting to the use of violence. But we're not going to use the words arrest. Certainly, there's no convictions, and that just establishes the state of mind at the time.
Yes, sir.
Based upon his answer that he,
Oh, yeah, there's no conviction.
he had never been in this situation before.
Yes, sir.
Okay?
That
All right,
judge
so,
has a
and I don't
great
want you to
rule.
say the nature of the charge either.
I would
You
not.
see how I,
Just an
how I can play
interaction,
both sides? Like,
law
that was a
enforcement
good
before
ruling.
and blah, blah, blah.
But this
Okay.
guy.
Anything else that we need to, while the jury's out?
I don't think so, Judge. I mean, if there's something close, I will obviously come sidebar before I do it.
Your Honor, I just ask that he limit his hands on what he's going to talk about, not his stack of papers, as thick as he parades around.
I'm just organizing the different dates and night
Did he
times.
say parades around?
I'll leave that alone, so bring the jury back.
Okay. Where's this go? What I see was Darth Hideous. The lack of hearing penalty, the only thing interesting about this case. Darth, there's the possibility of a confrontation with the Fourth Amendment of the United States Constitution. And what you're tired of hearing me say this, Caitlin?
No,
it's
it took me a
Actually,
minute to get
hold
the
that
lack of hearing penalty.
Counsel, I don't know, I got a note. I'm assuming it came from a doer. I don't even know who put this. 73? 33. When we in the room, a lot of the jury discuss the case, when we're not supposed to, please make them understand we cannot do this. It's brief, but it happens. You want me to do anything about it other than to instruct them again?
I would just ask you to instruct me.
I would just ask for another instruction.
Okay. Bring him in, Mike.
Man, yeah. Did you see the way he's like, you want me to do anything about it besides asking again? Because right there, you could have asked for,
Mistrial.
well, you could have asked for the alternate jurors.
How many alternate jurors do they have?
I don't know. I missed those 2 days of testimony, those 2 days of court. I didn't find out about it until the first day was over, and I didn't get to go over it. So anyway, Darth, the Fourth Amendment is reasonable search and seizure, the right to
Folks,
being safe and secure in your belongings from
there are no
the government intrusion.
gray area to my.
It all has to do with crime mapping.
Not to discuss this case at all. That means nothing when you go into the jury room until I allow you to do that. I have to trust that you will follow my instructions.
Or you'll
And I'm
help.
banking on you that you will follow the rules. So please do not utter any words that relate to anything that happens in the courtroom while you're inside of the jury room, okay? Thank you. State, you may proceed.
Thank you, Judge.
Something became unplugged.
Yeah, the judge is about to become unplugged.
He's on top of this. He knows how to work this virtual courtroom.
You came back. All right, I'll tell you what, do me a favor. Just move it just back a little bit. And I really want you to stay at the podium, okay?
Yes, sir.
And if you can X out that, whatever that is.
That's from Zoom itself.
Thank you. You may proceed.
Yes, sir. Mr. Wallace, when Officer Rayner, you keep referring to him as Jason Rayner, you knew he was an officer, right?
Do know he was an officer, yes.
Speak up.
Yes, sir.
Right, so when he approached you, he was in his uniform, correct?
Yes.
Yeah, he had a shiny badge?
I didn't notice a shiny badge, but
Okay, I'm sorry.
maybe he had one, but I didn't notice it.
But you knew he was a cop, flawed police officer, correct?
Yeah, at some point it became clear to me that
Right.
he was an officer.
Before even hands-on or anything, you knew he was a police officer, did you, sir?
Before he put his hands
Before
on
he
me,
put his hand on you and he stepped around the car and said, "How you doing? Do you live here?" As he approached you, you knew he was a law enforcement officer, didn't you, sir?
I was blinded by the light, so I wouldn't been able to see him until he was in the doorway, and that's when it became clear to me that this is a police officer.
Right. You saw the police car though in front of you, didn't you?
I did see the police car.
So policemen usually drive police cars, right?
Yes.
Okay. So it would be apparent to anybody that Officer Rayner was a police officer as he's approaching you, correct?
Yes.
And you would agree with me that he asked you, "Do you live here?" And you didn't respond, did you, sir?
I did respond. I asked him what's going on.
Right, you didn't respond with an answer, did you?
My answer was a question. I said, what's going on?
Is that how people respond to questions with other questions?
I'm not sure. I can't speak for anybody but
Was he
myself.
asking
Is
the
that how you
question?
talk? So if someone asks you a question, you respond with a question and light going on?
And depending on who I'm talking to, and if I feel like, I should answer them without a question, I would just give them an answer.
Right, so you didn't feel like you should have to answer Officer Rayner, did you, sir?
I did feel like I should have to answer him, but the approach was what garnered, it was a natural reaction to just say what's going on. It wasn't a matter of me being defiant towards him.
Isn't it true he asked you several times, "Do you live here?" And none of those times did you answer him, correct?
It is true that he asked me that, yes.
Right, and none of those times did you answer him.
No, I asked him what's going on. I answered him.
And you never said, "Hey, I just live right across the street there," right?
No, I didn't say that. I did
Right.
not say that.
So you were non-responsive to a law enforcement officer just asking you some questions, correct?
If you put it in that way, I didn't answer his question.
You were evasive, a better word?
No, I was not evasive. I was just simply asking them what's going on. That's what I would ask anybody. If they approached me suddenly, I would just ask them what's going on if I was a bit confused as to why they was in front of me.
So if anybody approached you, you'd respond that way? Not differently with a police officer?
No, I would just respond like that. If it could have been anybody, I could. What's going on? If you just suddenly walk up and you're immediately in my personal space bubble, I would ask you what's going on. Like, are you here to
personal
give me?
space
Do you need to
bubble.
tell me a secret or
Sounds like fun.
what's the need for the close proximity is
Correct.
what I'm trying to find out.
Did you ever say, What's the need for the close proximity?
No, I asked him what's going on. I think that would have been a more universal way of attempting to get an answer.
After he asked you if you lived there, correct?
Yes,
Multiple times, correct?
he did ask me that multiple times.
And he also asked you to sit in the car multiple times, correct?
Yes,
And you didn't listen to him, did you?
no,
Right. But
I did-
you know, you're a security officer, right? Or you went to a security class? You got training, correct?
yes,
And as a security officer, when you were trained, you learned that people are supposed to respond when a person of authority asks them to do something, correct?
when I was a security officer, I never walked up on anybody.
The question is correct, yes or no?
Ask me the question again, please.
When you took this class and you got trained as a security officer,
Mhm.
you learned that people are supposed to respond when a person of authority, a law enforcement officer, or security officer, asks them to do something, correct?
Yes, if it's reasonable.
So in your training, they taught you, you
That's
only have to
actually,
listen to a police officer or a security officer if it's reasonable to the person who's hearing it? That's what you're telling us here?
Hold on, ask me that one more
Stop was
time.
reasonable.
When you went through this training
Right?
as a security officer,
Okay.
right?
Mhm.
You learned that you're going to give commands to people, and there's an expectation that they would listen to those commands, correct?
Correct.
Right. Yet in this situation, after you received this training, you didn't listen. You didn't respond to the law enforcement officer, did you, sir?
I responded by asking him what is going on.
Right, but he asked you direct questions. You can understand that late at night, right, an officer sees someone in a parking lot and they're patrolling the area, that they might want to make sure that person lives there. You'd agree that's an appropriate thing for a law enforcement officer to do, right?
Yes, I would agree in any other.
Right, you live in that neighborhood, and if there's someone suspicious or someone who may not be there, you want the law enforcement officer to look into that and make a decision and see if that person belongs there, correct?
I would want them to do that if they don't live there.
Right, but how did Officer Rayner know you lived there? You didn't tell him.
I'm a regular resident of the place. I park there every
How
day.
did Officer Rayner, who asked you a direct question, do you live here? How would he know you live there?
He wouldn't have known if I lived there.
Right, because you wouldn't answer him, correct?
I didn't give him an answer as to where I lived. No, I didn't.
Right, because you were being evasive, right? You wouldn't answer any of his questions, correct?
It was not an intention to be invasive.
Okay. Well, when he asked you to sit down, that was evasive. You didn't sit down, did you, sir?
No, I didn't.
Right. In fact, you testified earlier under direct that you had no other option but to kill Officer Rayner that night, correct?
After there would have been a situation where I was pulled on, pushed on, and then where I was back in between the cars and the gate, and then I seen him reaching for his waistband or whatever could have been on his waistband.
We'll get to that in a minute, but you testified earlier that you had no other choice but to kill Officer Rayner that night, right?
And after everything else I had tried, that had become the only option that seemed to be.
Did you try turning around and sitting in the car?
Did I try to turn around and sit in the car?
As he asked you to do?
I tried to walk away.
Sir, that's not the question. You said you had no choices. Did you take yourself and sit yourself in the car when a law enforcement officer, who you said, from your training, you know you're supposed to listen to them, asked you to sit in the car?
Well, he was pulling me at that point, so I wouldn't have been able to sit down.
Sir, at that point, he has his hand on your shoulder and he's saying, sit, right? He's not pulling you at that point.
No,
you watched
not-
that video 50 times, correct?
More than that.
Right, and you would agree with me, at the point when he's asking you to sit, he's only pushing you backwards actually to get you to sit down, correct?
Right, but I'm trying to walk away because
But you said you had no choice to do anything else.
after everything else I had to do, I tried to do, that had become, that's what seemed to be the only option. But initially, are you asking me, could I have sat down initially?
You certainly could have, couldn't you?
Yes.
And you didn't, did you?
No,
Right, and you could have listened to the officer and told him you lived there, couldn't you?
I could have.
Right, but you didn't, did you?
No, because I was trying to get an answer as to what was going on.
Because you wanted to be in control of the situation, sir, correct?
I wanted to know what was going on, most certainly.
You wanted to be in control. You didn't want Officer Rayner to be in control, did you?
It had nothing to do with my efforts of being in control. I just wanted to understand what I was dealing with.
In the video, he says, don't do this. That to me right there tells me all I need to know.
Write down what it is.
Bro, if they come for me, it's a message to y'all, bro. I'm not gonna back down. Whose words are those?
Those are my words on Instagram.
Your words about police officers, correct?
No, it's not about police officers.
Really?
Not that message is not pertaining specifically police officers. I was just,
Why don't we get into that then? You sat through the trial, correct?
I've been sitting.
Yes, sir. I'm going to show you what's in evidence as states 45. I'm just going to stand over here, is that okay?
Yes, sir.
So let's read. One day, I will take great pride and honor in getting me some pig's blood on me. Were you talking about little piglets?
No,
Talking about farm animals?
not specifically farm animals.
You were talking about police officers, correct?
Not just people. Not like just. I'm just talking about people that don't see me as human.
What people do you refer to as pigs?
People who don't see me as human.
So you were going to get pig's blood on my hands and boots. If you can't feel the enemy following me now, I'm going to be healthy for you. I pray against my enemy and I wish death to all. Right? That's your words.
Yeah, but you didn't read it as it's.
Right? Well, let's go. But I want to go on. So if you remember, you had been texting with your friend, right? And your friend actually sent a screenshot of this with you and told you you shouldn't be saying that because you're going to get your account closed down, correct?
He said something to the effect of that, yes, sir.
Yep. In fact, he says, love you. I love you getting banned. That means he's afraid your account's going to get banned by what you're saying, correct?
I'm assuming that's what he was intending to
You
say.
had a conversation with him.
I said I'm assuming that's what he was getting at.
What did you take it to mean?
I just agreed and said I'm assuming that's what he was getting at.
Right, and you said, fuck these crackers and their power, I'm speaking to them. You didn't care, right?
I'm talking about the people of Instagram who have the power to shut down my Instagram.
Right,
That's what I'm
okay.
talking about.
And then you say,
Instagram's crap.
you're right, fam. That's why they're not tagging my old tags. So you were avoiding tagging your old tags on your account, correct? Because you didn't want to get caught.
Caught doing what?
You said it. Why I've been not tagging my old tags.
Right. Meaning
You've
saying,
been tagging things that were antagonistic and anti-law enforcement, correct?
no, I've been tagging other things that may have been the reason why my Instagram got shut down. It had nothing to do with police officers in specific.
Well, let's talk about that. You say, I'm tagging my old tags, saying too much, bro. I want their blood, for what they've done in Minnie. June, they killed another brother. Who killed a brother in Minneapolis?
There's been various situations that
Who are you referring to?
you talking about. Okay, you have multiple situations.
Mr. Wallace.
Objection, Your Honor. Let him answer.
He's not answering.
I'm trying
Let me recall.
this way. I can't.
This statement right here was direct to police officers, correct?
No, sir.
Give me one other person in Minnesota who killed someone.
I can't do that. Is over
Everybody
2
killed
years
us.
ago, and can I answer? I made many comments on Instagram about things happening all over the country. I can't say specifically if that message was intended to direct at police officers because it was so much stuff. I commented on a lot of stuff all the time, and I just don't remember specific that being a direct at police officers. So no, I can't agree with you on that.
So as you sit here today, you're telling this jury that this wasn't in reference to police officers.
No, sir.
And when you say I hate them, you're just saying I hate anyone who
I'm talking about
kills people.
I'm talking about the people. I'm replying to multiple things going on in the text, going on in the chat. If you give me a chance to explain, he writes multiple times, and I'm commenting multiple times. We're having basically a twofold conversation in one chat, and that happens on social media, which when you talking to people. So, and I could have been talking about when I say I hate them, I'm talking about the people that be shutting down my page.
That's not what it says. If you read the context of it, sir, it says, but I feel it 100%. And then you say, fuck these crackers and the power I'm speaking to them.
Yeah, but he also said something about me getting banned.
Is Instagram a bunch of crackers?
I'm not sure if it is, but
You refer to that as law enforcement officers, as crackers?
no, sir. No, sir.
Okay. Well, you refer to law enforcement as pigs, don't you?
No, sir.
In fact, after you killed Officer Rayner or shot him, you went on Instagram and you posted that I'm not going to let these pigs do anything to me, correct? Stand up to them.
I said, yes, I did refer to as pigs, but when I say the word pigs, I'm not specifically always talking about police officers.
What else are you talking about?
I'm talking about people who don't see me as human.
Okay, so when you shot Officer Rayner, you referred to him as a pig and all the other people as pigs, the officers, correct?
No, not just when I said it again. I'm referring to people who don't see me as human.
Sure.
People that don't see me as human. Clarify that for me.
And then you go on and say, I hope they're listening. Fuck them, brother. You just don't know how close I am, bro. Right?
Yeah, I'm talking again. I'm having a twofold conversation about the people who have the power to shut down pages at Instagram.
No, this is about you harming a law enforcement officer because it's in response to pigs and the blood, right? Isn't that correct, sir?
I'm having a twofold conversation in the chat.
Where's the twofold? Yes, sir.
I'm having a twofold conversation with him about about the post, but I'm also talking about the people who run Instagram. And if you understand how I conversate, that happens with me a lot of times because I'm very expressive when it comes to comments and making, things on Instagram. So that's kind of what's going on in there.
Very
So in
expressive.
this
Could you
entire
imagine me
conversation,
sitting there?
I don't
I'm an
see your
idiot.
Alternate conversation here.
You don't see where you're talking about me getting banned from Instagram?
If you read it, it progresses. You were going to get banned because you were posting about killing police officers. And he said, you better watch out. We need you to be out there, bro. We still need you to be around. And then you say, I don't give a shit. I don't care. I'm going to post what I want to post.
It's not true.
Okay. And then further on your post, you say, I hope they're listening, meaning the police, because who else is going to be listening to you?
I want to ask you, do you know if the police have an Instagram account that they specifically watch my page?
I have no idea, sir.
So how could they be?
Well, why would you write that?
This
Because
man just thinks he
Instagram
can
monitors,
ask questions
and
whenever
I'm
he
frustrated
wants
with them.
to.
So
This
I'm
is
just
not how the
referring to them
world works.
specifically.
So when you say, I hope they're listening, fucking brother, you just don't know how close I am. What, are you close to canceling your Instagram account?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
I'm just
when you say-
frustrated
I've
by
never heard an attorney
So when you
laugh.
say, bro, if they come for me, it's a message to y'all, I'm not gonna back down. So
Now, I
if
will
they-
say at this
if they
point,
take
I
your
feel a little
stuff down,
uncomfortable
you're
the
gonna
state's getting
cancel
a
your
little too
Instagram account?
I'm not you talking about specifically that again, I'm having a
okay.
twofold conversation. This is over 2.5 years ago when this took place. So when you read the comment, I'm trying to understand the exact context we was having, right? So read it one more time so I can
Sure.
understand which comment you're talking about.
Bro, if they come for me, it's a message to y'all, bro.
Give him the exhibit.
Oh, yes, sir.
Give him both exhibits.
The judge is like, I should have called for lunch. I should have done it when we had the chance. I brought Ozone up here. Should have known with a name like Ozone, he have a lot of air.
Right here. So when you said, bro, if they come for me, it's a message to y'all, bro, I'm not gonna back down. That was from Instagram?
Was it from
So
Instagram?
you weren't gonna back down from Instagram, is that what you're saying?
I was gonna be consistent with continuing to start more accounts. I'm not gonna give up because they cut one account.
Okay. Let's talk about that night. You were possessing a firearm, correct?
Yes,
And you had it concealed in your body, correct?
yes, I did.
Right, and you didn't have concealed weapons from the case, sir.
At the time, I had already applied for concealed weapons.
Did you have one at the time of this incident?
No, I didn't.
That's the answer then, thank you. So you were actually not lawfully in possession of that firearm at the time, were you, sir?
It was most definitely mine. I had bought it from a store, and
Were you allowed
definitely
to
mine.
possess a
I was in lawful
concealed
possession.
firearm
was I allowed to conceal the firearm that I possessed?
and possess it on your body?
Objection, Your Honor, that goes beyond his scope. He's asking for a legal question.
He went to security school and was trained.
Wait. Rephrase the question.
Yes, sir. You went to security school, right?
Yes,
You learned when you can carry a concealed firearm, didn't you, sir?
yes.
In fact, you were applying for a concealed weapons permit, correct?
I had already applied.
So you went through the process, right?
Yes, I did.
And you didn't have a concealed weapons permit at the time you had that firearm secreted or secreted on your side, correct?
No, I didn't. I didn't have one, but I had assumed that my application had been approved because I already had my license.
You assumed it had approved. You had a license from the state of Florida, a concealed weapons permit license?
I had a security license.
That's not my question. Did you have a concealed weapons permit license?
No, I didn't.
Right. You knew that you couldn't possess that gun, didn't you, sir?
Again, if you let me answer, I was going to answer that in my previous question. I had assumed that my application had been approved because these licenses, these types of licenses backpack on one another. If you don't have any felonies and you're legally able to possess a gun and you apply for a carry concealed or a G class, then you would normally get, once you get approved for one, the motion of getting approved for others just smoothly like happens. It's not nothing that will prevent you, because once you're deemed able to be a security guard, then you basically meet the other qualifications. And I had assumed that I did already meet those qualifications. So yes.
So you without any notification from the state of Florida, without any paperwork back, knowing you filled it out, which said you have to wait for you to get a license, you just made an assumption that you can carry a concealed firearm?
Yes, I did.
Even though you went through all that training with your security class?
Again, I had made the assumption because I had known the
That's not my
previous
question.
steps of
You
what was
were
going
trained
on.
in the security class of when you could actually possess the firearm. You had to have a concealed weapons permit, correct?
Yes,
Right, you didn't have one.
no,
And you knew what the law was, correct?
yes.
Okay. When Officer Rayner approached you, did you say, I have a gun on me, be careful, here it is, officer, I don't want to cause any concerns?
I never got to answer or conversate with him too much beyond asking my question. And I didn't understand why I didn't get an answer. So
Right, because you didn't answer him.
no, I didn't give him an answer until if I lived there. I asked him what was going on. It wasn't even a effort to pull power. It was just a natural reaction to somebody coming up to me. That's what happened.
Because you naturally try to
Let's
pull
talk about
power.
your training. You have extensive training with firearms, don't you, sir?
Yeah,
You're very proficient with them, you'd agree with me, right?
yes, I would say I'm,
Fired them more than 100 times in your life. Right?
yes, I have.
At least maybe 1,000, right?
No, I wouldn't say just up to 1,000, but I've fired.
And you possessed firearms around other people before, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Right? So you know how dangerous they are, right?
Did you march
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes.
carrying
And you know how
firearms
dangerous they are,
in
correct?
Louisville,
Right.
Kentucky?
And you know you only pull them, and you receive that training in your security class if your life is in danger, right? Is that a yes?
Yes. I'm sorry. My bad.
Right?
Yes,
And in
sir.
this case, your life wasn't in danger, was it, sir?
Yes, it was.
What danger?
Mr. Rayner had me back between my car.
You mean Officer Rayner, right?
Officer Rayner.
Right, okay, so Officer Rayner, go ahead.
When he had me in between my car, the door, my car, and the car backed up, I had already tried to leave. He had begun to grab me by the back of my shirt, and I was restricted from everything I was trying to do to prevent any physical encounter or misunderstanding between me and him. And I seen him reaching. I began to be in fear that my life would be taken. And this was already my worst fear in the world, in my life.
Sure, let's break that down. So you said it once again, he had you blocked in, right?
Yes.
And all you had to do was sit down, right?
I could have sat down.
But you didn't, did you?
No,
Right, you didn't comply with it.
because I wanted to walk away.
I understand you wanted to walk away, but you could have complied and not got to a point with having used deadly force, correct?
I could have sat down.
Right, and complied, right?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Right. You'd agree with me, right?
Yes.
Right, so this whole situation would have been diffused if you had just listened to the law enforcement officer there, correct?
But I was already
That's
in.
not my question. It could have been diffused if you listened to the law enforcement officer, isn't that correct?
He had already been touching me, so diffuse or not.
Sir, that's not my question. You said that you had to use deadly force because he's reaching for his weapon, and that only happens because you escalate the situation getting past him. If you had just sat in your car,
What's the
this would have
defense
never
thinking
happened.
right
You
now?
would agree, correct?
Because he's gonna say yes.
I wouldn't say it would never happen because I don't
Or
know
he's
what
gonna
was on
start
his
it through.
mind.
Okay. If you had sat in your car, you would agree with me that Officer Rayner was not going to
Objection,
pull out
Your
his
Honor,
gun.
and ask an answer.
You would agree that if you had sat in your car and listened to Officer Rayner, there was no threat on you at that point, correct?
I wouldn't have perceived any threat.
Correct. Let's talk about this. You're talking about that you have to do this and Officer Rayner grabs you. Isn't it in fact true? Let's go back and watch it. Let's go frame by frame.
Let's scoot over a little bit. Oh,
How's it going? Do you live here?
How's it going? Do you live here? He asked you two easy questions, right? Didn't respond, right? Let's hear what you say.
Live here?
What's going on?
Sit down, sit.
Let's look at this picture right here.
Arizona.
You testified with your attorney that this was a Swisher Sweet, right?
yes.
Okay. You can see that it looks like a joint too, correct?
I know what it is, but I don't know what you can perceive it as, but it was a swisher.
I don't know what you perceive it as, but it was a swisher.
It's a cigar, and I'm at the end of it. I'm at the end of a cigar. So it's,
You would agree that people smoke marijuana in Swisher Sweets, correct?
I don't know what people smoke their marijuana out of. But
Are you saying you
I
don't-
smoke cigars.
So you don't smoke marijuana?
No, I have before, but I wasn't smoking marijuana specifically, but I have smoked marijuana before.
Because if you were smoking marijuana at that point, that would provide Officer Rayner an opportunity to arrest you for that, right?
Objection, Your Honor, again, it calls for a legal conclusion.
It goes toward whether or not he thought the officer could have arrested him.
Really might.
Ask me the question again, sir.
If that was a marijuana cigarette, do you think Officer Rayner could have arrested you?
If it was a marijuana cigarette,
That's the question.
I don't know what he could have done if you know, I don't know what he could
You know
have
if that's a crime now to smoke marijuana?
Am I aware of it? Yes, I know it's illegal in some places because at this point, people have license for it. It's legal and medical marijuana is legal. I'm not sure.
Do you have a medical marijuana card?
No, I don't.
Okay, so it wouldn't be legal for you, right?
No, but I wasn't smoking marijuana.
Okay. So you're saying this is the end of your cigar?
That's the butt end of my cigar because it's
Why do you try and conceal it when Officer Rayner comes up there?
it's visibly out. I didn't try to conceal nothing.
Well, let's watch and look at your phone.
How's it going? Do you live here?
What's going on?
Do you live here?
What's going on?
So let's just go a little frame by frame. You see it right there in your hand initially? You see you're pulling your phone?
My phone was sliding out of my lap.
I understand what you're saying, sir, but you see you're putting your phone and it seems like you're concealing?
I didn't conceal nothing. I just was dropping my hands.
Okay. So in this instance, Officer Rayner has his arm on you, correct? And he's just asking you because you're getting out coming toward him. He's just making space.
I'm just standing up.
Right. You agree he's not grasping you here, right? He's just making.
Your Honor, I object. Best evidence. They've been carrying on about that. You can watch the video.
One was there. You would agree right here, he's not grabbing you, he's just pushing you to make distance, right?
There was no way to make distance. I was just standing up.
There was no way to make distance because you were approaching toward the law enforcement
I
officer.
was just standing up on my car.
Okay, but then he said, sit with this light little tap, and you didn't sit, right?
No, I didn't. I just continued to stand.
Yes, sir. You've never met Officer Rayner before, correct?
I didn't even know who he was.
Right, no interaction with him before?
No, sir.
You know how to act with a law enforcement officer though, correct?
Yes.
And you know that if there's something that they do illegal, the place to challenge it is in the court system, correct?
Did I know that law?
Based on your security training.
They don't teach you that law in security training. I don't get police training and security training. They give me security training to be a security officer, not necessarily police officer. We don't learn the statutes of how police conduct themselves.
So you, as you sit here today, you didn't know that you can fight in court? If there's something the officer does that you think is wrong?
I know that you can make complaints and you can file a civil claim, but I didn't, to this degree, there was nothing.
Let's talk about this body camera.
You
Sorry.
said there was nothing.
There was nothing I would have done to, I mean, there was nothing I would have been thinking about. And because there's nothing necessarily initially making me, want to take him to court. He hadn't.
He didn't do anything wrong.
Yeah, at this point.
Right.
At this
He's just
point.
asking you to comply. He did nothing wrong.
And I was trying to walk away.
You weren't complying though, were you?
I hadn't done nothing wrong.
Were you?
I hadn't done nothing wrong.
What if he had a report that you were a suspicious individual? Does he have to relay that to you right away?
He would have
Shouldn't cause for speculation.
This
There's
video
that
right
typing
here,
again.
we've watched multiple times. You would agree that that's the complete interaction with you and Officer Ray, correct?
To my knowledge.
You were there. Was there any other interaction?
No, I've never had any interaction.
That's not my question. Your defense team is making a big deal about 30 seconds of the video before. Was there any interaction with you and Officer Rayner prior to what we see on this body camera here?
No.
No. So this body camera is a fair depiction of your entire encounter with Officer Rayner. Do you agree?
I'm not sure if he's seen me or.
That's, the question is, your entire encounter with him is all recorded on the body camera, correct?
To my knowledge.
Well, is there any other part of the interaction that's not codified here?
What I'm saying is, I don't know if he had seen me and I didn't know he was there. I don't know.
That's not, okay. Your interaction, your speaking, communicating, and interacting with Officer Rayner, it is all on this video that we watched, correct?
Again, to my knowledge.
Well, you keep saying that, but I don't understand what that means.
Because I don't know if there's something else somewhere else that I was never made privy to.
Are you aware, you were there that night, right?
Yes, I.
Is there any conversations, any interactions before this video starts with you and Officer Rayner?
Not with me in him.
But, so your entire interaction, you, Othal Wallace.
It feels like he just wants to fight about everything right now.
Of course he does. We've all had a class with him. We've had a encounter.
After you shot Officer Rayner, did you call 911 to report that someone was?
You don't ever see it his way.
Right, and you could have just called anonymous, couldn't you?
No, yeah, I could have.
Right.
I was so, there was a lot of adrenaline going on, a lot of emotions, and I was too afraid to have any further interaction with another police officer or the force period because I didn't know how it would go, given that this one didn't go at.
So you could have called anonymously, right? And you could have reported, there's an officer been shot behind 133, right? Get an ambulance there.
When you say anonymous, I mean, I couldn't have called them out. I know that the police record, and I was afraid to have any further interaction with a police officer or the force.
I realize that. I mean,
So I
shouldn't
just
drive
had
me
a
nuts.
situation where I had to defend myself. I didn't necessarily know if Mr. Officer Raymond was dead or not.
But you just shot him and you didn't call any help for him.
I did have to shoot him, but I didn't make it.
I
like
had
said,
to.
I was
Oh,
afraid
that
to
was
call anybody.
You're claiming self-defense.
creative.
You live right across the street in 133. Why didn't you run in there, lock the door, call the police, tell them Officer Rayner's been shot, get an ambulance here, it was an
You know what y'all say to the attorney? Have you ever shot a guy?
I need someone to respond. You didn't do that, did you, sir? No. Instead, what you
You don't
did
know how
is
you're gonna
you
react.
fled, correct?
Yeah, I did.
You're right. And you
That's why you
actually
don't talk when the
drove
police
to
show
Jacksonville
up.
in the car you were in already, right? Okay, but you didn't go right to Georgia at that time, did you, sir?
Hey guys, have there been too many ads today? What's that side look like?
Because I was afraid.
Instead, though, what you did is you called.
I don't know, I have YouTube Premium.
Because you wanted to disappear, right?
The first thing I said on the phone with my dad.
What'd you say?
I'm not
Did you
sure
say
if
you got
he
premium?
remembered, but I told him
You
I was
have
scared
to.
and that a cop
You
had
ca-
got shot.
I can't go
But you
back.
didn't tell your dad.
I'll get rid of everything before I do
I
that.
didn't go into why or anything. I just told him that it happened.
But you didn't, when you drove up to Jacksonville, you had an opportunity, you know Jacksonville goes straight to Georgia, right? You did a Georgia money country.
Yeah, Jacksonville on 95, you could go there.
Right.
Guys, please hit the like button for me too, please.
Police officer in from that you were driving, and you could have stayed in it on your way to Georgia, correct?
Yeah, but I was too afraid to.
You were too afraid because you were trying to cover your tracks, right?
No, I was, like, again, I was too afraid that if I was seen in the vehicle, that I automatically get shot and killed and never have an opportunity to have this day.
Why not just drive to the police station, walk inside where you know they have cameras, say, I'm the one who did it, please, I need you to my side of the story.
At that moment, those are the very people I was scared for my life from.
So you think if you walked into a police station where they've got cameras, all these officers, that they're gonna rush at you and just shoot you on camera there?
I didn't know how it would go by me trying to explain what took
YouTube's
place.
going to start
So I was afraid.
cracking down on use of ad blockers.
Right? To get a different car.
I went over to Gainesville, yeah, and I called and
And you backed your car in, right?
Yeah, it really is it's probably the best streaming service there is. With the music.
I mean, it could be for somebody else, but that's just the normal way I park.
Sure. So after you just shot a police officer.
Thanks, guys.
You were just thinking, well, let me make sure I back in. Let me take a little more effort, back the car in, just make sure. Not trying to get out of there quickly, I'm just gonna take the extra time to back the car in. That's what you're saying?
Backing in is like a forced habit because that's just what I'm used to. I back in at work, I back in at home. It's just kind of how it happens.
You cut your hair after, didn't you, sir?
Yes, I did.
Right, to avoid detection, correct?
The reason I cut my hair is because I was afraid that if I got identified,
Because that lice.
I would be killed without question.
Right. Once again, you could have went to any police station among hundreds that you passed your way to Georgia, but you didn't stop anything.
No.
You didn't call the news media and say, hey, I just had self-defense with a police officer. I need you to come with me when I turn myself in so the police don't kill me, right?
I didn't consider that as an option.
Instead, you went all the way to Georgia, right? And you go up in a treehouse, correct? Is that a yes?
Yes.
And you have an AK-47 style weapon up there with you, correct?
Yes.
500 rounds of ammo.
Beyond the scope of your act.
500 rounds of ammo, correct?
I don't know the specific round count that was.
And you're hiding out there, correct?
I'm just scared, and I'm staying where I feel safe.
Right.
Until I can figure out how to bring myself to the law.
You would agree Officer Rayner was polite and courteous to you, correct?
No.
You don't think he was polite and courteous?
When he asked the question, but are you talking about verbally or
Verbally, he was polite and courteous to you.
initially?
Yeah, and then you wouldn't answer his questions, right?
No.
Okay, even though he was polite and courteous to you.
But I asked him a polite and courteous question.
Don't you think most importantly when someone asks you a question, you respond first and then you ask the question after that?
In normal communication, but I was confused, and I asked him a question out of a natural reaction. It wasn't like a casual conversation we was having. I just asked him a question as a natural reaction.
Sure. But let's talk about this struggle that you say ensues. So tell me how long it takes for you and Officer Rayner to struggle and you pull your gun and shoot him. If you went through this long thing that took a long time and you were down here describing it, describe it to us.
I was just describing motion by motion.
Right, let's hear it.
When it happened, when he started to force me back and push and pull and twist, there was obviously a struggle, you know?
Well, you didn't respond. You actually were not moving and getting away from him until he called on the radio, correct?
I had already tried to walk away twice.
Right, but I do, sir, and on the radio, it's when he calls for other officers, or he's getting on his radio, and he says, Charlie 77, and you say, no, back up, man, don't you, sir?
That's when I reasserted my efforts.
You reasserted your effort and pushed Officer Rayner out of the way, didn't you, sir?
He was already pulling and twisting me.
You pushed him out of the way to get away from him.
I held my forearm out. That's what I did.
Sir, you pushed him away. Right, let's see. Right, he's trying to have you comply, and you pushed yourself away. You would agree that using force against a law enforcement officer, even your forearm, that is a form of a battery, right?
I held my forearm out.
Again, he's asking to draw a legal conclusion.
Yes, sir. You're aware you can't resist police officers with force, can you?
Yes.
Again, he's asking for evidence.
You're aware you can't do that, right?
Yeah.
You're aware you can't touch police officers or hit them, correct?
I never touched him. He was coming towards me, and he already had me. So I was trying to create a space where I could walk between the door and him, and I just held my forearm out. The reason I held my forearm out is so that nothing would get misunderstood about me being aggressive towards him. I didn't want him to perceive me as any form of aggressive because that's why I held my forearm out.
Based on your training in the security.
I can't believe they're letting him talk like this. Man, it's 1 o'clock.
You would agree.
The judge can come back and say, we're just going to go straight to dinner.
Police officer and trying to get past it. That's not appropriate for someone who the police officer's trying to talk to.
The
I
judge
never
needs
pushed
a
him.
break
I just
after
held
this.
my forearm out. I just held it out.
And you touched him with it.
I didn't intend. He was already on my arm.
Okay,
So
let's
I
run through the
didn't
seconds.
like force. I didn't like do any motion like that. I just held it out to try to get around the door and the space between him and the door.
Where was the gun?
At this moment, it was already in my pocket because I was
Which pocket?
the right pocket.
And where was it in a holster?
Yes.
Okay. So you had a gun in your holster, in your pocket.
Mhm.
You agree with that, right? Yes. Right? And tell me how much time it took from when Officer Rayner grabbed you till you shot him.
I can't specifically. I would have to reference.
I don't want you to watch the video. I want you to tell me from your memory.
Yeah, I know, Ayers. And what sucks
Whether it took a couple seconons or
is
you know,
they're not going to take a lunch
are you
break.
meaning by seconds or like
People are
milliseconds? I don't
hangry.
know how
They're going
specific
to start hating this
it would
dude.
be here.
They're going to say, Ozone is not the lunch zone.
Chest to chest or a tussle. I assume for a couple seconds. Is that correct?
Well, he's pulling on me. He's pulling me towards him and
For
trying.
how long?
It happened for a good few amount of seconds. So it took
Hours, dude, is what you should say.
just about.
Okay, so you're tussling for about 10 seconds. You agree with me, correct?
Mhm.
Is that a yes?
I don't want to agree because I don't know specifically if it was 10 seconds or 8 seconds or 9.5 seconds. So I'm trying not to, I don't want to be time specific because I can't remember the amount of seconds.
Let's give you the benefit of the doubt. 8 or more seconds.
Okay.
Fair enough?
Yes.
Okay. You'd agree 8 or more seconds that you're tussling at first with him, correct?
That he's pulling on me and
Right. Pulling on you after he cues up on his Charlie 77 and he's still grabbing you here. And then there's another at least 8 seconds where you're face to face. Not on the video here, but it has to be off video because we don't see you face to face here, correct?
I would say we're pretty face to face.
Are you including your time in this one right here? Because all he has is his hand. Let's go forward.
Can you sit down? I'll talk to you.
Come on now.
Okay. So, are you talking about this? He's tussling with you?
I mean, that's what I was meaning when I said he was pushing on me.
He was just directing you to try and have you sit down, correct?
I just tried to walk away from him when I stood up.
But that's not a response to my question. He's telling you at this point, please just sit down. Sit down and I'll talk to you, right?
Yes.
Right. You didn't listen, right? And he's got a hand here and a hand here trying to direct you back.
The state needs to get to the point of,
Into the car, right?
are you allowed
He's not using excessive
to
force
shoot
this time, right?
everybody who has an interaction with you like
Did you
this
scream
officer
for help
did?
to anyone in the community?
Screaming.
And then answer that question.
It's in the back of the parking lot. Everybody's in the house. There's nobody outside.
You saw the video before how all those people in body cam came running out after Officer.
I didn't do it.
Oh, it's not me? Okay. I thought it was me.
Oh, no, you got to come back. That scared me. Like, you left when it left. And I'm like, I didn't do it. That is not me. There is no feed. That is the judge's feed right there. That'll be the first one to come back, if it comes back.
Oop.
It's been shut off. That's what happened when it went off the other day. It is gone.
Oh, no.
Well, the judge said, I'm going to get my lunch. And I found out I was very wrong. He is not Italian. Even though he does look like the guy who said, leave the gun, take the cannolis from The Godfather. Our judge is from Panama. Panama. Well, that was fun. What are we going to do now? I'm still listening. I still have the stream on live. So
If it comes back.
yeah, if it comes back, I'm here. But
Okay. you had said something and I could almost barely hear you. The lawyer needs to do what? He needs to ask what question?
Oh, if it's reasonable to every time you get into a conversation with somebody and they put their hands on you or something like that, if it's reasonable to pull out a gun and shoot them in the face.
Yeah.
Because we don't usually do that, you know? Yeah, it's not a thing. Okay, wait a second. Where's this one? Okay, this is weird. The feed is down. Check this out. So this is, I was wrong about that. When I looked at it, I was looking at the other camera. So I don't know what happened to their cameras, but if you look, let's see here. How do I do this? That one there. All right, now let me take down the live banner. You see up here in that little teeny tiny corner? You can see them. They are walking around. And this is live. Right? Yeah, it's live. Hit play. Make sure. Yeah, that's not my play. I don't know what I'm doing anymore. I wish I could blow that side up. Oh, I don't want to do that. Can I make this bigger? That's what she said. Anyway, up there in the top right, you can see they're walking around. So something happened. Lost the feed. Caitlin, before I forget, first of all, thank you for coming by. This is really awesome. What do you think? What do you have any? What are your observations? Because I already have an answer, not your answer, but I have an answer for my own question, and it is because I'm looking at this with Fourth Amendment glasses on. Right now, it gets exciting because we haven't seen this. Where it's like, you know, you're this guy's he is fighting for his life right now on that stand. We are watching. This is, well, that's kind of weird to think like that. He is fight. He literally is fighting for his life, and the way you fight for your life in the 21st century. The state prosecutor there is going for the death penalty against this man, and he is trying to talk his way into, "Don't kill me, bro." So I don't know. It takes away that focus of what are the implications with the Fourth Amendment and everything else. And one last thing is that Florida has changed their laws, so they are a majority now, death penalty state. So it's 8-4 jurors have to say guilty. But other than that, and hello to Lefty and the big white horse, Caitlin. You like how I ask you a question and then I start talking? So what do you think about this case right now?
Just from what I've seen so far today with him on the stand, he's not likable. I don't know if the jury will, feel any of his feelings, as it were, because that's what you want to do especially when you're the defendant on the stand. You want the jury to be put in the place where you were at. You want the jury to feel what you were feeling so that they can understand why you did what you did. And I don't think he's coming across in a good way at all. Ooh, I don't know what they're doing, but we probably shouldn't have our emails. Oh, the judge is gone. But the biggest thing that stood out to me so far is the "don't do this." In the video, he says, "Don't do this." And that to me tells me exactly where his head was at, because I think that he was saying, "Don't do this. I only have..."
Sorry, I have my mic on mute, but I don't know what that noise was. Yeah, don't do this. Okay, so let's look at it as just purely it's any old murder trial. Yeah, the dude's got he's got some big hurdles to overcome. He was coached well, um, but now it's kind of falling apart. I mean, it takes a lot of practice to be able to sit there. I did moot court, and I'm using that example because in moot court was the first time I ever had that experience. Like this guy, you kind of have a little bit of it's acting, right? You have a little bit of that acting. So like I understand what this guy he's sitting here right now, what he's like feeling like. When I went to my first moot court, I threw up, not in there, but before I got there, because I was a wreck. And anyway, you sit there and uh, the professor plays the part of the judge, and every once in a while, if you're just really really screwing up, he'll teach you. But we had to sit there through every single team's moot court and watch every proceeding. It was you get a lot. That was the for me, the thing that kept going through my mind is that this is nothing like court is, right? But this is like practicing what court. This is an idea and stuff like that. So that's what kind of like what Ozone, if he's had any type of coaching, that'd be. And I don't even know if coaching is legal. That might be a problem with some things. I just know that somebody had put that. Oh. Oh, look at this. I'll do like this. Hang on. Wait, where'd this go? Convenient timing. Ozone was frazzled and slipping, and the state had him on the defense for real. Yeah, and they go to lunch break. We guess. Don't know. But anyway, it was the thing that I took upon myself to learn is don't talk. If you don't have an answer, don't give one. And that's the big thing. It's okay to be quiet. It's hard to imagine that I say that because I'm never quiet. But here, Ozone Man, he just can't stop talking.
Well, and if you put it in the view of he is literally fighting for his life sitting in that chair right there, then, at some point when you're trying to explain yourself, think about when you're a little kid and you did something maybe accidentally and something broke and your mom starts grilling you about it and you just try to explain away whatever you can. And even if you're admitting to it, you're giving all of the explanation, you're oversharing, you're telling everything because you just are like, if I keep talking, maybe she'll forgive me. Maybe that's something that is going on in his head where he's like, if I can just come up with the right thing to say, I'll be okay.
That's a great analogy you used because, like, for me, I'm not smart enough to just keep going on and on and on. I'd rather just say, look, man, if I don't know the answer, I screwed up. There's probably a good chance I screwed up. What can we do to make this right? It's white rabbit if I do something, usually a daily basis. I'm like, look, I'm not thinking. I got a lot of squirrels running around up here. What can we do to make this right? What do I need to do next? And that's, him. He just, if you just go like, I don't remember. I don't remember what was happening. I was startled. I remember feeling a lot of emotion just hit me real quick. I was scared.
I don't believe him when he does say he's scared, though.
Well, when you're doing your defense is self-defense. You have to be in fear of your life or others, right?
Mm-hmm.
So how is he in fear of his life? He knows every single motion that happened during this whole confrontation. Most people, when there's a psychological term, New York City supposedly is an example of their police departments. When they had revolvers, they had 6-shot revolvers. And then they switched over to Glocks 17s, just like what Ozone here has. And the New York City police went from, like, say, if there was a shooting, they would shoot, 2 of them, they shoot like 12 times, we'll say, to they were shooting like 90 something times. And it's because they kept just, dropping a magazine, put a new magazine in, reloading and going. And there's a psychological term because what they found out was that with a revolver, if you're in that situation, you're in that fear of life situation, you start pulling the trigger, and they were officers that were still sitting there and pulling the trigger, going click, 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 no bullets, but they were just in such fear they couldn't stop. It's very common. It's like, oh, I can't believe this person shot so many times. It was very common that you just keep pulling the trigger until the gun stops.
And
So,
often they'll get the number of shots wrong too. They'll say I only shot 3 times when in fact they cleared the magazine.
yeah, absolutely. Because you're in such stress. Ozone, man, he's like, yeah, I was smoking my cigar, and then this dude came up and busting on me with a bright light. I'm like, man, what's up with that, dude? I was just trying to go in and see my kids. Hemisphere and stratosphere, and uh, I don't know, man. I don't know. It's just speculation. Right now, we're just entertaining because we don't know. We don't know. 12 jurors in Florida. I couldn't find 12 people right now in Florida that agree with anything that I think or see. And again, of course, like I said, this is a death penalty case. This guy's just a pawn for me. That's what I think. But anyway, I'm out of words. I'm going to eat my Pop-Tart now.
If Florida is going to turn the tide and do the marginalized voting, or majority vote is what I meant. Who better to test it on than an officer, Ender. I'm sorry, the brain fog is a little real. Trying not to say words to get you yeeted, and also trying to think of words that are appropriate.
Trust me, I'm the same way right now. So here's what I'm planning on doing. I'm assuming they're at lunch because the courtroom is empty up here. I'm gonna leave this running, and the chat can chat away all they want to. And I need to take a shower, so
Okay.
I would invite y'all with me, but I don't think you want to go. Hang on a second. Let me see here. How do I do? Do you have anything you like said? Because I'm gonna mess around with something else right now for a second.
I mean, I was watching the chat a little bit, and I think a lot of good points were made by Eris, and a lot of other people, but I was keeping an eye on some of the things that she was saying, and
Yeah, Eris is good. And this is new to me, doing this. Well, isn't that fancy? The new operating system. Isn't that something else? Anyway, Eris is good, and I'd like to talk to her because I don't do these. I think I'm doing that right. Sorry, I messed up. I don't do these. I don't do trials. 'Cause they're not fun. My lawyering was in government. You want me to write a proclamation? You want me to write you a letter about your neighbor's grass being too high? You want me to talk about the Hatch Act? That sound like fun? Oh, hey, I know what I wanted to talk about. So there's a Williams rule. Let's do this real quick. Let me go back over here. So the Williams rule, they brought that up about what that means, and I think there's something in Michigan. I heard some of the MLS was covering, made me think about it. How do I stop that screen? And we'll share this screen. And go back over here. Like I said, guys, I want you guys to be the most educated chat there is by the time this thing's over. All right, so this is Williams rule. This is a Florida rule. The Williams rule is based on holding in Florida state case of Williams v. State, in which relevant evidence of collateral crimes is admissible at jury trial when it does not go to prove the bad character or criminal propensity of the defendant, but is used to show motive, intent, knowledge, modus operandi, or lack of mistake. I think that's the key. They're trying to say, look, this guy's he's messed with a lot of cops. He's got the lack of mistake. He should know how to act around cops. So that is why they said, hey, what about bringing up the Williams rule? And the judge was like, well, I don't see how that would be brought up based on this, and that. So, but anyway, I'm going to take a copy of the Williams rule, and I will put this I will put this in the chat if y'all want to go check this out. Baker, how are you doing,
Hello,
bud?
Baker.
Man, you just missed. This was really cool. We had a really cool one today. It's not over with yet. They pulled the plug. The stream went bad, but I'm gonna take about an hour break. Caitlin, you're more than welcome to come back.
Okay.
I love you. You have such energy, and you're just like excited. I was like, "Aw, that reminds me of myself."
Aw.
It's like, okay, cool. I get to do that. What was I did? Oh man, what did I say? Oh, Rabbit and I yesterday. We're getting gas, right? I'm filling up her car, and next to this gas station is like a volunteer fire department or fire department, something like that. And they had an old Huey helicopter sitting out front, but it had no blades or anything. And it's like if you ever watch anything Vietnam related, those were the Hueys were what the helicopters were in Vietnam. So I see it, and I was like, if we're leaving, I was like, oh my gosh, there's a helicopter over there. You see that? And like the helicopter, like the doors were stripped off and everything else. And she's like, yeah, that's pretty cool. I was like, oh, do you think it's over there so we can go we can go sit in it? That's exactly how I said it. I was like, and I stopped myself. I was like, oh man. Oh, hang on. I hear sound. What's going on here? What's going on? Fox 35 doesn't have it. That doesn't have it.
Mr. Coleman? Yes, sir. Can you come up to the podium, please? Sure.
I can't get my fingers to work.
Mr. Coleman, as part of our security protocols, law enforcement officer monitors social media with respect to what's going on. We respect the constitutional right to have a free and open and public trial, and I try to afford that to everyone, including allowing the proceedings to be broadcast to YouTube so the world can see what goes on in the courtroom.
Absolutely. Open courts.
The law enforcement officer has looked at your social media postings in which some direct threats have been made towards me and perhaps others.
If I may, I doubt that very seriously.
Okay.
If I may, Your Honor, I remember my first week here last week, I was also falsely accused of looking over the shoulders of either the prosecutors or the deputies and eavesdropping onto their computer screens. There have been a lot of allegations thrown at me in this court since I've been here in Clay County, where a man from Clay County killed 3 black people for no apparent reason. It seems like a lot of no apparent reason things go around in this area of Florida. And, my ancestors were enslaved in this country, Your Honor, so we know what it feels like when we're being made to be enslaved. And that's what it feels right now. I have not made a threat to anyone, and no one can ever prove that I made a threat to anyone. And if we want to have that case right here, I'm ready right now to go to trial on that issue.
No, you're not, so you're going to go to jail.
I want to make sure that this gentleman gets a fair trial.
Me too, and it doesn't seem like we're getting one.
From outside influences. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to order you removed from the courtroom.
Ha!
Order you removed from the courthouse.
Wow.
Order you removed from the courthouse property, and to the extent that you identify yourself as media, I'm gonna ask that he be unplugged from the media feed. And then the deputy will escort you out. You're welcome to watch the trial on YouTube like the rest of the world. Thank you.
Your Honor, if I may,
You may.
may you reconsider that, Your Honor? I mean, may we at least, can I at least have the evidence against me before you just wholesale throw me out of a courtroom, open court where I have a right to be? You're violating my constitutional rights right now, Your Honor, and you haven't even given the evidence that you're saying, citing.
On the way, I'll give him a copy of his own feed. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, well, they get a chance to see this before it goes.
So does that mean lunch is going to be a little bit longer?
We're ready for the jury?
Oh!
Bring the jury in.
Wasn't expecting any of this. Holy cow. What happened? Do you think, I like to speculate and make wild accusations. Do you think that he was threatening the judge so he just pulled the thing and went and got him? That's what I want to pretend. All right, so Channel 6 News has the same thing. There's a quick break in court before it resumes what they put.
All rise for the jury.
I'm actually surprised that there hasn't been, looking at this other feed, some of the comments, I'm surprised that there hasn't been people in here saying bad stuff.
Matt, I'm sorry, Mike.
That's because you have the best chat. Nobody's gonna come in here and mess with you.
Have you seen these mods?
Maybe see the
They're
picture.
on top of it, man. They would just wear them out. Gone. You're banned. Baker, what's happening this afternoon, man?
Hey, MG Law, we think a member of the media just threatened the judge
Thank you,
on
Judge.
his social media and was removed.
Let's go back to what happened with Officer Reno. You agreed that it took more than at least 8 seconds from, move this up.
Can you hear me?
From once you all started to tussle,
Can you hear me?
I'm leaving his hand on you.
Yeah.
But once you started to tussle with Officer Rayner, you said a minimum of 8 seconds, right? With the face-to-face, correct?
As far as I can,
Face-to-face, correct?
as far as I can remember.
What source of 8 seconds?
I mean, like the
Father Time, dude.
Source of 8 seconds you're talking about, but yeah.
Oh, wait, hold on. Where do I have two? I have two things going.
And you said, well, I don't know if it was 9 or 8. So I gave you the benefit of the doubt. I said at least 8, correct?
Okay, yeah.
Right? And then during that tussle, you bend over at some point, correct? And you do like a hula hoop something? That's what you were explaining?
We were all, both of us were already, he was pulling me and I was already going in like a circular motion. But in the midst of that, I like, see if this is like his arm on me, right? I went to duck under it. So if I could get his arm behind me, then he would be pulling me from the back and I would try to do more to make an effort to get away from him.
Was that after or before you guys were tussling for 8 seconds?
That was that was the
MG,
I guess
take
the
the
midst of
afternoon off.
in the midst of the tussle.
Come
You
hang
agree
out.
while you were tussling, you bent down, so there's
No, get sick tomorrow and come on.
My head goes down, but I don't go
During
like,
closings.
down. I just
I don't know if we're going to get closing
ducking
today.
motion, meaning bend down, not like bend down at the waist. It was more of like a ducking motion, like just like.
So now it's just you're ducking out, but during this entire tussle,
Hmm.
you're trained on Officer Rayner's weapons?
No, I'm looking at the whole situation like as much as I can see in motion. I'm just paying attention to whatever I can see.
In the dark, right?
It was light. It had some. It was had some like luminous going on.
Illuminated?
Enough.
You would agree it was pretty dark out there.
Yeah, but not dark to where my eyes couldn't adjust and catch what's going on.
What hand of Officer Rayner did you see before something?
It was his right hand.
Right, and in fact, you saw him go toward his right side, correct?
I just seen him going towards his waistband.
So you just saw him like this way?
No, I mean, he was reaching like downward. So I can't,
So straight down here?
no.
I don't know where.
Not crotch area, no.
Oh, I knew it. He said straight down here, and Ozone started laughing.
This area.
So right here?
It was just down in this area. I can't be specific. It was just down towards his waistband.
You're saying you had to use deadly force to defend yourself.
Mhm.
You don't know where he's reaching?
I see exactly where he's reaching. He's reaching his hand down, but at what
Jim,
point?
no
or what
filter, would have some
specific-
advice
I know
for
it's in
Ozone.
his right, like part of his body.
Okay, so he's reaching down his right part of his body.
Yeah, like on the right side of his body.
I'm gonna put that on a
You would
sticker.
agree he's not reaching toward his left side of his body, correct?
I mean, he was just reaching towards his waistband, so I would assume that he wasn't.
I wasn't there, sir. You just testified earlier that it was his right side, is that correct?
I'm trying to remember exactly, because it was such a spinning motion, so I can't remember. I know it was his waistband and like his body was kind of twisted, so maybe I could be wrong if he was twisted or if we were going in a spinning motion. Maybe there's a sense of misdirection.
So like a toy, he turned his whole waist this way and was reaching this way and then threw you off?
I'm not sure if like I say, I'm not sure, but I remember him reaching down towards his waistband.
Guys, please hit that like. Please make sure you're
Well,
subscribed.
if I could say anything, I would say more of his right side.
So you saw him
Help
reaching
me.
toward his right side?
Yes, sir.
Battle against
Looks like
the
he's going
opposite.
straight down, correct?
No, not straight down, but he's reaching like
Don't forget.
going to
Caitlin
grasp
comments.
whatever he has there.
Is it at Caitlin comments? Is that what it is?
Well, officers are known to carry
You don't have any
firearms,
numbers or
deadly
anything?
weapons, tasers, OC spray, and baton, whatever they carry.
But you're saying you see him reaching for something, but you're saying that something is right here?
No, it's not. It's more like in that
Stand
area.
up, if you don't mind, sir. Show me.
Stand up and show me. He's gonna try to give me
Right?
do the like.
His arm leaves
What?
leaves my body physically. And he's reaching like in this general area. So that's why I guess I want to say.
Okay.
He was grabbing
You're
from
still
my
tussling with him,
dingling.
right?
Well, he's still pulling me. I'm not tussling with him. I'm just pulling away.
You're trying to flee from him, right?
He's pulling me, and I'm just trying to get out of his grasp.
And he said stop.
Yeah, but he's still
And he
pulling
said
me.
stop.
Even if I would have stopped, he was still pulling me. So it was like a twisted motion. I never was trying to do anything besides leave. He was just still pulling and gripping on me.
But he said stop, 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 correct?
Thank you.
I hear that.
Yeah, you heard that, right?
Yes.
Right, but you didn't stop.
I didn't try to do anything to aggress him. I was trying to walk, like get out of his grasp.
But he commanded you to stop as a law enforcement officer, and you refused to.
All I was doing was like pulling my shoulder away, trying to get under his arm. I wasn't making any progressive motions towards him.
Let me make it simple. He said stop,
Mhm.
and you kept trying to go, correct?
I kept trying to get out of his grasp. Yes.
And he said stop, and you kept going.
I kept trying to get out of his grasp. Yes.
Right?
Yes.
He said stop, and you kept going.
Yes.
And he said stop, and you kept going.
Yeah. I just agreed to that.
Right. Well,
I disagreed to that.
Okay.
I mean, he can't even just say yes or no.
Keep going, right?
I'm just
If there's
trying
a
to
school teacher
get
on this
back
jury,
to where I can walk away.
Because you didn't want to
he's
get
going
into
to
it,
old
correct?
Sparky.
I didn't have an understanding of why he was even grabbing and pulling on me.
Why didn't you just stop and listen and let him explain after you sat down?
Mr. Lewis, I'm trying to get an understanding of why this is happening to me. That's the entirety of what took place. I
You
was
said that 15 times, but in the situation,
Mhm.
all you had to do was diffuse the situation was listen to his command.
Caitlin and I are. You
right,
are.
but I asked him what was going on.
But you didn't listen to one of his commands, did you, sir?
I didn't sit down. No.
You didn't sit down. Sit, sit, sit. You didn't sit down, right?
Yes.
And then he told you to sit, sit, sit again. You didn't sit down.
No.
And then he asked you, do you live here? You didn't respond, did you? With
I asked him-
answer.
We've been through this.
Yes, sir. So at what point when Officer Rayner saying stop, stop, stop in the tussle, where are you guys at that point?
I can't remember exactly verbatim, like the frame of where we was at. The tussle it was quite chaotic, so I couldn't remember, and it happened fairly
You
quickly.
reached into your pocket, right?
Mm-hmm.
You saw Officer Rayner reaching for something.
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
Okay. And you made a conscious decision at that point, correct?
Well, it was more of a reaction type of decision.
But you said your life was in danger.
It was. If I was in a tussle trying to get out of a grasp of somebody,
You said your life's in danger, so you made a conscious decision to reach your hand in your pocket, correct?
and yeah, that would have been a conscious
And you
decision.
made a conscious decision to pull a gun out of a holster from your pocket, correct?
As a reaction to what I was dealing with.
Well, who's making that decision to do that?
I am.
Right. So you're thinking about it and having your body react to it, correct?
I guess that's how movements happen with humans. Yes.
Right. So if I wanted to pick up the pen, I'm thinking about
That's
it.
how movements
Oh,
happen with
I picked up
humans.
the pen, right?
Mm-hmm.
You thought about it.
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Where'd my pen go?
I would agree because the motion is your brain talks to you, and that's what takes
Your
place.
claim is that your life was in danger, correct?
It was.
Right. So you knew you were going to pull the gun out and shoot Officer Rayner, correct?
I didn't know at the moment, but when it started to happen, I did know that that's what I was. That's what was.
When you reached into your pocket.
Yes, sir.
And you took a gun out, your intent was to shoot Officer Rayner, correct?
It was my intent was to defend myself in whatever way was possible.
Which means if you pull a gun out, you intend to shoot someone, correct?
Yes, but I didn't just pull it out to just like, oh, I'm just going to shoot you. It was more of a reaction to what was taking place with me. It wasn't just like I'm just taking it out and shooting. I was reacting to the motions. Had the motion stopped, I would have been able to process that thought. And
At any time did you say when you pulled the gun out, stop Officer Rayner, I have a gun?
no, I didn't say anything.
You didn't make a conscious decision not to shoot him. You actually chose to shoot him, correct?
It was in the motion, so that's what took place.
Because you were mad at him, right?
I wasn't mad at him at all.
Because you hate cops, right?
No.
Let's talk about it.
Oh, because you hate
Under
cops,
this
right?
states
Now they're gonna. Oh, this is gonna be good.
45. And this one, Johnny Bolton, that's referring to the SWAT team, right?
The situation that happened with Johnny Boy.
Right, because, so in this reference, you're referring to the police officers as crackers, right?
I'm frustrated and
What does
talking out of
cracker mean?
frustration again. So
Right, your frustration.
That'd be my
These
next
crackers
question.
are not far from seeing the blood of their own flowing thick in the gutter of America. It's war. Your words, right?
that was the post I made, yes, sir.
These are your words.
I'm not denying that.
Right, and you refer to the cops as crackers, right?
At the moment, I was frustrated. Yes, I did.
And within 3 weeks or less, you shot Officer Rayner, and his blood was flowing in the gutters of America, right?
No,
His blood wasn't flowing?
not in the gutters of America. I was, like I said, I speak out of frustration when I just get mad and go online. But I would,
Sorry.
that is way far off than what I felt the night in the moment when I was encountered by Mr. Raymond.
I'm glad you brought that up.
No relativity.
I'm glad you brought that up. Let's talk about that.
Oh, good. He brought something into evidence. He doesn't even realize it.
So after you shoot Officer Rayner, this is your reaction. Let me get it better. You agree, though, that you made that statement?
I did not make that statement. The verbiage is not proper. I was saying, like, get the fuck back, not fuck that, man, that. If you're referring to the comment in quotations, that's
Go. Stop. Stop.
Oh, you can hear the shots there.
That's not fuck that man?
I said, get the fuck back, man.
Why? You just shot him.
It was the reaction. I wasn't gloating what took place.
Let's listen to it again.
Like I said, it was a reaction. I hadn't even at the time I made the thought, I hadn't processed that he hadn't even hit the floor.
Let's talk about that, because within 15 minutes,
"15 minutes after the nerfing."
No, I want y'all to know something, man. I love y'all. I want y'all to know something, man. I love y'all. Black power. Stay strong as a nation. Keep fucking fighting. Move fucking forward. Don't let these pussy ass pigs fuck with you. I love y'all. Black power and shit.
so within
15 minutes after.
Within 15 minutes, you're on referring to cops as pigs, right?
Yes, sir.
Right, and you say, don't let these pussy ass pigs fuck with you, right?
At the last portion of my
About the
statement,
Fourth
that's what I
Amendment.
said.
Right. You didn't say
And
anything
death
about,
penalty in
oh my
Florida.
God, I had to use self-defense. You wanted to get your message out there, right? Because you thought it was the last time?
I was just,
That's what you said on direct. You said, I needed to get my message out because I didn't know if it was the last time. Isn't that correct, sir?
I haven't had an opportunity to answer your first question.
Well, go ahead.
When I said that, I was basically saying I love y'all to whoever was listening on my profile, and I was still, excited but frustrated about what took place. So yeah, I did say that. Like I say, I'm one of those people that are
Did he just
a
say
little
excited?
overexpressive, and that's when I'm excited or frustrated, things come out, and I just kind of just say whatever.
No, what you said on direct, sir, is you said, I wanted to get my message out there to all the people because I didn't know if I could post again, correct?
But
Isn't that what you said, sir?
that's what I said.
Right, and your message was, don't let these pussy ass pigs fuck with you, right? That was your message you got out there. The last message you thought you could post, correct?
That was not the.
Isn't that true?
That's not the only thing that was said in the.
Sir, I'm asking you, listen to this. You said, I wanted to post something, and you posted. The last thing you thought you'd ever post was, don't let these pussy ass pigs fuck with you, correct?
You read the whole thing.
I'm asking you a question here, sir. Was that in your post?
That was in it, but that wasn't the only thing I said.
Let's listen to it one more time, actually. And listen to your tone of voice when you talk about killing the police officer and don't mess with them. You're relatively calm. You'd agree with me at first. But then when you talk about killing the officer, you kind of get excited, right?
Because I'm still frustrated about the situation.
You're excited about it because you got a chance to let the blood flow of the police officer in the gutters, right, sir?
No.
Let's listen one more time.
No.
What
I
kind
want
of
y'all to
cake
know
is that
something,
he's
man. I
making?
love y'all. I want y'all to know something, man. I love. No. I want y'all to know something, man. I love y'all. I want y'all to know something, man. I love y'all. Black power.
Very calm, your voice right there, right? You'd agree?
I'm trying to, at this point, I was just trying to remain calm.
It was just a yes or no. You'd agree, correct?
I was subduing my frustration at that moment. Yes, it was.
Frustration? You just shot someone in the head. What are you frustrated about?
Don't argue with the witness.
I'm frustrated because it happened to me. My worst fear happened to me.
No, your worst fear you said to happen to you was you'd get shot and killed yourself.
That's why I reacted the way I did.
Right, but now you're saying that you were just startled by this still,
Yes.
or what was your exact words you just said?
You just told me what I just.
Okay, let's listen to the rest of how you said it.
Keep fucking fighting. Move. I want y'all to know something, man. I love y'all. Black power. Stay strong as a nation. Keep fucking fighting. Move fucking forward. Don't let these pussy ass pigs fuck with you. I love y'all. Black power and shit.
Does that sound like someone who is flustered by the situation or upset by it?
No, but as I started to think about what I was saying, I began to get more frustrated at the fact that I had been in that situation.
Nobody
That's
deserves
what
to
it
be
was
shot.
more of a emotional situation
away-
going on. As I was
This
thinking
guy
about
was
what I
shot
was
in the
saying.
eye. Took him
You know,
55
like I
days
say, you
before he
know,
passed away.
I'm one of those people that wear my heart on my
Take
sleeve
away
a bit. So
everything he's ever
as I
had,
talk, sometimes my
everything he
voice
ever
goes
will
up,
have.
and sometimes with the type
Death
of
is
words
not
or
an answer.
whatever
Death
things I
should
might
be
say,
the
it
enemy
just
of all
goes up or down. It's
It
just
only goes up in this situation when you say, don't let these pussy ass pigs fuck with you. You're excited when you say that.
no, I'm not.
Well, we just heard it. Why would you not be?
I'm frustrated. If you listen, I said something prior to that.
So let me ask you this. Officer Rayner is lying there bleeding. You won't call 911 because you're afraid you're going to get caught. But you're more than happy to go out on Instagram and post up how you don't like the police or, don't give it to the police.
I'm not happy at all.
But you are. You're excited there. You're telling your followers this is the last message you're ever going to hear, right?
I did not say that.
That's what you said. I went out there and posted on your direct examination.
Right.
Because this is the last time I may ever be able to post again, right?
I didn't say that in the post. That's the feeling. That's the reaction of me posting it. But I didn't say it in the post.
Right,
This is
you-
my last time posting.
You didn't get your message out there and say,
You need to let him.
But I didn't say it in the post.
Right,
This is my last time posting.
you didn't get your message out there and say,
You need to let him finish.
yes, sir.
I didn't say that in the post. I never said this is my last message to y'all. I'm about to get it out and this is what it is. I said it as a reaction to my emotions. That's what was going on. That's the dead truth.
Yeah. So let's talk about this though. That's the last post you're ever gonna make. You don't say anything.
Well, let him finish the question.
You don't say anything in that post about I had to kill a police officer for self-defense. I was in fear for my life. You just said don't let those pussy ass pigs mess with you, right?
Yes, that's what I said. But that's a part of the message that's on there.
You weren't injured at all from this, were you, sir?
Not initially, but he was physical with me, but I wasn't injured because
Right, you never got injured.
no, sir.
No injuries at all.
No.
Officer Rayner never tried to get in your car with you, did he?
Slightly
I'm
opened the
unfamiliar
door
with
to
this
make-
dragon, man.
Make his way in.
He never
Oh, wait.
entered the actual car, did he, sir?
No.
Yes.
Type, 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 type. You don't have to have the microphone right over the keyboard.
I don't have any other questions, Judge.
All right, thank you. Any redirect?
Mr. Wallace, Mr. Lewis went on about your training as a security guard and things like that, but based on what he was asking, would you have ever approached a person like that in your line of duty the way Rayner did you?
No, sir.
Okay. He also talked about the cigar, or, the marijuana. If that was marijuana, what could you have done with it?
It's a variation of things that could happen. I could have threw it. I've heard of people eating it. I could have.
No, the awkward one
So
was when
of
they
it.
Would it have been possible for
Pulled
you
the
to
plug.
just discard it if it was something illegal?
Yeah.
Why didn't you just sit down?
I need
Because I was
reminders.
already in the motion of getting up and going in my apartment for the night.
And how many times did you try to walk away, but were not able to?
If I could remember correctly, we can watch the video, but it was three efforts that I made to maneuver myself out of the situation.
And when all of this was, when you initially got out of your car, was your intent to ever have to pull your weapon on Officer Rayner?
No, sir. I only had my weapon because I was going in the house for the night.
1 second, Your Honor.
Yes.
Where did you
Can
come
you
from
read
that you had the
cross?
weapon?
Thank you. Defense, can we put the TV back, and then do you have anything else?
That, ladies and gentlemen, is why you don't testify against yourself.
Your Honor, we don't need the TV now. I was just going to introduce.
All right, if we can push it back and out of the way. Camera was disconnected on the way back. It can't block that door, it has to go in.
Your Honor, no, it was already in close. We did get some feedback that-
I love judges. They're the most peculiar, picky, OCD people in the world. It's like they know how to do everything in their
Well, I
courtroom,
have to call.
but they've never done it themselves
Find out.
physically.
Can you call IT?
Call IT. Man, I'm losing my. How long have I been streaming for?
5 hours.
Yeah, my earbuds are dropping.
I'll tell you what, let me have you step into the jury room for a moment. All rise for the jury.
For a moment. Yeah, Eris, Chris, I agree. The redirect was not well done. I don't think they touched on very many things at all. I mean, going back to the security guard job didn't clear anything up for me.
So when they were the security guard deal, you know, said like he was a security guard or whatever. You know what I thought of? The Orlando nightclub pew-pewing. The what was it, Paradise Club or something like that?
Mm-hmm.
Pulse is the Pulse nightclub. Omar Mateen. Omar was a security guard in the state of Florida. I was like, oh, wow. Maybe Florida needs to look at how they pick security guards. Lex, what's up, bud? My great witness, I'd have to say I was upset the Popo tried to... Oh. What? What trial? Who's looking at the wrong trial? No way.
What?
No way. Well, that hasn't come across the little Amazon mouth box over here. Do you know what happened with that one, Caitlin? Are you familiar?
With Hunter Biden?
The gun charge?
No, I'm not. Not with
There's
the gun
several.
charge specifically.
There's several issues, and I don't know which one. Yeah, I know, Eris. I'm gonna be streaming all day. You're right. You're right. Oh, crud! I'm supposed to. Oh.
Expert
There's
just
so much stuff
remembered.
to do. So there's several. One was that, and I don't know. This is actually a more fun thing to talk about. Did you know that Hunter Biden was his brother passed away with brain cancer? Very sad. He was in the Navy. Hunter hooked up with his brother's wife at his funeral, and they ended up getting married. Did you know that?
Awesome. No, I did not.
This is a deep rooted family values. But anyway, so he was like, doing his thing. I mean, we all know like Hunter, he's a wild child. He has a good time wherever he goes. You've seen the pictures, we all have. So should have archived those. Anyway, so Hunter, his ex sister-in-law, current wife, is mad at him because he's like out on a bender. He's all doped up. And so she takes his firearm and drives to a trash can. It might be like the trash can outside of like the Whole Foods or something like that. Throws his gun away in the trash can. Guess what? There's a school across the street too. So Hunter is like, "You dummy! You threw away my gun! My dad's the vice president. I need that." Like, what happens if someone finds it and it gets connected to me? So he calls his dad. His dad sends over the Secret Service to Delaware. Oh, hey, we're coming back.
And everything seems
All
to
this
be
is true.
okay. So,
Hunter Biden's a
all
cool
right,
guy.
we ready for the jury? Okay, and then as far as plan, is it in your intent to rest at that point?
Yes, Your Honor.
I heard
Is the
word
state going to
rest.
have any rebuttal?
No, sir.
Okay.
He said yes, sir, or no, sir?
I think I heard no, sir.
What we're gonna do is, after you finish and then the state rests, I'm gonna send them out to lunch. I'll give you guys a lunch. We'll come back and, I'd say we stay a little bit late and finish with the closings today. Okay?
All right.
Do we want to come back early for lunch for the charge conference, Judge?
Yeah, I want to give them a longer lunch period and then we'll come back and then, have our charge conference after we have our lunch. All right? Bring the jury
You
in.
okay, bud?
Yeah, dude. Yeah. I mean, where have you been? Like
That
under
happened a while ago.
I mean, dude, that's hello. Do you know what year it is? Are you still in lockdown, bro? Because like this is like that's like 10 years ago, man. Do you know that Donald Trump is a famous entertainer in Hollywood, and he was a big time Democrat his entire life until he ran for president because he didn't
All right,
like Hillary. Hillary's own husband doesn't like Hillary. That's what's so funny about it. It's all a big. I mean, what are you saying, man? Dude. I mean, it's the coolest thing anybody's ever said, probably. But you know what, though? He didn't leave a loaded gun. His ex-sister-in-law, current wife, didn't leave a loaded gun across from a school. That's the key with this issue. But that's just one of them. The other one is that he could have lied on his because he got it from a gun store.
You may
bought
be
brand new.
seated.
And in the
Defense.
paperwork. I will talk about it later.
Yes, Your Honor.
Like I said, there's two charges.
For identification, as defense exhibit A. It is specifically a zip drive of body worn camera footage of man Dickens, who testified as to that particular bit of footage which was on the scene.
Without objection, it will be admitted as evidence or subject to the discussions.
It's subject to what we argued.
Yes, sir.
He had gone through training. He did a really good job at first, but I didn't expect that prosecutor to be so vicious. The prosecutor really stepped up his game.
Evidence you, which we believe were authenticated during the testimony of technical.
Okay, without objection, it will be admitted.
Your Honor, may I just briefly hold them up to the jury?
You're going to do it in there or you want to hand them?
I was just gonna,
Okay, you're welcome to do that, yeah. You can take it close if you like.
and finally, we would offer into evidence what's been marked as defense exhibit C, which was authenticated by the witness and also by virtue of the business record certification. It is the Axon audit trail for Mr. Rayner's body worn camera footage.
Okay.
No objection.
Without objection, admitted as evidence.
And with that, Your Honor, I'm rest.
Okay. Any rebuttal?
No, sir.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, this concludes the presentation of the evidentiary portion of the trial. It is not time to deliberate. We still have a lot more work to do. And I anticipate we're going to work a little bit late tonight. So I'm hoping that's not a problem for anyone. If it is, please let the
It
bailiffs
is.
know.
I made an appointment
Our
last
schedule is gonna
night.
be
I
as
said I'll be
follows.
there at like
I'm gonna give you a lunch
4:30
hour,
or
but it's gonna
5:30
be
because I don't want
longer
to go
than
during rush
normal.
hour.
It's going to be a 2-hour lunch hour. So I expect you back here around 4 o'clock. Meanwhile, I have to meet with the lawyers, I have to eat as well, and then we also have to go over the last minute jury instructions to make sure that the law is spelled out for you in a manner that you can understand it. So what we're going to do is we're going to recess until 4 o'clock for the jury, 4 o'clock, okay? Thank you. All right, jury. Don't discuss the case, please. Keep reminding
So
you
we
of that.
recess till 4? I may try to get my running around.
And counsel,
leave the stream
you can
going.
be back here at 3 o'clock.
This apparently is more than just. Okay. Is there any issue with you wanting to cross examine?
Or just don't put this. Yeah, that's
All right, we're in recess. Do you want me to clear the courtroom, Stacy? Would that be better?
So I'll do the same thing for the.
I'm going to need everyone to leave the courtroom.
Okay.
So this is recess?
I think so. Judge has left the building.
Yeah. That's not fun. All right, so that's what we got. Kaylin, do you have anything?
Nothing more than what I've said. I think the redirect was not great. I think he could have asked a few more questions to maybe help the case. But I'm interested in hearing closing arguments. I think that will be a big part of this trial.
It's going to be huge, and that's why I'm going to try to run off and get back. I just got a short thing to do. Everybody, look, hang on a second. Let me type in this banner. See here. Court has gone to lunch. Back at 4 p.m. By the way, I talk like this when I type. This is not pretending. This is actually, I just caught myself.
It's okay. That's how I'm talking right now anyways, without trying to type.
Yeah, I need help. So I need help. All right, so we can do this, and then we're going to do, boom. Oh, look at that. And then go, wait, hold on, what happened there? No, go back. There. No. Where'd my thing go? That's it. I have a lot of problems. All right, so everybody, the show will be back in a couple hours. I'll have my phone with me if something happens I can't get here. And Caitlin, you can, if you leave, I can let you back in. And then, hang on a second. Let me send you a message real quick. All right. Cool.
Yes.
Okay, awesome. Guys, you rock. You absolutely rock. Thank you so much, everybody. This is going to be fun. We're going to have a good time this afternoon. Can't wait for closing. That would be really good. And this guy's a great judge. He's a great judge. You know what? I wonder if, are you allowed to, 3 p.m. is jury instruction in an hour? Well, we'll just have to see if the jury instruction pops up online. We'll cover jury instruction when we come back. It's not a big deal. Jury instructions is just a set of the written rules, and the attorneys come up with them and say, okay, first degree murder cases, they have these things that the jury has to know about, and then they do is they say, well, we approve of this, we don't approve of this, we approve of the writing here to make sure everything's done. It's fodder for this stuff. But
And we'll hear them when the judge reads them out to the jury.
Yeah, yeah, and they should be posted somewhere too. So that's what they're doing at 3 p.m. All right, I gotta get. We'll do that real quick. Turn around. Anyway, listen, Caitlin, I'll see you and everybody else. Love you guys. You know what I'm gonna do for you? Check this out. Get excited, and you know what? This is a perfect time for you to get a snack for this evening. Isn't that sad? Can you guys believe this? Like, I'm actually doing a trial. Do you guys think I should ever do another one? I'm thinking.
Yes.
Why do you say that? We'll talk later. Look at this. See if I can do it.
I woke up to go get me a cold pop, and then I thought somebody was barbecuing. I said, "Oh Lord Jesus, it's a fire." Then I ran out. I didn't grab no shoes or nothing, Jesus. I ran for my life. And then the smoke got her. I got bronchitis. Ain't nobody got time for that. Ain't nobody got time for that. Ain't nobody got time for that. Ain't nobody got time. Ain't nobody got time. Ain't nobody got time for that. Ain't nobody got time for that. Ain't nobody got time for that. Ain't nobody got time. Ain't nobody got time. Ain't nobody got time for that. Ain't nobody got time for that. Ain't nobody got time for that. Ain't nobody got time. Ain't nobody got time. Ain't nobody got time for that. Well, I woke up to go get me a cold pop. Then I thought somebody was barbecuing. I said, "Oh Lord Jesus, it's a fire." Then I ran out. I didn't grab no shoes and
Actually, I've got a number. Jason, then we'll see if you have one. Okay, no. Yes, thank you.
Yep. I'll email Terry.
Okay, let's go on the record. The defendant is present.
Bleh. Oh, wait, I'm up here.
We need to go over the jury instructions. I've received a packet from the
I
defense.
didn't know I was up here.
Also a packet from the most recent packet from
I was
the
just
state.
testing my mic.
So,
Is this thing on? Wow. That's embarrassing. Oh, well.
so we want to start? You ready to go?
Yes, sir. Ready.
Okay, I wish we could put line numbers on yours, but I'm starting with version, what you sent me this morning.
Do you want me to see if I can figure out how to do it? I don't.
It's too late, though. I would have to print it out for them, and then that's just gonna slow us down. So we'll have to just live through it. All right.
We're living through it, guys. We're going to do it live.
It's introduction to final instructions, that's standard. Statement of the charge, that's standard. And then in the next paragraph, the second paragraph after introduction to homicide, do you believe that second-degree murder should be included in there? Because right now the lessers are.
Does anybody have a source for the jury instructions?
First-degree murder of a law enforcement officer, first-degree murder, second-degree murder of a law enforcement officer, and then there's no second-degree murder, and then there's manslaughter.
It's, in mine, it says second degree in the introduction to homicide. Are we missing it?
Introduction to homicide, second paragraph.
Gotcha. Okay, yeah, it should be in there, Judge.
Should be okay?
No, it should be in there.
Okay.
Add that.
And then where should I put it? Right after second-degree murder of a law enforcement officer?
Yes, sir.
Keep it consistent.
Okay, all right. So far, so good?
Yes, sir.
Let me, and you have their copy too, right? Yeah. Okay, justifiable homicide, that is standard. I would give it. If there is an objection, let me know. Then we move on to excusable homicide. The words great bodily harm and an object is designed to inflict bodily harm, that was left out of the defense's instruction. I don't know if you meant for that to come out or not.
I think the initial reaction was, it's really,
A weapon, a firearm.
I mean,
I'll take it out if you want it out.
yeah,
You don't care?
I don't care.
All right, so that would be,
Two paragraphs.
yeah, dangerous weapon will be given. But after the paragraph defining dangerous weapon, the next two paragraphs will be eliminated. All right? And then after the great bodily harm paragraph, it says, I now instruct you on the circumstances that must be proved before Othal Wallace may be found guilty of first-degree murder. It should say of a law enforcement officer.
Correct, I agree.
Or any lesser included crimes. First-degree premeditated murder of a law enforcement officer, that's all okay? Now, on, under employing agency, which is halfway down the page, the definition of employing agency. Never mind, that's of no consequence, the language that's missing there. Just so you know, the extraneous language that says private contractors to non-juvenile detention, I got rid of that. For some reason, it's still in mine.
And Judge, to preserve it for the record, we do want to, and this will be part of this instruction on the first charge as well as the main charge of first degree murder against a law enforcement officer as well as first degree murder. The definition, the standard definition including this of premeditation, it may seem like ages ago, but we did file an objection, and with our own requested definition of premeditation, what it did in an order denying that.
Okay,
But I do want to reiterate that on the record.
very well. The last two paragraphs, before you get to first degree felony murder of a law enforcement officer, it's 776.051. That's a statute. I don't know if you guys are objecting to that or not objecting to that. I think you wanted your own special instruction, and I based my ruling on 776.051. So I don't know if you want to object to it at this time to preserve it or.
I'm sorry, I was reading something.
Yeah. You see where it says first degree felony murder of a law enforcement officer? The above two
I
paragraphs.
don't, sorry. That's getting clipped.
Yes, we wanted
Jen, no filters on fire. Is this thing on?
excluded is not part of the standard jury instruction.
Correct. The standard jury instruction refers to it specifically. So I added it because I believe it's applicable in this case. So over objection, I will give it. And again, that was the basis for me denying this request for special jury instruction that was filed. I think Mr. Provisco might have argued that one. I'm not really sure. So. All right, now, heat of passion is not included in this section. I don't know why you guys left that out at the very beginning, but the defense,
Comment, I didn't want to cut you off, but we do want the definition of heat of passion.
right, I think you're entitled to that. But where to put it is the issue. I guess I could put it at the very end.
Yes,
You know, heat of passion usually is an introduction to homicide. It's up above. So I think that's where it needs to go. It's part of the definition of introduction to homicide, I believe.
I think that's how it reads in the decision.
Right. My inclination is to give it where it belongs, and that would be in the introduction to homicide, because that's going to apply to all the homicide lessers. So I want to add heat of passion just to let you know.
And I'm looking in the standards, it's not there, but if that's where the court wants to put it, it's not in the standard instructions.
It is not?
Not there. It goes, it's part of the instruction. It is part of the homicide instruction itself in the homicide charge. Just trying to get there.
Oh,
It's under like premeditated murder. It goes toward, yeah, it's in there. An issue in this case is whether defendant did not act because he acted in heat of passion based on adequate provocation. So that would go in the actual premeditated murder section.
okay. Do you have it in there or you don't?
We did not include it because we didn't feel like it was applicable, but if the court wants to and the defense, then, you know.
Okay, then I'll put it at the bottom of the count itself.
Yes, sir.
It'll be right after 776.051. All right, very well. first-degree felony murder. Do you want me to define the attempted commission of resisting an officer? Right now, you have while engaged in the commission of or attempted commission of resisting an officer. And I don't know if you gave the attempt later on or not, but I think
we would ask for both to be included, Judge.
for both the offense and then the inchoate of attempt,
Yes.
okay? I believe they're entitled to that. So on first-degree felony murder of a law enforcement officer, on element number 2, we will add attempt to this. To stay consistent in element number 2, it says the word defendant. Throughout the entire thing, we've been using his name. I suggest putting Othal Wallace, just to remain consistent.
Okay.
Okay, and that's 6 elements. And then, like I said, we need to add the attempted resisting without violence.
It should be attempted resisting with violence, though.
Say it again?
Did you say without violence?
No, with violence, I'm
I
sorry.
just want to make sure.
Yeah.
Okay, guys. So what they're doing is this is they come in together. Okay, the lawyers are here, both sides, the judge, and they're reading over this. Florida Supreme Court has listed.
I'll have to look.
the,
Is that a crime? Attempted
criminal
resisting with
jury
violence?
instructions. Okay.
would
I'm
that
gonna read
be-
this is straight from the
Resisting with
Florida
violence can
Supreme Court's
include the
website.
threat.
The standard jury instructions for criminal cases are
Well, is the
provided
threat resisting
in the following
without?
formats. Documents are best viewed as a word processing. Please note to ensure you're reviewing.
Well,
the
you know,
recent
there
version
is an
of instructions.
attempted battery, and then there is an assault. And that's the analogy I'm using. Maybe you have, I'll have to look it up.
I'll try and research when we have some time before.
Yeah, yeah. I'm sorry? Yeah, but I don't know that makes it legal. I don't know if there's some case law that says there is no such crime as of attempted resisting without violence. I'd have to take a look, because I haven't looked at it in a long time. Okay, so the rest of that instruction, it's, again, you have to object to the language of 776051, which is included on
These are
this count as
standard
well.
jury instructions. Okay, so it is from the Florida
Right.
bar. I'm putting those in the Discord. They're the
And
standard.
then that's the end of
jury
the
instructions.
charging document right there, first degree.
They are going over the nuances.
Murder of a law
what they
enforcement
want.
officer and felony murder of
Said
a law
a
enforcement
specific
officer.
way,
Now we
maybe,
get to the
of something being
lessons.
said, or an emphasis or whatever else to help their side of the case.
I know what you're talking about, but I want the record to reflect that we're objecting to the re-inclusion of the 2 paragraphs.
Right.
Justified, using force to resist, and excessive force, those 2 paragraphs.
Right, and I just identify it as 776051. That's where I got it from. All right, lessers, that's a standard instruction, and then now we're in just straight first-degree murder. That's a lesser. That is pretty standard. And then with the exception of heat of passion was not included, and that would go right above first-degree felony murder. And I will read it again.
Yes, sir.
They say heat of passion. Are they including that?
All right, and then the same issue with felony murder is whether the attempt needs to be defined as part of this instruction.
I've asked Ms. Dragonis to research that, and I'll get back to you.
Very well. The rest of that instruction, it's the same. Once again, it has the 776051, which you object. The state recognizes that any time the court put 776051 language in the instruction that the defense objects. So if you just want to say object, we've already discussed this ad nauseum, but, okay, thank you very much. All right, now we move on to second-degree murder of a law enforcement officer. Huh?
So, on, felony murder, the three elements, the second element, engaging commission or attempted commission or resisting with violence, tends to go down to the actual definition of resisting with violence. The attempt word is not included in four elements, so there's inconsistency.
Say it again. I'm not following you.
If you go to the first part of first-degree felony murder, they give three elements.
Did they say felony murder? Is that right?
While engaging commission or attempted commission of resisting officer with violence, and then when you go, if you skip the next paragraph, then it says to prove the crime of resisting officer with violence, the state must prove the following. And then, but there's when you look at the elements, there's no attempted there.
Right, I need to fix that. I need to add the input, your instruction that defines what an attempt is. You know, the one that says, you know, he tried but failed to do so, or, you know, I need to add that language in both. Yeah, I'm aware of the absence of that, and I'll be adding that language. And again, 776051 is given in this one as well, and just say object. Thank you. Now we're on second degree, well, was that second degree?
If we can back up, I think, just to the resisting violence, I don't think there's an attempt, but I think our instruction is off slightly. I'm just looking at the standard. If you look at on page 7, under the second one, under where we define resisting with violence, it should say by offering to do violence or doing violence. So I think that would take care of that issue there. So it should say Othal Wallace knowingly and willfully resisted, obstructed, or opposed Jason Rayner by offering to do violence or doing violence to him. So that's where the attempt sort of kind of evolved. It's from the standard instruction, Judge. So we can disregard the attempt, and we have to change this in the previous felony murder instruction.
I found a case that appealed to the state fourth PCA where it says there's no such thing as attempted resisting with violence because the statute prohibits an offer to do violence. Same thing.
Okay, so it's still, though, the word attempted is given, or is not?
No, so the way it would be worded is Othal Wallace knowingly and willfully resisted, obstructed, opposed Jason Rayner by offering to him violence or doing violence to him. So the offering is subsumed in the substantive charge, Judge, which would be the attempt, I assume.
Okay, we're going to have to go back a little bit. Okay, hold on.
Yes, sir.
Tell me again, read it slowly.
Yes, sir. Defendant, I guess.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yes, defendant knowingly and willfully resisted or obstructed or opposed Jason Rayner by offering to do him violence.
By offering to?
Do him violence. Or doing violence to him.
Okay. So now this is also above. So what does that say about element number 2? While engaging the commission of resisting with violence. That's it, right? We get rid of the word attempted commission. That should come up, come off.
Right, that's correct. Yes, sir. I agree with that.
Okay.
I just actually already crossed it off here.
Okay, so I'm just fixing first-degree felony murder.
Okay.
Was that also above?
Yeah, it's going to be under first-degree felony murder of a law enforcement officer, too. Same thing, Judge.
Okay, then let me fix it right now.
Yes, sir, let me go back and find it.
It's by offering to do violence.
It says knowingly and willfully resisted, obstructed, opposed by offering to do him violence. The wording's weird, but to do him violence.
Or
Doing violence to him.
Okay. All right, got it, okay.
So just in first, did you move up to the first degree felony murder of a law enforcement officer yet, Judge? Is that what you're just?
I just fixed it.
Okay, so you know in the first one, number 2, to take out where it says attempted commission.
I did.
Perfect, that's what I'm gonna say.
Yeah, element 2 just reads, while engaging the commission of resisting, and I should say an officer with violence, Othal Wallace caused the death of Jason Rayner. That's what it should read, right?
Yes.
That's element number 2?
Correct.
Okay. All right, very well. Going on to second-degree murder. I'm sorry, second-degree murder of a law enforcement officer. I think all this is standard.
Yes, sir.
And as well, here, 776051 is given. All right, thank you. Oh, thank you for reminding me of that.
Judge, are you going to where it says like law enforcement officer?
Hold on. Say it again.
Where it says like law enforcement officer.
Yeah, I'm going to shorten all those.
I was just going to say, are you just going to refer, it has previously been defined for you on this page or no?
That's exactly what I'm doing. I'll start cutting those out on my own.
Okay.
Once a word is defined, it will not be redefined every single time. It'll just refer people to the original definition at line whatever.
Perfect.
And there'll be lines on the instructions. All right, second-degree murder now. This is standard, with the exception, again, heat of passion needs to be added. All right. Now possession of a firearm and discharge causing great bodily harm or death. Is that 1020 life?
Yes, sir. And
Okay,
also
that only applies to which ones?
second degree murder.
Only second?
Well, it could, yes, because if he's convicted of second degree murder of a law enforcement officer, it's automatic life.
Life.
Yes.
Right. So maybe I should let them know
Okay,
that the following instruction only applies to second degree murder.
that's fine.
Okay. Now, on 1020 life, your instruction was different from the state.
Yes, Judge, you're talking about the
This is a 1020 life.
discharge?
Yeah.
Well, we object to the 4 questions and the interrogatories in there because it's all part of the standard jury instructions. The interrogatories, I realize that they'll be on the verdict form, and of course, your Honor's going to go to the verdict form with the jury, but
Right.
it doesn't control
And Judge, what we did is we just went to Robert Hayes' case. We just pulled the
I know.
language used there. We
Yeah.
can certainly go by the standards if you want, but I was just pulling what.
Yeah. It doesn't really much matter. I mean, it just gives them a heads up. I'll leave it like it is. Now, great bodily harm, did we take that out earlier or we didn't?
We took that out before, but it's probably,
It's applicable to second-degree murder.
it's applicable to 1020 life. For the 25 to life, it caused death or serious bodily injury.
Got you.
I don't know why it says great bodily harm, but
That's fine. All right, so I'll leave it as is. Manslaughter, I did not see any differences between yours and theirs. So I intend to give it as is. Possession of a firearm after manslaughter,
that only applies to the manslaughter because the other ones are subsumed in the second-degree murder or interrogatories that we have.
Again, because it's not part of the standard instruction, the single interrogatory there about proof beyond reasonable doubt that previously would be defined.
okay. Now, for manslaughter, the defense inserted justifiable use of deadly force, 3.6 F. And you had it in this spot.
Yes. It could be,
Huh? Well, you want me to give it at the end of all
yes.
the homicides? On justifiable use of deadly force? Okay, so I won't give it here. I will give it right above weighing the evidence. You all had sent me a 3.6 F. You didn't include it? Urbanic sent me that.
The plea of not guilty?
No, 3.6 F is justifiable use of deadly force.
I think we were waiting. That one was for a different issue, Judge.
That was for what?
That was for something before jury instructions. He had put something together like preliminarily. But we were just waiting. We got Mr. Woods, so we can go through Mr. Woods and then we can incorporate what we think might be relevant from his.
Well, hold on. It's 3.6 F, correct? I will add it right above weighing the evidence.
Sorry,
I will
guys, I'm
look at
reading
what
a
you
lot
had
of
sent me
stuff.
earlier because I thought that was agreed upon, but,
It's not agreed upon, Judge. There's certain ones that we don't agree with, so I think we're going to need to do that.
okay, all right. Let's go through all of it and then we'll go back. Weighing the evidence, that's all standard.
And I took out 7, 9, and 10, or I just crossed through those. I don't know if everyone agrees.
I don't know which ones. 7 is pressure threat. That's okay?
Take that, yeah.
Take it out? You okay?
Mr. Wood, are you okay with that?
Take it 7 out.
Yeah,
Yeah, 7. How about 8? 8 stays.
it stays, correct.
9. Do you want me to give that? I don't think that became an issue even with the defendant testifying. Take it out? Okay, 9 comes out. How about 10? 10 comes out. All right. Defendant not testifying, that comes out. I've had this asked before. I don't know if you guys want it. Under the defendant not testifying, some people sometimes ask for the first paragraph. Not obviously the second one. It's not applicable here, but. You want it? Okay. Defendant statements, I think that's appropriate.
Generally, that's in reference to when a law enforcement officer takes a statement.
Listen, you put on a lot of statements.
Yes, sir.
That that they can consider whether or not they came from law enforcement or not.
That's fine, Judge.
I'm going to leave it, so that stays. Rules for deliberation. If you look at number 5, second sentence comes off. Okay, the rest of that is okay. Cautionary instruction, that's standard, I would give it. Verdict.
This section,
Yeah, the third paragraph. Huh?
yes, we strongly object to.
Yeah, well, there is case law. I was wrong. I thought, I agree with you. And in previous cases, in my verdict form, I always, when the verdict form that separated the verdict, finding that the defendant guilty either unanimously of felony or unanimously of premeditated. But the case law says that they can split their vote between felony and premeditated so long as they find him guilty of.
If I can make some argument on that?
Absolutely, I want to hear it.
Get a little closer. So the reference jury instruction refers to.
Wait, before you do that, I want to put the case on the record. The case is in the standard jury instruction. The state cited it earlier, Mansfield versus State. And I can't find, yes, 911 Southern 2nd, 1160. That case holds that the jurors in a first-degree murder, so long as they're unanimous on either a theory of felony murder or premeditated murder, if each individual juror finds has a guilty verdict, that's a one or the other or both, then that is a sustainable verdict. There's also a different case. Dillard versus State, 329 Southern 3rd, 788. It's a second DCA. And that basically stands for the proposition that the use of jury instructions and verdict form allowing jury to find defendant guilty of first-degree murder without unanimous agreement as to whether he committed premeditated or felony first-degree murder did not render the guilty verdict non-unanimous. And that's a 2021 case, so it's very, very recent, Dillard versus State. So I'll let you make your argument.
Yes, Judge. So I would point out in the Mansfield case that the court cited, that I also have in front of me, that later in the opinion, they talk about the fact that the direct appeal of Mr. Mansfield's case, which I'll cite for the record too, maybe just go upwards, is 758 Southern 2nd, 636 from, it's a Florida Supreme Court case, of course, from 2000. They cited the fact that, and they refer to, let me pull it up because I'd highlighted it, the fact that that opinion came, I just had it cited. They refer to the Apprendi case and before the Ring decision. Here it is. It's a long opinion. The Mansfield also argues that the Supreme Court decisions in Ring and Apprendi have changed the constitutional requirements. So Apprendi, and they pointed out Apprendi and Ring came out after the Mansfield original direct opinion. My argument, Judge, is that, and again, that's the reason why I cited the Miller case in my objection to this very section of the proposed jury instructions. Miller is a second DCA case, and I shepherdized it. And Miller, of course, was a post-conviction relief case. But if you read, and I know you have, the actual opinion that
the second DCA was very reluctant to not grant relief in that particular case, and they didn't grant relief in that case simply because the defense attorney or the trial attorney at the time did not object to the jury being told about the non-unanimous decision. And it was clear in my reading of it that the result would have been different had the trial attorney, in fact, did state their objection on the record. Judge, it's a violation of the defendant's constitutional rights, both the U.S. Constitution and the Florida Constitution, as I cited in my written objection in reference to the Miller case, that the state be allowed to do this. It goes against the very grain of requiring unanimity in our decisions that have been upheld for so long, even by our U.S. Supreme Court.
Well, you know, as recent as 2021, the second DCA upheld this particular instruction. I'm not inclined to go against that, especially in light of Mansfield, plus this opinion of Dillard.
Judge, would the court allow me, if you would cite the case again?
Dillard versus State, 329, Southern 3rd, 788. Florida 2nd DCA 2021. So if you want to take a look at it, if I got it wrong, I have to give you a ruling right now because you're about to do closing arguments. So, so my ruling is that I'm going to give it. There is a correction to be made to the jury instructions, to that particular instruction, the third paragraph in the verdict.
We did change a little bit, just slightly, Judge, to make it seem more like it flowed. Because when we did it, it was, what we did is we just changed and did first-degree murder of a law enforcement officer, and, you know, and first-degree felony murder. But then we just put the same rule applies to the lesser-included offense of first-degree murder, just so we don't have to reread the same thing for.
Well, I was just going to add, the same rule applies to the lesser-included offense of first-degree premeditated murder and first-degree felony murder.
Absolutely fine, Judge.
Okay, let me just make that correction. That's kind of weird. My instruction is not matching what I have in paper. Let me just read it out loud. If you return a verdict of guilty to the charge of first-degree murder of a law enforcement officer, or this is where you changed it, or the lesser-included offense of first-degree murder, it is not necessary that all of you agree the state proved first-degree premeditated murder, and it is not necessary
Guys, while they
that
go
all
over
of
the
you
rest of the
agree
instructions,
the state proved
I'm gonna walk
first-degree
away for a
felony murder.
second. I have a poll up
Instead,
for you.
what is required is that
And
all
if
of you agree
have,
the state
any
proved
social
either
media or anything,
first-degree
please invite people over
premeditated
for the
murder
sentencing part
or
here.
first-degree
or
felony
the
murder.
closing arguments. Love you guys. I'll be right back.
It's a little bit confusing.
This is how, did you read the new one, Judge? Does that one make more sense?
Well, the old one read, if you return a verdict of guilty to the charge of first-degree murder of a law enforcement officer, it is not necessary that all of you agree the state proved first-degree premeditated murder of a law enforcement officer, and it is not necessary that all of you agree the state proved first-degree felony murder of a law enforcement officer. Instead, what is required is that all of you agree the state proved either first-degree premeditated murder of a law enforcement officer or first-degree felony murder of a law enforcement officer. The same rule applies to the lesser included offense of first-degree premeditated murder and first-degree felony murder.
That's the new way. I thought that's how you were going to do it.
That's the new one?
But
I thought I was,
the one you were reading was the one when Mr. Urbana changed it. So
oh, okay.
what the only thing we didn't do is you put the same rule applies to lesser included offense. We put a first-degree murder, but you put a
Right, split it.
premeditated and first-degree felony murder.
Okay, then what I'm gonna do is I'll, I thought I was working on the computer with the same version that I'm reading, but I may not be. So I'll look at it tonight and then
Okay, that's right.
let me,
Look at it too, just send it to us.
okay. So that takes care of that. Submitting the case to the jury, that's standard. And I will give it. Okay, verdict form, I didn't print it. We have a printed version of the verdict form?
We did propose one too, and we inserted two captions, two interrogatories under first degree murder against the law enforcement officer. And we referenced both premeditated yes or no, felony murder yes or no, and including the word unanimous.
Okay.
That's for both first degree murder and law enforcement officer as well as.
Okay, I think I ruled that they don't have to be unanimous on the theory of first-degree murder, so long as they're unanimous on the fact that there was a first-degree murder committed, either felony or premeditated or both.
Can I make one last thing on the record, Judge?
Yeah.
So, and I've got the Gillard case in front of me, the court cited, and I think, although they concluded in the same position as the court did, what I'm struck by is the language that it's the very last paragraph before the court said affirmed in there. It says, thus this circuit court properly instructed the jury that either premeditated felony murder could sustain a guilty verdict, so long as all the jurors unanimously agreed Mr. Gillard was guilty of one or the other form. How are we ever going to know that unanimously found one version felony or premeditated murder unless we ask them that, unless we tell them that to be unanimous on either or both?
Let me take a look at their verdict form. I mean, that's where I can explain it to them, but
I'm going to try and put it up on the screen, Judge.
okay. Hold on, stand by it, just.
Of course.
Did you guys send me a verdict form?
I thought I did. I was looking for it,
I can't
Judge.
find one. Huh?
Yeah. I can put up on the, let me just email it to you, Judge. Make it easier.
Did you think you sent that, or?
Me or Mr. Urbanik, I think.
I
Just gonna
can't.
send you a new copy, Judge. Gary, you okay if I just send it to the judge?
Go ahead and send it.
I got it.
Did you send me the
I
verdict?
just sent it. Did it not go through?
Watchdog, did you put a link to that video in your
It says it was
channel?
sent at 3:48 p.m.
I'll link to it.
I can.
Guys, I'm around.
It'll take probably about 10 or 10 minutes. I can have Terry go down and print it out for us, Judge, if we need to.
Well, I don't know why it's not coming through.
Do you want me to just put on a flash drive for you, sir?
Let's give it a second.
Okay. Did it disconnect you from the internet by any chance, or?
No, I just received an email from someone else.
I'll send it again. Maybe it's me. I didn't. I only sent it to the judge. I'm going to send it to Gary, too, this time. Let's see. Gary, let me know if you get it. I just sent it to you, too. So this is the stat. This is the first video. This is the slowed down version. Zoomed out.
Okay, I just received it.
That's something from somewhere. I think it's some instruction. The jury instruction. Deadly force, what it means. Justified. More jury instruction stuff.
Somebody's phone is ringing on the table. Okay.
Hold on, let me play this so you can see this. From current side. Just that, then the blow up of the portion, and premeditation, then that blow up of the portion. You think we're looking at all of it? This is just, sure, I'm not gonna talk about it, you know. And then this is, I'm probably gonna take that out, it's stupid, but,
Okay,
oh no, actually, one second.
I have the verdict up now.
Okay. Hold on a second, I'll get back to this. Do you want me to project it too, Judge, or no?
If you wish, I don't care.
I mean, it's up to you.
I have it in front of me, I don't
Okay,
need it
perfect.
projected.
Just so, Mr. Wood, do you have it up, or do you want me to? Okay.
I read it. How do we tell the jurors about the requirement that they be unanimous in their finding of guilty of first-degree murder of a law enforcement officer by either theory or both?
I think it's just by the verdict instruction. Under the verdict, it's the instruction.
I
Then they would
suppose I could explain it too.
You could, Judge. I mean, we had it come up in a trial with Judge McGillen, and I think we had forgotten to put that in there, actually. And they came back and they were like, we're 9-3, and we actually had to put it in, and once it,
Okay?
if you want to explain it, we're fine with it, Judge.
I think I'll have to explain it.
Okay.
That's just,
Is the court denying my requested?
yeah. Yeah. I mean, I'm old school. I'm kind of like you. I prefer to split them and find a unanimous verdict on each theory. But the case law is a case law. I can't go against that. So I respect that's what it is.
And Judge Nichols had this happen about a year ago. The jury actually said, I have 6 for this, and then came back.
Right. Okay, so I will give the verdict as proposed. I will not be able to give you instructions right now. I won't be able to fix all this before I can give it to you. So I'm hoping that you can use whatever you have in front of you and
I mean, I think
give your closing based upon that.
I think Mr. Probisco and Mr. Urbanik pretty much they have the standards of what we're going to use, so I think.
Okay? All right, so then we'll be in recess for, where'd he go?
Yeah,
Never take him out without letting me know. Please,
and before, we do have to get back to the justifiable use of force.
hold on. Wait till the defendant comes back.
No, I'm just reminding you, Judge.
Yeah, hold on. Yeah, always let me know, man. Did you know when he left?
Just a moment.
Just now? Okay. Back in the courtroom. Do you wish me to go back any on the jury instructions so that he can hear what we're talking about?
You heard him all. I mean, literally, you were talking about, I'm old school, I'd rather have it this way than walk.
Okay, good. All right, so now you were saying, Mr. Lewis, what were you asking me?
We need to go back to the justifiable use of force. We never finished that, Judge.
Oh, 3.6F?
Yes.
Okay. Well, let me take a look at the one you sent me.
We didn't send you one. I was just going to go by what Ms.
He did.
Oh, okay, but yes, I don't think it was very, I would prefer to go with what Mr. Wood has, and we can argue what we agree or don't agree with.
Okay.
But I can.
Let me take a look at the standard.
Sure, of course.
All right, I have the standard up.
Yes, sir. And I compared Mr. Woods to the standard, and I kind of agree with what he put together, except for there's certain things we don't agree with that I can argue.
Okay, then let me take a look at his.
Yes, sir.
What page is his on?
I think it starts on page 22.
Got it.
Yeah. Maybe mine's just out of whack.
What?
I'm just looking, it has 22 on the bottom of the page.
22. Yeah. Okay, and then what do you disagree with in
Judge,
his?
if you go to page 23, the first paragraph, if Othal Wallace was not committing any crime other than the alleged first-degree murder of a law enforcement officer, it's basically saying he doesn't have to retreat. The state would disagree. He admitted on the stand he was carrying a concealed firearm, which is a crime, and he's not allowed to carry one. So we would object to that paragraph coming in, Judge.
Trying to get a sandwich in me, y'all. Trying to get a sandwich in me. Haven't eaten today, really.
What's his defense?
Parsing the work of and putting Mr. Wallace's testimony He was in his car, he was getting, got his gun as he was getting out of the car when he was confronted by Mr. Rayner. So we would pretend that he was not committing a crime at the time he was getting his gun. In fact, it was not concealed. And therefore, that paragraph should stay in. Oddly enough, the incident happened about 3 days before the law changed about concealed firearms, but that's neither here nor there. We think the paragraph should stay.
But the gun was concealed at the time that he encountered Officer Rayner. By his own testimony, the gun was concealed at the time he came in and had his interaction with Officer Rayner.
Well, as I recall, he had grabbed the gun as he was getting out, and then he put it in his pocket. I understand that, Judge, but he wasn't doing anything illegal at that point. This leads the jury, who wasn't smoking body, testified to that, was to do anything other than sitting in his car and listening to music. And this whole complication occurred. So our perspective position is that there were steps.
And Judge, there's not going to be a paragraph in there saying he was doing anything illegal or whatever. It's just he doesn't get the benefit of the stand your ground at that point for the no duty to retreat.
I agree with the state. Strike that paragraph.
And then,
Over the objection of the defense.
Judge, the next one where we.
Hold on.
Yes, sir. The common law defense always comes in. Common law defense.
Next one.
Yes, sir. On page 23, I don't know if it changed when you deleted it, but it's on the bottom of page 23. It has an A, and then it goes next to it.
I'm sorry, that's page 24 for me.
24, okay. It says the
Paragraph
person.
A?
Yeah, it says the person who against whom defensive force was used was in the process of unlawfully and forcefully entering or had unlawfully and forcefully entered a dwelling, resident, or occupied vehicle. That's not the case here, Judge. As the defendant testified, Officer Rayner never entered his vehicle. There was no evidence it was unlawful entering in any way. He was having actually the defendant to sit back down. So he didn't even break the plane, the officer. So this is not applicable in that situation, Judge.
I'm going to leave it. I'm going to leave it because you have paragraph D in that same instruction. That you can argue that.
So I was looking at where it was A, B, Judge.
Right.
Okay, then you're talking about going back on A, B, C, D. Okay.
As an exception, so I think they're entitled to it. You argue yours, they argue theirs, the jury decides.
So just so we're clear, there's an A, B, and then there's an A, B, C, D. So you're saying,
Yeah.
Okay, so I was just saying.
Yeah, it's, I'm going to leave it.
Okay.
I'm going to leave it. All right, any others? Can I polish this one and get rid of a child and all that stuff?
Of course, of course.
Okay.
I think, Judge, also, we would object to my page 25, but it's after that D, where it says, "A person who unlawfully and by force enters or attempts to enter another's vehicle is presumed to be doing so with the intent to commit an unlawful act involving a force of violence." And then it also goes on to define dwelling, resident, vehicle.
Yeah, but again, D above it covers it.
Okay, but can we take out dwelling and resident?
Yeah, I'm gonna
Okay.
clean, obviously, neither one of those are applicable. Like I said, I'll polish it off, but I would leave the paragraph right above dwelling, which is the one you're asking to be taken out. I would take out dwelling, residence, that's it, vehicle applies. That's it.
Yes, Judge.
Okay. All right, we'll take a few minutes and then we'll have the jury in. Yes?
Yes, sir.
Okay, we'll be in recess for, let's say about 10 minutes.
More thing in there that I think Mr. Wood added that's not
Where?
in that jury instruction.
What page?
It is on my page 29, it's right before 3-7 plea of not guilty.
I'm not gonna do any of that. We went by the other.
No. It's right above that, and it says the discharge.
29?
It's on my page 26, but it's the two lines right above 3.7 plea of not guilty. It's above those. And it says the discharge of a firearm, whether accidental or not, has been deemed to be the use of deadly force as a matter of law. That's not in the standard jury instructions. It's actually an instruction in there to the judge, just describing it, but it's not an actual standard jury instruction, I don't believe. Am I wrong, Mr. Wood? But is it, I thought it was, when I read it, it was not actual a standard instruction, it was just an instruction to the court. 3.6F. 6F.
You said that is not in the standard?
I don't see it in the standard. I know it's in here, like for, yeah, it's here, but it's not a standard jury instruction, Judge. It's a, it looks like an instruction to the court. If you look on page, looks like page 6
I
of,
just printed, I just looking at the,
right, if you look at page 6 of 7 on the standard jury instructions,
okay, where? Under aggressor?
can I put it up and show you, Judge? Might be easier.
It might be easier because I don't see it.
It's a paragraph right before 3.7.
Paragraph above 3.1?
It's right here, Judge.
Oh, it's right by the comments.
Yeah, it's a comment section is what it is right here, if you see.
Okay, hold
I
on.
highlighted it for you.
Oh, each one has its own. Okay, here we go. I got it.
I don't think it's a standard instruction. It shouldn't be given, Judge.
It is a correct statement.
Okay, make your argument again.
It's not part of the standard jury instructions, Judge. It's just a note to the court. I don't think there's any conflict that using a deadly weapon was deadly force. I mean, using the gun was deadly force in this case, so I don't think we need to put it in there. It says if there's a conflict, you would, I guess, maybe address that.
What is 3.6G?
Let me look, I'm not sure. I think that's going to be justifiable use of non-deadly force. Yes, that's what it is, Judge.
You said this creates a conflict with what I've given? What
I didn't say it's a conflict, it's just not a standard instruction, Judge.
I'll leave it.
Okay.
Okay. I'll leave it as is. All right. So we'll take 10 minutes, okay? All right.
Sorry. Is my voice thing doesn't even pop up. Am I on? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. I can hear me too.
Holy cow. Oh, good. Now the blue dog's getting ready to go nuts.
So we're on a 10-minute break.
You said 10-minute break?
Yep.
All right. Let me go close these blinds so blue dog didn't go nuts.
I think the expert just went and ran a mile. I did not. I went and straightened my hair during this time. Hey, guys. Thank you, Rabbit. Rabbit, you have the best comments when you post links, too. I mean, Blue Dog has opinions. The White Rabbit has videos. That is so amazing.
I was over here talking, and I guess you can't hear me when it's on mute. Yeah, that is hilarious, though.
Oh, did your new shades come in?
I haven't even looked at them yet, so I don't know what they look like. I just wanted to put them on. All right, hang on a second here.
I'm excited for closing arguments, but I don't know. I don't know what defense is going to say. I'm very interested to hear the legal aspects of what they want to put forward. But I can't imagine that this will go very long. I mean, it was a pretty short trial, so what, like 45 minutes for the prosecution to start? Maybe less? So how would you approach the closing arguments for the defense? Yes, you.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
I
No.
was yelling at the dog. I'm sorry.
I was reading Volstorm's comment. Closing arguments for the defense have to rely a lot on that he was scared for his life. Oh, opinions. I agree. Oh, we're getting a whole presentation. I wasn't expecting this.
I really feel like you can see me getting dressed. I walk in and you're like, oh, we're getting a whole presentation. I wasn't expecting this. I'm turning around. I was like, oh, thank God my camera's not on. I hope. Holy cow.
They brought up a PowerPoint that they're going to be using.
Yeah, PowerPoint. That's what got me. It's like, what are you talking about here? Holy moly. I want Peloton. Isn't that sad? I'm like, those things, they look fun. I gotta get into shape, and I don't ever leave the confines of this room. Where's the button? Oh, there it is. Hey, look. I'm showered.
Hey, welcome back.
Oh, yeah, right. Hi, baby girl. I see you. Here, you can have my Pop-Tart. I'll have a cookie for you. There you go. Oh, boy.
Yeah, Bullstorm asked how we would approach the closing arguments for the defense, so I started kind of saying what I thought, and one of the doggos either really agreed or did not agree with me.
She will never be on your side, so that's a disagreement. I like croissants.
I love croissants. Is it filled?
Chicken salad.
Oh, okay. That sounds delicious. I was expecting you to say chocolate, but...
Look who's here.
Hi, Shenny. I'm feeling much better today. I am rocking and rolling here. I still sound a little stuffy, but we're getting there.
You know what I did?
What?
I sent Shenny over to Malloy's. So,
How did that go?
I don't know. I said, Shenny, if you do this for me, I'll love you forever. And she's like, well, hon, okay. Because she's cool. And so she said, I'm over there talking to him right now. You got to wait 10 minutes to post a comment. She's like, I don't wait for this sort of stuff. I don't know if she ever went on with him or what, but...
Mr. Malloy is amazing.
Mm-hmm.
He's funny. I had some laughs. Yes. He helped introduce me to this great world of YouTube. He introduced me to the expert in this great world of YouTube. He's a treasure.
Winning.
Yes, Jen with no filter.
Holy cow. Clumsy, you're back. Okay, so like, I don't really know who Lieutenant Dan is. And then I found out it had something to do with Forrest Gump, which evidently I saw a different version of that movie than when it came out in theaters. And I found out that he did a lot of the movie was shot in Beaufort, South Carolina, and that's we were down there for Labor Day.
Okay.
So yeah, it's like, oh, you can go see where this part was shot and this part was shot, and I'm like, those are the shots I saw.
That's really funny. My husband was just in Savannah for some training he had to do. And he went and saw the park where they shot some of the scenes for that movie, too. I guess it's probably the park bench scenes or something like that. I'm not really sure. I've seen bits and pieces of the movie, but never the whole thing.
I love Savannah.
Mm-hmm.
I love that whole area down there. But of course, I'm a Civil War. I love the whole pre-antebellum stuff. It just amazes me. Because the South hasn't really changed that much. You still have a lot of poor, but yet everybody kind of gets along. And then, you got these ruffians from like Gainesville. Get some people from Colorado, stuff like that, come in. Always ruin things.
I know.
Husband, girl, you don't look old enough to be out of high school. Yeah, I had a real problem with that, Shenny. When I met Caitlin, I was like, I don't know if these are the words, if these are like legal words I'm using in front of her. Still haven't seen her ID or anything, so it's okay.
I am old
okay?
enough to see the Twin Towers fall. So that makes me old enough to do a lot of things now.
So it's, yeah, that's weird.
Because like 21-year-olds today did not see it.
Mm-hmm. That's weird.
You're welcome.
Do you celebrate, not celebrate, but do you remember, not remember, but do you hold remembrance for Pearl Harbor Day? Which is December 7th, by the way.
I was going to say, isn't it December something? I was thinking the 6th or 7th.
No, Gosney's birthday, September 7th. Andrew Bronca said, yeah, Gosney, happy birthday. September 7th, big day, Pearl Harbor Day. And everybody's like, did you fall and hit your pretty little head?
No, I usually know when it is. I think I always post on Facebook something, but I don't do anything special for it.
Savannah is great. So is the city. Yeah, Savannah was fun. City is not all that bad either. Everybody loves Savannah. Is it Friday yet? I feel like it's Friday night.
Ready for the jury?
Hey!
Oh, I'm sorry. We wanted to address the one last issue with the jury instruction.
Yes, sir. I emailed that to you. And did you receive that? Okay.
Okay, and then the discussion was that to 3.6F, there's the addition to the definition of carrying a concealed firearm, the elements of that, and second paragraph below that one. Okay, thank you very much.
Just
get that little podium back, or are we just gonna wander?
I took it out for a reason. I prefer if you stay close. I'll bring the little podium back, but that microphone has to be very close to you. Okay?
Yes, sir.
Is this too loud?
I'll go get it. Are you sure? It's in my office.
No?
I think it is. The judge is loud. He had to eat fast. Let's go with that stuff on his.
Can you tap on the microphone right there in front of you? Yeah. Yeah, thank you.
Oh,
That was loud.
Don't touch it with your hands
have you
anymore.
heard about sound fry? Do you know about that term?
No.
I just learned about it, and oh boy, it's too dark. So you know the Kardashians, like
Yeah.
Kim. It's like her comments. She'll be like, "So, like, I just went with my puppy."
Vocal fry.
Yeah, what'd I say? Sound,
Sound.
sound, vocal. It all gets to your eardrums.
Now I know what
Anyway.
you're talking about. Yes.
Yeah, it's crazy. I never knew what it was, never noticed it until I saw this video, and I was like, I don't like those people.
Mike.
Get away from me.
Come here.
Ah, why did my sandwich not go in my mouth?
Should we go around over here? Oh, you right there. See that camera? Right there. Start turning in the door, facing out that way. Yeah. A little more. A little more. A little more. Okay, come back a little bit. This way. Good. Right there. Thank you. All right, that's it. That's it. At the podium?
Yes, sir.
Ready for the jury?
Yes, sir.
Huh?
I'm not ready.
Okay. Are you going to be using the TV or no?
Yes, Judge, I'll move after the jury.
Hunter Biden's been indicted on him charges now. I saw a lot of those pictures. I didn't see any hymns, but
Okay. Okay. Okay.
try the veal, everybody. I'll be here all week.
Yeah, that's okay.
Tip your waitress.
Bring the jury in.
We're not gonna
Yes,
hit that
hit
thumbs
the
up
like.
right here. I put a poll up there, guys, in case you missed it. You know the problem. Wellstone is not a problem. He knows.
All
many
rise for
things
jury.
So difficult, but it's just by that much, though. You know. I've hit so many birdies. If it had just gone that much further.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's I got a feeling I've got that cone of clutter going on around me. Hey, I'm gonna turn off this banner so people can see your beautiful name. There you go.
You may be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, both the state and the defendant have now rested their case. The attorneys now will present their final arguments. Please remember that what the lawyers say is not evidence or your instructions on the law. However, do listen closely to their arguments as they are intended to aid you in understanding the case.
Taking notes.
Now, each side will have equal time, but the state is entitled to divide their time
Yeah,
between
something
an
to talk
opening
about.
argument and a rebuttal argument after the defense is given its closing. At times, the attorneys will refer to what they believe the laws that will be given to you and instructed. You will be instructed on those laws, but I will be giving you a copy of the law tomorrow. You'll have your own personal copy
Oh, so
of the
they're
law.
going to dismiss after closing arguments.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah, it sounds like they're not going to do jury instructions until tomorrow morning. Or
Well, you know
did I
what's
say that wrong?
exciting? No, I don't think so. You know what's exciting about that is that Iris said that she can make tomorrow morning.
Ooh.
What about you? How are you doing? What's your day look like? Are you still under the umbrella?
I'm off.
You know, I thought about that. That's one more thing I need to ask you. I'm gonna write it down so I don't forget it.
And Dragon Man thinks it will be a quick verdict. Depending on how the jury instructions come out, I think you could be on to something.
What about your business? That one, man. Holy cow.
State, let me give your closing.
Set up the stream
I'm sorry.
for the closing arguments, and all of a sudden it's like it's live.
Mm-hmm.
You good? You may proceed.
Guys, this is closing arguments. Hang on. I'm gonna do another banner.
Cable came loose.
What are we doing now?
They need longer extension cords.
It's the same. There it is. It came back. You just get rid of that.
Presentation.
How do you feel about PowerPoint in the courtroom?
I think
Make sure
it
you
can be
speak up loud.
effective.
I will,
I'm
Your
not
Honor.
sure if this color blue is effective.
Good afternoon, ladies and
Never
gentlemen.
been convinced by anything with
Late
PowerPoint.
afternoon. I want to thank you for the time and attention that you've given this matter and this case this week. Believe it or not, lawyers watch jurors, and we watch you, and you've all been paying very close attention to everything you've received, and you've received a lot of evidence over the last 4 days. And as you've seen, in real life, the murder of a human being is much different than people imagine, much different than you see on TV. In real life, up close, the murder of a human being is raw. It is emotional. It has a great sense of finality to it.
You muted it.
Yeah, because I'm stupid.
Oh.
I forgot how to do it.
Remember, during jury selection, we did talk to you in that vacuum where we could not talk to you about what the actual law is.
Is this up?
And I agree with the judge. His instructions are the instructions to follow.
This is
If
much
there's anything
better.
different in mind, follow his instructions. But I want to go through some of those instructions with you now, and then talk about how the law fits those instructions and how the state
Thank
has
you.
proven the charges in this case, the charge in this case beyond a reasonable doubt. There is only one count you're considering. And again, you're going to get these jury instructions from Judge Zambrano. The very top, when it's discussing count one, before going into the elements of count one. And that's an important word I want to talk about, elements of
I
count
mean, the
one.
judge just said talk into the
Every
microphone
charge
and then walk
before
away.
Every criminal offense is made up of certain elements. It might be 2 elements, 3 elements, 4 elements, and the state has to prove each and every element. But it gives you guidance of how we prove the charge. Before getting to the elements, the instructions are going to tell you there are 2 ways of first-degree murder. The premeditated murder we talked about last week, and the felony murder, both of a law enforcement
Still don't know how I
officer.
wanna
There's
do
2
this.
ways we can prove first-degree murder of a law enforcement officer. We can prove it by enforcement officer. We can prove it by proving premeditated and felony murder.
You know what we do? Take screenshots.
The instructions you need to understand are long. There's nothing we can do about that. They are also very repetitive. And at times, they'll seem a little out of order. And this is one of those examples, because the verdict instruction is way at the end, almost at the very end of the jury instruction packet that you were going to get. But this instruction tells you, I'll have to read it from my laptop, that if you return a verdict of guilty to the charge of first-degree murder of a law enforcement officer, it's not necessary that you all agree the state proved first-degree premeditated murder of a law enforcement officer, and it's not necessary that you all agree the state approved first-degree felony murder of a law enforcement officer. So what that means, at the top, you've got first-degree murder, law enforcement officer. There are two theories the state can prove. And again, from last week, felony murder of a law enforcement officer, premeditated murder of a law enforcement officer. As long as you all agree we've proven one or the other, the appropriate verdict is guilty of first-degree murder. So all 12 of you could believe we proved both of them, which I submit to you the evidence has. But 9 of you could say, well, I think the state's proved premeditated murder. 3 of you could say, I think the state's proved felony murder. But as long as you all agree that we proved one or the other, the appropriate verdict is guilty as charged of first-degree murder of a law enforcement officer. So again, you have the 2 options, as long as you all agree on one of them. Here is the instruction for first-degree premeditated murder of a law enforcement officer. A few moments ago, I talked to you about elements. This is an instruction where there are 6 elements. 6 elements for the state to prove. I'm going to come back to this in a minute, but I want you guys to see what the instruction looks like first before I talk about each element. This is in the same instruction, and you're going to see jury instructions like to give you definitions for some things. So again, I'm going to come back to these definitions in a minute, but the instruction on first-degree murder of a law enforcement officer, premeditated kind, defines act, defines killing with premeditation in 2 paragraphs. Not surprisingly, it defines what a law enforcement officer is, and also defines an employing agency. And again, I will come back to those in a moment. And this is an instruction you are going to see over and over and over again in these jury instructions. It's going to come at the end of first-degree premeditated murder of a law enforcement officer. It's going to come in the instruction for first-degree felony murder of a law enforcement officer. It reads, a person is not justified in using force to resist an arrest by a law enforcement officer, or to resist a law enforcement officer who is engaged in the execution of a legal duty, if the law enforcement officer is acting in good faith and he or she is known or reasonably appears to be a law enforcement officer. However, if an officer uses excessive force to make an arrest, then a person is justified in the use of reasonable force to defend himself, but only to the extent he reasonably believes such force is necessary. And I'm going to talk about this instruction more, but this is one, when I talk about repetitive, you will get it over and over again in these instructions. Now here's the other option. We talked briefly about the instruction for first-degree premeditated murder of a law enforcement officer. Here's the other one. Felony murder. 6 elements as well. And I'm going to come back to them and talk about them. And you're going to see even the elements are kind of similar between felony murder and premeditated murder. Felony murder is a long instruction. Tells you don't need premeditation. But you do have to prove the felony. So the state
needs
has
laser
to prove
pointer.
the felony that we're alleging the defendant was committing when he killed Officer Rainer.
But can you
So the
do
instruction
that
will
with
give
a
you
screen?
definition of that felony. As I said, you get it over and over again. Here's that instruction about good
I don't
faith,
know.
legal duty, and excessive force. Repetitiveness, law enforcement officer, employing.
I mean, what? It'll just disperse it a little bit.
And I want to spend
You'd
just
still
one
see
moment
the
on this
red on it,
instruction
wouldn't
because
you?
you will get lesser included offenses. I want you to think about lesser included offenses as kind of stairs. It's a step down. So the highest charged offense, first-degree murder, law enforcement officer. A step down or a lesser included offense is is first-degree murder. A step down is second-degree murder of a law enforcement officer. And that's what this instruction tells you. It tells you all the steps down, and then you get those definitions as well. So just to kind of explain it a little bit, I've got the first-degree premeditated instruction I talked about, that I'm going to spend some time talking about.
Is this one we already went over?
This is the
If he didn't go over the same thing twice, it wouldn't take us long.
first-degree murder of a law enforcement officer, the lesser included offense of just first-degree murder. Not surprisingly, we don't have to prove that Jason Rayner was a law enforcement officer for that lesser. We don't have to prove that Othal Wallace knew that Jason Rayner was a law enforcement officer. And we don't have to prove that he was engaged in the lawful performance of a legal duty. So that's why it's a step down. Now, the evidence has proven the highest offense. So let's go back to that clean instruction. I want to talk to you about these elements now. Again, this is the first option for first-degree murder, the premeditated kind. These elements, a lot of them are very easy for you to look at and very easy for the state to prove. Jason Rayner is dead. Obviously, Officer Jason Rayner is dead. You heard from the medical examiner. You saw autopsy photos. There is no
Being
doubt
back
Officer
up for
Jason
beating
Rayner is
and
dead.
like all shampoos and a horrible
That was
repeat
caused
cycle.
by the criminal act of Othal Wallace. Again,
The last 5 words lost me.
overwhelming evidence to prove this element. The defendant
6 words.
admitted on the stand that he killed
Because
Officer
it
Jason
says
Rayner.
lather, rinse,
It is on
repeat.
video, him having a conversation with Rayner and then shooting Officer Jason Rayner.
So I use a shampoo bar. J.R. Liggett's is my favorite, but I've got a Amish. I did not pause this. This is not my fault. I mean, here I am talking about shampoo and it pauses. Somebody tripped again. Not my fault.
And that brings me to elements 3 and 6. I want to talk a little bit more about. There was
Told you, not my fault.
premeditated killing of Jason Rayner. And Officer Rayner was engaged in the lawful performance of a legal duty.
The other one is completely fried.
Let's talk about that 6th element. Officer Rayner
Man, in
was
Florida,
engaged
they
in the
can't
lawful
do,
performance of a legal duty.
They just can't do these things, can they?
You've got his statement to Amanda Dickens, where you heard a lot about this stolen vehicle, stolen a few days before, a gray Honda SUV.
You know, it was like 2 days
Your
of trial.
testimony and evidence
hear
that
about
Officer
anything.
Rayner received an email into his inbox, as did every officer with the Daytona Beach Police Department, that there was a stolen Honda CRV, 2014 Honda CRV, gray temporary tag, with a photograph of the back of the vehicle.
That's Kylie Rodney's car.
This is a screen grab from the body-worn camera of Officer Rayner showing, again, it can't show exactly what Officer Rayner saw because you all heard the body-worn camera is on his chest. But this gives a good depiction of what he saw that night. A gray Honda crossover vehicle. A very similar vehicle to the vehicle that was reported stolen and then it's picked up on this tag reader that the email went out for earlier that day. Remember, Officer Rayner told a colleague, I'm going to look for the signal 10.
This is the defense, right?
Signal 10 meaning a stolen
I'm talking
vehicle.
about he was engaged in
And here's a photograph that came in through Detective J. Marr. It's from a body-worn camera. It's the front of the actual Honda vehicle. It was reported stolen here. So this is the Honda vehicle.
Look, the
I
same
want
name.
you to think about Officer Marr's testimony. Because Officer Marr, Sergeant Marr, actually mistook that vehicle, misidentified this vehicle twice in one day. Twice in one day. Earlier that day, remember, he said he was over by the Speedway track. He thought he saw the stolen Honda gray vehicle, and he pulled behind it to check the tag. What you heard from Roy Bedard, who told you how do you alleviate your concerns about a stolen vehicle or confirm that a vehicle is stolen. You do it by checking the tag of the VIN. That's what Sergeant Marr did, and when he saw that the tag didn't match, he stopped his pursuit. But he had to see that tag to make sure it didn't match first. Then what happens later that night after Officer Rayner is shot and the call goes out for a gray Honda crossover SUV? He chases this vehicle. Again, thinking now it's the defendant's vehicle. That's how close these vehicles are, that a reasonable officer, a highly experienced officer like Sergeant Marr,
Oh yeah, there you go.
mistook these vehicles.
I need a stool.
Because they're relying on what they can observe and what they can see. And you heard from Roy Bedard,
I
he doesn't
just put in an
expect
order for
an
a
officer
brand
he
new
trains,
office
he doesn't
chair.
expect
I'm so
officers
excited.
to have intimate knowledge of every single vehicle. Shoot, you heard from the sergeant or the detective from Alachua County. He said when he heard about the car, he had to go look up what it looked like to figure it out. So look at the similarities in the vehicles for Officer Rayner and when he was behind 133 Kingston. And unfortunately, I can't stand here, and the state couldn't present any testimony or evidence to tell you exactly what Officer Rayner was thinking because he is gone. He is not here to testify why he went behind in the building. What was the reasoning, whether it was looking for the stolen car or just going to and proactively patrolling in a high crime area. He can't tell you. But this is a very reasonable explanation and possible explanation for why he was back there. More about the lawful performance of a legal duty. Here's 133 Kingston. We've heard from multiple officers that this is a high crime area. You not only heard from officers, you heard by a resident who lived just down the street this way, who put in surveillance cameras because of the crime, who had to repair bullet holes in his house because of the crime that was across the street. You heard from multiple officers that there have been recent shootings in the area. And you heard from Officer Rayner's supervisor who encourages his people to go out into these areas, to go into and proactively police these areas, to get out into the community and be seen. That's another reasonable explanation for what Officer Rayner was doing behind 133 Kingston. And then you've got this marijuana cigarette, or what appears as if it could be a marijuana cigarette. And again, we're all at a disadvantage when we watch a body-worn camera. I think Roy Bedard said it. It's two-dimensional. It's two-dimensional. As I already said, the camera's in the middle of his chest. So you can't see what Officer Rayner is actually seeing. You can't smell what Officer Rayner is actually smelling.
Do you smell what I'm
There's
smelling?
volume, but you can't hear what Officer Rayner is actually hearing. You can't sense what Officer Rayner is actually sensing.
Smell-o-vision.
You cannot get into his mind just through a body-worn camera. But where does his flashlight shine when he comes around and sees Othal Wallace? He shines the flashlight at the hands. They're trained to do that. And this, what appears to be a marijuana cigarette, is another reason, justifiable reason, lawful performance of a legal duty for Officer Rayner to come into contact with the defendant and to be patrolling that area of Daytona Beach. And I want you to remember what Roy Bedard said about proactive policing. And what he said about the duties of a law enforcement officer. He said they are vast and expanded. They are to enforce laws. He said that we've recently gone through a few years of re-examining police officers. They're expected to have social skills, providing emergency services, first responder medical services. Generally, public safety is primary. When it comes to a general overarching theme of policing, it is public safety. They do a lot of things that may not even be spelled out in policy to keep the community safe. Officer Rayner was doing his job. He was in an area he was encouraged to patrol, and he observed the defendant and his attention was drawn to him. And he went and made contact with him. And you heard from Roy Bedard. There's nothing wrong with a police officer walking up to any person and making contact with them at any time. This is just a closer photo of the marijuana cigarette. And that brings me, while I'm still talking about this, element 6, to the defendant's own statement to Mr. Lewis. And bear with me, because I just added these this afternoon. Mr. Lewis's question is in black here. You can understand that it is appropriate for an officer to see if someone lives there, referring to being behind 133 Kingston. If they are suspicious, you'd want a cop to look into it. And Mr. Wallace's response, I would want them to do that if they don't live there. So he'd want the officer to look into somebody suspicious behind 133 Kingston if that person doesn't live there. Mr. Lewis asked, how would Officer Rayner know that you live there? Mr. Wallace's response, he would not know that I live there. So how does he find out if he lives there? He asks him a question, just like Officer Rayner did. Either the defendant's own testimony supports element 6, that Officer Rayner, we go back to element 6, was engaged in a lawful performance of a legal duty. That brings me to, get these through here, the last element. There was a premeditated killing of Officer Jason. Here is the premeditation definition. I went past it quickly before, but here is the definition you will get tomorrow. Killing with premeditation is killing after consciously deciding to do so. The decision must be present in the mind at the time of the killing. The law does not fix the exact period of time that must pass between the formation of the premeditated intent to kill and the killing. The period of time must be long enough to allow reflection by the defendant. The premeditated intent to kill must be formed before the killing. That's the first paragraph. Kind of like what you all heard at jury selection last week. The question of premeditation is a question of fact to be determined by you from the evidence. It will be sufficient proof of premeditation if the circumstances of the killing and the conduct of the accused convince you beyond a reasonable doubt of the existence of premeditation at the time of the killing. So what evidence is there of premeditation in this case? Well, you had that Othal Wallace thought about it. He thought about killing a law enforcement officer quite a bit in the weeks that preceded the killing of Officer Jason Rayner. In the Johnny Bolton post, which was 20 days before he murdered Officer
Who's
Rayner,
Johnny Bolton?
he talks about a trigger-happy SWAT team of Cobb County. He talks about how they are not far off from seeing the blood of their own flowing thick in the gutters of America. He declares it's a war. And Mr. Wallace testified that he wears his heart on his sleeve, and I think that's an understatement when you look at his messages. He bears his soul on his social media platform, his inner feelings. And they're about hating police and war and blood. And he tried to minimize with Mr. Lewis. Remember with this post, remember what he said? He said it was just something I was thinking about a lot, and I felt a lot of compassion for the family of Johnny Bolton. Where's the compassion here? This is not compassion, this is anger. This is frustration. This is intent. And even 4 days later, so he posts this post, and 4 days later we know he's feeling the same way. The same exact way he was feeling when he made the Johnny Bolton post. When he says, one day I'll take great pride and honor in getting me some pig's blood on my hands and boots. You can't feel this energy. Following me is not going to be healthy for you. I pray against my enemy. There's that word again. War, enemy, blood, and wish death. There's no getting around what the defendant means in this message. He is wishing death upon people. There is no way to sugarcoat that, to talk around it. This is not directed to Instagram. It's not directed to the people of Instagram. I'll tell you that much. So we thought about it. And then these thoughts that he had, he talked to somebody about them. Remember, his friend sent him a message, sent him the clip and said, you're going to get banned. And how did Mr. Wallace respond? You're right, fam. That's why I've been not tagging my old tags and not saying too much. But bro, I want their blood for what they have done. And Minnie, June, they just killed another brother. I hate them. And Mr. Wallace testified this is about Instagram. That makes no sense. No sense when you consider the context of this message. What it's discussing. Remember, this message is talking about this post. And Mr. Wallace was saying, well, there was more context to it. There was this. All this conversation happened on June 7th. This isn't like a text message conversation where he's talking on June 2nd, Mr. Wallace is talking on June 7th, and then the other person responds on June 13th. This is a continuous conversation in the same day talking about one thing, and that's killing law enforcement officers. And this
I'm going to sign off before my family gets home and my dogs start barking like crazy. Thank you so much, the expert, for having me.
His interaction with Officer Rayner.
Hey, thank you for coming hanging out.
If they come for me,
This is,
it's a message to y'all.
Hang on a second here.
I'm not going to back down.
Turn that down. Yeah, thank you so much, Caitlin. Oh, hey, Farrell's in the chat. I appreciate you. I really do. You continue to amaze me. You have a great, mind. You always ask the questions and remember things, and that
After shooting Officer Rayner.
I can't. So, thank you so much. And
Thank you.
we'll
I
talk,
appreciate
okay?
it. Yes.
Get
I'll
well.
be back. Bye, guys.
Bye. The balloons didn't pop up.
After he shoots Officer Rayner in the head.
Don't y'all love Caitlin?
Then even more telling is this post to Instagram.
I think she's like 15, so she's legal to be on YouTube.
Officer Rayner is shot and killed around 8:50. This recording is 2 hours old.
Did you come in here? Oh, you're not Farrell.
And it's
You're
recorded
Farrell, did you come in here to straighten
11:05.
me out? Did I mess up? What have I done wrong today?
9:05.
Are you just looking for more
15
clips? I'll give you a clip real soon.
He shoots
Just let me
Officer
know.
Rayner in the head. He's bragging about it.
No. I want y'all to know something, man. I love y'all. I want y'all to know something, man. I love y'all. Black power. Stay strong as a nation. Keep fucking fighting. Move fucking forward. Don't let these pussy ass pigs fuck with you. I love y'all, Black Power and salute.
Yeah, tell him.
He was concerned about getting his last message out. And it is a message of anger towards law enforcement. It is braggadocious about what he just did. It is evidence of premeditation. You've got an intent before, an intent after, and you've got an intent during. It's hard to see, but if you recall,
I
Mr.
love
Wallace, during
you
his
have
testimony,
intent during.
stated that yes, I guess
Never
that's
heard
a
that
conscious
term
decision.
before.
Mr. Lewis was
Intent
asking
during.
him, you decided to pull the gun out. You decided to pull the trigger. He said, well, that's a conscious decision.
Well, his
Was
trial
premeditation
sucks.
a conscious decision?
You know that.
to
It
kill?
sucks.
I want to play the video for you. I'm only going to play it once.
You know, I'm kidding. I didn't know what
And I want to play it in real speed. This is the FBI version. It's not slowed down, but it is the one that is lightened up a little bit.
Lightened up. Racist.
How's it going? Do you live here?
What's going on?
Do you live here?
Oh, yes. What's going on?
Sit down. Sit.
Sir.
Can you sit down? I'll talk to you.
Okay, come on now.
Sit.
Come on now. Don't do this.
Sit down.
Why are you asking me do I
Sit
live
down.
here?
Do you live here? Yes or no?
What's going on though?
Who? Charlie 777.
No, back up.
Stop. Stop, man.
how many times is Officer Rayner asking to stop?
A
How many
bunch.
times did Officer Rayner ask him to sit down? And he's saying, sit down and I'll tell you. Officer Rayner is overly polite and courteous to the defendant. And the defendant's responses at times, before he shoves Officer Rayner with his forearm, is, no, back up, man. And earlier, even before that, Othal Wallace says, don't do this. Don't do this. He is non-compliant. He's escalating this situation with Officer Rayner, who's trying repeatedly throughout this conversation. To the moment he's shot, he's asking Othal Wallace to stop. To the moment he's shot in the head, he's asking him, stop, stop, stop. And ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I was going to spend
There's only
some
3
time
people streaming
until
this
today
right now.
talking to you about the safe mode in Officer Rayner's camera and why those 30 seconds just simply didn't matter. That it was speculative at best. And what I had done is this is a clip from the surveillance video across the street. It's not the entire thing, and I won't play it because I think the issue has resolved itself, but Officer Rayner's car, this is his car, going behind the building. It's back there for about 68 seconds. 45 seconds of those are captured with his interaction with Othal Wallace until Othal Wallace shoots him and leaves, leaving 23 seconds. A few seconds to drive up the side of the building, a few seconds for Wallace to drive back. Maybe he sits in his car for a minute. That argument is an example of speculative doubt about what would have happened in 10, 15 seconds. And probably what would have happened is you would have seen, as you did with Officer Erlinson's video, the front of his dashboard on a body-worn camera. That's what you would have seen. But of course, I don't have to make any more of an argument about this today. Because, and that is obstructed, but Mr. Lewis asked the defendant, the video is the complete interaction between you and Officer Rayner. Othal Wallace's response, yes. So, I'm going to move on. We've discussed all the elements for first degree, premeditated murder of a law enforcement officer. I submit to you the evidence is overwhelming and the state has proved that charge. That brings me to the felony murder instruction. We've talked about premeditated, option 1. Felony murder, option 2. And you're going to see the instructions kind of repeat themselves again. Jason Rayner's dead. Obvious. I already even talked about it. Othal Wallace was the person who actually killed Officer Rayner. Obvious. Admitted to. No issue. Jason Rayner was a law enforcement officer. He is Officer Jason Rayner. Got his uniform. Obvious. We've talked about it. Proven. Othal Wallace knew that Jason Rayner was a law enforcement officer. Again, we already talked about that. It's been proven. It's obvious. I just spent some time talking about how Officer Rayner was engaged in the lawful performance of a legal duty. So I'm not going to belabor that point anymore, but you heard and saw the evidence in regard to why he was doing his job. So I just want to talk to you about the last element here. While engaged in the commission of resisting officer with violence, the defendant caused the death of Officer Rayner. This jury instructions are written by lawyers because you can kind of separate this one out, but it's kind of two here. So the defendant caused the death. Well, that's easily proven, admitted to, on video, clear.
I'm quiet. I haven't said anything.
Felony
That's
murder.
the best part.
You have to get the definition for the felony. So because the state is alleging resisting with violence, you get the definition for resisting with violence. 4 elements. But first, the instruction tells you premeditation not needed. You all remember that from last week. So here's the 4 elements to prove resisting with violence. Othal Wallace knowingly and willfully resisted or obstructed or opposed Officer Jason Rayner by doing violence to Officer Jason Rayner. At the time, Officer Rayner was engaged, and here's is again, lawful execution of a legal duty. At the time, Officer Rayner was a police officer. And at the time, Othal Wallace knew Officer Jason Rayner was a police officer. So again, you're seeing the repetitiveness in these jury instructions. And that's why you should go count by count looking through them. And you'll see that they repeat themselves. So again, we've already talked about how Mr. Wallace knew Officer Rayner was an officer. We already talked about how he actually was an officer.
That didn't work out.
And we already talked about Officer Rayner doing his
That's
job.
not good. Hey.
Othal Wallace knowingly and willfully resisted or obstructed or opposed Jason Rayner by doing violence to Officer Rayner. That's the element I want to discuss. And I submit to you the evidence is overwhelming there as well. As soon as Othal Wallace pushes Officer Rayner, using that forearm, and I know he kind of described it as I'm trying to get distance, but that's a push. You see Officer
little
Rayner go
things,
back
Rabbit, it's the little
when he gets
things.
that forearm. As soon as he does violence to
Very
Officer
welcome,
Rayner,
Dragon Man. And I'm really amazed. There's only 3 streams doing
knowing and
this.
willfully resisted or obstructed or opposed by doing violence. When he gives that forearm to Officer Rayner, he has resisted with violence, willfully and knowingly. And you even heard him say why he did it.
And I'll have all these
That's
up on
not entirely true.
podcasts
That's
too,
why he
guys.
did
If you
it.
want to
He
hear it again,
admitted to knowingly and
or you want
intentionally
to share it with somebody.
pushing Officer Rayner with his forearm. And here's this instruction again. This is perhaps one of the most important parts you will get this, because it goes in the resisting with violence instruction. And it tells you a person is not justified in using force to resist an arrest by a law enforcement officer, or to resist a law enforcement officer who's engaged in the execution of a legal duty. There it is again, execution of a legal duty, doing his job, if the law enforcement officer was acting in good faith and he or she is known or reasonably appears to be a law enforcement officer. The defendant himself testified on the stand that he would expect an officer back there. He even said, remember we talked about the video, and Mr. Lewis was playing it, and they got up to the 9-second mark. He said, yes, it's fine. Everything he's doing is fine. That was at the 9-second mark, where Officer Rayner's already gone around the side of the door. Because Officer Rayner was exercising legal duty, he's in the execution of legal duty, in good faith. So the defendant cannot use force in that circumstance. He cannot use it, period, under the law. The exception, excessive force. And there has been zero evidence before you of excessive force used by Officer Rayner. Now I anticipate, and we're mostly going to address self-defense in our rebuttal argument, but I do anticipate the defendant to argue self-defense. Not surprising, I think you all have known it since last week when we did voir dire and jury selection. There is no behavior of the defendant during that video, the incident, and the conversation with Officer Rayner, where he shows any fear. He is combative. He was so fearless that Officer Rayner, that he stood up out of the car when he approached him. He was so fearless that he refused to sit down over and over again. So fearless that he wouldn't even respond to the officer's comments. And so fearless that he aggressively engaged Officer Rayner when he tried to call in dispatch. That cuts against a self-defense argument. The actions after as well. His behavior after he shoots Officer Rayner also proves this was not self-defense. It just wasn't. He ran. He ran far, and he ran fast, and he tried to cover his tracks as best he could. He booked up to Jacksonville, cut across to Gainesville, after making his social media post when he could have been calling anonymously, 911 or some way to get Officer Rayner some help, who he just left for dead behind 133 Kingston. But no, he
How are
goes
you
all the way to
doing, Farrell?
Gainesville. First calls his
Fantastic.
dad,
How are
dad's
you?
not willing to help him, then he calls his
Doing
brother.
much better now.
His
Glad
brother
to have
gives
you
him a
here.
ride up
Give me
to
1 second
the
to
Atlanta area,
fix
Snellville,
something.
Georgia. He never says
There's a
anything
lot of stuff needs fixing here.
around his partisan about self-defense. He never says anything about self-defense in his last message. What he thought was his last message to his followers, he doesn't say anything about defending himself.
Okay.
Behavior
Well,
after.
they quit putting up
Shows
things.
this was not
People continue to
self-defense.
trip over the feed cord. So this is what we're stuck with.
Thanks. I know absolutely nothing about this.
About the trial or
Yep, not a thing.
And guess what's in the
technology?
self-defense instruction one
Well,
more time.
kind of both,
This is the
but
most important
nothing about the
place where
trial
you'll
for
see this
sure.
instruction.
I know nothing about anything.
Same one, I'm not gonna read it again.
Well, this is a doozy.
Law
This is
enforcement
a
execution of a legal duty. In good faith.
death penalty.
Oh, nice.
So this is the first one since the
Unless force
Parkland
which
shooter.
again
Whatever
is
that
not
guy's name was,
present in
forget
this
it.
case. There is no excessive
So
force
in
used.
Florida, this guy
And I want you
Othal nerfed a police officer.
to remember some of the
I
defendants.
saw somebody say he did it on camera too.
One of the issues with self-defense is there another option?
There is footage of the police camera,
Justifiable use of deadly
but then he got
Nice.
on Instagram and started bragging about it.
And Mr. Wallace admitted over
Okay.
and over again on the stand about the other options he had.
I hate PowerPoint.
I could have sat down and complied. Could have sat down, but I wanted to walk away.
Is there clip art in it?
Initially, could have sat down.
I haven't seen
Yes.
any.
Okay. Well, that's
Why,
not
are you an
anything
anti-clip
good.
art person?
Zero injuries.
Well, they
no.
used it in Murdaugh. They had clip art in the PowerPoint. Hi,
I
Shani.
think
Yes, there has to be excessive force.
It's just
Zero
cheesy.
injuries. He testified to that. I had 0 injuries. I was fine. Mr. Lewis asked him, he asked you to sit in the car.
Change the layout.
Didn't listen.
Fancy.
Did you? No. And here's the biggest one. Mr. Lewis asked him, all you had to do to defuse the situation.
All right, let me find something real quick for you, okay?
And the defendant's response was yes. And that should have been the end of this. It should not have ended with Officer Rayner having a bullet in his head and his life taken from him. Because Mr. Wallace didn't want to listen to a pig's commands. Because he told his followers, when they come, I'm not backing down. And he didn't. And Officer Rayner is dead for that reason. Ladies and gentlemen, Othal Wallace was going to murder a law enforcement officer.
I already
It was a
did,
matter
Baker.
of where, when, and
Is
who
this
he was
their closing for the state or?
Tragically,
Yeah.
the where was Daytona
This is
Beach.
the defense right
The
now.
when
Oh, is
was
it?
June
Okay.
23rd of
He's about to get done.
2021.
I'll catch you up on everything.
And the who was an
All right.
officer who was patrolling an area, doing his job. And because the evidence is overwhelming, I ask that you use your common sense, follow the law as instructed by the judge, and if you do so, the appropriate verdict is to find Mr. Wallace guilty as charged of first-degree murder of a law enforcement officer. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. We're going to take a restroom break, about 10 minutes.
Yeah, fix the cord.
All right, Jerry.
All right, so while they're gone. So, Farrell, first of all, this is exciting having you here.
Hi.
Oh, wait, they just fixed it. Did you see that? Now it's fixed.
Oh, has it been off for a long time?
Yeah. Yeah, I
Nice.
think it's like the third time this happened. Anyway, it's very exciting having you here. Thank you.
Yeah.
And what this trial is, it started Monday. I actually started like last Thursday for jury
Right.
selection.
That doesn't count.
No, it sucks. And they did, it was, what happened is the Ozone. This is the guy's name, Ozone Wallace, or it's Othal or Othal or however you say. I don't know, but it's, Ozone's his.
You need
chosen
David
name.
here to pronounce it.
Here we go. Look at this. Where'd this go? Where'd my buttons go? What button am I pushing? There we go. Oh, hey, here we go.
Oh, that.
Yeah, Othal Wallace. So he is he's a bad dude. He was sitting in his car, and the police officer came. He was behind an apartment, sitting in his car, smoking a Swisher Sweet. Same type of car. Like there's like a be on the lookout. You know, it was stolen. Something like that. There's kind of a little bit of reasonable suspicion maybe to go approach him. Cop goes and approaches him, and Othal jumps out of the car and goes, "Yo, man, this ain't right." Like, I'm not doing this. I don't know. Next thing you know, you hear there's like a little bit of a tussle, and you hear a faint gunshot, and then you see the body camera. It's on the chest of the officer. You just see it just go like, and
Nice.
Ozone here nerfed Jason Rayner in the eyeball, left eyeball, and
Ooh.
like 50 days later, he passed away.
Ow.
Yeah.
Was he like in a coma and all that?
Yeah, he was. I mean, it was the medical examiner people came in, the expert witnesses, and it was so amazing to hear how the body heals. But then the lady started talking about like his liver and kidney functions were suffering severely because of the amount of trauma that his brain took. And his brain, he started having hemorrhaging on his brain, 50 days or whatever it was, however many days he lived, 38 or 50, you know. It was like 2 days before he passed away. He started bleeding. So, anyway.
I gotta turn my. Give me a second.
Oh, okay. Just got house calls. What's going on here? My pants are off and my camera's on. Baker, what's happening, man? Yeah, he had suffered several strokes. Thank you, Joe No Filter. God, I really do need that Tylenol. If only the White Rabbit were here, she could get me a Tylenol. She's good about that.
Okay. I have kids and they're crazy sometimes.
Have you ever thought about selling them? There's a market for that. I'm joking. Sorry.
I unplugged my headphones, that's why. All right.
I'm sorry.
You're all right.
I didn't mean to say that. I won't make any jokes about your kids ever again. I just think about John Belushi. John Belushi and Blues Brothers. Hey, how much for your women? The wife, the little girl. I want to buy them. You know that scene?
You can have them.
Oh, no.
They're yours.
I'll trade you a blue dog, maybe. And I'll give you a month's worth of food with her. Anyway, so what happened? So, now this guy, he's part of the NFAC, the Not Effing Around Coalition, which is an offshoot of the New Black Panthers. He wants justice for, I don't know, O.J. Simpson or something. He was up in Louisville, Kentucky, marching. He was, he's been on he was at Stone Mountain, marching. Here we go. Sweet. He has a real chip on his shoulder. So anyway, there was such a backlash in Daytona that this trial had to get moved. And he's facing the death penalty over this. But he is saying, and he has a following that says it was self-defense.
Of course he does.
Yeah. So,
Was
what?
nothing. Your thing is different than. I've never seen it with the starred comments thing.
The starred comments? What does that
Yeah.
mean?
Where you have starred up there by your live.
Oh yeah, so I can go back and their important comments.
Well,
Is that
like I would go on with Sal and you, and they're not monetized, so they don't have them.
Don't you like being over here?
Sure.
A little classier, right?
It is classy
Smells a
joint.
little better. Smells a little better over here. We Broken Baker makes fresh bread over here. It's always has that nice smell of warm bread and melted butter. Anyway,
I've been watching his trial with him, so
I can't watch anything. Like I got into this trial thing, and now people want me to do trials. I'm like, I don't do trials. You want me to talk about the you want me to talk about the Hatch Act? I mean, that's the type of law I did. Okay,
sure, you do you.
No, I'm not doing. No, we're not talking about any of that stuff. What I'd like to talk about is like stuff like aliens landing, Dumbo, what's his name? Hunter. Oh no, yeah, his dad Joe Biden went to Vietnam on September 11th. I think stuff like that's funny. I like talking about that sort of stuff. Not trials, man. These things are sad. These things are.
Well, that's what the people want from you now.
Yeah,
You made the mistake of doing one, and now you're stuck.
Well, is that writer strikes going on?
Oh,
MG Law,
there
how
you
you
go.
doing, bud? So anyway, here's the bigger issue because they're going to come back. I'm not going to get this out. So self-defense, right? That is a thing. Self-defense against the officer. But it's also is that he was approached because it was a high crime area, and there's a thing about high crime mapping and the Fourth Amendment to the United States Constitution. Now, so we're getting into why I like this stuff, because I'm a constitutionalist, and on the Fourth Amendment is unreasonable search and seizure. You know the government can't just harass you because you're you. So the question I think is, well, did the police have the right to approach this guy in the first place? The problem is, I don't think they were really going to bring that big of an argument up. If they had played this right, they played their cards right, this would be not only appealable, but I think that this could be a case that would go to this, possibly go to the Supreme Court. If it went to the Supreme Court, the question would be, just because you live in a high crime area, are the police allowed to approach you or ask you what you're doing, ask for your identification, stuff like that, just because you're sitting there minding your own business? And the only difference is that you live in a zip code that's been identified as high crime, but you don't know it. I mean, you don't know. I don't know where my zip code ends or begins. I don't know where my area code ends or begin. But
is there something saying they can't approach you just if you're anywhere?
Yeah, because
like I understand not. Well, I know, but I understand not asking for identification and stuff. But
so there's where'd it go? I gotta find my stuff. I got notes all over the place. Okay, so there's 3 levels of police citizen encounters for the purpose of the Fourth Amendment. Do you want the case this comes from?
Sure.
People v. State 626 Southern 2nd Edition 185 and 186 Florida 1993. 1. A first level consensual encounter involves only minimal police contact during which a citizen may either enter voluntarily with the police officer's request or choose to ignore them. Because a citizen is free to leave during a consensual encounter, constitutional safeguards are not invoked. So it's like,
right,
you're
so you can like leave, but they can approach you and say, "Hey, what's going on, buddy?" Like, there's nothing.
You ever been to like
And if you're dumb enough to talk back to them, well, then there you are.
There you go. It's so like, I don't know where you live, obviously, but are you familiar with Chick-fil-A?
I've never been to one, but I know what you're
You've never
talking
been to
about.
a Chick-fil-A? Oh,
No.
you poor dear. You got to get out of the attic.
I don't even know if we have one. Columbus probably has one, but
I'm so sorry. Are you familiar with like, anywhere that a cop eats lunch at? A donut shop, a Krispy Kreme.
of course.
Cops will say, "Hey, will you hand me a napkin?" Or give me, "Hey, excuse me." That's an encounter that the cop starts, right? You're free to walk away from those. You don't expect them to say, "Oh, and by the way, while you're getting that napkin I asked for, could you also get out your driver's license?" No, no, dude. What are you talking about? This is like the stop and frisk stuff that Rudy Giuliani started.
Right.
Now that happened to work really well for New York. However, there is a borough in New York where the amount of people that were stopped and frisked,
Are we
every
ready for
single
the jury?
person that lived there would have been stopped
Bring the jury
twice.
in, please.
Oh, they're
Nice.
coming in.
right.
Two, the second level of police citizen encounter is an they're investigating. At that level, a police officer may reasonably detain a citizen temporarily if the officer has a reasonable suspicion that a person has committed, is committing, or is about to commit a crime. I believe that would be called a Terry stop. No, a Terry stop is for the police protection. Sorry. Anyway, hey, guess what? The liquor store just got robbed. There's a hobo walking
All right,
down
so
drinking a
jury-
bottle of liquor. That would be the number two.
Right.
And then let's see here, where's three? Three, the third level police citizen encounter is an arrest supported by probable cause. So, you get your DUI, right? They can't just leave your car out there in the middle of the road. So they tow it. And now they call it inventory is the thing. They have to inventory everything in there, make sure that you get everything back.
The jury is present. You may be seated.
Let me see
Defense,
if I
you're
have it-
closing.
if they fix the feed.
So are they on to the rebuttal or
First,
what?
please.
Or is this the defense now?
Members of the
This
jury,
is the state.
good evening.
Okay.
If there's one thing that I think we can all agree about, it's that this has been a very long
And that they have the worst volume in the world.
And this morning, when I was leaving my house, my wife gave me a cup of coffee and she said, "I know that this is going to be
Your lunch
a
money.
long and stressful day. I read your mind." I was thinking about that on the drive to the courthouse, and it really underscored what this case comes down to, which is that the state of Florida wants you to read Othal Wallace's mind. The government has summoned you here today to deliberate on the most serious accusation that we can lodge on another one of our.
Wait, this is the defense. What'd I say? The
And
prosecution?
with your deliberations comes the
Yeah, you said this was
responsibility
the
to
prosecution.
fairly consider all of the evidence, all of the testimony. And in doing so, you have to be
I'm not
convinced that
very
the state of
smart.
Florida has met its
I have
high and
brain- I
heavy
have
burden
squirrels
to
running around
convince
my
you
head.
beyond a reasonable doubt that Mr. Wallace is guilty.
If you can see up here in that little box in the corner there. Oh, hey, here we go. We got something moving.
And the state has not met its burden.
Still have the worst volume. Oh, wait a second. Hold your ears now.
The state of Florida has to prove either that Mr. Wallace, in a premeditated fashion, killed Mr. Rayner, or that he was committing the felony of resisting with violence at the time, and that caused his death. And in doing so, the state has relied on what I would categorize on an alphabet soup of information to you. They presented a day of testimony on Monday, essentially about an email that Jason Rayner may have considered, that he may have opened, that he possibly relied on. The other day, we heard an hour-long presentation about how Mr. Wallace went from point A to point B in Georgia. You have all of these exhibits, a duty belt, fragments, photographs, but it really doesn't come down to the mind of the matter. The state of Florida wants you to read Mr. Wallace's mind. It would have you believe that when Mr. Wallace came home after visiting his children, that he was sitting there with such hatred and malice in his mind that he was ready to essentially execute a police officer steps from where he would lay his head at night. And in reaching your determination, you need to make an individual assessment. Each and every one of you needs to make an individual assessment about whether the state has met its burden, about whether the state has ignored or oversimplified or completely disregarded what's at issue in this case. The state is asking you to read his mind. And in participating in a fair and full deliberation of what actually matters in this case, I believe that the law requires you to consider how Mr. Rayner's actions affected Mr. Wallace's state of mind. We heard all of this testimony from the medical examiner, from the FDLE agents, from the ATF agents in Georgia, and all of these guns and everything. Is that a distraction from the heart of the issue here? Is that a distraction from the state of mind that your government must prove to you beyond a reasonable doubt existed? Why would the state spend so much time on presenting you evidence that does not get to the heart of the matter? Try to impress you with the fancy badges and the titles and the credentials? Distract you from the fact that if you look at the video, you will have to ignore the fact that Jason Rayner was not acting on any suspicion. He was just in there on a whim. Mr. Wallace was not doing anything wrong. Mr. Wallace didn't come up to Mr. Rayner and put his hands on him and ask him a question at first and get in his face and push him back into his vehicle. That's how this encounter started. So instead of embracing that and diving in with every witness on the video and presenting to you evidence of peace of mind, they presented you this alphabet soup of FBI and ATF and the Georgia police and the officer Toluda that came in here and gave you redundant testimony about what my client's girlfriend said when she was presented with the fact that Othal Wallace was on the body camera. Members of the jury, if Jason Rayner was acting lawfully, then we rightfully concede, as the law allows, that he had the ability to detain Mr. Wallace. And Mr. Wallace doesn't want to distract you from the issues. He doesn't want to put up a dog and pony show over here and try to impress you. He acknowledges the fact that law enforcement officers have a difficult job. They have a dangerous job. That there's considerable leeway given to them when they have to make these on-the-scene decisions. And lawfulness can mean that you can get it wrong. You can be in good faith pursuing a vehicle that looks close, pursuing a suspect that looks similar, looking into a circumstance that looks suspicious, but ultimately it turns out to be unfounded.
So number 6
So the question before
is the
you
one
is
that,
the
if it were
reasonableness
me,
of the
I would
actions.
focus on.
Are you acting in good faith? So when the state of Florida is presenting its case to you throughout this week, and even the remarks of the government prosecutor, they're saying, here's a possible explanation. It could have been this. It could have been that. The state wants you to read my client's mind, but they're not presenting any evidence to the heart of the matter. There's only 3 elements that are in dispute. I disagree with the government that we have conceded that death was caused by the criminal act of Othal Wallace.
Hey, Farrell.
There's no criminal act. It was self-defense.
Want
Not
no secret?
premeditated. Mr. Rayner was not engaged in his lawful duty.
Yes.
All right, check this out.
Now, certainly there are many ways that a person can come to this reading of one's mind. It could be
Nice.
your intimate partner. You're with
The
that person
internet
every day. You
glasses.
can
I died
finish
when I
each other's
saw 'em. I was like,
sentences, give them
yes.
coffee when they need it. Or a 30-second video. So the state wants you to read Othal Wallace's mind in a 30-second video. Now, there's certain things that you could watch in a 30-second video depiction of a law enforcement officer, and it would not be very hard to discern the majority of what's going on in that officer's mind. Video of an officer writing a speeding ticket, running radar, walking someone
I like those
to the
better.
courthouse with
I have
handcuffs.
3 of them.
Nice.
But in this video, we don't see any of those
I was going
consistent
to save it for Friday
activities
night, but I can't.
with police functions.
You're here. I want to impress you.
It's very convenient that the state ignores to you in their presentation the fact that Mr. Bedard previously testified that Officer Rayner's actions were not consistent with the way one approaches a high-risk vehicle. He quarreled with me about that, and then I had to remind him with his sworn deposition testimony, or just a month ago, where he stated just that. He stated, this is not consistent with the way that an officer would approach a high-risk vehicle.
Yeah, these are the ones I like. That'd be cool.
So you have to ask yourself, does Officer Rayner's actions on the video undermine premeditation? Does it undermine lawful duty? And a fair deliberation in this case requires you internally and amongst one another to take into consideration that Mr. Wallace is in fact permitted to using even deadly force against a law enforcement officer. And again, it's very convenient in the way that the state is trying to ignore the fact and suggest to you that under no circumstance can an individual use any type of force against a law enforcement officer.
But when was the last time you
Well,
heard this
when
as a
Judge
defense?
Zambrano instructs you on the law, the opposite is true. That the state of Florida needs to show you that
Self-defense
there
or
was
self-defense
good
against a
faith,
cop?
that there was a lawful duty that was being performed. And if those things aren't
I don't know.
happening,
right?
and Mr. Wallace is in a position where he reasonably feels for his life, then he can in fact use reasonable force. And if Mr. Wallace reasonably believed that the force was excessive,
Luke believed in the
then he
force.
can use the amount of force that he reasonably feels is necessary.
Were they plain
talk a little
clothes
bit
or
about
were they in uniform?
Got out of a cop
The state's
car,
evidence is
full uniform.
Oh, okay. Well then, I guess it's going to be kind of hard to.
What's confusing
say
to
they
me
were
and what I
here.
hope is confusing to each and every one.
This is what I like, because you are that reasonable, prudent person. You're that juror that's out there.
Mr. Jury, what's confusing about the state's evidence in the state's case is the fact that they want you to completely ignore and disregard that Mr. Rayner was wrong about the stolen vehicle. He was wrong about the stolen vehicle. So if he's wrong about the stolen vehicle, and Mr. Wallace is not doing anything wrong in his car, then how does Mr. Wallace feel when he's sitting in there doing nothing wrong after visiting his kids, getting out of his vehicle, about to go inside, and he's abruptly met with a light in his face and a person blocking his only escape from his vehicle? How is that not a factor in a human being's state of mind? The essence of humanity, something that we can all share, about that fight or flight mentality when you're presented with something startling.
finally fixed the
when you're
feed.
backed into a corner and your blood pressure raises and you get stressed out and you start to stress and you can't think clearly. The state would have you just ignore all of that because Jason Rayner wore a uniform. And then he walked up to somebody. The state wants you to disregard the fact that we live in the United States of America and you do not have to just submit on a whim.
What do you think about his hair, Farrell?
It's something.
The decision must be present in the mind.
Suit
at
looks a
the
little
time
tight, doesn't it?
Of the killing.
I'm not into
Must
that.
allow
It's not
enough-
well,
A little
it's not a
bit, I
good
guess.
cut.
I mean, I wouldn't pick it,
When
but
Mr. Wallace is sitting in his car not doing anything wrong, and he has Mr. Rayner's hands on him for the entirety of the encounter, pulling him,
It
grabbing
looks
him,
like a crayon.
eventually choking him with the back of his
It
collar.
looks like a crayon paper.
Is it reasonable for you to believe that in his mind he's thinking, oh, this is the opportunity I've been waiting for? I'm plotting the execution
yeah,
of
he
this
does,
pig?
Jen.
Or is the real human circumstance a person who is surprised, caught off guard, and then in a defensive posture and reacting to the provocation that they did not deserve? That's what's shown in the video, members of the jury. What's shown in the video is a man that's not acting consistent with this radicalized cop killer that the state of Florida would have you believe that Mr. Wallace is. Is Mr. Wallace's salutation of sir? He calls him sir. This
Sorry
man
about the
who
coon.
the state claims has been lying in wait to execute a police officer at his doorstep calls him sir. Asks a basic question. How is that premeditation? How is that a premeditated intent to kill when you arguably address the object of your ire with a formal salutation?
I have to go check on her. It's your stream, Farrell.
If you find the state's evidence
Yay.
inadequate and inconsistent
I can
on
listen.
whether
No, I'll be listening. But it's your
is acting
stream.
lawfully and in good faith, then how can you be guilty at all?
Right, Rabbit? I agree.
Yeah, they're feed me,
They would have you believe that the
Pet me.
conversation ends because
smell my
Wallace
gas.
answered Mr. Lewis's screaming match to him and said, "Oh, well, all you had to do to end the situation was to sit down. Just comply." Has the state of Florida presented to you a credible amount of evidence? Look at all the evidence. Mr. Wallace is literally on trial for his life, and he embraces all of the evidence in the case, and he encourages every single one of you.
The objection he's talking about the defendant encourages him, that's improper.
Overruled.
Mr. Wallace, the person that's on trial here, the human being for whom you have been summoned to consider whether he is guilty of a heinous crime, wants you to look at all of the evidence in the case. And when you look at all of the evidence in the case, among it, you will not find any consistent narrative which shows.
I know.
Mr.
Now's when I
Wallace
say all the
did not
yeet me
have
words,
the
right?
to walk away from that encounter. He had every right to walk away from that encounter. As much as the state of Florida would like you to look away and think about all of the fancy apprehension and the crime mapping and the FDLE labs, which show nothing about the disputed issues here. We don't contest that my client's DNA is on the gun or on the shell casing or Mr. Rayner's DNA is on the hat. None of that matters. None of it. All you had to do was sit down. He doesn't have to sit down. He has the right to walk away because he's not doing anything wrong. So if in your mind, you're not doing anything wrong and you have the right to walk away, what is going through Othal Wallace's mind when a light's shown in his face? When somebody abruptly comes and blocks his only escape? When somebody puts his hand on him? What's going through his mind? The way the state has presented this case, you would think that the roles were reversed. And that the culmination of the video was the result of Othal Wallace coming up with an erroneous suspicion, quickly approaching the side, grabbing, twisting, not answering basic, humane, courteous questions. Mr. Wallace acted in response to these actions of Mr. Rayner. How have they shown premeditation? So, what is the state of Mr. Wallace's mind when Mr. Rayner is performing a barrage of actions on him? Is the state's evidence in this case eliminated a self-defense claim? Because it's the state of Florida's burden to prove that the evidence that it has presented to you overcomes his claim of self-defense. What are the circumstances of the killing and the conduct of the accused? Now, look at the social media evidence, members of the jury. Mr. Wallace didn't deny that. He testified to you that he regrets that. It's an absolutely stupid way, an unproductive way to communicate frustrations about what was going on in the world. And it's very unfortunate that you are now tasked with reviewing that evidence in light of what happened on the video. And we acknowledge that. Now, what's interesting about the social media evidence and the way that it was presented is it's consistent with what I've been discussing this entire time. This look over here about all of the elements that aren't in dispute, and we'll pile on all this evidence, and then maybe that will be enough to get to what actually matters. So the state of Florida would have you believe that you are able to read Mr. Wallace's mind with, what was it, 3 social media posts. We heard testimony, members of the jury, of tens of thousands of pages of social media. And the state of Florida, who has the burden in this case, brings the charges, investigates. We heard all about this big investigation, coming down to the moment of truth. We're in the arena, and they give you 3 posts, 3 social media activities of my client a few weeks before. Is that the full picture? Similarly, members of the jury, I'd like you to consider the fact that when you are taking all of the evidence back with you, the state of Florida has similarly cherry-picked just a few still shots of the slow
Welcome
down
back.
video. When you look at the defense
Ice
exhibit,
cream
you're going to
makes
get
it
a
quiet.
with about 150 of them on there. And I'd like you to look at every
Also works for
single one.
children.
Because what the state of Florida dodged around,
That's why White Rabbit gives it to me.
talk about or discuss the appropriateness of was the horse collar,
Makes
or the
sense.
grabbing, or the twisting. Sir, he's not yelling at the cop. He doesn't come up and say pig. He doesn't have his gun waiting on his lap, waiting for the opportunity to execute a police officer. How is that
Nandor.
consistent with someone who is so maligned towards an officer weeks before? It's not. It is absolutely inconsistent.
See that, Farrell?
Social media, in this
What you
case,
picked on.
also, at least the way that it's presented, completely
Yeah, I picked up on that.
My best friends pick on me.
ignores. Now,
That's why you keep them around.
Again, Mr. Wallace's testimony and my sentiments on his behalf in no way condone the violent rhetoric expressed in this social media. It's not productive. It's counterproductive. But there is a vast distinction in a person who looks like Mr. Wallace, who's lived his entire life in a high crime area, and who is observing people who look like him when they're engaged with a law enforcement officer, doing something wrong or not, and wind up dead.
Hi, Nandor.
When Detective Smith took the stand and I asked him about that, he almost seemed contemptuous that I would even suggest that there was some context to this. So you have to ask yourself, is his righteous indignation justified? Yes, absolutely. I think if you're a fair-minded, non-prejudicial person with common sense, you can agree that it is absolutely unacceptable about some of the things that are still happening, that have happened for hundreds of years, that Mr. Wallace carries with him through his marriage.
Sustained. Sustained.
And to not even give that any context or credence? Similarly is the way the investigation unfolds. One day later, on June 24th, Mr. Wallace is charged with attempted first-degree murder. One day later. You know, Detective Donardi almost seemed surprised that he was questioned so aggressively on, I mean, was there ever any consideration about why Mr. Rayner came up with it? No. There was no mention of the stolen vehicle in the report. There was no mention of cannabis. The cannabis didn't come until they paid Ward Bedard to come in here and tell you about it. So has the state really proven beyond a reasonable doubt the significance of that social media? Or have they made a presentation to you in a light that is most favorably to their narrative, but is a distraction between the actual state of Mr. Wallace's mind? And I would suggest to you, members of the jury, that the high and heavy burden which you must deliberate has been met, is not met by 3 out of 5,000 social media posts. I understand their tone, I understand the tenor, they're disgusting, they're vile, and you need to consider them. But when you consider them with context, you consider them in light of what was going on in Mr. Wallace's mind, and you consider them in light of how he's acting in the initial exchange on the video, and how he only reacts, they have a great state of mind. Mr. Wallace was not committing a felony at the time that Mr. Rayner died. None of the other elements are in dispute. It comes down to whether Mr. Rayner was acting lawfully. And they have to prove, beyond a reasonable doubt, not probably, not, okay, here's 4 or 5 things that probably were going on at the time.
Everybody.
To prove lawfulness. He probably got the email. There's probably a joint in his hand. There's probably a lot of crime. Did you see any crime statistics? Did you see any data from that? Or did you just hear people talk about it? One of the people that you heard talk about it was Amanda Dickens. And Judge Zambrano was going to instruct you, when you're weighing all of the evidence in the case, from all of the witnesses, that there are some rules that you should apply. And Mr. Wallace encourages you to do so. And one of the things is, does the witness have an interest in the way that the case will turn out? And I would suggest to you that every single law enforcement officer in this trial has an interest in the way that this case comes out.
You know, I'm going to object to relevance of that.
Members of the
Did he
jury,
just say he thinks?
what I'm talking about is the law that the judge will instruct you on.
I love it when
I'm talking
I,
about
I think this is what the objection should be.
that you can consider.
I love it when they object during like closing arguments. I actually have a good story about that one. Well, it's not a good story, but
And
it's a story.
one of the other items
It's opening
for
arguments, but same
deliberation
thing, just
is
a different
whether a
time
person has
frame.
made an inconsistent statement at a previous time.
Nandor had taco
Well, we heard
salad.
from
It was
Amanda
delicious.
Dickens. First of all,
Tying the bar outside
she
under the
allegedly
tiki is
had
going
this
slow.
conversation with
The mortar
Mr.
dries out too
Rayner
quick.
a few minutes, really, before everything unfolds. And I'm not trying to pull wool over your eyes.
Oh, yeah, I think it was
or
dumb.
make light of the situation or anything like that, but I would say it is absolutely reasonable and within common sense, even during a time of trauma,
It would have been good the other
that a
night,
law
but I think it's
enforcement
dumb
officer
now.
would express some semblance of that information to someone that night, or the day after, or the week after, or the month after, or 6 months after, or a year after. However, Amanda Dickens doesn't do that. As we're approaching trial, then the epiphany from above comes and says, he said he was going to go on vehicle. Well, members of the jury, what's before you for consideration is a video of, but Amanda did testify to be her first recollection. The story was, I came to a trial. Search her, and when I was done with that, he said, all right, I'm going to go look for that stolen vehicle. In a few moments, I want you to look at the video, because there's not a between the two. So how much credibility is there? I'm not saying any of that. There's a lot of person can provide testimony that's not. The state of Florida's burden. True, then you can disregard. Flat out, it's not credible. Think what is there. An initial response by the police trying to apprehend and identify this person. Suggesting otherwise. Suggesting in the checks and balance in the system that we have is you are the deliberators of the facts in this case. Was there a rush to judgment? For the ultimate charge in this case before? I would say that if you look at all the evidence and the ignoring the mind of the matter, that that's exactly what happened here. Because you're not determining his state of mind by him being in the treehouse. So, members of the jury, you have to look at the common sense. I mean, this is something that I understand the state will get another chance to come and talk to you. But the fact of the matter is, there are some hard realities that the state of Florida cannot deny. And one of those hard realities is Mr. Wallace, this person whom the state of Florida would like you to believe is a maniacal cop killer waiting to shed the blood of cops. And what better opportunity for him to be in the higher ground, heavily armed, tactical advantage at night. You heard no testimony that Mr. Wallace was aggressive, hostile, fired a shot, resisted with violence. In fact, the testimony was to the contrary. Officer Salcedo from Georgia testified that he was compliant, that he was cooperative, that he went peacefully. That's not consistent with the state of mind that the state of Florida has to prove to you beyond a reasonable doubt. How was Mr. Wallace's mindset affected by Jason Rayner's actions? And that wouldn't be an issue in dispute if it wasn't the proactivity of Jason Rayner who initiated this encounter. So how do we read Jason Rayner's mind? Well, 30 additional seconds of video would help. Now, what's amusing from the state's presentation to you is a complete missing of the mark of the importance of the 30 seconds.
It's not my fault.
We agree.
That's my
We
internet
agree.
speed.
Don't deliberate this. The video is the entirety
Oh, it is
of the
them.
encounter
Yeah,
between
that's
Mr.
my
Rayner
internet.
I thought it was
and Mr.
me.
Wallace. Agreed. End of story.
You deliberate what you want to deliberate, folks.
I agree with that 100%. If you don't have to believe anything that I say, you don't have to believe anything that the government has to say. What we say is not evidence. But members of the jury, I stand before you about the words that I expressed to you, and I will say that what I am submitting to you is backed up by the evidence in this case. And the significance of the 30 seconds of videos, it does give some insight into, at least on June 23rd, 2021,
Oh, I hope he
the
plays
practice of
it.
Jason Rayner. And that was after the 4 calls that he had that night, every single time he put his camera into sleep mode. Every time. You're going to have the audit trail. It's about 25 pages long. It's amongst the many exhibits that you have to look through and look at that. And the expert, the Axon expert came in and told you just that this was a deliberate pressing of a series of buttons that hindered the 30-second look back. Again, We don't have to prove anything, and I'm not suggesting that this was some calculated thing or an accident, or maybe there was privacy. If you find that cause, it's the state of Florida's burden to prove otherwise. But the fact of the matter is, on 4 occasions that evening, Jason Rayner put his camera into sleep mode. And what we also heard
Now I gotta take the dogs
from
outside.
multiple law enforcement officers
Who
were with the Daytona Beach Police Department is that the policy is you
That's
keep
what
your
you
body
hear
worn
huffing.
camera on, and you really only put it into sleep mode when it's
I'm gonna
private
see if we have any glue, and I'm gonna start huffing.
or power failure. And when you look at the Axon trail, you're gonna see that Mr. Rayner's body worn camera was at 90%. So the point of the 30 seconds of video is, what did he see? What did he see in those 30 seconds? The guy that the state paid to come up here and give you his testimony couldn't point out a single thing. He's traveling around the world testifying 300 days a year. He's the preeminent expert in law enforcement tactics, and he tells you, I don't see anything criminal in the video from the first initiation. So, would the 30 seconds help you? What did he see coming around the corner? I would argue to you he saw nothing. He saw nothing, which further bolsters our claim that Mr. Wallace was doing nothing wrong. So how do we read Jason's mind? Well, we can look at the video. We can look at the video and assess his actions in the video. And I gave an example a few moments ago about some things that you readily come to mind if you saw a 30-second video. Writing a ticket, running radar, putting handcuffs on someone. You can read a lot of an officer's mind by just that 30-second video. But again, it seems like the state of Florida was in a different trial when they presented to you all of this weight on Roy Bedard, yet he gets caught in his own words, standing right here a few hours ago, saying, yeah, I said that. I said that is not how we approach a high-risk vehicle. That's what it said. And that's what's on the video. So the state, let's break this down here, okay? This vehicle is evading the entirety of the Volusia County law enforcement for the week. Because when you look at the Volusia Crime Bulletin, it goes out on 6/21. So on 6/21, up in Ormond Beach, there is this stolen vehicle report. And then 2 days later on 6/23, it's still out there and it hits a license plate reader in the area. And what is uncontroverted in this case is that a stolen vehicle is a high-risk vehicle. And if we move forward, we heard testimony, we saw pictures, we heard about the felony stop that happened as to the actual vehicle, which involved multiple officers, guns drawn, and a tactical approach. You see none of that in the video, members of the jury. What's uncontroverted is that there was not a 911 call complaining about Mr. Wallace. There was not a dispatch to 133 calling about something else. He wasn't flagged down. So you can eliminate from any reasonable consideration that any of those things prompted his response to 133. So then you consider the vehicle. And again, we go back to, we agree. If a law enforcement officer is acting reasonably, then he can get it wrong. And we're going to give them leeway. We understand that. But with great power comes great responsibility. It's not that hard to look at the side of the vehicle and determine that the lights look different. That there's differences to the top of the roof. That there's no door handles. Members of the jury, I'm not asking, I am not putting a burden on Mr. Rayner that he needed to be Superman or have any superhuman powers. All I'm asking you to do is consider what's on the video in light of reasonable law enforcement actions. And what we heard from Mr. Bedard, what we heard from Detective Denardi, what we heard in some from all of the law enforcement officers is that your powers of observation are what you hone, those are the tools of your trade. You sharpen your sword. So you should be more perceptive. And it's unreasonable to suggest that on the longest day of the year when there's still some light in the sky, and I agree, there's not a lot of artificial light back there, but he has a flashlight. He didn't one time look to the passenger side of the vehicle. Perhaps if we would have had that 30-second video, we could either prove or disprove the fact that he pulled up on his computer that email that he may or may not have considered and compared it with the vehicle that he was coming upon. How is that an unreasonable call for action? It's not. There's no backup. There's no call for, how hard would it have been to call dispatch and say, do you have any more information? Have you seen it anywhere lately? So instead, the state would have you believe, inconsistent with its own expert witness, that that's one of the possibilities here. That he was approaching this high-risk vehicle in a parking lot without announcing his location, without any backup, and going immediately to the driver's side of Mr. Wallace's vehicle and restricting his free liberty. Immediately. So what's going on?
I've been talking to you guys with no mic on
that point in time.
We were waiting to see how long it would take you.
Othal Wallace's state of mind.
I've done whole shows before with it.
When he has the
some of
right
my better
to
shows,
be
I don't have the
free
mic on.
From unreasonable intrusions
So,
into his
do
life.
they have a time limit?
I think it's only in federal.
And all of a sudden, there's a flashlight in his face, and a person at
I
his
mean, they
door,
might.
and a hand on his shoulder.
I've seen a judge
And then
before
another
say,
hand
"All
on
right,
his arm.
we got to hurry this up."
And then when he tries to walk away 3 times, he's yoked.
Oh, I've seen lots of them.
How does
do
that
it in
affect
states.
Mr. Wallace's mind?
Time limit or?
Yeah,
Are those
limit on
actions
the. Oh, I mean on the closing argument,
You can
not
walk
on the
away.
trial itself.
Yeah.
Like some of them.
Well,
If you're not
here's
doing
the
anything wrong.
with this.
Why does the state of Florida want you to
So the last thing the judge wants to do right now, if I'm sitting up there on the bench, think of yourself sitting up there on the bench. This is the defense team.
The state wants you to believe that any
They're going to, in their closing arguments,
for any reason,
tomorrow the jury's going to come back and deliberate
Counsel,
about.
observe the golden rule, please.
wants you to believe that it's entirely
judge just said,
appropriate
"Observe the
in
golden
United
rule,
States of
please."
America in 2021 for
Anyways,
a
you
sworn
can come back and
law enforcement
deliberate
Nice.
to come up on
on whether or not
because they
this man's life
want to.
Right.
And ask questions
is going to be
of
taken
them.
away.
It makes demands of them.
So
They
that's
put
like,
their
I
hands on
believe it's an automatic appeal.
And there's nothing wrong with that. And you
The
should
judge
just comply.
does not want
Counsel, observe
to
the
have it
golden
come
rule.
back and
And
say,
that Othal Wallace should
well,
have
you didn't
just
give his
complied.
defense team adequate time
That he
to
should have
form
just
their
complied.
argument.
Because why?
So this,
Right.
and if I was a
It
judge,
wasn't
you know
in a
what?
stolen vehicle.
I'd say take as long as you want.
Nobody called
The
911.
last chance
on
this
him.
guy's ever
Nobody
gonna
flagged him down. You don't see him doing any crimes in the video that we've looked at.
Yeah, in one of these, I
But he should
guess
just comply and sit down.
most of them I've
Because
watched.
he's
They
in a
get it
high
like
crime area.
an hour or two, and
So your government
both
argues
sides.
that if Othal Wallace
Again, with it being
has
death
the
penalty
audacity to
is,
find
I mean,
himself
they're going
in a high
for the
crime
death
area,
penalty.
that he is immediately
So I don't
subject
know.
to inquiries about his address and his
Without knowing the
activities.
right answer, I can give
And
you a
that's
pretty
acceptable.
good objective
That's
one,
awful.
right?
That's reasonable. That's good faith.
Yes.
How has the state of Florida proven to you beyond a reasonable doubt that Othal Wallace didn't have the right to walk away? He tried to do it 3 times. 3 times.
That's a good point.
Bedard finally reluctantly agreed that.
That's finally
Denardi
getting
agreed
to that
that.
point. He had the right to walk away. He said, "No, I'm not going to do it. I'm
Bedard
done.
agreed
I'm
that
done
he
talking
would
to you."
not
The cop should have walked away.
his law enforcement students to detain a person if they weren't doing anything wrong.
Mind if I talk to you? No, I don't want to
But
talk to
even if he did everything wrong,
Must've
you
been
still don't
him.
get to just shoot somebody. That's I haven't seen the videos, so
Another side, we'll get to the cameras in a moment, but this is obviously from the rear.
like even if you take away the uniform.
is
You can't
this
just shoot
is
somebody
a
because
very
they're
good representation
in your
of
space.
the vantage
Very,
point
very
that
true.
Mr. Rayner would have had when he came across the vehicle. And as we saw on the slide before, the lights are different.
The only thing
The
I can
lights
think of
extend
is
into an area
what
that was
if it was an
easily and
illegal stop,
instantaneously observable by Jason Rayner.
then it never would have happened.
It was so dark.
He
out
wouldn't
there.
be
I mean,
dead
the
but
state of Florida
for
would have you
the
believe that you
illegal
needed
stop.
light vision goggles
I
to
don't
see
think
1
that
inch in
is
front
an
of your
excuse.
face.
But what
You
what
can
it
see this. You can see this.
that's
and
what
you can see
I don't
this.
know.
And then you ask
Right? I
yourself,
mean,
Was
what
his life in
evidence
danger though?
has the
Because
party
you
with
have
the
to feel
burden
like
in
your
the
life
case
is in
presented
danger.
you to show what efforts Jason Rayner
he tried to
took
say it was.
to dispel
When
that
the
this
cop started
vehicle
holding him,
was one and the same
he started
with
saying,
the one
"Have
in the
you not
crime.
seen the video at all?"
No, that's I see. That's
I'm
I haven't
serious.
seen it at
I
all.
challenge you, members of the jury, to look at every single piece of evidence in this case, and you will not find a shred of it. What you will find, which is very convenient from this theory that, oh, he's smoking a joint that he rolled
Exactly,
with,
White Rabbit.
white rolling papers here. It's a Swisher Sweet. It's a Swisher Sweet. It's how is this isn't probably, members of the jury, this isn't horseshoes and hand grenades here where you get close and you score a point. This is beyond a reasonable doubt.
He just
to
used
prove
horseshoes and hand
that he
grenades.
should be
Love that.
convicted of first
Been a
degree
long time since I've heard that
premeditated
statement.
murder on a law enforcement officer. And the state wants you to disregard the fact that there's a brown cigar wrapper in here and a brown tip of a cigar in his hand. Do you see any smoke in the pictures? Do you see any embers in the vehicle? Do you see any cannabis? Did you hear one single law enforcement officer come and say, "Oh, you know what?
So I did think about
we found all
that.
this weed
Did
in
they
the car.
find
There
anything
was-
there?
Obviously, he was smoking. No, he didn't. No, he didn't. That's the quality and substance of the evidence that you would need to say he was smoking cannabis in the car. But you don't have that. You have, again, a jump to conclusions. Here's a theory for you to consider, members of the jury. It's common sense. Okay? The state would have you believe that after he fulfilled his desire of killing a police officer, he stopped and bought some Swisher Sweets after the fact on his way out of town. So if the basis of Mr. Wallace being detained is merely him sitting in his car, then how are Mr. Rayner's actions in good faith? How are they in good faith? How are his actions lawful? What evidence will the state of Florida present to you or sum up in the rebuttal argument to say that a law enforcement officer's lawful duty is to come up to someone who's sitting in their car, not doing anything wrong, and instantly detain them and refuse to provide information about the reason for the detention? I'd love to hear that piece of evidence in the state's rebuttal. But what they did do was they paid Mr. Bedard $4,500 to help you look the other way, to impress you with the fact that he's traveling around the world and he knows everything about police training. Yet, when it came down to it, he admitted that Rayner's actions were not consistent with approaching a high-risk vehicle, that he did detain him and box him in. And it doesn't make a lot of sense with just common sense or police practice of de-escalation that if you're just acting proactively and trying to gain rapport amongst the community whom allegedly believes that you're, purveyors of justice, that you would instantly detain them. There was this long discussion about, well, now we've readdressed policing and we want them to be more friendly and we put them on bikes and we want them to, have better community ties. So the way that we do that is when we see a person sitting in a parking lot, you go up to them and you immediately block them in and get 4 inches from their face and shine a light in their face as well. How does that play into Mr. Wallace's state of mind? The state would like you to focus on the hour-long presentation from the FDLE analyst about the phone mapping rather than have you dive into that matter. Or maybe you should consider the hours and hours of testimony about the things that didn't matter, like that my client's DNA is on his gun that he was found with that he admitted to using, or the shell casing, or the hat. The state hasn't met its burden. They want you to believe that Mr. Wallace's mere existence in a high crime area allows law enforcement officers to just get it close enough. The car looks close. He's got something in his hands. He's probably doing something wrong.
White Rabbit,
What's
you
the
do that
baseline?
anyway.
What's the baseline? We want to talk about the
Phil,
baseline
did
in
you
a
get that
church
video?
on a Sunday morning. What's the baseline in an apartment parking lot at 8:50 at night? People in cars. People in cars. Close enough doesn't cut it here, members of the jury.
It's not horseshoes or hand grenades.
It's beyond a reasonable doubt. Where's the taser? Did the state present the taser? Did the state prove beyond a reasonable doubt that there couldn't have been a reach for the taser at any point in time? You have pictures of the taser latch being undone.
All of this is a great.
I mean, the
He has to
question
redo the
is
whole
more,
trial.
evidence
Because this is
integrity
great
than
arguments.
anything
These
else.
are things that we've all been saying.
The most important evidence.
We didn't say it here in chat. We've talked to each other.
They throw it in the
off
trunk of the car and take 2 pictures and then call it a day? How's the
Has
state of
Bronco been
Florida's
on? I'm
presentation
curious
of
what he
state
said
shown
about
that
the
Mr. Rainer
video.
did not go for his gun?
I don't know if he even knows about it. No, he's
It's
out of town. He
convenient
took
that
a
there's all of
bicycle
this
trip
evidence
somewhere.
about what you can
Oh,
clearly
okay.
see on the video or what's not in dispute. But the really mind of the matter comes in those seconds that you can't see in the video.
Did you see that video?
And I would argue
Farrell?
to you, Mr. Wallace's
Yeah,
testimony was
but, I
absolutely
mean,
consistent with
The whole
the
end is cut
totality
off
of
of
the
it,
evidence
so.
Yeah, right?
and the medical
Stupid.
forensic evidence in this case.
And there's nothing there, though.
Mr. Rainer was taller by several inches than Mr. Wallace. The trajectory is consistent with the way that
Very
Mr.
true,
Wallace
Greg, man.
described this event happening. Anywhere, the medical examiner candidly told you 6 inches to 2 feet. That's not inconsistent with what he said happened. It's not inconsistent with them tussling and fighting. So what is going
Is
on
he in
in
Sturgis
Mr.
now?
Wallace's mind when he has a
No,
light
he likes going
shone
after
in his
the-
face when he's not doing anything wrong? Did the state of Florida present to you some manifesto that he was drafting at that moment in time about the ways in which he could execute a peace officer? What's going through Mr. Wallace's mind when Mr. Rainer comes and blocks his free liberty, the liberty that he had every right to exercise because he was not doing anything wrong? And how did Mr. Rainer coming around and blocking that make him feel? Who initiated the encounter? The state conveniently ignores that premeditation has to be considered in light of the circumstances of the killing. If Mr. Wallace wasn't doing anything wrong, then he created no circumstance under which Mr. Rainer had the right to approach, detain him, put his hands on him, and ask him about his activities or his address.
How's it going?
Do we
Oh,
see any
thanks.
attempt in those few seconds to discern that this was or was not the stolen vehicle? No, we didn't. No, we didn't. But according to the state of Florida's theory of defense, their theory of the case, if you're in a high crime area, you just comply. You just answer the questions. You just sit down. Because when you're in a high crime area, you don't have the rights that everybody else has. Othal Wallace wasn't deserving of any scruples to determine whether he was doing anything wrong. So let's dive in a little deeper and let's consider this idea of excessiveness. I would argue to you, members of the jury, there's a vast difference between the way an officer would approach someone if they are executing a warrant on a serial killer versus somebody that's trespassing or at worst and maybe smoking a joint in his car. Oh my God.
Well, I mean, to be
So
fair,
it's
that is
it's
illegal.
reasonableness, okay?
I mean, I can't sit.
It's reasonableness.
Florida's got a weird deal. If
I
this
would
is
argue
still
to you
the
that
law,
there is
you
no
can't sit
credible
in your
evidence to
car
suggest that
and drink.
Othal Wallace.
You can't have your keys in your hand
No.
and drink.
And even if he was
Because
smoking
you
joints in his car,
could drink and drive.
he deserved to get
I don't
tussled
plan on
and-
drinking and driving. Why do you have your keys?
grabbed
I've got
and
my
pulled
flashlight
on.
on there. I've got a pocket knife. I've got my handcuff key on there. I mean, where do you keep your handcuff key?
Is it
On your
consistent with
keychain,
somebody
right?
knowingly engaged in criminal activity to walk towards a law enforcement officer with a joint in their hand? I would argue no. So the state would have you believe that, oh, it was the cannabis that was detained. What's going on? Well, you can use your common sense, rely on the video. Again, disregard everything
Okay,
that I
show
have
it.
to say. But what the video unequivocally shows is that Mr. Rayner had no opportunity to view anything until he has already detained Mr. Wallace. Mr. Wallace is about to be detained in a millisecond here. Use your common sense, and by all means, listen to expert Bedard. Okay? Because he told you can't see what's going on in his hands here. So what's going on in Jason Rayner's mind? What is this element of proactivity that's existing where this community caretaker function is such that just to strike up a conversation, the best way to instill confidence would be, I'm going to go over and surprise the heck out of this guy sitting in his car. Members of the jury, there is no credible evidence to suggest that the stopping of the car, the exiting of Jason Rayner, and the walking and approaching the vehicle was founded upon anything other than a desire to make contact with somebody.
See, I don't.
And we don't know the intention
But even
beyond that.
if
And
all
the
of
state
that
hasn't
was
proven to
breaking
you with the
protocol,
substance and quality of
you
its
don't
evidence,
just get to
that it
shoot
was something
somebody.
lawful, that it was something reasonable, that it was something in good faith,
Why
then
do
I would
you-
argue
Why do you
foremost,
have a reasonable thought
you
pattern
have to
like that?
consider that in your inquiries of premeditation and unlawfulness.
How dare you?
You should also consider it on the ultimate issue of guilt.
Were you here when the guy got thrown out and he said,
So
"My
what evidence has the state presented to you to
ancestors
justify
were slaves. I know what
the
this
parking, the
It's like,
exiting,
what?
and the walking?
Oh,
Because as we know, what's
Let's
uncontroversial
do a fun
here
trial.
is that Othal Wallace becomes detained at this point in time. And you can only be detained if you're doing something wrong, and there's no evidence that Othal Wallace is doing anything wrong. So rather than do any investigation or consideration into the genesis of this encounter, we'll just go ahead and charge Mr. Wallace with first-degree murder, and we'll backfill everything in later. We won't give any regard to the context of the social media posts. In fact, what would be better to do is we'll go ahead and we'll get like 20,000 pages of it, and we'll pick out the ones that look really bad. And we'll give those to you for
Objection,
consideration.
improper argument, Your Honor.
Sustained.
What was the objection?
improper argument.
I've never heard of that.
What's going on? Sit down. Sit.
Here you
Sit.
go.
Sit.
Sir.
Can you sit down? I'll talk to you.
No.
Why does Mr. Wallace have to sit down? What has he done?
Because
What has he
my
done?
good friend Rubia is here. He better sit down, better behave. How are you doing, Rubia?
Don't do
Oh
this.
my
Sit
gosh,
down.
I
Why
love
you
you,
asking
honey.
me to get up here? Do you live here? Yes or
Haven't
no? What's going
responded
on,
to
though?
emails, have I?
Who, Charlie?
Is
Rubia, why don't you meet my friend
a
Phil
reasonable
Housewife?
approach to instill
You'd love
confidence in
Phil.
your community?
Look at this.
Why do you
Look
live
at
here? sit down, let me grab your shirt while I'm doing so?
Objection, Your Honor. That's improper argument. Let me grab, he didn't say that.
Well, the jurors will rely on what the evidence shows you. Counsel are free to argue what they may show, but it's your decision to determine what happened here. You may proceed.
Judge just put the
What did
prosecutor
Othal Wallace do up until this moment to
in the
deserve
first week of law
a
school.
hand and a push and a grab? Absolutely nothing. Absolutely nothing. So, to be fair to both sides, you say, well, what's the context of this encounter? What's the context leading up to this? And as we've gone through in a laborious fashion in this trial, and I've also touched on it here, we're without context. We don't know. It's uncertain. There's theories that are unproven. In fact, there are theories that are, I would argue to you, objectively disproven by a fair look at the video. The state disregards the context. The state would have you look the other way. The state hasn't proven to you beyond a reasonable doubt that the social media in this case allows you to read Mr. Wallace's mind beyond a reasonable doubt. Where's the context? Members of the jury, the proactivity that caused the ire of my client enough to post these disgusting things on social media, his worst nightmare, became his reality.
Stop. Stop. Stop, man.
How has the state disproven that Othal Wallace's version of events is inconsistent with the truth? How has the state of Florida proven to you that Amanda Dickens' testimony should be relied upon? Here's the man we had this conversation with Jason Rayner about him going.
Hello. Mommy.
Hey, no, you don't remember
I know. Mom. I know. I just want to let her know because my boyfriend, he had a part and she said he gave me a part. But I can't talk to him because I need to go to work tomorrow. Go step your part for me. I feel like this job for a little bit wider. A little bit wider. My job. The only reason I'm trying to help him. Oh, no. I got to do that later. Can we tell her now?
Yeah.
Can you please, can you do me a favor?
We're gonna talk to her.
May you just tell her to that I said to grab my boyfriend Damien and just meet me at the police station on 92. Tell her, please.
Yep.
Tell her I said just please. Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay.
There is absolutely no
Who is
discussion between Mr. Rayner and Miss Dickens in that video. Again, undermining the context that the state would have you ignore.
Yeah, I have no idea who that was. I was standing back here. I was getting dog biscuits. Is this an example of like how to hold
Mr. Wallace
somebody?
said some awful things on social media. He acknowledges that. He doesn't deny it. The state has argued and
Oh, the same
undoubtedly will argue to you again in its rebuttal.
Oh, so it wasn't the woman, it was,
All of
okay.
these gross admissions that were made and, you know, that he was trying to blame it on Instagram. Well, rely on your recollection, members of the jury. Was there a clear and fair opportunity for Mr. Wallace to answer the questions when Mr. Lewis was screaming at him and dancing around in circles in front of him?
What?
Where's the context? The Instagram audio post is an inartful dying declaration. He expressed his characterization of Rayner's actions towards him. Ultimately, has the state of Florida proven to you beyond a reasonable doubt that Mr. Wallace was unreasonable in feeling that Jason Rayner was fucking? How has the state of Florida proven to you beyond a reasonable doubt that it was unreasonable for Mr. Wallace to be on edge, to be scared? Is it unreasonable for a person, for Mr. Wallace, sitting in his car, doing nothing wrong, to have this happen to him?
Pharaoh, when you're sitting in your car smoking a doobie,
That
do
in light
the
of
police ever
this,
bother you?
To be yoked up by your collar like that,
I'm
to
white.
be on edge,
Oh.
to have your
Oh.
heart racing,
I didn't know that.
to maybe not be thinking clearly, to start to sweat, to start to have those fight or flight instincts that the human being that Othal Wallace is undoubtedly had in that moment.
I mean, I also
But
don't
the
sit in my
state would
car and
have you
smoke,
just
but
rely on
all
a
right.
few of 5,000 Instagram posts.
MLS sits in his car to do work. And
So
Yeah.
you have to ask yourself,
I understand
members of the
that.
jury,
Like,
where else does the evidence of
Makes sense.
premeditation come from?
But
Does it come from the gun?
did you hear what?
Does it come from the FDLE tracking? Does it come from Roy Bedard? Does it come from the fragments or the photos or the uniform
Officers
or any of the
exposed
other
what
alphabet
she
soup
said?
ATF, FBI? No.
I'll tell you later.
The only evidence of premeditation comes from the social media. Which again, members of the jury, you have to understand in context. The message was inartful, the message is unproductive. But it's in response to culturally significant events that are happening at the time. Culturally significant events that Othal Wallace testified were in his mind at the time that he was being yoked out of his car by a law enforcement officer. Argue that there is a complete difference in the state of mind presented in a social media post by one who looks differently than Othal Wallace in speaking about a different context to which he is inartfully articulating online. It's a completely different mindset. His indignation is justified, his method of delivery was not. But the method of delivery is different than the state of mind. What causes more of a state of mind? What sheds light more on a person's state of mind? When they're in their car, being approached, being startled in the way that they react to that? Or vapid banter on a medium for the purpose of vapid banter? At no point in time does Mr. Wallace come up in the initial encounter and be disrespectful towards Mr. Renner. So let's rectify those two. The state of Florida's only evidence of premeditation in this case are social media posts that happened weeks prior. So to hold him guilty of premeditation based on these posts, one would have to logically assume that for weeks, he harbored this hate, he harbored this malice, and finally had the opportunity to live out his intentions that he posted online. How is it reasonably possible then for a person with so much hate harboring and manifesting in their gut for so long to call the very target of these posts sir, to act calmly, to try to walk away 3 times? How is that consistent? How can the state of Florida even get close to a premeditated or murderous mindset when the best that the state of Florida can say justified this was maybe a tip, maybe marijuana, maybe a high crime area, and wants you to ignore the state of Mr. Wallace's mind when this is happening to him? Only after and in response to what Mr. Wallace was subjected to did he draw his weapon. He was responding. He was defending. Members of the jury, I submit to you that in this 30-second video, you can read Othal Wallace's mind. The pages of his mind begin with confusion, and they end with fear for his life. And while he's retreating, he perceives a threat. The threat of a law enforcement officer reaching for his waistband inches from his. Now, the state took a lot of time to establish this chain of custody laboriously. The gun belt got off. I took it. I put it in there, sewed it up, secured it nice and safe in this paper bag. Here's the Axon guy. We were not going to ask the Axon guy anything in our direct examination about the 30-second video.
Hi,
Not going to ask him anything about that. But what he told you was the sensor is all the way down. You have to pull it down. He couldn't tell you exactly how far, but you have to pull it all out. And the state of Florida made the big deal about that gun always being in the holster, never being removed from the holster. Yet 4 minutes later, on the Axon audit that you'll see, there's a signal firearm draw. How reliable is that information? Othal Wallace does not have the burden of proving that he was justified in using deadly force. Instead, the state of Florida has to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant was not justified in using deadly force. So it is unreasonable to use deadly force when, after doing nothing wrong, having a light shine in your face, being ignored when you're asking a reasonable question. Okay? There was, I think, 4 minutes of going back and forth of, well, you didn't answer him between Mr. Lewis and, well, you did answer him, you didn't answer him. Othal Wallace doesn't have to give him an answer. And if we're holding law enforcement to a high esteem, in a high position of authority, how is it unreasonable to expect an answer to a question? Hey, why are you detaining me? How can the state of Florida get close to a premeditated or murderous mindset when all of these things happen? And Mr. Wallace only acted in response. He's justified in using deadly force if he reasonably believed. Reasonable belief. All that Mr. Wallace is asking you to do is be reasonable. Was it reasonable for him to feel in fear for his life when everything that happened up to that point was excessive? It's one thing if Mr. Wallace is credibly doing something wrong. It's one thing if Mr. Wallace is a serial killer, if he has known violent tendencies, and there's a level of tactical force in response and guiding of his body, then it would absolutely be unreasonable for us to argue to you self-defense. But excessiveness and good faith and reasonableness are sliding scale common sense determinations.
Objection, Your Honor, a misstatement.
I will instruct you on the law, okay?
So any amount of force in this situation is excessive. Because if you're not doing anything wrong, you can walk away.
Try not to use the word you for them.
If Othal Wallace is not doing anything wrong, Othal Wallace can walk away. And that's exactly what he tried to do. And what's been again covered in all of the unimportant pieces of evidence in the case is that the state of Florida still needs to prove to you that Mr. Rayner was acting in good faith. That he was acting in good faith. That Mr. Wallace, it's irrelevant as to the status of Mr. Rayner as a law enforcement officer if he's not acting in good faith, if he's not acting lawfully, and his actions are excessive. Judge Zambrano will instruct you on the law on this matter, on the justifiable use of force. And you'll hear some discussion about the duty to retreat, and a discussion about certain scenarios in which a person is presumed to be in reasonable fear. And it's very important that you pay careful attention to that law. The judge is the authority about the law. In no way, shape, or form am I suggesting to you that if in my banter with witnesses that I am correct over Judge Zambrano. I would submit to you that I have done my best to accurately elicit that information, but Judge Zambrano was the authority on the law. And what I would like to help simplify it with is this, is that Othal Wallace had a gun in his pocket. We're not disputing that, it's his gun. If you want to take time to debate that element, you're welcome to. He had the gun, it's his gun, that's the murder weapon, end of story. And he had it in his pocket. And the only reason why he's at any jeopardy of having this carrying a concealed weapons situation thrust upon him and in his face is because Jason Rayner prevented him from walking inside and putting his gun away. I mean, you see Othal Wallace walking out of his car. The car door is open when Rayner first gets out. So is it unreasonable? Is it really even illegal for a person to have a gun in their pocket when they're walking from their door to their car for 10 steps, maybe?
Does the amount of steps change it?
The way that can wrinkle itself in the law in this case is the law will suggest
But he's
that
on private
if
property,
he's doing
too.
something wrong, which we would submit that he's not, then a person has a duty to retreat.
I mean, it shouldn't be at all ever, but
Mr.
I mean,
Rayner,
if it is,
excuse me,
then it
Mr. Wallace
is.
was
That's
trying to retreat
what we've
from
let them
jump
do
one.
to us.
So we embrace that law. It doesn't change the analysis or you have to do any creative leaps to get there because from jump one, what we believe the entirety of the evidence, not just the cherry-picked evidence, but what the entirety of the evidence shows is that Mr. Wallace intended to exit his vehicle and walk to his apartment, and he was prevented from doing so by Mr. Rayner. Initially when he got out of his car, and then he tried to get away again, and Mr. Rayner put his arm on him and pushed him a little bit, forced his way back.
Yeah, was the vehicle
Asked him
stolen?
questions, tries to get around again, and then he's back on her hand.
That was a different vehicle.
And then he tries to walk away again.
Oh, okay.
And he gets a horse collar. And then he tries to swoop under his arm again, and he sees Rayner going for his waistband. And I will comment on this, members of the jury. Mr. Wallace was nervous. He was testifying for his life today. And what he could have said is made up some story to you and said, absolutely, he drew the gun and pointed at me. He gave you his best recollection of what he remembered in the moment in time. But you have to view it in context. How is it reasonable at all for a law enforcement officer to go for his duty belt
picking on
when
me.
the encounter started for no reason and the citizen walked away?
You forget I know they're
How is that
right,
reasonable?
so
You know they're right?
yeah.
I know. It doesn't mean they're not picking on me.
That's what it is.
I have good
However, if an
intentions.
officer uses excessive force to make an arrest, what was Othal Wallace even under arrest for? So if he's not under arrest and force is being applied, then it's not good faith. What is he under arrest for? He's not in a stolen vehicle. There's a Swisher Sweet pack in the car. Members of the jury, a fair deliberation of the facts of this case requires a number of things. And I would say that among the most important of them are that you listen to one another and respect the deliberative process. Each and every one of you has to make an individualized moral assessment about what the state of Florida has proven in this case.
At this point,
And in doing
I'd be
so,
saying,
you
how
should
about this?
internally
We just
consider
end
all
this whole
the
thing,
evidence
put one of those ankle bracelets on him the rest of his
and
life,
debate amongst
and we get on out of here.
Well,
And a full and fair deliberation of the matters in this case requires consideration of the heavy, heavy burden that the state of Florida carries in attempting to get a conviction. And I would ask you,
But I miss you.
because of the heavy
Yes, you
burden, the state
You're going to
gets
really
to
know
have the
what's
final
going
word in
on
this
over
case.
here.
Certainly, as a criminal defense attorney, I'd lobby to change the law if I could, but we accept that that is the case. And it
Yes,
should be that
he's
way,
the victim,
frankly, because
Jen.
the state of Florida has the burden.
because
But I
he didn't
would
have
encourage
weed.
you to consider when
Does he
Mr.
what?
Larissa gives his
Because he
closing
didn't have
remarks to
weed,
you,
so
To win the deliberative process,
It's another
consider, what
thing we
Mr.
would
Shoemaker
cure.
say to that point?
That's what everybody.
What would Mr. Probisco say to that? How do we think that Mr. Wallace would respond to that? That would be a fair deliberation. And what's interesting about the law, as it applies to reasonable doubt, is that the state uses, the law is that you have to have an
Bingo.
abiding
Thank you for making it
conviction,
simple.
an abiding conviction of guilt. As you can probably discern from all of the procedure and all of the formalities that the words matter. We take a lot
Words
of
are
time
hard.
to arrive at the words that we're using in the law that the judge will instruct you on.
But I
interesting
still
that the word
don't.
conviction is
Even if they did not have the right to
Conviction,
detain
just like many
him,
words in the English language,
I don't
has
see
multiple
where
interpretations.
he
And
has the right to shoot them.
it's also synonymous with the feeling, and in this context, the conviction that
If you take away the
we don't use
uniform and it's just some
conviction in
dude that
terms
walks up
of,
to you in the
"I'd really
parking
love a
lot,
steak for dinner
you're going to
tonight."
turn around and shoot them?
We use the term conviction when we're talking about true core beliefs. Politics, our religion, our family. What is our conviction? That is the standard here. An abiding conviction, one with which you hold to the same regard as your most deep and core values. And if you don't have that abiding conviction, Mr. Wallace is not guilty.
Farrell, I actually wrote that down to answer, to bring something
And
up to him
again,
after the
on
show.
behalf of
That's
Mr.
how,
Wallace, we would absolutely acknowledge, and we do not want part of the deliberative process to suggest in
I
any
want to talk
way
to you about it because
that
I'm like,
law
yeah,
enforcement
right?
is an easy job, that it's a job that should be overlooked, it's an unnecessary job, or that any verdict that you render in this case would be a disservice.
I think his goose is probably cooked.
We acknowledge that. We embrace that.
I don't know if Florida still has the electric chair.
But with great power comes great responsibility. We understand
that
that there may be deliberations, and you are absolutely free. Again, I can't stress this enough.
I'm a brat.
Something that I've said, something that Mr. Shoemaker has said, is turning
stop.
Are you sure they don't?
What we're saying is not evidence.
I don't know.
But if you're going down and you're
Oh,
thinking,
Google
well, even if Mr. Rayner was in the wrong in some way, did he deserve to die? I think that's a fair question. for
Guilty
debate.
by way of boredom.
What I would argue to you is that the question should be posed
Ruby's gonna be out
as,
one day and she's gonna be like, "Is that my picture on that
is it
shirt?"
reasonable
And she'll be like,
for
"Expert."
Jason
But
Rayner to make Othal Wallace
great
feel
statements need to be put on T-shirts.
he's going to die?
If the offender requests it,
On
they
June
still can be.
23rd, 2021, Othal Wallace had
They
no
still have a
right
chair.
to be free
They use injection, but if you want the chair, you can get the chair.
into his privacy and into his liberty.
What do you think about the injection?
Determine, which I believe the evidence supports, that Mr. Wallace.
I don't
invaded on
think
the right.
much of any of it anymore.
He's not acting lawfully.
We don't ever use it.
That's
It's not
on
a
Mr.
deterrent
Wallace's
anymore.
state of mind. When he is battling with someone.
The only thing that does.
I don't trust the government anymore to get it
Othal
right.
Wallace's human instinct
So
plays to a self-preservation state of mind, not one of premeditation. I thank you for your time, and I thank you for your consideration in this matter. And I hope that your deliberation in this case finds Mr. Wallace not guilty.
I'm
Thank
okay
you.
with
We'll
it
take
in
a
theory, but
bathroom
not in
break.
execution.
10-minute break.
10-minute break. I mean, I just want to sit here and let my ears relax.
Right.
Hang on, so let me finish writing down my thought.
If I don't write it down, I'll forget it.
Have you met me?
I do the same thing.
You know, does it aggravate you that other people don't write things down for you? And then
That would be ideal.
Yeah, well, they get upset that you don't remember, but yet they're not writing stuff down for you. What's up with that?
I mean,
Right?
it would work,
If you want me to remember it, write down for me.
right?
I have every intention in the world of doing it. It's just that I don't because I forget
Well,
things.
sometimes I do, sometimes I don't.
Well, no, I really do. Like Rubia, like I have every intention to send her an email, like catch her up on like what I've been doing and stuff. And so what she likes to do is she likes to pop in every 6 weeks because I haven't sent an email. This has been going on for 9 months. So anyway, so we've got a 10-minute break.
Then the rebuttal.
Yeah, will there
Are
be
they
a
just-
rebuttal?
Probably.
All right.
What was in these social media posts that he made afterwards?
Oh, did you not hear him say that I got me a pig or something like that?
Oh, okay, sorry.
Or like 15 minutes after he shot the guy in the eye, his eye
Right.
comes out, right? He says, "Oh, don't say it's been a year." Ouch. Well, time flies when you're having fun. Boy, holy cow! It has been a year. Well, that just made that email a lot longer. So anyway, after shooting Officer Raymond, he takes off. And, he was supposed to be there to see his kids and his girlfriend, but he leaves immediately. No one's brought that one up. He leaves, he drives to Gainesville where his dad is. His dad's like, man, I ain't putting up with this. I don't know what you done, but I don't want any part of it. Then he's like, he comes on stand. He's like, yeah, I wasn't going to give him a card. And so then he leaves Gainesville and he drives up to outside of Atlanta or something like that to what looks like it may be a NFAC compound. And they've been saying they found him in a treehouse. This treehouse looks more like it was set up to house people because it had bunk beds in it and it had multiple firearms and rounds and all this other stuff. It's like, oh,
nice.
Interesting. When the police officer that arrested him spotted the treehouse, they brought him on and they asked him about they're all into like this AK-47 they found. And it's like, oh, that could do some serious damage, couldn't it? Trying to say he's such a nice guy. He could have opened fire on you guys, but he didn't.
Oh yeah, but he didn't.
He's innocent. So, and with that, let's see what's happening right now.
Well, so did they play those in court? His own statements on social media?
Yeah, but he's not like his statement is. I'm embellishing. Go figure.
Oh well, listen, you can't do that.
Oh hey, look. Oh no.
Nope. Oh, they are gonna play it though.
So he's he gave he did like a what's it called on Instagram? Are they called Reels?
I don't know what they're on there. Sure, I know what you mean though.
I gotta get rid
story.
of Instagram. Yeah, I found out a lot of bad stuff about them.
I don't use it.
Graham finds what exactly is the law in Florida regarding resistance to an unlawful arrest? It is in the members Discord. Actually, I can't get access to my locals, or I've been pushing it real big. I've got the model penal code, or not that. It's the criminal. I'm losing my brain. I've got like an hour and a half sleep. The model jury instructions, criminal jury instructions, and they talk about it. Yeah, they try to say he wasn't slamming police in his social media. He was like talking about like how you need to celebrate the pig blood.
And this was after he did what he did?
Some of his posts for it, yeah.
Okay.
Watch Dogs probably knows about it. Watch Dogs has been following this case. It's a new friend of ours over here. But anyway, yeah, it was the training place for the NFAC that they found him at. Let's see here. What is what's this guy's name? Ozone. Man, I got too many tabs open. Let me type in Ozone real quick.
How was your date night?
Do what?
How was your date night?
When was
Last time I saw you, you were not going to be doing Tuesday or something because you
Oh
were.
yeah. Oh, okay. I can talk about that. Most amazing experience I've had with clothes on. We went to Guns N' Roses
Fun.
concert. Yeah, it was absolutely great. I couldn't believe it. How
And you didn't know that she was doing that? Or was that something else that she just told you to be ready?
Are you talking about our trip?
Well, there was something on Tuesday, and then there was something like maybe a week ago.
Yeah, Labor Day weekend. We went to the beach.
Oh, fun.
And I did not know until we were about 25 miles from it. I say
Awesome.
25 miles because it's like a little small town stuff. And it said welcome to. And I was like,
Hmm.
like all the way down there, I looked at my phone the entire time because I like surprises. How many surprises do you get in life? Not enough.
Right.
You know, like the people that like to, they're going to have a kid. And so what do? They're like, oh, yeah, I've got to know the sex of the kid so I can know what colors to paint the wall. I'm like, but it's a surprise.
Right.
It's like, it'd
I
be
did that
cool.
with one.
What, a surprise or
Wait,
paint the
yep.
walls?
No. Surprise.
Now, here's the question. Was the birth a surprise? Because that happens, evidently.
No, definitely not.
Okay.
The
So
gender
you weren't-
was, though, and that was cool.
Well, that's awesome. You weren't at, like, prom and, like, just like, oh, I didn't know I was pregnant.
No, not quite.
That's cool. Gender surprise. You know, that's a big thing now. There's a big market for that.
That is a big thing.
Yeah.
The gender reveal.
Yeah. I hope there was not complications with that in the future.
Well,
If there
now we
are-
just don't. Now we just don't say what they are. I don't know.
Yeah, who cares? Anyway, yeah, we've had a really good time. It was unfortunate though. Yeah, it's weird. I'm looking over here in the comments. I am a person that I share everything because I'm stupid for one thing, and I can't keep up. I don't lie because I can't keep up with lies.
Right.
And I've got nothing to hide. I mean, we don't do anything. I mean, if you guys want to go with us, you know, just come on. That'd be more the merrier. We'd have a good time. So this it was Labor Day. White Rabbit booked us a condo that we could take the dogs. So they got to go to the beach,
Nice.
which is awesome. And actually, yeah, I need to get some of those photos up. There's like a couple of photos I really want to share with everybody because I've never seen anything like it in my life, like of nature. And of course, I don't share anybody. Share anybody? I don't share anything. I don't know what I'm
He
saying.
should have done like David did when he went to Sweden. That was really cool. Did you watch that? His
I didn't know he
MLS goes
went
to.
or got back.
Oh yeah, they just got back, like Monday, I think.
Okay.
But he did on his channel. He's got a MLS goes to Sweden. It's really cool how he vlogged it.
Well, you know what? I would have really have enjoyed that, but he didn't invite me.
Yeah, it was really cool.
If you're gonna be on, if you want me to come be in your chat, you got to invite me. People don't do that. But tomorrow
Well, you
night,
also don't
everybody's
check
invited.
anything.
Do what?
You also don't check anything.
It takes me about 2 weeks.
Okay,
looking-
give
I'm looking
expert
for
2 week heads up. Noted.
Or find me live. That's the best
You-
time.
be
Oh,
seated.
hang on. Here we go. Or just be up on Clumsies. Clumsies is probably the best way to get a hold of me.
We have the defendant? Yes, we do.
Weird.
That's
isn't it?
ideal, Lefty.
To bring the jury in?
Yeah, you know, Lefty. I'd be.
If you
over
start
there a lot
inviting
more.
me, I'll start going too.
Yeah. Hey, just give me a shout and say, hey, I'm going to stream. If you get a chance, man, I appreciate to have you over here. I'd be like, oh, that's cool, Lefty. I love that, man. I'll tweet it out and everything. Not like that matters, but still. It's fun. Is this new that you need to be? I thought everybody knew. They had to tell me. I mean, Volstorm
I'm not.
knows.
I'm not going to come anymore unless you invite me.
I don't have lies. Oh, have you ever heard that story, Farrell? See, I don't know how much you've been around about the
No.
Notebook of Lies.
No.
Oh man, that's another good one. Volstorm, there's 2 stories we have that I think would be great. It's been long enough that we haven't told them that an audience would just like die cracking up laughing.
Jury's
That's
present,
one
you
of
may be seated.
Remember the Notebook of
Mr.
Lies.
Marissa, your
Farrell?
rebuttal.
And,
Okay.
Thank you, Your
Friday
Honor.
night we had another one. I just
Good
told
evening.
Caitlin one. I forgot what it was.
I will agree with Mr.
Like in an hour, I forgot what it
Probisco
was.
on one thing. It's been a long
Caitlin didn't write it down for you?
And you know, while
I think she
I
wrote it
get
down
to
for
go
herself, too,
last,
I mean.
usually that's considered an advantage by some. Y'all been here a long time. I just ask you to please bear with me as I talk to you. I'm not
Hit me up, Lefty.
gonna scoff. I'm not gonna make fun. I'm
If
gonna
I can't make it,
talk
I'll
to
let you know.
And all I want you to do is listen to me. And your decisions, what you decide, that's yours. You own it. Juries are to be trusted.
See, I didn't know you were doing it. Or I've
Yeah,
been there, baby.
that was
Trusted
cool.
enough to be able to abide by the law as you're instructed. You're trusted to do that. So I want to point out some things to you. I'm not trying to tell you what to think or what your decision should be, but I want to make sure you understand certain things. And the first thing I want to say is, I was wondering for a while which trial we were in.
Oh, jeez.
Was Othal Wallace on trial, or was Officer Rayner on trial? Was the state of Florida on trial? But I've been around long enough to know that defense attorneys like to blame everybody but their client. They're not going to
I
blame
love this
their
guy's voice.
Yeah, he sounds like Matlock, but I hate his argument. That's
The
dumb.
bottom line is premeditation. I think Mr. Probisco said there's no evidence of premeditation. But folks, let me ask you about something
I mean,
common
that's
sense.
that's so
The
stupid what
defendant-
you just said.
Posted that he wanted to get pig's blood on his hands and on his boots. Believe it was on
There you go.
June
That's what he
7th.
put on his social media.
On June 23rd, he shoots and kills Officer Jason Rayner. This ain't opposed and nothing happens. He said he was going to do it. Not with just that post. There were 2 posts. And then, after he does it, he posts within 15 minutes his own words. The defense says, can't read Othal Wallace's mind. I submit to you, you don't have to. All you got to do is listen to them posts or read those posts and listen to that
I can't believe they
message.
don't have the
I mean, it'd be
cord
one
plugged
thing if he
in.
didn't kill Jason Rayner, if he didn't plant a bullet in his brain. But that's what he did. Why?
Oh.
Pull it out of his pocket, point it at his head and pull the trigger because his right was violated? What did Mr. Bedard
There we
say?
go.
What does the law say? The law says
Can you hear
that
it?
do not resist a police officer.
Do I hear
with
what?
violence. The
The
judges
stream?
will tell you
Yeah.
that. And you may not like it.
Is there anybody here besides you and me,
Farrell?
Farrell?
What about us? What about our rights? That is why
Well, I don't know.
we have.
Yeah.
Yes.
That is why.
Lefty just had a
the
chat pop up.
Gets his day in court.
Oh.
And you, members of the jury, are the ones who are going to decide if he's guilty or not. There's a lot of talk about Officer Rayner and that
Tilly
he
T
is somehow wrong.
and the
You remember Mr.
Seahorse.
Dillon, the fellow with
Thank you
I
so
think he had a
much.
mohawk. He came in, he lived
I'd do
right
something better
across
for you,
the
but we're
street.
live on this.
Right across the street.
I'll come back.
From those apartment complexes. How many times did he say, He had, how many bullet holes did he have to repair in his house that he was renting? None. None. The reality of our world
Fine,
today
sucks.
is that we need police officers.
It sounds fine for me.
Oh,
To
does it?
maintain order, to protect us. There's a lot of communities that need that help and that assistance, and law enforcement response. Is it wrong for a law enforcement officer to walk up to somebody and say, hey, how you doing? Do you live here? Is that wrong, folks? Use your common sense. What did Officer Rayner do? He asked, where do you live here? And what did he get? He didn't get an answer. Now, Mr. Probisco says he don't have to. And that's right, we don't have to do anything if we don't want to. But the law steps in. If we could do what we wanted all the time, then there'd be no consequence, there'd be no order. We would live in a world where people could do whatever they wanted at any time. And the reality of our world now is there is violence each and every day. All you have to do is turn on the TV. What do they talk about? Violence. Do you watch?
No, don't watch TV.
Oh, excuse me.
I know. I just watch YouTube.
A community.
Do you have
where you're
YouTube
ready to
Premium?
go out and walk around?
Not anymore.
Please abandon.
If they do their ad thing, I probably will.
I know y'all seen this video a bunch. But I want to play the video for you in real time. Mr. Lewis is going to help me with this. And then I want to show you a slow version. But before we play that video, and I know you probably are going again. But I want to kind of lay some context here. This video lasts about 42 seconds. The defendant's tires are, you can hear the gravel, you can hear it screeching out. He's leaving. 42 seconds from the time Officer Rayner says, hey, how's it going? Do you live here? Until the defendant is leaving in the car with Officer Jason Rayner laying on the parking lot with the bullet in his head and his eye hanging out.
Ew.
And at 21 seconds, that's when Officer Rayner keys his mic. That's when he starts to call for backup. 21 seconds. At 24 seconds, the defendant's hand is on, Mr. Officer Rayner's hand is on the shoulders. And we'll see this in slow motion. At 28 seconds, there's a shot. So from 24 seconds to 28 seconds, 4 seconds. 4 seconds, the defendant pulls a gun, points it, and shoots Officer Rayner in the head. This talk about movement and getting underneath and pulling that gun out and trying to get away 3 times. Folks, the whole situation only lasted 48 seconds, 42 seconds. That's it. Think about this. Officer Rayner didn't know that the defendant had a gun in his pocket when he came up. And there's talk about this stolen vehicle and how, there's no evidence of that, and a marijuana cigarette. All of those things are just the state giving you the information you have. You can accept it or reject it, but you know what? It doesn't matter. Officer Rayner was trying to figure out what was going on. His right, his duty, his responsibility. He saw a car, he saw a person in it, and he did, what he did was absolutely okay, it was lawful. He was walking up, hey, how you doing? Do you live here? How was that wrong?
I say they already are, Rabbit.
How did he respond? He didn't respond. He didn't answer the question. Jason, can you key that up for me? Just play the video, just straight through.
How's it going? Do you live here? What's going on? Do you live here? Why are you asking? What's going on? Sit down. Sit. Sir. Can you sit down? I'll talk to you. Okay. No, come on now. Sit. Come on now. Don't do this. Sit down. Why are you asking me, do I live here? Do you live here? Yes or no? What's going on, though? No, back up. Stop. Stop, man.
Now, I want to play it slow.
Oh, my.
And I'm going to ask Jason to stop it every now and again so that we can, I just want you to see it. I'm going to make a few comments. You can agree with me or not. Go ahead, Jason. Okay, now stop for a minute. It's a Honda, no doubt about that, and it's gray. Keep going.
And that was
The door's open.
what
and
the
Othal
stolen vehicle
Wallace
was to
is
it,
starting
take
to
it?
come out before Officer Rayner gets there.
A gray Honda. You're muted.
Keep going.
See, he pulled in backwards. You can't see the front license plate.
But it was a gray Honda.
Yeah. Different make.
Stop. Now, what I want you to do is watch what he does with the phone. Go ahead.
So
What's
if they're looking for a gray Honda and they find a gray Honda, I would say that's reasonable to stop and say, "Hey, what's up, buddy?"
Yeah, but he didn't know that they're looking for a gray Honda? I mean, it's a jury question. It's a jury question.
Yeah.
There's no right or wrong answer on our side.
Can you stop? Some people say, or there's some argument that was, he was trying to conceal a marijuana cigarette. We don't know if it's a marijuana cigarette. What I submit to you he was doing, he's right-handed. He has a gun in his pocket. A police officer is coming up. What does he do? He takes that phone and gets it out of his right hand. He's freeing up his right hand, folks. Before there's even been a touch or anything, he frees up his hand. He takes that phone, clear as day. He moves it. What's Officer Rayner doing? He's asking him to sit. Hadn't touched him at this point. Go ahead. He touches him lightly on the shoulder. Go ahead. Now stop. Did you see that little tap? Excessive force, right? What do you think? Go ahead.
Sorry, I was in the
Ma'am,
bag again.
stop.
What'd I miss?
Oh, he was talking about that little tap being their excessive force.
Mm-hmm.
Stop. He's turning into it the way I see it. I mean, make up your own mind, but Othal Wallace does he look like he's afraid, folks? Does he sound like he's afraid? Does he? Or does he sound like he doesn't like what Officer Rayner is doing?
Which is fine. He doesn't have to like it.
Now, let me show you. Stop again. You got, now, once
I don't
you
like
pay
it when I get
attention,
pulled
you got
over.
one hand, one of Jason's
How often
hands
does that
on
happen?
his
Yes.
right hand on the left shoulder.
But guess what I don't
of,
do?
Wallace, and then his other hand with the flashlight
You don't
over
stop?
there. Both of his hands are up here.
No.
Okay, go ahead. Flashlight in his left hand.
There you go. It
Right
was a
hand on the shoulder.
CRV versus an HRV.
No, she does not.
Stop. That forearm happens when Officer Rayner starts calling in. Officer Rayner's got one hand on the shoulder and one hand on the mic. And what does Wallace do? He creates space, which I think he also said, but not, folks, I submit to you, not to try and get away, Keep going. Stop. He's turning. Keep going. Stop. He's turning towards the car, folks. Now, he says that he had the gun in his pocket. Maybe he did, maybe he didn't. Maybe it was in that car door and he's pulling it out. I mean, it's for you to decide, but where is he trying to get away from where he's going back towards the car? Go ahead, Jesse. Now, yeah, that is, it's over. That I submit to you that is Wallace standing up. Officer Rayner's falling to the ground. He's shot. He's shot. And ultimately, he's going to die from that shot. Okay.
You.
If we take that off.
Was he the only officer there?
Again, I'm not going to try to tell you what to think or how to interpret this. But according to Wallace,
You just said EU as an excited utterance. I just realized that.
Yes.
I was opening up my Taco Bell and I heard you say ew, and I've been looking around how you found out.
Did I forget to turn my camera
Wallace
on?
turns toward the car.
That's
And in 4 seconds, folks, 4 seconds, he's shot in the head. Now, how in the world is he going to reach down and go for a gun? He's trying to stop. He's trying to stop him from moving. He's trying to get control, sure. He doesn't know what he's got, but what he knows is when he walks up and asks, hey, how you doing? What's going on? Do you live here? Wallace gets out of the car and won't answer. And what's going on? What's going on? That's a law enforcement officer. He's trained. That's as Bedard said.
I expect this prosecutor to say, he won't answer, he's just being a smart ass.
The officer. Look, we're not saying that Wallace did anything wrong. We're saying the question was what Officer Rayner did reasonable under his training and circumstances. Listening to the defense, you think he was the one that pulled the gun and shot somebody. He was doing his job in a high crime area, and somehow that's wrong. Officer, to go out in the community and try to engage folks, find out what they're doing, especially in a community where there's been 3 shootings in the last several days, where there's been domestics, where there's been narcotics trafficking. Look, it's a tough world out there. Most folks never know that. They don't experience. Is it somehow wrong for a police officer to go in the community that suffers from those things and try to make it better? Isn't that what Officer Rayner was doing? Did Officer Rayner say anything, and excuse my language, but did he say, hey, motherfucker, what are you doing?
Yeah, he did.
Threatening? Did he have a pass in his hand? Did he have his hand on his gun? No to both of those. Did he grab him and shake him? Did he threaten him in any way? Get out, get back in the damn car, or I'm going to bust you. No, he didn't. He said, sit. Well, get in the car, I'll talk to you. Wallace wasn't having any.
Get back in the damn car, boy. I'll talk to you there.
But somehow, Officer Rayner.
It's just weirder when Matlock or Foghorn Leghorn here says it.
God forbid that his liberty be restricted while Officer Rayner's trying to figure out what's going on with reasonable questions. I just put a bullet in his head. Othal Wallace put his phone from his right hand to his left. And then he waited until Officer Rayner had one hand here and the other hand on this mic. That's an opportunity because Officer Rayner's distracted. Not only that, I agree. Yeah, he was worried about law enforcement coming. He didn't want to deal with them.
Rubio, that's what everybody I've talked to said this week.
Now, Mr. Probisco has
Really?
he's minimized those
Like,
posts. And you know what?
I had a hard
folks, at
time
the end
figuring
of
out,
the day,
oh, is that the
you can
prosecutor
believe
that just sat down, or was that the defense?
I was just
Like
so
during the
glad,
testimony or during this?
During the testimony and everything?
Oh.
If you don't watch them,
Yeah.
if you don't, and you just listen,
Sure, he could have took them down. He didn't take. He never took them down. How did you, folks? How
Really?
did you
What?
ignore
Listen.
What?
the fact that he
Don't start with
posted-
me, David. I just grifted
Post
you.
real quick.
what
Be
I did?
nice.
Oh,
Get them for me.
what happened? Are mommy and daddy fighting again? I don't like it when mommy and daddy fight.
We are at war. Johnny Bolton died at the hands of a trigger-happy SWAT team. These crackers are not far from seeing the blood of their own flowing thick in the gutters of America.
I know. I can't believe you gave David a wrench and not me.
Does he have
One
one?
day I will take
No.
pride. And
No, does he have one?
getting me some pig's
Yeah, you
blood
gave
on
him
my
one.
hands and boots.
Oh, it's because Valhalla was over here. All
Well,
let me tell you what. Valhalla gets involved and everything goes sideways.
I know. What do I need to make Valhalla struggle snuggle you so I can get one?
No, he's out of town, so I'm gonna take his away.
Now, you can say, oh, it's just coincidence that he posted.
He got it for his birthday.
And then shot somebody, and now claiming it's the officer's fault.
I agree.
If you think that's reasonable.
And then MLS, you know what he got? Because he didn't know how to like click the buttons and like put in.
I think he was posting a link for something.
You know,
Yeah,
it's very
yeah.
important
I felt bad for him.
for you
So
to
made it
judge
work.
credibility.
And then he doesn't even invite me over to be in his chat when he's doing something.
I challenge
I don't know
you
he's
to
streaming.
judge his credibility. You saw him right there. I'm not going to regurgitate everything he said.
Oh, thank God.
You have to watch it. You get to see his tattoo.
You saw
This
how
guy?
he acted. You saw
No,
how he answered
David's.
questions or didn't answer questions.
Oh, I bet it's a fraternity tattoo on his calf.
Also,
Mr. Probisco say was
have you seen my
implying
clip
that
from it?
Law enforcement has such an interest in this case, and of course they do. You saw how it affected.
No, I don't believe I have seen your.
When she had the
I'll send it
warrant
to you.
in Reed
I'll
Lea
send it to you.
Finding Officer Jason Ray. Sure, they want.
He's going to drop that
they
here real
want
quick.
The just and right resolution. So he implied that they would lie or that they would manufacture evidence or somehow come in here.
Yeah, you don't want a wrench over here. You have to show up.
So I wanted to like.
What about him? What about the defendant? Does he have an interest in this case? Does he have something to lose? Does he? According to the-
There you go. It's in
according to
your
the defense counsel, he does. Is that a
Discord.
reason for him to stretch the
Look at
truth a
Lefty
little
here.
bit? Or maybe
Yeah.
a lie?
Well, I just did.
Think about it, and then you decide. You know, there's been a lot of talk about if this, then that, and that, you know, that if you find that Officer Rayner acted unlawfully, then Wallace is not guilty. Folks, that is not the law. The judge is going to explain the law to you. The reason that the law says you can't resist an arrest or resist an officer with violence, you have to look no further than this case right now. Why that's true. Why that is the law. Law enforcement officers, hey, they choose to be cops. They choose to go out there and work in dangerous conditions. They do it all the time. But the law recognizes and understands that as human beings out there putting their life on the line, and listen, 42 seconds, after 28 seconds, Officer Rayner was shot.
What's wrong with
in the
that
head.
boy?
28 seconds from the time he got out of his car and walked up there.
I thought
pretty
they
good,
had-
huh?
I thought they had cheese and stuff in
28
Michigan.
seconds to make decisions, trying to figure out
That was while he was over in Sweden.
Go on and walk.
He also got
out
to
the
see a
car.
nude beach.
Sure, while you got a man that you don't know
In Sweden.
coming out of the car.
Yes.
Start,
And he got to see Baker, and he got to see Nick.
Oh, I know that part.
And the officer safety concerns and walk around
You know
in the
what?
back of the car, which you
I'll
couldn't
save
do anyway. You heard Letitia, the defendant's ex-girlfriend, say that there was bushes up there. That car was backed in. Whether Wallace did it on purpose or not, it doesn't matter. Officer Rayner couldn't see the tag. Somehow he should have, by God. He should have went and looked at that tag. Again, who's on trial here? Is it Officer Rayner or is it the defendant? 28 seconds. And he's supposed to figure out that ain't the car. 28 seconds. Now, again, you can choose not to believe that that's one of the reasons why he stopped, or you can choose to believe it. It's up to you. But is it reasonable? If the actions that Officer Rayner did consistent with that, and even if it wasn't, it doesn't matter. He has a right to walk up to a person and say, "What's going on? You live here." And a defendant cannot resist with violence, period. Now, sure, if a police officer pulls out a baton and starts beating somebody for no reason, you got a right to defend yourself. What did we see here? There was 4 seconds from the time that Officer Rayner keyed his mic till he was shot. What did he do? Excessive. There's a tap on the shoulder, and there's a alleged horse collar. That's not what the defendant called it. What did he say? He was yoked, or he was trying to yoke, he was pulling. And I'm not even sure what yoke is exactly. Maybe y'all do. I don't. But that's what he said. Wallace shoved the officer, created space. When he shoved that officer, folks, he committed a crime. Now, if he wanted to contest why the officer approached him, if he wanted to establish that the officer was wrong, that's what a courtroom is for.
Yep. I agree with that.
Otherwise, what, we're gonna have folks shooting law enforcement officers because they don't agree with why they were pulled over? Or they don't agree with the reasons the officer wants to talk to them? Do we live in a society where officers can detain people for no reason? Absolutely not. And there are rules and laws in place to protect your rights. But those laws and rules, they don't give a defendant the right to pull a gun, point it at an officer, pull the trigger, shoot him in the head, leave him for dead because they didn't agree with what the officer was trying to do or the questions the officer was trying to ask. That's not the way it works. And maybe you don't like it. I don't know. Maybe you do. But that's the law. I submit to you that Officer Rayner couldn't have put his hand down towards his waist. He had one hand on his mic, one hand on the shoulder, and 4 seconds later he shot and dead. The defendant was already moving, but where he couldn't see Officer Rayner, look at the video for yourself. The video's the best evidence. But look at it. He turned away. He was
It's like you just learned what the best evidence rule is.
That's exactly what he was doing, and it's exactly what he did. When did he ask to leave? Did he say, officer, you know, I'm leaving, I don't want to talk to you? Did he ever say, I don't want to talk to you? He talked to him. He engaged in conversation with him. What about that? Never once, not once, did he say, let me go. In fact, if you really look at that, analyze it yourself, but I submit to you that Wallace was in control. Rayner was trying to get control. Officer Rayner wanted to, and he was trying to do it in a polite way. Now, Mr. Probesco kind of scoffed at them, but I tell you, he was courteous and professional. And you know what? He gave the defendant benefit of the doubt. And the defendant gave him a bullet in his hand. That's what happened. I thought I heard somewhere that Officer Rayner blocked in the car. Well, how did the defendant how did he get away? How did he get out and drive through? He never blocked the car in. Wallace got in it and took off. And you know, how often is it? Well, I shouldn't say that. You are fortunate here that you have statements from the defendant that were voluntarily made. I mean, nobody was interrogating Wallace when he said he wanted pig's blood on his hands and boots. He posted that on his own and admitted it was his own words. Not like he was put in a box and questioned for 3 days before he made the statement. Folks, you should consider that, I submit to. And the other post as well. Nobody made him do it. He wanted to do it. Now again, you can believe it was just coincidence that he made those posts and 3 weeks later, Officer Rayner's dead and he shot him. You can do that if that's what you believe, if that's what your deliberations reveal. But it's one heck of a coincidence, wouldn't you agree? And how about some of the language? Pigs, crackers.
A pig's a smart animal.
Last time I checked, those aren't terms of endearment.
Yeah, it's not a term of endearment, expert.
Uncomfortable to be confronted.
Oh, I know a lot of guys that dated some pigs.
Yes, and make decisions. When you've got that kind of negativity, that kind of energy, and because it makes most folks feel uncomfortable, but it made Wallace, it energized him, it made him mad. He was mad and enraged over what was going on. It's clear from his posts. And again, is it coincidence that less than 3 weeks later, he killed?
I mean, I thought that was Captain Have Fun.
Off of it?
You know, your clip.
Can you play?
Oh my.
Right?
The audio, the story, I think it's called.
Hey, you know what color the Swedish flag is?
Again.
Have you ever looked at that?
Yeah.
Right? Right?
He's given us.
Weird, huh? How these things work out.
Can you play it?
No. I want y'all to know something, man. I love y'all. I want y'all to know something, man. I love Black power.
I thought you were playing
Stay
that.
strong as a nation. Keep fucking fighting. Move fucking forward. Don't let these pussy ass pigs fuck with you. I love y'all. Black power and shit.
So he put that up right after the nerfing of the officer.
He had just shot Officer Rayner in the head and left him for dead.
Well, you know.
Never mentioned
Everybody knows what a nerf
self-defense,
is.
does he? never says I was in fear of my life. Does it sound like he was in fear? Or does it sound like when he starts talking about don't let these pussy-ass pigs fuck with you, he was excited about it. You decide.
What language?
And I'm
I
sorry
love
to use
this.
that kind of language, but that's what it
Oh, he
is.
just apologized. He must have heard me.
That's what he said. And folks, you can't consider that.
Maybe the judge is listening to us.
His mind. You have the fortune.
But it's
Lefty
not
pizza.
Kenosha, so maybe not.
Yeah.
Now again, okay, he was just all pumped up with adrenaline. Folks, it was 15 minutes later. He's driving away, ultimately gonna head up to Snellville. And he says, don't let these pussy-ass pigs fuck.
We need that as a t-shirt or a bumper sticker.
Yeah, no thanks. I won't be putting that on my car.
There's no doubt he said it. He admitted it.
You put on your refrigerator so your kids go get some milk.
Yeah, not with teenage boys around, I won't be.
You'll have instructions.
Do they know what
about
you do?
The execution of a legal duty. See,
I like that. You didn't answer. Yeah.
Yeah, they do.
instructions, one part of the instructions, look, these instructions are created by lawyers, so they're not necessarily the easiest things to understand, but they're the best attempt to try and guide you. But don't ever forget your comments. Take that back there with you and have some good, honest conversation. But there's an instruction that says, under the felony murder, about the resisting officer with violence, it says that Officer Rayner has to be in the lawful execution of a legal duty.
It's the hand motion that
There's
gets you.
another instruction I want to draw your attention to, always a but. And that but says that, and do we have that instruction handy, the one about, you cannot resist? I think I know it pretty well. That instruction says that an individual cannot resist a law enforcement officer with violence if the officer was executing a legal duty. Let me talk to you about that for a minute. Engaged in the execution of a legal duty. We know what legal duty, first off, you'll get another instruction that talks about law enforcement officers. What's their duty? To deter and detect crime. Is there any debate here that that's what Officer Rayner was doing? The defendant says he didn't know him, never met him before. There was nothing going on between those two. Officer Rayner's doing his job. He's trying to protect the folks in that community, in his jurisdiction. That, folks, is engaging in the execution of a legal duty. Understand, it says execution
I checked out
of a
an
legal
hour ago.
duty, not lawful execution of a legal duty. There,
Yeah, it's
you
kind
don't
of.
get
I didn't even
to
watch
attack
any of it.
police
And it's still
officers.
kind of droning.
You hear the best
They
part
might
though?
Make a
Not
mistake
yet.
about the law. Think about this for a minute. 28 seconds into his encounter, and he's shot in the head. 28 seconds for him to process what's going on and try to apply that to the law. It's an unrealistic burden. That's why, as long as he's engaged in the execution of a legal duty, detecting crime, and he's acting in good faith. What was it that Mr. Probisco said a lot about, is that good faith, and he was implying it was bad faith. Judge for yourself, folks, but 28 seconds. What did Officer Rayner do that was bad faith? He was investigating. He wanted to know if the guy lived there. There'd been shootings in that area. Nipper had 9 bullet holes in his house. Officer Rayner didn't have to be there. That's the sad irony of this. But
They go late. Where is this at in Florida?
Orlando. It's supposed to be Daytona Beach.
Okay,
They had
so
moved
it's
it.
so it's a 20 to 8 there.
Yeah, yeah, same thing here. MLS, it's
He lost his job.
during the trial. I
because
don't
he
know.
didn't go in there with his gun pulled.
Closing arguments
And he didn't go there and
became very aggressive.
be more
Very much fought for every inch of his client's
He
life.
was given the defendant.
The jury's got to be just checked out because I came in at the end of the state's closing,
Doing his job and trying
and
to
I'm
do it
checking
in
out
such
on
a
them.
way that would be respectful. And he got it. He got it.
Look right there, Rubio. I literally don't care at this point. Why is he drowning on? Judge wanted to get closing done today.
Reasonably known to be a law enforcement officer. The defendant helped us with that. Now, it also goes on to say that if, if the officer uses excessive force. Folks, I'm not going to beat you over the head with that one. I mean, you've got a 20...
Thank God he's not going to beat us over the head with it. Oh, wait a second. Here he goes.
And to watch.
I'm not going to do this thing I'm about to do.
Excessive force. Excessive, and then the self-defense claim. Let me talk about that for a minute. It says that a
Boom.
individual is
does, though.
in using deadly force. Now, deadly force, taking a gun, pointing it, shooting it, and putting that
I've been doing
bullet
this for
in
12
somebody's
hours.
head, that's deadly force. Nobody's arguing. But they can only use deadly force if there is an imminent meaning immediate, right then and
Phil, I
there.
can't wait to talk to you.
Right.
You'll laugh at what I'm going to tell you.
Death
boy.
Think about it, 12 hours.
Is that what would happen? What do you think? It's a reasonable person standard, folks, on whether or not there's
Somebody call Gwyneth and have her pass him a note.
reasonably cautious person
Please.
in the defendant's
I love that. That was about the only thing I liked during that
a
trial.
reasonably cautious.
I don't watch trials, so I don't know anything anybody talks about these things.
Oh, during Gwyneth Paltrow's thing, she passed her attorney notes to sit down.
That he was talking too much?
Yeah. Like on at least 2 occasions, she's passed a note, and he's just said, "Well, I'm being told to sit down."
Did she give him a candle?
Because,
She should have.
as we argue, it's evidence of motive. You know, we don't have to prove motive. But juries.
I haven't done one this
folks
long and
like to know why somebody does it.
hell, might as well make it all the way to Friday Night Live. What do y'all say?
Mr. Wallace's.
How many more hours we got?
Impromptu 24-hour stream.
Or you can reject
If I hadn't, if I'd slept the past couple of nights, I probably would.
once
Right now.
the blood of police officers pigs.
Somebody's
on
giving a
the
note that says land the plane.
It's war. Blood running in the gutters of America 3 weeks before, and then Officer Rayner's dead, and then 15 minutes later, I submit to you, bragging about it. And again, no mention of self-defense. Not with Miss Bodison. Remember the lady that wrote that was
Not up
I think,
to-
the girlfriend of Wallace's brother, Octavius.
Him to do it.
No mention of self-defense.
No mention.
Wasn't.
It wasn't.
Again, who's got an interest in the outcome here? Who has more?
The bookies in Vegas do at this point. What are the odds of this being over with by 9?
Nobody. Nobody.
He's crossing them off.
Mr. Lewis was asking him about, why didn't you just sit down? And he said he wanted to leave, he didn't want to sit down. And then he shoots Officer Rayner. he had a duty to avoid that. Call it a duty to retreat. He had a gun in his pocket. Now, you can buy a story if you want that he had put it in his pocket because he was getting ready to leave and take it in the house. Doesn't matter.
Farrell, I've
He had
sent
a gun
that
in his pocket.
clip
He didn't have a permit.
personally
Didn't
to
want to
100
admit
people.
that, but he did.
Nice.
Carrying
I like
concealed
it.
firearm. Mr.
And I
Bisco
put it
kinda
on
talked about it in
I
passing.
saw it go on Twitter.
2 Twitter accounts, Reddit,
If you're
Discord, 2
engaged
Discord.
in criminal
Tell him to sub.
and try to use the
I may have
standard
forgotten
ground of
that part. I'm
self-defense.
an idiot.
If you're engaged in criminal activity.
I just got so excited.
He was.
You know, because
I have lots of views, not lots of subs.
Oh yeah,
He
you know what?
has to retreat if he can. What does that mean in this case, folks? It means he should have sat down. He could have sat down. And he admitted he could have. But he
Why
didn't.
can't I leave a comment?
He could have got back in that car.
Where'd
And
he
we
go?
wouldn't be here today. He didn't. Listen to the jury instruction. Another thing. I won't play it for you. You'll have a chance if you're so inclined. But at the end of the shooting, after he shoots Officer Rayner in the head, he says, "Fuck that man." I submit to you that's what he said. Didn't want to admit it. He said, I think his words were something like, get the fuck back, man. That is not, I submit to you, that is not what he said. But he doesn't want to admit that because that's further evidence of his intent. He wasn't in fear for his life. Folks, it's sad and it's disturbing, but he wanted to kill him, and he did. Fuck that man. Evidence of fear or disdain. It's your call. It's your decision to make. And there's no evidence. Even the defendant never said that Officer Rayner drew his weapon.
Let's go. Wrap it up, big guy.
Quite frankly, once he was under attack, once he was getting that violence, that force directed on him, I submit to you would have been justified to pull his weapon. But he didn't. He tried to control the situation, and he couldn't. And he lost his life. And, you know, Mr. Probisco was kind of making fun of what we did with our case. Like that we,
Oh,
Thing.
okay, let's just say he was less than complimentary.
oh, good.
He was less than complimentary about some of the things we did. Should we not present the evidence that that the gun that killed Officer Rayner did not have Officer Rayner's DNA on it? Should we not do that? We don't know what's going to happen in the trial. We don't know what evidence is going to come out. Mr. Probisco acted like we did. We were preparing for trial.
What's the matter,
as we
Clumsy?
should. A police officer in our jurisdiction, in our community, in our state, was shot in the head and died.
Jamie.
I asked her.
We're not
What happened? Oh, Jamie. Has she seen this?
What, the David clip?
You deserve to get
Yes, she has. You know what she did the other night?
And then you consider what
Please don't say Milka something.
No, don't make her mad. She has voodoo dolls, I think.
The phone rang.
Do you know how many voodoo dolls there are of me?
Less than complimentary
Well,
about.
she
like we're
posted
wasting
the
your
other
time.
night that she hoped
We're
a
being
certain
thorough,
football player
folks.
would break a hip, and
Again,
the
we
very
don't know
next
what's gonna
play
come
he
out.
tore his
We don't
ACL.
know who's going to testify and what they're going to say. We have to be ready for anything.
So don't make her mad.
We don't apologize for that. It's our duty to give you everything
No, why would I do that?
that we have. And then it's your decision.
Well,
to
whatever it
decide.
was. His Achilles.
We don't
Well, he's hurt.
presume
Jamie did it.
to what you're going to think. We just give it to you and you just.
She
Okay.
is, Shelley.
The link, the Farrell's YouTube link is at the top, pinned at the top of the comments. Please go over there and subscribe, everybody. And if not, just look at what the latest content is that she's making. It's unbelievable.
The latest short.
Yeah, it's short.
Mr. Probisco said something about the alert going off. I think the implication was that Officer Rayner pulled his gun. You know how that Axon, the alert is if you pull your gun. And I think the testimony from the guy from Axon was, if you pull it out far enough from that sensor, then it automatically triggers the body cam if it's not on. Not only that, it sends an alert to
What?
that
Because
auto
I don't imagine MLS doing a lot of farming. What type of video do you think he looked up to see how to milk an animal?
He said that if
Right?
you have a lot of officers in close proximity.
You know he had to look it up. It's like a how-to.
They're only on certain websites, I hear.
Yeah.
Zone
He thought it was weird that these people were doing it with their mouths.
of a gun.
It's like, okay, well, I mean, like, when in Sweden,
The video will be
he's the
off
Swiss
the camera.
chef.
You saw it before. It was
Oh my gosh. Has Baker seen that?
where the officers are running, they can fall down as they're going to try
I
and
think
get
he
to
was
their-
there for it. Maybe not. No, he wasn't there for it. You have to watch Jamie's on my thing too.
And their guns are pulled.
Oh, you did see
Of
Jamie's.
course. Of course.
Oh, yeah. I still
You
don't
asked me
understand
about
that.
it.
I still don't understand that 100%.
Log is going to reflect that. But it was minutes, several
Clearly,
minutes
she thinks
after.
you're the only thing worth watching.
Oh, well, yeah, Jamie's awesome. Matter of fact, White Rabbit even asked me. Actually, it wasn't just her. Like, I've had like 3 people ask me when I'm going to get Jamie on here. And I'm like, well, she can
There
come
you
anytime,
go.
but she doesn't come on.
She gets
Yeah,
around, so you just
Jamie, what are
ask.
you doing right now?
In the Fourth Amendment.
Would that upset you if she
Nobody
came on?
wants their
No?
I guess I put you on the spot, didn't I?
Why would it? I love Jamie.
Well, I don't
Use
know.
the Context in this case.
Yeah, she's awesome. Lashes.
There was talk in opening by, I think, Mr.
I don't think I have her Discord.
Shoemaker about.
Jamie, send me a message.
Oh,
on
I can
Discord.
just send it to her.
In your home.
Oh, yeah, you're smart.
And it's-
I like smart people being around me.
I'll
Send her a
it to
link. Make her say no.
But that doesn't mean a law enforcement officer can't come up to you.
Now this
And
is getting
ask-
fun.
Where do you live? If you live.
When you get hysterical.
Careful, golden rule.
Okay.
Oh, what's the
My
golden
apologies.
rule?
That doesn't mean that an officer can't ask somebody, hey, how's it going? Do you live here? The Fourth Amendment.
Eris,
is
did you
not-
finally get finished with everything? You want to come on now?
It's not a pass, it's not it's okay to shoot a police officer if they violate your Fourth Amendment rights. That's not the law. The court is where you address.
Like these big guys
Otherwise,
that
it'd be chaos.
YouTubers
Mr. Probisco's
that
talking
pay-
about
There you
a
go, Jamie.
civilized society.
editors and all that
So
stuff.
if your privacy right is violated, you can park
Yes.
a bullet in a police officer's head? Is that what it means?
But the people that pay for editors and all that, when you're doing a 12-hour stream on this,
Right? You thinking
Oh,
that's
this
not
is-
such a bad idea now?
I mean,
yeah, think about it. You'd have so much
Well,
content
yes,
out of this
I
one
think
thing.
Letitia was a little
See,
bit
this is
different.
8 o'clock.
She didn't say live there, but.
You know, closing arguments started at
upon
4.
cross with Mr. Probisco, she said he was.
4
welcome
hours of
there.
closing arguments.
I mean, yes, I live in this apartment. How hard is that, folks? What's wrong with an officer asking that, and why wouldn't he answer? Oh, 'cause you
People's
don't have
attention
to, you're
span
right.
is just not this long.
He
The
doesn't
jury's
have to,
got
but
to be
there's
done.
consequences for actions.
Right? Look at this. Eris is just, she's mean to me. This morning, she knew more about this trial than anybody did. And I was like, Eris, would you like to come on? Because, like, I'm struggling. I got like an hour and a half of sleep. And
Yes,
she's
this
like,
is a rebuttal,
You
Eris.
get back there and some of you say, I think it's felony
This is not
murder.
closing arguments. This is closing the world. This is talking till we all want to die. This is talking till you get us to want the guy to be not guilty just because she didn't shut up. I love that statement. This is another one.
You see lefties?
I'm getting ready to say I gotta snag this one here.
You
That's
can
what I do.
choose.
I take screenshots of other people's work.
What the instruction will tell you is that so long as all 12 of you.
Where's left? Right here?
Yeah.
What would happen if you were a juror and you were listening to the closing arguments way too long like this? You just stood up and said, wrap it up. I'm really surprised there's not somebody there going, ah.
Right?
Sleep. The state was
We have
I
today.
won't say accused, but it was implied that the state was trying to distract you by some of the things that.
At
we
this
brought up,
point,
like
it's like we
the,
need
the DNA.
placards or something. Be like, we survived the longest closing arguments of all time.
Is, I submit to you distraction. It's an attempt, like some of the other arguments that the defense is making, for you not to focus on what you need to focus on.
I think you're right, Shelley.
You always make me giggle, Jenny.
That encounter, that 48 seconds is all there was of what happened. That's it.
So I got
Anything
scolded
else about
about this
what was
judge.
on, what could have been on,
I thought he was
that's
Italian,
speculation,
and he's
and what does the reasonable doubt standard
Panamanian.
say? It's not a
Panama?
speculative.
Scolded you.
It's got no place.
Doesn't matter. I get scolded all the time. I don't remember the names. I remember the avatars. And
It was
because I
White
was like,
Rabbit, huh?
well, this guy reminds me of The Godfather. Leave the gun. Take the
And
cannolis.
it has no business, it has no.
That's the judge. He ain't Panama Jack because he's not being cool.
Captures the entire episode.
I survived closing arguments of State v. Wallace. Florida v. Wallace. Florida
There
v.
you go.
Ozone. I survived the Ozone closing arguments.
Make it a pin.
And
That reminds
the
me.
defendant flee.
Hey, do you do pins? Do you make
You'll
pins?
give an instruction, it's consciousness of guilt.
Sure
You're not a
don't.
crafter?
Fleeing from the scene. It's-
I am. I just
if
don't
you
do
can
stuff like
consider
that.
to be evidence of the guilt.
I could make you a t-shirt.
Really?
Why not stay?
Yeah, do you want to I survived the closing arguments
He
t-shirt?
would get,
Let's talk about t-shirts after
could
this.
get shot by law
All right.
enforcement. But 15 minutes after he shoots and kills, or shoots Officer Rayner, he dies 55 days later. He's posting, he's bragging. Don't
Is
let
Jamie,
the
did I miss
people-
Jamie? Did she already come in and leave?
Excuse me, pussy.
I don't know.
I don't
I
either.
sent her the link.
That
She doesn't
sound
like us.
somebody who's
She'd come on if I
law
wasn't here.
enforcement's gonna-
She's
gonna,
probably fluffing her
shoot?
eyelashes.
Sounds like he's involved
They're
in
new.
a confrontation. It was a
Just
Oh,
got
she
them
flossed.
done yesterday.
public page, is a public, anybody
Oh,
can see.
she
it.
fluffs.
Everybody can see.
Wait.
Think about
Yes, I
that.
heard.
He
I'll
wasn't
cry, wrong thing.
restricting it to people that he knew or that were friends or whatever you
That's
call
what a
it.
juror needs to jump up and say.
He posted it for the whole world.
Rubius
to
comment.
see. Consider that.
Mom,
And
meatloaf.
The tone. I mean, I don't have to tell you about the tone. You heard it. You heard it. He builds. I love y'all. I love y'all.
Objection. You're fucking boring as
Keep
fuck.
fucking fighting. Keep moving fucking forward, and then
We're not worried about the.
ass pigs. Fuck.
Yeah, you're well past your 2 hours.
That's not a rule.
If they want
People make that up.
Still,
They make that up.
I don't. They're probably not gonna sit for 12 hours and
make no mistake, this ain't a minor.
Did you not just hear the prosecution? This guy just say pussy ass
For the
fuckers.
words he used and the things he did.
Wait a second, what was I doing?
I don't know.
I was looking for something. All right, here we go.
You didn't write it down.
I did. You didn't write it down for me either. Thank you very not.
Sorry.
He could have, I
You have a whole chat
and
right
got
there.
killed himself.
You know, you would think that there would be a chatter that would write stuff down. I really thought Texas Jen was going to do that, but she doesn't. She writes everything else down except for things I need to remember. You would think somebody would write that stuff down. It's a great way if you ever want to get my attention.
When he had
But hey, I
Officer
wrote
Rainer
notes.
alone in that secluded parking lot in the dark. Knowing he had a gun and knowing that Officer Rainer was giving him the benefit of the doubt.
She brings her own theme
He had
music.
an opportunity. I'm not saying he planned to kill Officer Rainer
Oh, wait a second. I don't have the
weeks
right.
in advance. He was predisposed.
There she is.
He wanted to kill a police officer and the opportunity presented itself. Now, you can reject that if you want.
Eyelashes.
What's going on?
You are girlfriend.
She's saying, I want
Do I
to
sound
get
completely
blood
gay
on
now?
my hands and boots.
That happens when I lose
3 weeks later,
blood
Officer
in my
Rainer
body. It's stuck in
Jimmy?
pools.
Did you fluff?
It's been an hour.
I didn't need to.
Did you hear that? The judge like it's been an hour. The rebuttal
Get him.
has been an hour.
Wrap it up.
What is going on?
This dude, Ozone. I don't know if that's his Christian name or what. I don't think it is.
It's not his Christian name.
Oh, look, there's Ozone right there. There he is. Oh, wait a second. Oh, what happened there? Oh, here we go.
Ooh.
Hold your books.
That's we have 10 minutes. That's correct. Where is he? 5-7 Central Rescue Third. Where is he? Second gunshot wound. Who shot him? Come on, buddy. Hey, it's gonna be all right. Yeah, officer down. He's shot. Where's it at? Hold it, buddy. Hold it. Hey, just talk to me, man. Talk to me, Jess. Where's the guy who shot him? Who shot him?
Right in closing.
Just hold on, buddy. Just hold on. Central Rescue Code 30. See if we can area. Oh my goodness. Get something to hold pressure. Just hold.
Yeah, that's clean.
Gunshot wound in the head and one on the chest. Come on, man. Just keep talking to me, buddy. Just keep talking. Get rescue here now. You're gonna be all right, buddy.
Spoiler alert.
Yikes.
No, you won't be.
Yeah, no, you
You'll
won't.
get these instructions at the end. You must follow the laws as set out in these instructions. If you fail to follow the law, your verdict will be a miscarriage of justice. There is no reason for failing to follow the law.
What's the makeup of the jury?
In this case,
No idea.
all of us are depending upon you to do.
I'm not.
Haven't you been watching this trial?
Legal decision in this matter.
Me?
Yeah.
Let me remind you.
Yeah, the whole from
That it
the
is
opening
important that you follow the law as spelled out in these instructions.
I'll Google
in
it.
deciding your verdict. There are no other laws.
Oh, what was your question?
Even if you do not like the laws
I asked
that
if you knew
must
the
be
makeup of
applied,
the jury.
you must use them.
No, why would I?
For more than 2 centuries,
'Cause
we have
it's
lived by the Constitution and the
Needed
law.
in something like this.
No juror has the right to violate rules we all share.
Because the defense is saying that's what part of the reason
I'm not
that
gonna
he
tell you
felt like his life was in danger.
what verdict.
The jury?
No,
What
the
I'll tell
defendant.
you is what my challenge to you is.
I'm so confused.
The defense has said in his closing that's part of the reason he felt like his life was in danger when he was being questioned by the officer. So I want to know what the makeup of the jury is.
In reach.
I don't even know if they wear makeup. It's, I don't care about that part. I didn't watch the jury selection. Oh, he said thank you.
Thank you for.
Thank you. I just have one more thing.
Thank you for being here.
I knew he was.
How many times is he saying thank you? This guy won.
Thank you.
Prosecutor.
Ladies and gentlemen,
He's like, we gotta go to the bathroom.
Oh, I bet he does. Somebody said the judge yawned a little bit
I was
ago.
gonna help you come here tomorrow.
Well, who wouldn't?
Early, but I think
Hang on.
it's better if I just keep your normal schedule. So I want to expect you to be here tomorrow at 9 a.m. At 9 a.m. Now, the special, different rules for tomorrow. This is what I want you to do. When you come tomorrow,
Wear sweatpants.
I want you to bring an overnight bag.
Shit, no way.
Oh, wait.
Oh, they're sequestering him. They'll be done tomorrow. They ain't
Go
spending the
past
night.
One day. So
Unless
you
they have
pack
any
up whatever that is,
mothers
clothing
on
and
there, they
medication,
might wanna
whatever
stay.
it is that you need,
Yeah.
to be with us in case we have to be here longer than one day. I'm not suggesting that we should, but I'm just saying, I don't know how long you're gonna take. That's entirely up to you. Once I give you the case, you control the calendar. You control how long we stay in this building. You control what happens as far as the verdict. So when you arrive at the courthouse tomorrow, I want you to leave
Can we
that
get a
bag
hallelujah?
in your car. Do not bring it into the building. If necessary, we'll give you an opportunity to get that back later in the day. But for now, that will be the plan. I want to remind you, you are not allowed to talk about the case yet. I haven't released you from that order. So please do not discuss the case with anybody, and that includes among yourselves, until you have heard the law. You've heard the arguments of the lawyers, but you haven't heard me speak. Just to give you an idea, the jury instructions are lengthy. It'll probably take me about an hour or a little over an hour just to read them.
An hour for jury instructions?
You have a copy, each of you. And
Y'all
then
wanna be here for that?
After that point, the case will be
I'll
given to
stream.
you, and then you begin to deliberate tomorrow. That is the plan for tomorrow.
Jamie and Farrell said they're gonna be here at
Do you have
8:30,
any
so
questions?
I'm in
Oh,
for it.
yeah.
I will see you here
Sorry.
tomorrow.
What?
Sharp.
I have to
Why?
hang out with Baker.
I might have things to do.
Oh, Baker, because he's got that
You shouldn't have
accent
to
and
go
those muscles.
past
Oh, those
tomorrow.
muscles.
I'm not suggesting.
He doesn't have
that
the
you should, but it
sunglasses.
should- it does. Should
No,
go
because he
beyond
chases me
tomorrow,
around and
Saturday
complains if I don't
would
go.
be, the day that we would come back. Okay, you will be excused at this time. We'll see you tomorrow at 9 a.m. All rise for the jury.
Now we'll see if there's any little verbiages here,
Sorry?
and then you guys give me 5 minutes, and I don't know. We can have a party. You guys want to pretend it's Friday night, or do you want to go just all the way to Friday Night Live? Who's with me?
Let's go.
I don't know, man.
Rabbit
Oh,
says
Jamie.
she's sweet.
Jamie, you know, we were depending on you to be the co-driver for with
Who's that? You may be seated. Thank
Jen,
you. Folks,
Texas Jen
be
on
here
the big
tomorrow,
bus.
8:45. Sometime tonight, I'll give you the final version of the instructions that I will read
Sometime
tomorrow in
tonight.
case you want to
Judge
go
has
through
work
them,
to do.
okay?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. We're in recess.
Well, that was fun.
Wow, man, my ears don't hurt as bad now.
That was super exciting.
So
was-
exciting.
The jury is 9 women, 5 men,
Okay.
1 black man, 1 black woman. Oh,
Okay.
interesting.
That's it.
You know what's so
That's
exciting
it.
is that y'all are on here with me. Like, I haven't had you guys on here with me. This is cool. We don't have to worry about the other people. So, how are y'all doing? How's your day been?
Busy. How has your day been?
Well, tell me about your day. What was busy about your day?
Oh, well, I've been streaming a trial with Baker, so.
What was it about?
Yeah.
But,
What was it about?
Big boobs.
it's
Class action?
It's the trial of Kara.
Oh, wait a second. Wait, stop it.
Whoa.
Yeah, I
That was
know.
loud.
Wait, no. What? Ah, that's
It's
my
about
fault.
Feral.
That's all my fault.
It's actually the trial of Feral Housewife.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Listen, that hasn't started yet.
That was. Wait a second. We watched that movie. It's on HBO.
Yeah.
Listen. Watch it.
What is that?
No,
What is
or that if it's a movie about Feral, it's probably on Skinamax. Ooh.
It's now called Max. HBO is now called Max. White Rabbit. What was that movie with Ashley Olsen?
Ashley Olsen.
Yeah, isn't that the Thompson twin, the Olsen twin?
Yeah.
And that's the
Thompson twin.
triplet. That's
Mary
the triplet.
Ashley.
That's the triplet, right? That's the third one.
No, the third one is
Elizabeth.
Elizabeth. She's older. Wait, no, she's younger.
Yeah, she was.
Yeah, she's younger.
Yeah, she's in a movie about Feral Housewife.
What?
Is that what you're talking
Lord.
about? Am I lost?
No, she's yes.
The TV
It has
series
nothing to do with the trial.
the Olsen triplet.
Oh, yes.
We just watched it, and then there's that awful one on Hulu that's supposed to be about the same thing.
I have
It's
no idea what you're
good.
talking about.
The HBO one's really good. The Hulu one really. It's got Jessica Biel. Do y'all know who she is?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, I just realized what. Oh, now Jessica Biel. That's so weird. Now it makes sense what Dave was talking about milking. Right? The horse?
Beal the horse?
Yeah.
Is that
Then-
where we're going with this
Isn't she a
show?
horse? Jessica Biel, that's her. Yeah, she does that thing a lot. You know what's fun? Well, you know what's great about her is that she counts with her foot.
Jessica Biel? Are these things you're
Yeah,
just,
she just stomps
making
that.
up?
You
I
guys need
think
to come
he
over
is.
more often. You guys need to come over more often. Where have you been? Where have
know, we've
where have
been
you
with
been all your
Baker.
life? Where have you been all your life? Yeah, I know. You know the thing about Baker is that he can't leave Northern Ireland or wherever he lives. Norway. I called it Norway the other day. It was the White Rabbit that told me that. The sad part is I just don't know anything about Europe. I know they have Germany and then like some other countries, and then England is an island. You know, I didn't know that till I was like 15.
I don't know a lot about the European countries, so
I know my family's from Germany. That's the only thing I know. So,
I mean, I've barely made it over out of Michigan, so you know.
Out of your driveway.
I don't know why.
Do you
I don't know.
do
I
cool
didn't
whiteboard
invite you.
drawings?
Oh yeah, wait a second.
Baker does
What?
cool whiteboard drawings.
Yeah, you're missing all that.
Can
fun
he
stuff.
draw?
Oh yes.
Oh, I mean, yeah.
Man, you guys have all this talent over on your side of the internet.
Well, you're a part of it too. You just
Yeah, but I mean,
have
look at
other
who
things going on.
what talent am I bringing?
You got the
Valhalla.
charisma.
I got the Riz.
You do. You got the Riz.
I got the Riz. I got the Riz. I'm going to do a fast one here, and then if you guys want to talk for a couple minutes, we can, or we can just hit the brakes. I don't know what I'm doing anymore. Everything is all one color. I still don't. I'm so far behind in everything I don't do. Oh, have you seen this? Oh, y'all seen this, right? Oh, you've seen that. Okay, but have you seen this?
No, first time.
Yeah,
Really? Is it really?
I think so.
Yeah, I haven't been over here in a minute.
Yeah.
I know,
seen you
don't send
doing the
invites.
other one a couple, just like the
Well,
other.
the problem is you didn't invite me over here, so I didn't know that you were streaming.
Okay, So we started off this morning with Maggie Best. Is that Avatar not the cutest dog you've ever seen? I mean, I
Okay.
just love that.
Of course.
Super Chat says, here's your ad. I eat Pop-Tarts. I almost said poop tarts. I eat Pop-Tarts, which I've got Pop-Tarts around me, to live long and prosper. Love it.
Good.
Chris Mullen, 6 months. She got the new little medallion. Guess what? You know what my 1-year subscribers get?
What?
Nothing. I would know medallion for the 1-year people. Is that not sad? Several of them run my Discord and about everything else. Chris Mullen's been a member for 6 months. Awesome having her here. And she said I've heard funds. I almost said fines or fees. So very, very much fun this morning. Volstorm. Can you believe it? This guy's been around for 8 months.
Wow.
Is that not weird?
What a loyal guy.
Yeah, I gotta say he's always been there.
All right. Yeah.
Every time I thought it, never mind. Oh, I know I gotta break this up in the middle, but you think Jamie's got?
I think we got a super chat. I think we got a super chat.
Clumsy clip runs. You know what's funny? Clumsy did that clip. Send it to me. And she comes in. She just likes to hear it play, so she does a super chat.
She's
right?
every day.
It's awesome.
Hi,
So
Clumsy.
she did all that. She did all that, and guess what? She didn't know that Ryan Upchurch was on streamed with me. Came over and streamed. I was like, she didn't know. Like this has been going on for months. Like
I'm so
8
mad I
months.
missed that. I wasn't here yet.
You can go back and watch it.
I guess you could.
We could.
Actually, I would like for you to. And you know why? Because I want you, when you're done, I want you to say like, boy, that was weird.
I bet it is.
Well, I was, you can see how much I've matured. Mike Hunt, how's it going?
Oh, Mike Hunt.
Do you think as a kid he was teased about not being Mike Hines? Rabbit, the first installment towards my legal education fund. Thank you for the links. I'm trying to read and listen. So a lot of these terms and stuff, a lot of the ideals behind them are, they're daunting. And so I try to find the simple solutions, which is easy for me to do because I didn't buy books in law school. Dennis Heaton, tomorrow is Hispanic Heritage Month starts. I told my Hispanic wife that I am taking her to Taco Bell. She was not amused.
I wouldn't be either.
My wife brought me Taco Bell. Winning. I mean, you'd think I'd be tired of winning by now.
Yeah, well.
Let's see here. I've got a couple saved starred ones that were from I thought they were interesting things. I'm not going to read those. Then again, Tilly T. Hey, the expert and chatters. Hope all is doing well. I love that avatar. I love seahorses because seahorses are thought to be monogamous and mate for life. And when they sleep, they tie their tails around their mates so they don't wander, so they don't drift apart. I think that's adorable. Isn't that awesome? Yeah, like that's why I like to touch my rabbit. I want to make sure she doesn't disappear. Lefty, no, he hasn't seen your clip because you didn't invite him. So this was, you know what? Let's show the audience that clip. What do you guys think about that? I think we should. Guys, you need to go over and you need to go subscribe to Feral Housewife, okay? Yeah. Feral, how would you describe your channel?
I clip dumb things that you guys say. I have a new one for EU that's coming out tonight.
Every time you say her name, like you threw me way off.
A little Baker clip for us.
You did it.
Oh, I did.
You're so mean.
Look, I am gloriously
I will invite
oblivious.
you to see it when I'm done.
Well, I'm just saying I'm gloriously oblivious to things. So remember that when you make fun of me.
I Discorded you some original Baker artwork.
Yeah.
That could be scary. right?
And it's all centered around the trials that we've done. So it
Yes.
all
He
has very
He
much.
does whiteboard drawings of our trial stuff.
You need to come hang out more.
Yes.
You guys don't invite me.
Yes, I do. Well, you're always doing something too.
No, not really.
You kind of are. Every time we're live, you're live, and we're like, God dang it.
Well, just I'm okay. So here's the thing. It's pretty easy. It's 9 p.m. is usually when I try to stream. But now I've gotten into this thing. I've had like people. I've had. I said the ghost
No,
is
there's
back.
like 47 trials going on right now.
I know.
I had a surprisingly large amount of people say that I should do trials. They've really enjoyed this. I'm like, this? You've enjoyed this? Like, what do you do for fun on Friday night? Because you're not going to Friday Night Live. You're enjoying this. Where is your thing? I just had it a second ago, and now I lost it. Sounds like a personal problem, doesn't it?
Yeah.
No.
I'm just waiting for you to
There we
find
go.
it.
Yeah, that's what she said. Exactly. Okay, so guys, Farrell is pinned at the top of the chat. This is our good buddy Michigan Law Show, which he has an identity crisis in his names, but or it might be Mexican Law Show. Making law simple is one thing. David is another one.
Yes.
Can we send him a sombrero? Would that not be awesome?
We can.
Anyway.
I have his address.
Why do you have his address?
I do.
But why?
Don't ask questions you don't answer.
Do you have my address?
Why?
I do not.
Oh.
Okay. Good. I mean, if you want to come over, you mow the yard. I was supposed to mow it last week.
Make her do something. Yeah.
I've been doing this. Yeah. You walk the dogs, man. They'd love that. All right. So, this is, wait, that's not the right one. Where'd it go? That's not it. Wait, where'd it go? I really did lose it.
It's on the
All right.
screen.
On the screen. This is fun.
Why won't it play? Why won't we get loud?
Milk a horse, but apparently there wasn't a horse around. But this was really cool. So I wanted to like milk a horse, but apparently there wasn't a horse around. But this was really cool. So I wanted to like milk a horse, but apparently there wasn't a horse around. But this was really cool. So I wanted to like milk a horse, but apparently there wasn't a
I
horse
know.
around.
I love his
But this
kind
was really cool.
gestures.
So I wanted to like.
Now, that's what would you like to say about that? Really, honestly,
Do you want to give us some context, Farrell?
No. Why?
Just
You have to go.
roll
You
with
have to go watch his stream if you want the
no,
content.
you don't. I saw everything I needed to see. I saw everything
All
I needed
right.
to see. Now, here's something else. I've noticed that if you do it without sound, it's
Milk
just
a
as
horse,
good.
but apparently.
Wait, hold on. Look,
You gotta
wrong
mute it.
button. Yeah, I know it's a little slow, but that's how. Look at this. Isn't that just as good?
Oh, I need to turn
It
that
might be a
into
little bit
GIF.
better. What's this? What's this thing? What do you do? I like how his eyes. The emphasis is on his eyes afterwards. His eyes got real big. I'm telling you, when you don't know how to do something, you look up a video about it, right? So he looked up how to milk a horse because that's what they do in Sweden.
It was the best mix up he ever had because he was actually talking about milking a cow. And everybody
About mocking.
I
He was
know,
mocking a
but
cow by milking a horse. Whoa, wait a second. You said mocking a cow by so he mocked a cow by milking a horse? Dude,
Look
that's
what
not how
I'm
you do it.
doing.
That's not how you do it, dude. I love the guy. Man, I love him so much, but I can't let him out of my sight, can I? Holy cow. There's another one. Can't let him out. Guys, if you see MLS running around, let me know, okay? So I can make sure that he knows what other people are doing and that they're just doing it to mess with him. Love the guy. I really do. Like
He's great.
I think we probably have DNA like alike, you know.
Probably.
Of course I got better hair. Yeah, Mom Meatloaf. I've got to remember that too. I would like to get that as another clip because I don't have any good clips. I've got, I just have dumb stuff, man. It's like that's all I have. Anyway, all right, Lefty says Dukes of Hazzard clip for now for how Farrell avoids tickets from cops. Farrell, would you like to defend yourself? Because you just said something, and I asked you about speeding, and you were like,
I plead the fifth.
Is that how you roll, Farrell?
I plead the fifth, Jamie.
Well, you know what? I don't care about your fifth.
so you drank a fifth and you jump at the General Lee. That's cool. That's how it's supposed to be done, right? That's how it's supposed to be done. White Rabbit's been a member for 13 months and wants her award.
Get that woman her award.
Yeah.
I worked on these last night.
And she's put up with you for way longer than that, so.
Oh.
Rubia, look at this. So this is, okay. I was over here playing around with you guys, and Rubia snuck this in. Support for email in year 2. Yeah.
She sends you $20 super chats and you don't even drop her an email.
I suck. Well, when I explain everything in my email, she'll understand. But hey, look at this.
Oh, the expert's here, man. The expert is cool. My new buddy, he's cool.
I got that going for me. And then Lefty says, Jamie, say Mike Hunt again.
Mike Hunt. I know what it means, sir. For you.
What does it mean?
What? Oh, all right, clumsy.
I'm not from Australia.
I get it. I'm down.
Right?
Are you guys from Australia? Is that what happens? Guys, beautiful Jamie. And of course, gosh, Farrell, you're so radiating. Your beauty is unstoppable. I love it. I'm so honored. Are you gonna kill me? So Texas Jim would be calling me a brat right now. I mean, she'd say, Farrell, you can call him a brat. And you can kick him in the shins too. Old Line Red, how you doing? Tia Nina, how are you doing? Boy, it is. It's time. Oh, hey, it's time for my 9 o'clock show. You guys just want to go on 2 more hours, man. No. Anyway, Jamie, thank you so much, Lashes, for coming up here.
Oh, no
Farrell, thank you so much for helping me through the never-ending closing arguments. That is,
while.
Those things were, they were something else. Guys, tomorrow morning I will be streaming the conclusion of this trial. We got to get a verdict. And also tomorrow night is Friday Night Live. The best thing to do with your pants off. I said it. Yeah, I don't even have Friday Night Live worked out yet. Doesn't that suck? Oh my gosh. I got so much stuff I got to do.
C-Swept. Hi, honey.
C-Swept, that's not her real name though, because when I try to type it in like at C-Swept, it doesn't pop up.
It's because of her font.
Yeah. She's fancy.
Well, how do I get font like that?
I don't know.
Don't get font like that. We can't at you then.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. C-Swept, drop me a line. Tell me how you did that. I love you. I love you. You guys are so much fun. Look how happy I am. I haven't been this happy in like a minute. I mean, this is awesome. I'm so excited. I'm so We only had one troll come in today. They got upset that Hunter Biden was arrested, which I think was funny.
He was?
Yeah, or not? Yeah, charged for gun crimes.
Oh, I did not know
Yeah.
that.
Yeah, and then like I was laughing. I was like, Caitlin comments was on here, and I was like, well, it's funny. Like it all comes from like the story. Like his brother passed away, and at
Yeah.
the funeral he hooked up with his brother's wife, and he got married to her. So his ex sister-in-law, now wife, had thrown away his gun because he was on a bender, and it was like across the street from like a school and all this stuff. But that's that's one of the two stories of him with illegal activities with firearms. And anyways,
One
the
of
person was like,
two.
yeah, the other one is that when he went in to go buy it, they asked because on the background check, it asks you if you take
Right.
classified narcotics or whatnot. And he's like, no, man, never done that. I've never been rehab, none of that stuff. So big no-nos. He I don't know what happened. Oh, and he also this was the quote at the gun store. He's like, yeah, what about these Mexicans, huh? And the gun store owner was like, what? That was in one of the papers, man. Like, hey man, what about these Mexicans, huh? What? So, anyway, this person was like, well, did you know that Donald Trump said grab him by the pussy? I was like, that's like 10 years ago, man. You're still in lockdown. What is going on with you? That's crazy. That's awesome. I was like, you know what? That was a cool thing because he's like a big Hollywood guy. And it's like, all this stuff is just, what are you doing? It's not a politics thing. None of this is politics. We're making fun of everybody equally. I'm an equal opportunity maker funner of her.
Right.
I mean, yeah, you should be. We should all be.
Oh, I make fun. I make sure I make fun of myself. 50% plus one, and then everything else an equal opportunity. I am so happy. Look at this. This is happy.
Yay! Yay!
Thank you guys so much for coming on. I feel like we could hang out all night. I want to know about the story behind Jamie's lashes. I want to know like everything. Like, why did you decide? Yeah, I want to know like why you decided to get them. Why did you come out so proactive about them?
She didn't. Baker did.
Well, how does he know? He doesn't even live in this. He's like across the river or something, ocean.
I mean, I just had them, and then everybody's just.
You know what's funny is what was it? Was that Halloween or something like that? And White Rabbit was like, I kind of could get used to these lashes. And it was talked about. I was like, well, go ahead and get them. That's cool. By the way, I gotta get another pedicure. My feet are torn up after going to the beach.
Oh, you did it now.
What?
Do you get pedicures? You get pedicures? I don't see anything wrong with it because it's amazing.
No, you need to take care of yourself. It is amazing. Yeah, I've had one. But I'd like to get another one. They're great, man. Make your feet feel so good. Yeah, I am the. Oh wait, now Farrell start clipping stuff that's inappropriate. All right.
What?
What? You?
She would never.
Yes, she would.
No,
she just did it today.
What was inappropriate today that you clipped?
You'll see.
You'll see.
Is it worse than the
Than David's? No, probably not.
What's a Swedish horse anyway? I just imagine them being bigger.
There's some on his stream.
Of course
Yeah,
there
actually,
are.
the one was pretty giant.
Oh, of course it was.
It took a while to milk it,
Oh, Dave. Gosh, man. Dude, I gotta save him, man. Don't let him go on other people's stuff. Like, he needs help. But I'm a giver. I'm there for him. It's like, well, I'll tell you guys after the show. Anyway, you guys want to just end this or you want to bounce it out? What do you want to do?
Dude, it's your stream.
Mm-hmm.
You guys are so laid back and cool. I hear crickets.
That's
I have
Jamie's.
a party of crickets in the back. The window's open. See?
I thought that was everybody reacting to my jokes.
Nope.
Guys, if you
It's
don't come
that-
back tomorrow morning, be here tomorrow night, 9 p.m. Friday Night Live. Nobody's wearing pants. It's a Dongapalooza. Who knows, man? It's all a great time. You only live once, y'all. Bye.
Woke up to go give me a
Oh, wait.
I
turned it.
woke up to go give me a cold pop. And then I thought somebody was barbecuing. I said, oh Lord Jesus, it's a fire. Then I ran out. I didn't grab no shoes or nothing, Jesus. I ran for my life. And then the smoke got her. I got bronchitis. Ain't nobody got time for that. Ain't nobody got time for that. Ain't nobody got time for that. Ain't nobody got time. Ain't nobody got time. Ain't nobody got time for that. Ain't nobody got time for that. Ain't nobody got time for that. Ain't nobody got time. Ain't nobody got time. Ain't nobody got time for that. Ain't nobody got time for that. Ain't nobody got time for that. Ain't nobody got time. Ain't nobody got time. Ain't nobody got time for that. Well, I woke up to go give me a cold pop. Then I thought somebody was barbecuing. I said, oh Lord Jesus, it's a fire. Then I ran out. I didn't grab no shoes or nothing, Jesus. I ran for my life. Ain't nobody got time for that. Ain't nobody got time for that. Ain't nobody got time. Ain't nobody got time. Ain't nobody got time for that. Ain't nobody got time for that. Ain't nobody got time for that. Ain't nobody got time. Ain't nobody got time. Ain't nobody got time for that. I said, oh Lord Jesus, it's a fire. I said, oh Lord Jesus, it's a fire. I said, oh Lord Jesus, it's a fire. Jesus, Jesus, Jesus.